At Tingxiao, Xixiao was a very insensitive man. Actually, it was all thanks to Tingxiao that he was able to be with his dream girl. Ning Xi's and Xixiao's expressions changed. This joyous birthday celebration hid a dark conflict beneath. Everyone had their own unspoken thoughts. Actually, Ning Xi had fallen in love with Tingxiao when she confessed to her in Xixiao's stead, and she had told Tingxiao how she really felt. However, Tingxiao loved Xixiao, so she rejected Ning Xi directly. Ning Xi had only agreed to be in a relationship with Xixiao for revenge. On the other hand, Xixiao started to realize he had special feelings for Tingxiao, so in denying his feelings for a man, he quickly started dating Ning Xi. At the same time, he thought that his good friend, Tingxiao, liked Ning Xi as well, so he did not know who he should be jealous of. As for Ling Yu, he was observing everyone as an outsider, but he kept his own secrets as well. In this scene, everyone had to be in top-notch condition and project the complicated parts of their respective character. They would need to redo it all over again if any one of them failed to catch up. A few bad takes happened, but they continued. Looking at the lovey-dovey couple Xixiao and Ning Xi, Tingxiao smiled happily and drank, conveying the couple her best wishes as if she was the happiest person of the night, but the sorrow flooded her eyes. In the corner, Ling Yu was focusing at Tingxiao. Tingxiao drunkenly went to the bar stool in the center of the room and picked the song, Onion. If your eyes could just look at me, if you could hear the sound of my heart breaking, protecting you silently, waiting for a miracle quietly, as if I'm one with the air. Everyone was laughing and enjoying. Tonight, I was really happy. How much I'm blending into the crowd. The onions at the bottom of the plate is just like me. Forever just a seasoning, quietly peeking at you, forever hiding myself. If you're willing to peel me off layer by layer, you'll be surprised. You're my most hidden, deepest secret. I'm just like an onion, always playing the side character. I hope I'd have a second chance with you. Only you and me. This song was like a sharp blade piercing through the disguise of everyone's characters. Chapter 978. How matching. After the song ended, Tingxiao ran out of the room in uncontrollable tears. The one who followed was Ning Xi. Ning Xi thought Tingxiao actually liked her and thought that the song was sung for her, so she assumed that he had given up his chance with her for the sake of his friendship with Xixiao. The camera shifted to the corridor of the karaoke lounge. Fei Bai. Ning Xi caught up and hugged Tingxiao from behind. Tingxiao froze. She knew she had to push her away, but she was not able to control herself now. She turned around and hugged Ning Xi. Afterwards, Xixiao came out of the room and saw them. The scenario of his good friend hugging his girlfriend was too much for him to take. Fei Bai, what do you mean by this? Tingxiao looked at him quietly, without any expression. Xixiao, tonight, you didn't even look at me once, but now you're finally looking at me. What? Xixiao was a little frightened by Tingxiao's intense gaze at the moment. Tingxiao stared at the man, her emotions building up inside. She said slowly, the dragon can't write any letters. If it misses the night, it'll kidnap the princess, so that the night will come. Xixiao was shocked. You, what do you mean? Tingxiao looked at him in the eyes and poured out her heart. I mean, Xixiao, I love you. Xixiao was shocked, and Ning Xi could not believe what just happened. Qi Feng was dumbfounded while Ji Yuming sighed, and Ling Yu's heart sank. What was expected had happened. Cut. Good take. Pass. Chen Mian yelled excitedly. Even after the director said it was done, Chen Hanchen, Qi Feng, Ji Yuming, and Jian Shu were all still in acting mode and were not able to snap out of it. Only Ning Xi and Kumingyu returned back to themselves instantly. Qi Feng commented, wow, this scene was intense. Ji Yuming nodded. Especially bro Shi, your eyes. Hanchen was really great today as well. But who shocked me the most was Kumingyu. He had no lines at all, but I felt pain for him. Not only Ji Yuming felt this way. Xiao Tao, Yi Qiu, and a few other crew members were discussing it as well. Oh my gosh, I think I'm falling. More and more for Ling Yu. Me too. I really hope the female lead will be together with Ling Yu. He's just so sad. He sacrificed so much for the female lead, yet she only loves the male lead. I'm so heartbroken. And is it just me, or does bro she actually looks good with Kumingyu? Ha ha ha, you're not alone. Chen Mian was looking through the footage as he declared happily. Everyone performed well. We're way ahead of the schedule as well. We'll have 2 days of holiday for everyone. The whole crew cheered. Chen Hanshun was holding a book in his hand and was looking for Ning Xi, but she was nowhere to be found. At the same time, he noticed that Mingyu had disappeared as well. Chen Hanshun's expression darkened a little. After witnessing Ning Xi in her female outfit, he could not take his eyes off her, and slowly he realized that the way Ning Xi looked at Mingyu was very different. Also, it was not the first time that the both of them had vanished together. In addition to Ning Xi's special attitude towards Mingyu, although there was no solid proof, almost everything hinted towards that direction. He just did not want to believe it. Just by comparing his family background and looks to Mingyu's, how could she possibly like Mingyu instead? Chapter 979. The Devils Being Flirty. In the empty rest area, Ning Xi tiptoed and kissed Mingyu as he leaned against the door. What are you doing? Mingyu raised his eyebrows and avoided her. Kiss. Ning Xi pouted unhappily. I'm trying to comfort your damaged heart. The man smiled wryly. Stop fooling around. We might get caught. Ning Xi was speechless. He had not been here for long, but he had even more work ethics than her now. Impossible. We're being so low profile. None of the big shots are here. None of the idiots will come here and look for news. Kiss. Kiss. Ning Xi hopped around excitedly. The man bent over her small face helplessly. Good boy, I only like you. Ning Xi patted the man's head as she kissed his cheek, like she was comforting a child. I'm all right, we're just shooting a movie. Although he felt a little frustrated when he saw her scenes with Chen Hanqin, he had learned to control his emotions after experiencing real acting. He saw her effort and dedication for himself, and he was now able to differentiate between acting and reality. As Ning Xi looked at him, seeing how such a prideful man had changed for her little by little, she felt warmth bubbling inside of her. My dear, I must have saved the whole world in my previous life, so that I could meet you now. Ning Xi said, then, I must have been by your side in my past life, saving the world with you. The devil was being flirty. In the evening, in the Guan family's villa, Guan Xiao opened the door to the study room. Father, what's the matter? Xiao, come over here, I'll show you something. Guan Rui smiled like he was in a good mood. What is it? Guan Xiao went over. Confused, Guan Rui turned on the laptop on the table. Look at this. Could it be what father mentioned the last time? Guan Xiao looked at Guan Rui, then walked over nervously. Guan Xiao was shocked the moment she saw the image on the screen. It was a picture. The woman in the picture was smiling sweetly and on tiptoes to kiss a man. Both of them looked extremely intimate. The picture was pretty clearly shot. The woman was obviously Ning Xi while the man was not Tingxiao. All the other pictures were of Ning Xi with this stranger as well. They both acted very close. Apparently, it was not their first time. Guan Xiao murmured in disbelief. How could this be? Guan Rui sneered coldly. There's nothing to be surprised about. I've said so. A flirt will leave her traces one day. Guan Xiao felt her blood boil. This is too much. Tingxiao treated her so well. How could she be this shameless? Guan Xiao looked through the pictures again, but while she was angry at Ning Xi, she felt at ease in her heart. All her anxiety and unease in the past few days had vanished. It was over. With these pictures, Ning Xi is finished. No matter how much Tingxiao was charmed by her, no man could accept his girlfriend cheating on him. Chapter 980. It's about a man's pride. Father, how do you plan to handle these pictures? Guan Xiao asked. Guan Rui analyzed. I actually wanted to hand them over to the newspapers and totally destroy that woman's reputation, but after some thought, I felt it's pointless. With Tingxiao's ability, he'll surely find out that we're the ones who did it. If he realized that we revealed his dirty laundry to the public, he might turn hostile towards us. This is directly related to a man's reputation after all. Guan Xiao nodded. You're right. I don't want him to be troubled as well. So, I suggest that you pass these pictures to him directly, then tell him that I sent people to investigate her. As for that woman, she'll be done for after Tingxiao sees these pictures. Noted. Father, I'll contact Tingxiao now. All right, now go. At the same time, in Platinum Palace, Tingxiao was completing some work in the study room when Ning Xi opened the door with a bowl of soup she had taken a while to prepare. Boss, time for supper. During this entire period of time, he had to work on his company-related stuff while acting. Ning Xi was really worried about his health, so she came over and cooked for him every day. She also made supper for him every night. Tingxiao even gained a little weight, and his face looked rosy with no signs of fatigue. Even little Treasure had put on some weight as well. What is it today? Tingxiao asked as he put down his documents. Ning Xi replied, ginseng chicken soup with deer's antler. It's really nourishing. Drink up. A strong aromatic smell filled up the room the moment she removed the lid. Tingxiao froze, his expression indescribable. Antler. Ning Xi suddenly realized something as well. Ugh. Antler is supposed to be good for a man's potency as well. Eh? Well, it's nourishing anyway. Quickly drink it. It took me a long time to make this. It must have been hard on you during this period of time. You must really take care of yourself. Tingxiao's expression darkened a little. I don't need any more nourishment in a certain area. It was a man's pride after all. Well, just ignore the antler. There are ginseng and chicken as well. Ning Xi fed him with a spoon. Are you going to take responsibility for what's going to happen afterward? Tingxiao looked at her suggestively. It was Ning Xi's turn to freeze this time. What? Nothing's going to happen, right? As they talked, Tingxiao's beeped with a new message. Ning Xi's sharp eyes saw Guanziyao's name. Tingxiao saw it as well, and he opened the message in front of Ning Xi. Tingxiao, I'm really sorry. My father investigated some matters behind my back, and he found out that Ms. Ning is cheating on you with a male actor from her shooting cast. I contemplated for a long time, but I think I have to let you know about it. I know you might not believe me, but I've already sent the proof to your inbox. Take a look at it if you have the time. Ning Xi blinked after reading the message. I'm cheating with a male actor from my shooting cast? Tingxiao was speechless. Chapter 981. I like someone a little stupid. Ning Xi stared at Tingxiao. He appeared expressionless as usual as he put his phone aside and started drinking the soup. Hey, Tingxiao, aren't you going to check your inbox? Ning Xi asked. Nope. Why? It's not necessary. How's that unnecessary? It's very necessary. I'm very curious. Open it. Ning Xi sat on Tingxiao's lap. Tingxiao looked at her. Then he opened his inbox. There was a new mail from Guanziyao. With it came a compressed file attachment, probably containing some images or documents. Quickly download it. Ning Xi urged. Tingxiao clicked on it. Then the download started. The internet speed was very fast, so it took only a few seconds to complete. After unzipping the file, they found lots of pictures in the folder. Ning Xi could not wait for Tingxiao's laggy movements anymore, so she quickly opened one of the pictures for a better view. Both of them were dumbfounded. Ning Xi put her palm to her forehead. I knew it. Tingxiao looked forlornly at her. I told you to not fool around. I'm not fooling around, all right? It's not the paparazzi who took these. It's your dear childhood friend. And we've already been secretive enough. No one would have noticed if they didn't monitor us all day long. Ning Xi browsed through the pictures happily. Well, these pictures are pretty well taken. Look at the lighting. This angle. They even took this one where I kissed you in secret, and this one where I secretly put a wheatgrass in your hair. Huh? And also this one. How embarrassing. Tingxiao, send me a copy, please. I want to keep them. Quickly. All these pictures were of Ning Xi and Kum Mingyu, which was incidentally Tingxiao. No wonder Guanziyao had said that she cheated with another male actor. It was not wrong in a way. As Ning Xi thought about it, she realized that something was not right, and she glanced wryly at Tingxiao. Your dear childhood friend seems really concerned about you, eh? Tingxiao's heart swelled at the fact that Ning Xi was jealous. He grabbed her by the waist and mocked. Are you jealous? Stop trying to change the topic. I heard that you didn't have anyone to talk to back then because your IQ was too high. Only Guanziyao could chat with you. So you're really friendly with her? So, you like her type? The smart type of woman like Guanziyao. Ning Xi's nostrils flared as her temper rose. Tingxiao said seriously. Nope, I like someone a little stupid. Who's stupid? You're stupid. Ning Xi was suddenly triggered, and she got up from his lap, taking the soup away. I'm confiscating this. No more for you. Seeing the girl retreat quickly, Tingxiao glanced at his manhood, which had reacted from their close proximity. That was a pretty quick reaction. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Mo Lingtian. Tingxiao picked it up. Hello. Hey. Tingxiao, your voice doesn't sound right. He felt a chill as he heard Tingxiao's voice. What's up? I'm in a bad mood. Come out and drink with me. Mo Lingtian said weakly. Chapter 982. Busy arguing with my wife. Guan Xiao had finally called him yesterday, but she was still going on about Lu Tingxiao. He already tried all of Lu Tingxiao's ideas of picking up girls, but nothing worked. One of the main reasons was that he simply could not stay calm and cool in front of Guan Xiao. He was exhausted by the emotional roller coaster ride he had to go through. I'm not available, Lu Tingxiao rejected straightforwardly. What are you busy with? Mo Lingtian asked. I'm busy arguing with my wife, said Lu Tingxiao, abruptly ending the call right after that. Mo Lingtian was left speechless. Although he said they were arguing, why did he make it sound like he enjoyed it? As though they were flirting with each other? How I wish one day I could argue with Guan Xiao in the middle of the night. In the living room of the Guan family's villa. How did it go, Xiao? Have you told Lu Tingxiao? Guan Rui asked. Guan Xiao nodded. I'm afraid that he'll feel awkward if I tell him through a phone call, so I sent him a text message followed by an email. It seems like he's seen them, but he hasn't replied me yet. Guan Rui expected such an outcome. He's a man, after all. He needs some time to digest something like this. It's a good chance for you. Try to be more aggressive, spend some time with him. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Do you understand what I mean? Guan Xiao nodded. I know what I need to do. Guan Rui looked at his daughter proudly. He knew that she would not let him down. After returning to her room, Guan Xiao went to the balcony and called Mo Lingtian. As Mo Lingtian had just been rejected by Lu Tingxiao, he did not expect his phone to ring. To his excitement, it was a call from Guan Xiao. She was actually calling him this late at night. Mo Lingtian was revived, but he learned his lesson, so he suppressed his emotions and asked carefully, Hey Xiao, what's up? Not much, just thinking that weather's been pretty good recently, so I feel like asking a few friends to go hiking and camping. Are you interested? Guan Xiao asked. Mo Lingtian was surprised. Just as he was about to agree to it, he remembered Lu Tingxiao's tactic, so he said calmly, When? Let me check if I'm available. There's a double holiday tomorrow, how about it? Tomorrow? I should be all right, sure. Mo Lingtian tried to keep his cool. That's great. Can you also ask if Lu Tingxiao wants to go? Mo Lingtian's happy expression froze on his face. Lu Tingxiao, he probably won't go. Why not? Guan Xiao asked. He fought with Ning Xi, so he's probably not available. It was obvious that Mo Lingtian did not want to even ask him. They fought. Guan Xiao suspected that it was about the pictures. She continued. The more reason for him to come out and take some time to relax. Didn't he like to go hiking when he was feeling down? Lingtian, help. Me ask him all right. Please. Guan Xiao thought carefully. She knew that she had to be proactive, but not excessively so. From her experience, Lu Tingxiao had never liked women who were too aggressive. One had to be close to him slowly and naturally, so she decided to have Mo Lingtian to ask him out. It was the best solution at that moment. Chapter 983, The Third Wheel. On the other end of the phone, Mo Lingtian was silent for a while. All right, I'll help you to ask him. Thank you, good night. Good night. After ending the call, Mo Lingtian flung his phone away and lit a cigarette. He lay on the sofa and smoked quietly. The atmosphere in the room was cold and silent. After some time, the man suddenly kicked the table in front of him. There was a loud crash. The living room turned into a mess and sparks flew out of the huge screen of the TV. Mo Lingtian's anger faded away sometime later. He took a deep breath and picked up his phone to call Lu Tingxiao. Hey, Lu Tingxiao, we're going camping tomorrow. Don't you dare tell me that you're unavailable. If not, I'll fight you right now. Mo Lingtian's voice sounded agitated. What's wrong? Lu Tingxiao asked in his usual flat tone. Nothing. Just come. If not, our friendship ends right here. That's all, bye. Mo Lingtian ended the call. The phone fell onto the floor, and Mo Lingtian looked miserably at it. He slapped himself hard in the face. Mo Lingtian, just how long do you want to torture yourself? Nevertheless, he had no choice. There was no way that he could give up loving her. Lu Tingxiao looked at his phone awkwardly. In the meantime, Ning Xi was busy emptying the pot of soup. Now she knew how dangerous this soup was. She had to quickly dispose of it. Suddenly, someone gave her a warm hug from behind. What? Ning Xi said in an annoyed tone. I'll bring you somewhere tomorrow to release your anger, all right? Lu Tingxiao asked. Huh? Release my anger? What do you mean? Ning Xi asked back. I just promised Mo Lingtian to go hiking tomorrow, Lu Tingxiao replied. Hiking? Was this related to her anger? Unless Guan Xiao was going as well. So, What Lu Tingxiao meant was that he wanted to crush Guan Ziyao's hope once and for all with this opportunity. Ning Xi felt indifferent about it, and she shrugged. Sure, since we're taking a break from acting tomorrow, it's a good time to relax as well. Ning Xi excitedly suggested. Can we bring little treasure along too? Lu Tingxiao replied instantly, no. Why? Why not? Ning Xi asked unhappily. He'll be the third wheel, Lu Tingxiao said. Ning Xi was speechless. Did he just call his son the third wheel? As they were talking, footsteps came from behind them. The little bun stared at his father unhappily, making it obvious that he had overheard their conversation. Ning Xi quickly picked up the little bun. Hey, little guy, why are you awake? Don't listen to your father's nonsense. He's the third wheel. The most annoying kind of third wheel. We're not bringing you because it's going to be tiring. I'll sleep with you tonight. Don't be angry. We'll ignore him. Ning Xi glared at Lu Tingxiao, then went upstairs with the little bun. Lu Tingxiao had no words. Third wheel indeed. Chapter 984. Did Lu Tingxiao break up? It was a warm, sunny day, a good day for camping. At the parking site located at the bottom of Mount Yuming, Guan Ziao, Imo Lingtian, Lu Xinyan, and several others were chatting as they waited for the rest to arrive. Where's he? Not here yet. Will he ditch us? No way. I only came because I heard Bro Xiao is coming. Guan Ziao looked at her watch and inhaled deeply. Just wait a little longer. Tingxiao's in a bad mood. He might have overslept. Bad mood. What happened? Some sharp ones could practically smell the gossip coming. Guan Ziao said hesitantly. Seems like he argued with his girlfriend. Massive news. Really? Did they argue? Didn't they look lovey-dovey together the last time we saw them? Sis Ziao, are you serious? Did he really argue with that woman? Ha ha ha, they finally fought. I knew they weren't going to last for long. Could they have already broken up? That's possible. It must be a huge matter to make Bro Xiao argue with her. Guan Ziao apologized as the group of friends bombarded her with all the questions. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure about the details as well. I just heard Ling Tian mention it. However, she actually knew that after something like that, Lu Tingxiao must have already broken up with Ning Xi. The group then shifted their attention to Imo Lingtian. Master Imo, what happened? Master Imo, Master Imo. Master Imo? What? Imo Lingtian replied annoyingly as he puffed on his cigarette. Master Imo, why were you daydreaming? We were just asking what happened to Lu Tingxiao. Did he really break up with Ning Xi? Break up? Imo Lingtian was in a bad mood himself, so he did not really pay attention to what they were discussing just now, and he was confused how they reached this conclusion. Yeah, didn't you tell Ziao that Lu Tingxiao argued with his girlfriend? Someone asked. Imo Lingtian remembered now that he did say that, but he had just made that excuse up because he did not want Lu Tingxiao to join them. Did they really believe me? And it seemed like, so did Ziao. Imo Longtian looked at Guan Ziao. He realized that she looked really cheerful that day, and she had changed her usual style of cold-colored outfits and wore a smoking red dress that day. Imo Lingtian looked really unwell. They stopped asking him as he seemed like he was in a blurred daze. They then continued their gossip as they waited. Hey, it's there. Is that Lu Tingxiao's car? Where? Yes, it's his car. A black four-wheel drive parked near them. The door opened, and Lu Tingxiao walked out. Guan Ziao went up to him and beamed. You're finally here, Tingxiao. We're all waiting for you. Let's go. Lu Tingxiao nodded. When Guan Ziao started walking, she realized that Lu Tingxiao did not follow her. Instead, he went to the other side of the car and opened the door. Had Lu Tingxiao invited someone else? A person alighted from the car. It was Ning Xi. Chapter 985. They've made up. Why was Ning Xi here with Lu Tingxiao? Guan Ziao was unable to hide her shocked expression as it was such a sudden revelation. She just stared at both of them. What was more unbelievable was that as Ning Xi came out of the car, she put her hand in his naturally. The girl wore the same white sports outfit as Lu Tingxiao's and her hair was pulled into a ponytail. She rubbed her eyes like she had just woken up. It was too early for her to wake up that morning, so Ning Xi had reclined the seat and slept in the car, which was why everyone did not see that there was another person on the shotgun seat. They stood side by side wearing their couple outfit, looking exactly like a love-struck couple. How was this possible? Could they have not broken up? There was not a trace of argument either. What had gone wrong? MMS. Ning, you're here as well. Guan Ziao tried to stay calm as she clenched her fists. Ning Xi still looked sleepy, so Lu Tingxiao answered in her stead. She's on holiday now, so I brought her out to relax. I see. Then let's go. We might not be able to reach the peak before it gets dark. Guan Ziyao's expression returned to normal. While she had a lot of questions, she understood that it was not the right time to ask. She was going to wait for the right moment to ask Lu Tingxiao later. That woman came too. Lu Xinyan was disappointed when she saw the both of them in their couple outfit. She really thought that they had broken up. The others were surprised as well, and they discussed among themselves in low voices. It doesn't seem like they broke up. Maybe they are just pretending? They made up. What's so weird about it? Mo Lingtian did not shift his eyes away from Guan Ziyao the whole time. He clearly saw the change in her expression the moment she saw Ning Xi. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. At the same time, he felt suspicious. He had just briefly mentioned it last night. So why did she assume with such confidence that they must have broken up? Mo Lingtian felt that something was amiss. Was there something he did not know? With different doubts in each of their minds, they started their journey to the top of the mountain. Mount Yuming was about 3,000 meters above sea level. It had beautiful scenery since it was a natural habitat for flora and fauna. One would be able to witness the majestic view of a floor of clouds and various green hills. And after a night of camping at the peak, the view of the sunrise the next morning was sure to be grandiose. Lu Tingxiao used to come here alone when he wanted to do some training or just to think something through, but now there was someone else with him. Ning Xi still looked really sleepy even after getting out of the car. She just replied to the greetings around her half-heartedly. Most of the people here were from the same bunch from the last time she had gone to the shooting range. Because of Ning Xi's performance at the shooting range, their attitude was curious and wary of her, but because they were with Lu Tingxiao, they treated her friendly on the surface. Chapter 986. I'm impressed by Bro Xiao. This time, there was a pair of newlyweds who had gotten married very soon after they met each other through a blind date. The girl already started complaining at the bottom of the mountain. My gosh, it's so high. Are we really walking all the way up? I can imagine that I'll die halfway. It's all right. I'll carry you if you're tired. You're the best. When he heard the newlyweds' conversation, Lu Tingxiao looked at the girl beside him. Still feeling tired? Ning Xi pouted. It's all your fault. He had made the little bun unhappy last night, so she had to make up to him and only got a few hours of sleep. Lu Tingxiao understood what Ning Xi meant, but it was a totally different thing from the perspective of the others, and their wild imaginations ran. So, they really did make up. Did they do it all night long? Lu Tingxiao walked in front of the girl as she yawned, and he bent over. Get on. What? Ning Xi asked. Get on me, and continue sleeping. Really? Ning. She was really tempted by his broad back, and she quickly jumped on him. Lu Tingxiao adjusted his position and started walking with Ning Xi on his back. Everyone was speechless by what they saw. Even a married couple lost to them. That guy was ready to carry his wife if she was tired, but Lu Tingxiao is already carrying Ning Xi before they even started. I'm impressed by Bro Xiao. Ha ha. I would never believe that Lu Tingxiao has this side of him a few years back, but now I'm already used to it. They were halfway to the top, and Ning Xi had slept through the whole journey. Lu Tingxiao continued without any sign of fatigue, even with her on his back. A few people were panting behind him. CEO Lu has too much stamina. The group was chatting along the way, and the camaraderie was great, except for Lu Xinyan and a few girls who were friendly with Guan Ziyao. Lu Xinyan chased up with Lu Tingxiao and said, Bro, there's still a long way ahead. How long does she plan to sleep? Is she trying to tire you out? Ning Xi frowned a little because of the noise, and Lu Tingxiao looked at Lu Xinyan coldly. Quiet. Lu Xinyan was so frustrated. At the back of the hiking group, Guan Ziyao's doubts grew stronger when she watched Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi. Finally, they reached the mountaintop around evening. After a short rest, everyone started setting up camp. Guan Ziyao could not hold it in anymore and went up to Lu Tingxiao. Tingxiao, can I speak to you for a moment? Lu. Tingxiao looked at Ning Xi, who was setting up the tent. As she was focused on the tent, she signaled to him to go ahead with Guan Ziyao. It's probably hard for Guan Ziyao to hold it in this long. Guan Ziyao felt humiliated by Ning Xi's indifferent attitude. Where did her confidence come from? As they walked a distance away from the campsite, Guan Ziyao asked, Tingxiao, did you see the message and photos I sent you last night? Lu Tingxiao was still looking at Ning Xi even though Guan Ziyao was talking to him. Did you see Ning Xi together with that man? Guan Ziao confirmed with him again. Yes. Lu Tingxiao still looked calm. Was that all he had to react to this? Guan Ziao took a deep breath and asked again. Then, what do you think? Lu Tingxiao replied. Those are some nice pictures, thank you. Chapter 987. Lu Tingxiao, you're so cruel. Nice pictures? Thank you. For a moment, Guan Ziao thought that something was wrong with her ears. Or something was wrong with Lu Tingxiao. Would a normal man react this way after seeing intimate pictures of his girlfriend with another man? Guan Ziao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She asked out of concern, Tingxiao, are you being threatened by that woman? She could not think of any other reason that would make Lu Tingxiao stay with that woman after something like that happened. Nope, Lu Tingxiao replied in a firm tone without any odd expression. Then, why are you still with her? Guan Ziao did not understand him at all. The man in the pictures is me, Lu Tingxiao simply said. You, what are you saying? Guan Ziao was shocked. Then she continued. The man in the picture is Ning Xi's colleague named Mingyu. How could that be you? Did I send you the wrong pictures? In a clear voice, Lu Tingxiao popped her bubble after she continued to find excuses for herself. I am Mingyu. I just altered my face. What Lu Tingxiao had just said so lightheartedly was extremely shocking to Guan Ziao, and she could not believe it. It's you said, you're Mingyu? Her career forbids us from publicizing our relationship, and we have very little time together, so I choose to spend time with her this way. It was rare for Lu Tingxiao to talk this much, yet every single word sliced through her like a knife. Any more questions? Lu Tingxiao asked. Guan Ziao shook her head. She looked pale. Questions? What else could I ask? No matter how much she thought about it, she could never have guessed that the man Ning Xi cheated with was Lu Tingxiao himself. The man who was cold to everyone had actually swapped his face and joined the act just to spend more time with that woman. She had tried so hard not to hurt his pride and had invited him to hike, thinking that he would finally realize the woman's true colors. Yet, in the end, Lu Tingxiao just denied all her efforts. She was playing the role of the Joker all along. Then, allow me to say a few things. Lu Tingxiao spoke up after a short moment. What do you want to say? That I'm a wicked woman who's trying to separate you from her? I didn't even know that that was you. I was really worried that you're being cheated on. Guan Ziao yelled at him. Lu Tingxiao interrupted her and looked at her with his cold eyes. Ziao, there are things that I don't say out loud because I think you're a smart person. I believe that you understand. Guan Ziao bit her lip with tears in her eyes. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Lu Tingxiao turned a deaf ear on her and forced his opinions upon her. Ziao, it's impossible between us. No matter what happened before, now, or in the future, I've only ever thought of you as a friend and nothing else. Even if Ning Xi was not with me, I wouldn't be with you either. I hope you don't waste any more time on me. Guan Ziao did not expect Lu Tingxiao would be this straightforward to say something so hurtful to her. She was trembling. Lu Tingxiao, you're so cruel. Chapter 988, doting on her to this extent. I'm only telling you this because I still think of you as a friend. This is my final reminder. No matter if it's you or your father, please stop what you shouldn't be doing. Otherwise, I'll let you know what real cruelty is. That's all I want to say. Lu Tingxiao then walked away. Guan Ziao felt her legs give way as exhaustion overcame her. She slumped onto the ground, her outfit soaked wet with her cold sweat. Yes, she knew. How could she not notice? She just did not want to believe or accept it until Lu Tingxiao pointed out the obvious truth to her. Lu Tingxiao, how could you do this to me? Guan Ziao cried uncontrollably. There was a large tree just a few steps behind Guan Ziao, and Mo Lingtian was leaning against it in silence. He restrained himself even though he really wanted to comfort her. If he showed up now, it would only make her feel embarrassed. While he knew that he should not be eavesdropping, he could not help but follow when he saw Lu Tingxiao and Guan Ziao talking to each other. Who would have known that things would have progressed this way? From their conversation, it was Ziao or her father who had investigated Ning Xi, then took evidence of her cheating. So that was how Ziao was so sure that both of them would break up. But in the end, even he was shocked. Lu Tingxiao was just indescribable. He was doting on that woman to this extent. As for Lu Tingxiao's hurtful words, he looked at Guan Ziao's painful expression. While he felt sorry for her, he understood that Lu Tingxiao had done it for her own good. He also understood that Tingxiao was willing to let this matter off because of him as a friend. If Xiao still did not learn her lesson, but would she really? She was such a smart and proud woman. Now that Tingxiao had revealed everything to her, would she be willing to let him go? Mo Lingtian's uneasy heart had a selfish spark of hope within it. If Xiao could give up on Tingxiao, then maybe he would have a chance. Ning Xi finished setting up the tent, then she saw Tingxiao return. You're back. Look at the tent I set up. Isn't it great? It's really solid. Ning Xi patted her tent proudly. Tingxiao's expression darkened a little when he saw the girl's carefree attitude. Aren't you worried at all? You're really difficult, aren't you? Are you going to be angry at me for trusting you? Ning Xi said. Tingxiao sighed. He knew that he could not beat her in an argument. I've explained everything to her already, Tingxiao reported to his wife. Looking at Tingxiao's expressionless face, Ning Xi almost giggled. She tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. Good boy, I'll give you a kiss. When they were assigning tents, it was only natural for Tingxiao and Ning Xi to share one. Lu Xinyan was tent mates with Guan Ziyao. The newlyweds would share one, and the others split amongst themselves. Mo Lingtian was the only unfortunate one. Because they had odd numbers, one person would definitely be left out. Mo Lingtian never had a good temper to start with. In addition to his extra bad mood that day, no one wanted to share a tent with him, so he would be sleeping alone. It was going to be a sleepless night for many of them. Chapter 989, Not Even Our Son. There was a transparent portion at the top of the tent, and because they were quite high above sea level, the twinkling stars could be seen clearly. Ning Xi lay down beside Tingxiao, and as they both looked at the stars, she mumbled, Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Gosh, I'm missing little treasure already. She could think of little treasure even by just looking at the stars. Don't think of other men when you're with me. Ning Xi's mouth twitched in amusement. He's our son, all right. Not even our son, Tingxiao replied. Ning Xi was speechless. Then, what would happen to our children in the future? My poor children will be abandoned by you. Tingxiao turned to her, his eyes shining brighter than the stars in the sky. I won't abandon them. Let's make some. Ning Xi coughed. Keep calm. I was just saying. Tingxiao and Ning Xi chatted about all sorts of things from having babies to the number of boys and girls they wanted, until there was a weird noise coming from the tent beside them. It sounded like a girl crying. Is someone crying? Ning Xi asked. Nope, Tingxiao replied expressionlessly. No, but I heard it. The voices became clearer. No, don't be gentler. Ning Xi kept quiet. As the noises got more and more intense, Ning Xi understood what were they doing. It was the pair of newlyweds beside their tent. Tingxiao and Ning Xi won the battle in the daytime, so they wanted a rematch at night. Dear, why do you think there's nothing happening in Tingxiao's tent? Could he be tired from hiking? He has. Such good stamina, though. You naughty little thing. Are you really talking about another man's stamina in front of me? Slower. How annoying, Their voices got louder and wilder. Almost everyone could hear them. It was understandable as they were newlyweds, so some of them just turned a deaf ear. However, of course, there were some that could not stand it. You bastard Zhao Haisheng. Keep your voice down. Mo Lingtian roared from his tent. Everyone else laughed. They all thought that the showdown ended. They had anticipated hearing something from Tingxiao and his little bunny's tent, but Zhao Haisheng and his wife got to it first. But there was really nothing happening in Tingxiao's tent. Was he really that tired from carrying Ning Xi today? Just as everyone was thinking about it, suddenly there was a loud crash. Bam! Everyone hurried out of their tents to see Tingxiao and Ning Xi's tent collapsed. Even the tent collapsed. Just how intense were they? As expected of Tingxiao. A short while later, Tingxiao helped Ning Xi out of the tent with a dark expression. He stared at the girl. So, this is your very solid tent. Chapter 990. Can't they be any purer? Ning Xi forced a laugh. This doesn't make sense. Did I miss out any parts? As she was mumbling in confusion, she suddenly realized that everyone had come out of their own tents and looked meaningfully at her and Tingxiao. Even the newlyweds neighboring them looked like they conceded in defeat. When she realized what these people were thinking about, Ning Xi was immediately dumbfounded. Could all of them be a little purer in their thoughts? This time, Tingxiao pitched the tent by himself. Not too far away, Guanxiao watched the two of them, feeling a surge of hatred that she had never experienced before well up inside of her. At about dawn, before the sky turned bright, Ning Xi was suddenly awoken by the clamorous noise outside. Lu Tingxiao, what's going on outside? Ning Xi rubbed her eyes and sat up, pulling the tent entrance open. Then, she saw that Lu Xinyan was anxiously checking the tents one by one for someone or something. With Lu Xinyan causing a ruckus, everyone woke up. What's happening? When she saw Lu Tingxiao, Lu Xinyan looked as if she saw the pillar of this issue and ran over with tears in her eyes. Brother, Sis Xiao has gone missing. What do you mean missing? Mo Lingtian rushed over and held Lu Xinyan by the arm, clearly agitated. Lu Xinyan anxiously explained. When I woke up, I realized that Sis Xiao was not inside the tent, so I thought she went to the toilet and did not pay much attention. But she never returned, and she won't pick up my calls. I've been looking around for her, but I can't find her. I'm very worried now. Would something have happened to Sis Xiao? Mo Lingtian picked up his phone and made a call. He frowned when the telephone operator's automated message notified him that the other end had switched off their phone. When he thought about what happened last night, he could not help but look troubled. It shouldn't be anything. This is a scenic site where lots of people visit. I've never heard any cases of wild beasts. What if Sis Xiao took things too hard on herself and did something? Lu Xinyan said as she stared angrily at Ning Xi. Are Xiao's luggage and belongings still here? Asked someone. Lu Xinyan nodded. It's all here. So, there's no way she would have left first. Even if she did, she would have definitely told me. In fact, Sis Xiao has been acting weird since last night. I'm really worried that something has happened to her. Mo Lingtian suddenly roared. Then, what are we still doing here? Everyone quickly split up to look for her. Damn it. If he knew this would happen, he would have shamelessly appeared to console her when she was sobbing yesterday. She had let her thoughts run wild. If something really happened. Lu Tingxiao's words had indeed been quite hurtful yesterday. Even if Xiao was strong, she was still a girl with her own emotions. Ning Xi entered the tent to get dressed. Guanxiao wouldn't really have done something out of depression, would she? Say, what did you say to her yesterday? Lu Tingxiao looked at her, then repeated what he had said to Guanxiao word for word. When Ning Xi finished listening, she cleared her throat. Cruel indeed. Lu Tingxiao replied. Do you think I was too cruel? Ning Xi chuckled. I'm not at Mother Teresa's level yet to pity my own romantic rival. Let's go and look for her. Guanxiao had tried to step between them despite knowing that she was in a relationship with Lu Tingxiao, so she did not think that there was a problem with what he had said to her. On the contrary, if Lu Tingxiao had left any space for doubt, that would be truly irresponsible to the three of them. Chapter 991. Who's the third party? After getting dressed, everyone split up to look for Guanxiao in the surrounding area. Xinyan, don't be sad. Xiao's definitely not that weak. It's all that woman's fault. She's just too much. She's been trying to provoke Sis Xiao since yesterday and intentionally had my cousin piggyback her and kiss each other as if no one else was around. At night, they even… Ugh, just offensive public morals. Lu Xinyan ranted. That woman is indeed too much. I've been wanting to say that since yesterday. Is she here to hike or sleep? If she wanted to sleep, she should just go home. Why did she even come? Poor Xiao. The few girls who were usually on good terms with Xiao had started to complain and push all the blame about the missing Guanxiao onto Ning Xi. Was it wrong for a couple publicly display their affection for each other? If this was offending public morals, would he and his wife not be even more offensive by their standards? Zhao Haixing and his wife, Ling Fei, had wanted to say something but those people were on Guanxiao's side, so it would not do them any good to cut in. They could only shake their heads and continue the search. As the sky was beginning to brighten, time slowly passed for them, and everyone had gone on separate ways, yet they still had not found her. Their expressions could not help but be filled with worry. Ning Xi's search was unfruitful too. She scratched her head and suggested, Lu Tingxiao, let's split up to look. It's faster that way. If something really had happened to Guanxiao, it would definitely be very troublesome, especially for Lu Tingxiao. Even if it had nothing to do with them, the blame would definitely fall on them. It was not like she had not heard all the people gossiping and whispering earlier. The terrains here are complicated, you'd better stick with me, said Lu Tingxiao with a frown. Ning Xi helplessly looked at Lu Tingxiao, who wished that he could tie her around him to carry. I'm an adult. Do you think I get lost? Don't talk so much. Quickly look for her. Tingxiao could not stop her. Call me if there's anything. Don't get lost. I know. Tingxiao. Tingxiao. Where are you? Answer me if you can hear me. Tingxiao. Xinyan shouted at the top of her lungs from the cliff and suddenly bumped into Ning. She had a turn on the narrow path. When she saw Ning Xi, Xinyan immediately shot her a nasty look. Which? Tingxiao is now missing because of you. Are you happy now? You're satisfied now, aren't you? How can you be this evil? Ning Xi raised her brows questioningly. I hope in the future, when a third party comes between you and your boyfriend, and your third party goes missing when your boyfriend rejects her, I hope you can also be this righteous, Miss Lu. You, Xinyan roared in fury. What third party? You're the third party. You're the third party between Tingxiao and my cousin. Miss Lu, do you really understand the meaning behind third party? When I got into a relationship with your cousin, I was single, and so was he. How did you come to the conclusion that I'm the third party? Xinyan bit her lip and she rebutted. Tingxiao and my cousin grew up together, and they've known each other since they were young. Ning Xi nodded solemnly. So, your cousin said that he liked Xiao and wanted to marry her? He never said that to me, but my cousin definitely likes Tingxiao. He never got a girlfriend all these years because he was waiting for Tingxiao. Xinyan sounded incredibly certain. Chapter 992. Ning Xi fell down. As she looked at the stubborn and naive girl, Ning Xi did not actually want to say more, but since she was Tingxiao's cousin, she still said something in the end. Young lady, you flaunt yourself as an envoy of righteousness to fight for someone else's justice. But have you ever thought about asking your cousin's thoughts as his own flesh and blood? Did he really like Xiao before? Is the relationship between him and Xiao as innocent and as undying a love as you thought? You continue to question your cousin's choice over and over again just based on one outsider's hearsay to ruin him and his girlfriend's relationship. Don't you think that there's a problem? Ning Xi had said so much, but Xinyan found herself tongue-tied. It was true that she had treated Xiao as an idol because she admired her. She was capable, outstanding, and intelligent. She would always be on her side. As for her cousin, she had never tried to understand him, only treating him as a traitor. When she thought about it, during her chats with Xiao, she subconsciously felt that they should ideally be a couple, as she always heard Xiao reminisce about entertaining anecdotes from when they were younger, so she thought they liked each other. Nevertheless, Xiao had never given her a definite answer about they were really like. In fact, Ning Xi was right. When she had started dating Tingxiao, they were both single. So who was the third party? Suddenly, Xinyan actually found herself at a loss. However, even so, she remained annoyed towards this woman before her. Even if you're not the third party, you can't use my cousin's sincerity to strut around, showing off, or intimidate people. Do you know how sad Tingxiao is? You've obviously done something to hurt her, and until now we don't know Tingxiao's whereabouts. Aren't you? At least a little regretful. How can there be someone as evil as? As Xinyan was angrily accusing her, Ning Xi's expression suddenly changed as she ran at lightning speed towards her. Xinyan, who Ning Xi had touched, acted as if she had been touched by something gross and instantly pushed her off of her. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Ning Xi did not expect Xinyan to actually push her off suddenly. Even though she had pulled Xinyan to safety behind her, she was pushed towards a collapsing cliff. Before she could react, her body had faltered and she rolled off the cliff. Xinyan watched, stunned, at the cliff where the hung precociously and watched Ning Xi's silhouette decrease in size until it very quickly disappeared. A few seconds later, an alarmed screech was heard. Xinyan, what happened? What's happening? A few of those nearby had been attracted over by Xinyan's screams. Ning Xi fell down. Save her. Quickly save her. Xinyan cried. The moment she said that, everyone's expression changed. What did you say? Why would Ning Xi suddenly fall off? What happened exactly? Xinyan, speak clearly. Mo Lingtian asked with a serious expression. Bro Tian, what do we do? Ning Xi fell off. I saw her fall off myself. The spot I was standing in suddenly collapsed. She fell because she saved me. Please save her. Quickly save her. Bro Tian, get someone to save her. Chapter 993. What the hell? Xinyan. could not hold it in anymore, and started sobbing as she sat on the ground. At that moment, no one could think about Guanxiao anymore. They were engulfed in the shock of Ning Xi's fall from the cliff. They could still see the clear signs of the collapsed area on the cliff where Lu Xinyan had stood. Obviously, Ning Xi had fallen off from there. How could they save her? It was a bottomless abyss beneath them. Everyone knew that this was not the first time such a thing had happened on Mount Yuming. Many people took a wrong step and fell off the cliff every year, and not a single body was found. Even if they were lucky enough to be found, there would be no possibility of surviving. Mo Lingtian's voice shook as he said, "Beneath this cliff is the source of a waterfall, and there are many rocks among the rushing waters. If someone were to fall in, if they were lucky enough not to have their heads bashed against those rocks, they still won't be able to handle the strong impact from hitting the water. If we wait till she gets washed up on shore, I'm afraid we should expect the worst. But if we just go down the water to save her, it'll be too dangerous." There have been similar incidents before this too, and none of them were successful in their rescue attempts. The dreadful repression in the air expanded upon Mo Lingtian's words. What to do? What to do? We were just out here for a hike. How do we end up like this? Ling Fei, who was patient for a long time, could not hold it in any more at that moment. With a sneer, she started to say, "All because of someone's stubbornness and pretending to go missing. You all say that Guanxiao is so talented, so nice, but I don't see that at all. If she was really nice, would she keep harping on someone else's boyfriend? Even if she liked him, she can't do such an immoral thing. Whose sympathy is she trying to buy by pretending to be ditched and betrayed? Lu Tingxiao has zero relationship with her." Many people started to echo Ling Fei. "That annoying Lu Xinyan keeps saying that someone bullied and angered her, but I don't understand. Who bullied her? Who angered her? She went after someone else's boyfriend with her own wishful thinking and even made herself the victim. So how's she pitiful? She really deserves to be angered to death. And that Lu Xinyan is a brainless follower too. Now, they've both killed a nice young lady. They should be satisfied now." When she heard those horrible words, Lu Xinyan slumped onto the ground in shock as if her soul had left her. She knew that she was dead. She was definitely dead this time. If something happened to Ning Xi, Bro Xiao would never let me go. Yet what made her even more afraid and panic-stricken was that she had watched someone plunge to her death right before her, and she had even pushed her off. "Stop talking crap. Even if we don't have a plan, we have to think of something. If Lu Tingxiao finds out, we'll all be in trouble," urged someone. "Someone must inform Lu Tingxiao about this immediately." "Inform? Which one of you will go?" The air was dead silent again. Who would dare to tell Lu Tingxiao? Did they have a death wish? "I'll tell him." Mo Lingtian ground his teeth and his hand trembled when he took out his phone. If he had not forced Lu Tingxiao to come last night, nothing would have happened to Ning Xi. Just as Mo Lingtian was about to make the call, a girl's shriek was suddenly heard from the crowd. "Ah, dear, what's wrong?" Zhao Haixing quickly looked at Ling Fei. Ling Fei nervously looked at the edge of the cliff a few meters away from her and shouted, "A hand! There's a hand! Someone's hand! Hand? Where?" Just as everyone followed Ling Fei's finger to look over, indeed, they saw a hand. A fair hand that belonged to a woman. What is that? What the hell? My God! Could Ning Xi have turned into a ghost to demand for someone's life? Chapter 994. You're a monster. Ah, ghost! Instantly, all the girls' shrieks rose. Lu Xinyan even almost fainted as the blood drained from her face from fright. It was chaos. Hey, what ghost? At that moment, there was another hand on the rock of the edge of the cliff. What followed next was a swoosh as a dark figure rolled over from the edge and fell on the ground before them. What is this? What just crawled up? Ah, Jesus, it's Ning Xi. It looks like Ning Xi. Ah, oh my God. What? Did they just see? Arg, Ning Xi. It was really Ning Xi. What was happening? Could she have climbed back up by herself? Ning Xi's hair was in a mess, and her white sports outfit was dirty beyond recognition. Underneath her fingers were a gritty mix of mud and moss. She was bending down and gasping for air. After she crawled up and caught her breath, the first thing she nervously asked them was, "Hey, you didn't tell Lu Tingxiao, did you?" As they watched this scene unfold, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Xinyan had forgotten about crying as she stood there, stunned. while Mo Lingtian had fallen to the ground looking dumbfounded. Hey, I'm asking you guys. Why are all of you looking so shocked? Ning Xi asked again. No, I haven't had the chance to tell him. Mo Lingtian answered blankly. Good, don't ever let him know about this. Ning Xi breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. Jesus, she was really crazy. The first thing she said after crawling back from the brink of death was not, "Thank God I didn't die," or crying and wailing. Instead, she pleaded them not to tell Lu Tingxiao about this incident. Was she all right? Was Lu Tingxiao scarier than falling off a cliff? Mo Lingtian looked like he was having an anxiety attack. How did you get back up here? Duh, I climbed back up. Ning Xi answered sarcastically. Mo Lingtian questioned again. Climb? How did you do that? With my hands. Mo Lingtian painfully swallowed his saliva and said, Little bunny, no heroin. How is your body even structured? Didn't you die? Ning Xi wiped off the sweat on her brow and rolled her eyes at Mo Lingtian. Have you never heard of the cliff diving law of survival? Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched. I have, but this is my first time hearing of anyone climbing back up with bare hands. You're a monster. After everyone had regained their senses from their nervousness and shock, they started to ask Ning Xi one question after another. What actually happened? Xiaoxi, did you really climb back up by yourself? That's crazy magical. This doesn't make any scientific sense. Do you know lightweight kung fu? The last time I met you at the shooting range, I knew you weren't normal. You wouldn't have any special abilities, would you? I told you that Master Xiao has unique taste. Miss Ning is definitely not a normal person. Uft, you lot are the abnormal ones. When she heard them start to exaggerate beyond comprehension, Ning Xi started to get annoyed. You guys think too much. I'm a normal person and I don't know lightweight kung fu. In fact, I didn't even fall off. If I really did, how could I climb back up unless I had wing? Then what happened? Heroin, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly tell us. Zhao Haixing wanted to get to the heart of the matter, and the others nodded in agreement too. The way they stared at Ning Xi was as if she was the most popular storyteller in ancient tea houses. Chapter 995, Show Me How You Fell. Ning Xi slowed down her breath and simply explained. When I couldn't control my body, I did my best to roll down with the help of shrubs to slow me down and the fact that this cliff isn't entirely flat. There was about a 70-degree slope. I did my best to slide down the cliff while maximizing my body surface area that rolled on the slope. Thankfully, I only slid for a while before I finally got a grip on a rock that was sticking out. Unfortunately, I was stuck in an awkward position and you guys couldn't hear me when I shouted for you. My phone fell off, so all I could do was to climb up. I'm dead tired. I shouldn't have been lazy and let Lu Tingxiao piggyback me. Life sure comes back at you quickly. When they heard Ning Xi's explanation, everyone was even more speechless. Geez, she actually had the time to adjust the angle and her way of rolling down when falling off the cliff? This was insane. Indeed, she was no normal person. Couldn't you just have stayed put and wait for us to save you? What if you missed a footing and really fell down? What do we do then? Mo Lingtian asked anxiously. When Ning Xi heard this, she did not say anything. She just looked indistinctly at Lu Xinyan's direction. What Lu Xinyan decided to cover up after her fall. It was not that she was being pessimistic. She just had to consider such a possibility since, after all, Lu Xinyan and her were at loggerheads. In that situation, if Lu Xinyan did not say anything, she would not even know how she died. Plus, she was not sure how long the rock beneath her feet could hold up, so she quickly climbed back up by herself. There was no way that she would leave her life in the hands of others. Lu Xinyan felt ashamed under Ning Xi's gaze. Her lower lip trembled, and she was tongue-tied. In that instant, because of panic and fear of suffering the consequences, she had really thought of not letting anyone know or just say that Ning Xi had fallen off herself. Okay. All that you wanted to know has been answered. Now, stop surrounding this place. If Lu Tingxiao notices, I'll be dead. I have to quickly rush back to change my clothes and destroy the evidence. Bye-bye, everyone, Ning Xi said as she got to her feet. Seeing that she did not mention saving Lu Xinyan and had even wanted to hide this incident from Lu Tingxiao, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Hey, wait up, Miss Ning Xi, don't move. We don't know if you're seriously hurt. You should go and get checked at the hospital. Exactly. Just to be safe, you must get checked. In fact, it's such a huge thing. We shouldn't hide this from Bro Xiao. Just as the crowd was getting in Ning Xi's way and throwing her advice. A man's cold voice cut through from the back. "What are you lot doing?" When she heard the voice, Ning Xi jumped and in a panic, she almost snatched someone else's clothes to wear. Unfortunately, Tingxiao's eagle eyes had already accurately pinpointed Ning Xi, who was hidden in the crowd, and he walked right up to her. "What's happening?" Ning Xi scratched her head and pretended to be calm. "I tripped over." "Would tripping look like this?" "Show me how you fell." Tingxiao's eyes skimmed Ning Xi's grimy body like an X-ray, and he saw the collapsed cliff behind her, including Lu Xinyan's guilty expression that was becoming increasingly miserable. "Show him." That wouldn't be nice. The devil was so mean. Chapter 996. He was really wrong. I was wrong. Ning Xi decided that it was best to admit her fault. At that moment, everyone could not bear watching what was happening. "Bro Xiao, don't be so fierce to Miss Ning. It was all thanks to her for saving Xinyan that she had almost fallen off the cliff." "Exactly. Miss Ning must be frightened. You should console her instead." Everyone started to help Ning Xi by coaxing him. Tingxiao's expression looked like a storm was brewing. Almost fell off a cliff. He had only been separated from her for 5 minutes. He was really wrong. Even if it were 5 seconds, he should not have let her leave his line of sight. Only until after Ning Xi's peril was resolved did everyone notice that there was one more person behind Tingxiao. It was Xiao. "Xiao, where did you run off to? Do you know that all of us were worried sick about you? You disappeared without saying anything, and your phone couldn't be reached. Everyone's been looking for you all morning, and Xinyan even almost met with danger. Xiao, you're really quite irresponsible this time." Xiao never would have thought that she would be confronted by this scene upon her return. Everyone was on Ning Xi's side and criticizing her. She tried to keep her expression still as she apologized to everyone in a sincere manner. "I'm sorry, I was just in a bad mood and went for a walk, and my phone battery died. I'm really sorry for making everyone worry about me." However, not only did Xiao not gain everyone's sympathy, many of them looked annoyed at her. Even her friends who had helped her speak up before had shut up now. The sharper ones could not help but start to think how come no one could find her after searching all around. Yet it was Tingxiao who had found her. Was it really a coincidence or intentional? At first, everyone might have sympathized with her a little, but now that they thought about the incident earlier, they all started to feel unfair on Ning Xi's behalf. On one hand was a person who had always longed for someone else's boyfriend, yet continued to victimize herself, even using her friends' concerns to pick on Ning Xi, and had gone missing without a care for all her friends' worries. While the other one had used her capabilities to save someone who was always against her, and had actually climbed up by herself after falling off the cliff. At that moment, everyone finally understood Ning Xi a little more. She was not really the weak little bunny. It was only with Tingxiao that she revealed that side of her. Just like how Tingxiao only revealed his soft side in front of Ning Xi. After Ning Xi climbed up, she did not mention the fact that Lu Xinyan had pushed her off at all. Lu Xinyan did not dare to say much because she felt guilty, much less help Xiao out of the situation. If Xiao had not suddenly gone missing, all of this would not have even happened. Thank God Ning Xi had pulled her in earlier, or else she really could have died. When she thought of the whole incident, she felt herself shaking from the trauma. Mo Lingtian looked gloomy as he walked to Tingxiao's side and said in a suppressed tone, "Tingxiao, I'm sorry." Apart from this, he did not know what else to say. He felt guilty and blamed himself for what happened. He had even almost took his anger out on him and Ning Xi earlier for Xiao's disappearance. Thankfully, Ning Xi was all right, or else he would never be able to face Tingxiao again. After all, it was him who had told Tingxiao that he had to come, even threatening him with their friendship. Chapter 997. Tied to the waistband. Xiao did not know how to bear the social pressure until she got home. Last night, she had really felt terribly miserable, thus she had wanted to be alone. She also did not know why she had switched off her handphone with the intention of taking revenge on Tingxiao. In a dark corner, as she watched everyone look for her anxiously and blame Ning Xi, her mood that was on the verge of a breakdown had slowly turned around. She had worked out a suitable time to appear, so Tingxiao would find her, and she wanted to use the opportunity to have a good chat with Tingxiao, who knew that an accident would happen in the end, and that she would become the target of criticism. From the moment she had known of the woman's existence, It was like a virus had attacked her perfect life. Everything had become a mess, and it all spiraled out of her control. She could not continue being kind or merciful. After a night, she could finally calm down a little. She looked for her father and explained everything to him. What? Ku Mingyu is Lu Tingxiao. When he heard his daughter's report, Guan Rui looked completely surprised too. Yes, Lu Tingxiao said so himself. When he observed his daughter's expression, Guan Rui could roughly guess what had happened. He patted her shoulder. You've been wronged. I've been too careless about this. It's not your fault, father. Who'd have thought that Lu Tingxiao would go to that extent for that woman? Guan Rui's expression looked horrified. Then he consoled Guan Xiao. You don't have to worry too much, no matter how much Lu Tingxiao gilds that woman. Even if he can improve her social status, you can't uplift your origins. Father, is there some sort of secret about Ning Xi's background? Guan Xiao asked in concern. After I returned from the birthday banquet, I especially investigated. She is Ning Yaohua's daughter, which isn't much of an issue. This woman stayed in the village until she turned 18 and was raised by an ignorant village lady. After she was taken back to the Ning family, she did many ridiculous things, so her biological parents found her embarrassing and would much rather have their adopted daughter, Ning Xi, and not her, because she was too inferior to be shown to public. Guan Rui said with disdain. But this woman has caused us to miscalculate things over and over again, so we can't take things lightly. We must completely destroy her before this woman succeeds. However, Lu Tingxiao has been doting on her so excessively recently. Guan Rui pat his daughter's shoulder. The more Lu Tingxiao dotes on her now, the more it'll make Lu Chongshan and Yan Rui hate her. When that happens, we will boost our efforts, so even Lu Tingxiao wouldn't be able to protect her. Xiao, I won't let you suffer for nothing. This time, I not only want to destroy her, I want to make her fall forever. At Platinum Palace entrance, Ning Xi. Lu Xinyan panted as she ran up to her. What is it? Ning Xi turned around and looked at the girl. May I say a few words to you personally? Lu Xinyan shot a look at Lu Tingxiao who was beside her. Because she was afraid, she could not help but shrink a little. Speak personally? I'm sorry, that might be a little hard. Ning Xi said as she raised up one hand. Her fair wrist was being wrapped with tie, and the other end of the tie was held tightly in Lu Tingxiao's hand. Great. Now she had really been tied to his waistband. Lu Xinyan was speechless. Chapter 998. Very exciting. A moment of awkward silence passed. Lu Xinyan gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and just mustered the courage to say in front of Lu Tingxiao, Miss Ning, thank you for saving me. Also, I'm sorry. Before this, on the mountain, I didn't mean to push you off me. I really didn't know that you were trying to save me. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Even Lu Tingxiao knew that things had not been that simple. With Ning Xi's agility, she was only helping Lu Xinyan, so she would not have fallen off, and after he heard this, his expression was instantly chilled to the core. Lu Xinyan was just a young lady who could not handle Lu Tingxiao's pressure. Her body was shaking all over. She was so frightened that she could pass out any minute. Ning Xi indicated to Lu Tingxiao that she would resolve the matter herself. Then she touched her bandage-bound wrist and looked at Lu Xian, laughing grimly. Hee, lil girl, you almost cost me my life. Just saying that you didn't mean to and that you're sorry. Do you really think that's enough? If your apology was useful, what are the police for? Lu Xinyan bit down hard on her lower lip nervously and looked miserable. I'm willing to accept all the consequences. Ning Xi stroked her chin in contemplation. Willing to accept all consequences? You said it yourself. Yes, either to kill me or to scrape my flesh as you wish. Even though Lu Xinyan stiffened and showed that she was reluctantly offering herself to be hit or killed, her trembling body clearly exposed her panic. At that moment, numerous scary imaginations had already crossed Lu Xinyan's mind. This woman definitely won't let me off the hook easily. As she shook with hopelessness, Lu Xinyan looked to her cousin to beg, yet she was met with sinister eyes even scarier than Ning Xi's. Fine, I shall just submit to death. To die in this woman's hand would be better than in cousin's hands. Just say it. What do you want me to do? Lu Xinyan tightened her hands into a fists and asked. Ning Xi pretended to hem and haw, contemplating it for a while before she eyed Lu Xinyan and said faintly, Call me cousin-in-law. What? Lu Xinyan's face went blank as she stood there bewildered by what she heard. She was stupefied for a while before it dawned on her. Was Ning Xi's request just that? Ning Xi's brows raised as she urged. Didn't you say I could kill or cut off your flesh as I please? What's wrong? Regretting it now. After putting her emotions through such a roller coaster ride, Lu Xinyan's entire body shook even more, and her tears could not help but roll down as she drooped her head low. She cried as she said in a shaky voice, "Cousin-in-law." When she heard this, Ning Xi finally nodded in satisfaction. Okay, this issue will come to an end. Thanks to you. I had an exciting day, and it was quite fun. Ning Xi then dragged the scary-looking Lu Tingxiao away. Exciting? Quite fun. Lu Xinyan and Lu Tingxiao were both speechless. After they entered the living room, Ning Xi decided to take the lead, and she pushed Lu Tingxiao onto the sofa for a kiss. Lu Tingxiao naturally guessed her naughty little thoughts, so he held on to her slim waist and kissed her hard. A long while later, Lu Tingxiao pressed his lips to the girl's slightly swollen lips. Very exciting? Very fun? Ning Xi suddenly looked like she was about to cry. You're still bringing that up? She thought that her actions could temporarily resolve the danger. Chapter 999, Husband? Lu Tingxiao stared at her with a darkened expression. What do other people's lives have to do with you? Ning Xi cleared her throat. Hey, that's your cousin. It's not very nice for you to say that. Even if it was me, I don't allow to do such things. That's nothing. I've dabbled in way more dangerous things than this back then. What happened today was a totally small case. I wouldn't do things I'm unsure of. She had explained till her mouth went dry, yet Lu Tingxiao remained stiff as a rod. Ning Xi could not help but cry on the inside. She had gotten the upper hand and made Lu Xinyan apologize, but now it was her turn to be in the pits. Ning Xi persisted in rubbing her hand against the man's chest and said, "Don't be angry, okay? Next time, I'll really be good and stay beside you. I won't just run off." Lu Tingxiao indicated that he did not trust her at all. Ning Xi felt like her words did not carry enough weight, so she murmured, "Then, what can I do to appease you?" Lu Tingxiao looked at her with darkened eyes, not saying anything. Ning Xi's eyes lit up. She suddenly thought of something. Don't be angry, all right, husband?" Lu Tingxiao was speechless. You win. Half a month went by since that incident had happened. Since then, Ning Xi's life had been significantly affected. The worst thing was the devil's maddening and random style of safety education. The other thing was that her apartment had gotten so filled up that she had nowhere to stand. It was filled with all sorts of hampers, expensive clothing, makeup, and those sort of things. There was even a pair of nunchucks, a soft sword, and other weird things like guns and knives. The hampers with tonics were sent by Mo Lingtian and Guanxiao, while the clothes and makeup were sent by Lu Xinyan. As for the nunchucks, sword, and knives, those were given by Shi Xiao and Xiongji. She knew why most of them had sent her those things, but she was really confused about Shi Xiao and Xiongji. Why were these two suddenly trying to win her favor? Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell was heard. Ning Xi opened the door and noticed Shi Xiao and Xiongji at the door again. These two tall and strong guys held sausages and smoked goose in their hands. "Lady boss, this is our hometown specialty. Try them." Shi Zhao's words were eager and careful. He now kept calling her lady boss, and his attitude was entirely different from the initial arrogance he had displayed the last time. Xiongji echoed, "Lady boss, try them. If you like it, we'll bring more for you the next time." Ning Xi sighed and leaned against the door. "The both of you, please just be direct. Stop beating around the bush. Are you still senior leaders?" Shi Xiao and Xiongji glanced at each other, then decided to be straightforward after some contemplation. Shi Xiao started. "Lady boss, can you let us bros protect you?" Ning Xi raised one brow. "Protect me? Are you sure?" When they recalled the lady boss's valiance, Shi Xiao silently wiped off the beads of sweat on his brow. "Lady boss, I know our shooting skills can't compare to yours, but in terms of agility, while we might not be the best, we're still two of the top few." "I've already finished shooting my show," said Ning Xi. Shi Xiao quickly replied, Exactly. Exactly because you're done the shooting, you'll need us. Lady boss, when you're popular and you're always surrounded by your fans and reporters when you go out, you definitely need bodyguards. When that happens, can you speak to the boss and use the two of us?" Ning Xi's mouth twitched. These guys, when did they learn to brown nose? Then let's speak again when I'm famous. Ning Xi said casually. Did this mean they had a chance? Shi Xiao and Xiong Ji looked at each other again, suddenly feeling very emotional. They both agreed. Lady Boss, you'll definitely become famous. Ning Xi was speechless. Thank you so much for your confidence in me. Chapter 1000. Getting better at games. At Glory World Entertainment, in Ling Xi's office. Congratulations on wrapping up the shoot. You've worked hard. It wasn't hard at all. This movie is probably one of the happiest shoots I've gone through. Ning, she said sincerely, her face beaming with some good memories in her thoughts. After all, she had acted with the little devil. However, of course, she should be careful and not show too much happiness. Ling Xi looked at her with a sense of concern in her eyes. Ning Xi noticed and quickly asked, "What's wrong, sis Xi?" Ling Xi contemplated and decided to be straightforward. Ning Xi, let me ask you, what's up with you and Kamingyu? Ning Xi blinked. She looked calm on the outside, but a storm churned in her heart. Damn it, could it sis Xi have found out? Sis Xi, why would you ask? Ning Xi questioned carefully. I just feel like something's odd between the both of you. Do you like Kamingyu? Ling Xi tried to ask. When Ning Xi was shooting, Ling Xi had also constantly gone over to accompany her, so it was inevitable for her to notice that something fishy was up. She obviously did not have any concrete evidence, or else she would not be taking on this tone right now. It was only with a woman's sixth sense that she could tell that the way Ning Xi looked at Kamingyu was indeed out of the ordinary. Ning Xi subtly rubbed her chest and thought thankfully to herself that her secret was still safe. Her expression returned to nonchalance as she said, "Oh, it's just some good vibes. I like people who look cold and reserved. It makes me have the impulse to tease them." From Ning Xi's tone, it did not sound like she had anything on with Kamingyu, so Ling Xi stopped worrying and said to her with displeasure, "You should still be careful. The way you look at Kamingyu, it's just too blatant." Ning Xi coughed. Understood. I'll be careful. Here's a variety television show slot that I've just accepted for you. Take a look at it. It'll be at least another 1 or 2 months before your show goes up in the theaters, so it's the most suitable time for variety shows now, or else you'll be forgotten by the audience if you lack exposure, said Ling Xi. Oh, let me take a look. Ning Xi took Ling Xi's information sheet and skimmed through. She had only been on interview-based variety shows a few times and did not have much experience in other types of variety shows. When she flipped open to the first page and saw the name of the variety show, Ning Xi started to take more interest. Cute Baby Pair Up? The name itself sounds quite adorable. Ling Xi briefly introduced, it's an outdoor parent-child reality television show. The show's content creator will pair up celebrities who will experience what's it like to be a mother for the first time together with a cute child that they are strangers to. The life of a parent and a child will be depicted. The main draw factor is to show the other side of young idols after they are removed from their halos of celebrity life. Ning Xi nodded. Oh, so it's this type of show? Understood. Before this, these shows were very popular. They've done the father version, so now they're doing a mother pairing. These television stations are getting better at games. This time, the director of the television station personally called to invite you to be a special guest in an episode, said Ling Xi. Whoa, the director thinks so highly of me. Ning Xi was elated. Because you look like you'll be the worst at taking on the maternal role. Ning Xi was instantly dumbfounded. On what basis? Why can't I be a good mother? Because of your image, said Ling Xi simply. Ning Xi choked and she said angrily, this is practically discrimination. The most important thing in reality television shows were conflicts. Conflicts made viewer ratings skyrocket. By choosing a young and gorgeous, well-dressed female celebrity who did not know how to take care of children at all would psych the audience to want to watch how she would perform. Chapter 1001. Do you really need to be beaten up? Ning Xi and Ling Xi had gone through the necessary details to finalize the decision on the shoot for Cute Babies Pair Up. When she returned home, Ning Xi first changed into her male disguise, then called Zhuang Qi. Zhuang Qi had silently done her a huge favor, so she still owed her a feast, and she now finally had the time to treat her. She had even especially changed into a male outfit to make the girl happy. Hello, Qi. Hello, Xiaoxi. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded raspy and weak. Ning Xi immediately frowned. Qi, what's wrong with your voice? Are you sick? Cough, cough. It's fine. I've just got the flu and a fever. How did you get a fever? Have you gone to the doctor? Eaten your medicine? I have, and I've eaten my medicine too. Don't worry, I'll be fine after a nap. Did you call me for something? It's nothing. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but we can do that anytime. Your health is more important. Rest well at home. Oh, okay. Zhuang Qir's tone sounded like she felt it was a great pity missing out on such an opportunity. She had been waiting for Ning Xi to finish being busy, and she had finally invited her out for a meal, but what luck that she had to fall sick at this time. Ning Xi obviously heard the disappointment in Zhuang Qir's voice, and she laughed lightly. I'll go over to see you tomorrow, all right? Really? Zhuang Qir's mood immediately lightened up. Don't you have to shoot? We're done, so? I'll be quite free these few days. Is there anything you want to eat? I can cook for you. I can't taste anything and have no appetite for anything, so I don't know what I want to eat either. Then, I'll play by ear. Just wait for the good food. After she hung up, Ning Xi felt that since she had changed, it would be a waste not to go out, so she called Tang Lang out for drinks. At the same time, she wanted to find out some things about the other side. Initially, she found out that they were returning to China, which worried her, yet there had been no signs of movement after waiting for many days. This made her even more frantic. She wondered if that dude was planning some huge move to make. Second senior brother, come out for a drink. Let's go to that number 8 bar from the last time. My treat. You lil punk, you still want to deceive me. Do you think I'm that stupid to fall into your trap again this time? I wouldn't go even if you killed me. Even if it was full of pretty girls, I wouldn't go, roared Tang Lang angrily from the other end of the line. When she heard his agitated voice, Ning Xi was shocked. Don't be so emotional, dude. This time, I'm really just innocently asking you out for some drinks and a chat. Liar. I'm really not lying. Besides, first senior brother already beat you up the last time. So why would he beat you up again? Do you really look like you need to be beaten up? Yes. Ning Xi was speechless. Her persuasive banter had to drag on with Tang Lang for half a day before he finally agreed to go over sneakily. The most outlandish thing was that the dude even wore a security guard uniform. Yo, why are you dressed like this? To cover up as a disguise. Tang Lang nervously looked around him. Only after confirming that Ning Xi was alone and there was no ambush, he sat down. Look at your pathetic look. Do you really have to? Ning Xi looked condescendingly at him. Tang Lang immediately replied snarkily. Huh, you're talking about me? Who was it that betrayed me without hesitation under Tang Ye's threats? Ning Xi coughed. Fine, let's not talk about that. Have you been in touch with first senior brother recently? Do you think I'd dare contact him before I can even defeat him? Tang Lang said unhappily. Okay, well this treat is wasted. I wanted to ask you about the latest, Ning Xi sighed. Tang Lang sipped on his drink and started indistinctly. The latest, I do actually have news. Chapter 1002. It must be very exciting. What news? Ning Xi immediately asked. Even though I haven't been in touch with Tang Yi, I did meet with third senior sister, and she told me to remind you to be more careful these days as Feng Jin might come up with some huge trick. Tang Lang said. Ning Xi immediately had goosebumps when she heard his warning. Damn it. Since third senior sister reminded you, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had never asked you, would you ever tell me? Don't be so petty and do so as part of your thirst for revenge. Tang Lang rolled his eyes at her. Revenge, my ass. It's Feng Jin making the move. Do you think it'll work if you're more careful? You might as well just continue to live your life in ignorance and carefreeness. Besides, you already have someone backing you up. So what are you worried for? Tang Lang had said the second half of the sentence with intense jealousy. Okay. Ning Xi indicated that she had no way to rebut, but she was really curious. How was General Feng preparing to deal with her? It would probably be very exciting. When he looked at Ning Xi's well-nourished little face, Tang Lang could not help but mutter, I'm just saying, apart from shooting movies, working, and earning money, you're also dating and taking care of that kid. With so much on your plate, I almost think you're being possessed by something. Before this, you wouldn't even have gone more than a week without courting disasters. The disasters Tang Lang was referring to were related to her hobby of extreme sports, and she was really quite addicted. She would feel horrible if she did not dabble in such things every few days. Ning Xi held her chin when she heard this. Her eyes turned glassy as she lamented. That was my old life. How boring. I was numb from having fun all day, so I could only play with my life, as for now. What about now? After meeting my beloved and little baby, my life has become very interesting every day. Of course, I don't need to court disasters anymore. The moment Ning Xi finished, Tang Lang wanted to slap himself for asking. Why had he asked? The Ning Xi now would not be at the bar past midnight. She would have asked to leave after staying for a short while. Tang Lang mumbled with dissatisfaction as he followed her out the bar. Ning Xi was just about to bid Tang Lang farewell when a group of youngsters dressed in heavy metal outfits noisily made their way towards them from across the road. The leader of the youth wore harem pants and a patterned jacket. There was a hot girl in his arms, and the group looked pleased with themselves. When Ning Xi saw him, she instantly frowned. Zhuang Rongwang. Damn it. Did he not have a curfew? What time was it now? Why was this punk still outside? Zhuang Qier was so ill. It must be because she's been tortured by this punk. She saw that Zhuang Rongwang had answered a call by the roadside. Then he hung up with an incredibly annoyed look. He just switched off his phone and continued to hug his girl before he announced to the rest, "Homies, let's go somewhere else and continue. We're not going home until we're drunk. My treat." Woohoo! Everyone cheered. But Guang, where are you getting the money? Isn't your card locked up at home? I lied to my sister and got it back. I even took some from her too. Your sister is so good to you. What's so good? She keeps annoying me. Tang Lang saw that Ning Xi was suddenly lost in thought as she stared at the hot girl. He could not help but feel his mouth twitch. Old habits die hard, eh? Why have you stopped in your tracks when you see a pretty girl? Is she that pretty? Ning Xi rolled up her sleeves and said, I'm not just looking. I even want to snatch her away. Chapter 1003. Still as wild. Tang Lang was stunned. Then, he watched her was over to the group of youngsters, then firmly held the hand of the girl in Zhuang Rongwang's arms and pulled her away into her arms. Zhuang Rongwang was instantly furious seeing the girl in his arms being pulled away while he was off guard. Hey, where's this crazy A** Cole from? What are you doing? The girl, who Ning Xi had saved, was also about to curse when she turned her head and found herself stop. Under the moonlight, her savior's face was breathtakingly wicked. An unbridled arrogance made its display between his brows, and his two cold blinking eyes seemed to be able to suck away her soul. So handsome, such a Casanova. Ning Xi hugged the girl and said without any expression, I'm interested in this girl. His tone was full of arrogance. The girl stared at Ning Xi with an infatuated expression like she not only had no intentions to struggle, but like she even wanted to give herself away to him. Ning Xi's arrogant tone and the beautiful girl's attitude made Zhuang Rongwang instantly pissed off. Damn it, you little punk. Do you want to? Die. The people beside him were outraged too. Where did this little punk come from? Crazy. Is he drunk? Forget about him. Beat him up. Brothers, let's go. 10 minutes later, more than 10 of the youngsters had fallen onto the floor, all of them groaning like slaughtered pigs. This was such a disgrace. There were so many of them. Yet none of them could defeat this one guy. Not only that, they could not even touch him at all. This was so humiliating. Zhuang Rongwang had it the worst. He kept getting hit in the face. Before the wound on his face healed, he would probably not leave home for at least 10 days to half a month. Tang Lang watched this scene, flabbergasted. He was wrong, really wrong. It would be crazy to think that this person was now a slave to marriage. She was still as wild. Zhuang Rongwang covered his beaten-up face sorely. You punk, where did you come from? Tell me your name. How dare you hit me and steal my woman? You're so dead. Do you know who I am? Ning Xi squatted in front of the whining Zhuang Rongwang and said coldly, Zhuang Rongwang, you idiotic wimp. I'm beating you up. I'm snatching this girl from you. In fact, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Beat you up every time I see you? Zhuang Rongwang thought this tone sounded familiar. Yet he could not immediately remember where he had heard this from. Not only that, this act of snatching his woman and beating him up was oddly familiar too. Zhuang Rongwang was dizzy from the blows, so he could not think any further. He shot a look angrily at the man before him. Bastard! Who are you calling an idiot? Who the hell are you? Could it be an enemy? But he did not know this person at all. This punk looked so demonic. If it was someone he knew, there would be no way he would not remember. Ning Xi stood up and looked down at him. You'll find out very soon. Hey, handsome, wait for me. How could you forget me? When the hot girl saw that Ning Xi was leaving, she quickly chased after her. Ning Xi suddenly remembered her and simply nudged the girl to Tang Lang. Single dog, gifting to you. Then she walked off. The girl was so angry that she quickly made a move to start running after Ning Xi again. Nevertheless, when she saw that Tang Lang was quite handsome too, her eyes shone. However, after comparing Ning Xi to him, she was still unhappy. She looked Tang Lang and asked, "Excuse me, do you know that handsome guy's phone number? Could you give it to me?" Tang Lang replied, 110. Chapter 1004, Bastard. How is it you? The next morning, Ning Xi woke up bright and early and put on the new male outfit she had just bought. She cooked a pot of fragrant seafood porridge and filled a thermos with it. Then she made her way to the Zhuang residence to visit a particular sick girl. At house number 7 on Chang'an Road, when the guards saw that the visitor was a young, fashionable, and strange man, they were vigilant and called the Zhuang family for verification before suspiciously letting Ning Xi in. When she reached the door, a servant led Ning Xi upstairs. Zhuang Qi practically did not have any friends, more so of the opposite gender, and it was such a handsome young man too. Thus, all the servants were very curious, and they all stole many glances at Ning Xi. The Mrs. Room is right here. The housekeeper led her to Zhuang Qi's door. Thank you. Is it Xiao Shi? Quickly come in. An enthusiastic voice was heard from inside of Zhuang Qi's bedroom. The moment Ning Xi walked in, she saw that Zhuang Qi was very busy, so she could not help but ask, "Qi, what are you doing? I didn't know that you would be here this early. I haven't had the time to put on some makeup and change my clothes." Zhuang Qi looked anxious. Ning Xi helped her to her bed and said, "My lady, you already look very pretty like this." "Bro Xi, you wore a male outfit today." Zhuang Qi noticed Ning Xi's dressing, and her eyes could not help but sparkle. Even the way she addressed her had changed. Ning Xi smiled and teased, "Yeah, I promised you that you could see your dream guy anytime, didn't I? In fact, looking at handsome guys is beneficial for your body and mind. It can make you happy, and you'll get well soon." Ning Xi said as she opened the thermos she had brought, "I came early especially to bring you some breakfast. I'm guessing that you probably don't have the appetite for anything else, so I made you some seafood porridge. Try it." "Thank you." Zhuang Qi did not think that Ning Xi would be this considerate. She instantly felt so touched and did not know what to say. "Don't thank me. It should be me who's thanking you." Ning Xi was the kind of person who felt that both revenge and favors had to be repaid in multipliers. She could not stand it the most when someone was kind to her. If someone was genuinely kind to her, she would go all out to repay them, so the porridge was just a small matter. "Is it yummy?" Ning Xi fed her a spoonful of porridge. Zhuang Qi could not get enough of it, even after finishing half the thermos. It's so yummy. Bro Xi, how did you do it? The porridge at home is tasteless, but yours is so fragrant. If you want to learn, I can teach you next time. Home. Are the elder and senior official Zhuang not at home? Grandfather is at the sanitarium, while father has been with his troops for the past few days, and mother is out of the country for most of the year, so it's just me at home. Oh wait, no? My brother is here too. He seems to have fought with someone again last night. It's a good thing father isn't home these 2 days, or else, if he found out." Zhuang Qi was still speaking to Ning Xi when bam, the door had been rudely pushed open. Outside the door, Zhuang Rongguan stood there stupidly. "Sister, you." Before he could continue, Zhuang Rongguan's idiotic face twisted further, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Then his fury spiraled as he stared at Ning Xi to shout, "Damn it, bastard! How is it you?" Zhuang Qi immediately frowned. "Rongguang, don't be so rude. Sis, what is this guy doing in our house? What's the relationship between the two of you? What's happening here?" Zhuang Rongguang felt like he was going crazy, as if he was in a nightmare. Why had this guy appeared bright and early at his house? And he was even sitting on his sister's bed. Chapter 1005. He snatched my girl. He's my friend. What's wrong? Zhuang Qi was confused as she felt that Zhuang Rongguang's reaction was odd. Zhuang Rongguang was further triggered by her reply. "Friend. Sis, don't get conned by him, he's a bastard. He beat me up last night, and even snatched my girl away. Look at my face. It's all his fault." "What did you say? How did something like that happen?" Zhuang Qi's expression changed. Zhuang Rongguang stared at Ning Xi while clenching his teeth. He complained, "It's true. Sis, this bastard was really looking for trouble. Not only did he snatch my girl, he's even onto you now. I was just hanging around with my gang last night. Then he, Zhuang Qier held on to Ning Xi's hands gently. Bro Xi, did you really fight with them? Are you alright? Ning Xi patted the girl's hands. It's alright, they couldn't do anything to me. Thank goodness. Zhuang Qier let out a sigh of relief. Zhuang Rongwang was really frustrated. Hey, what's going on? Did you hear what I just said, sis? This guy beat me up and snatched my girl. Be quiet, I'm not deaf. He beat you up for your own good. Zhuang Qier replied in an annoyed tone. Zhuang Rongwang could not believe what was happening. Sis, you've been charmed by this bastard. Zhuang Rongwang then stared at Ning Xi angrily. Bastard, what did you do to my sister? I'm not going to forgive you. He sprinted towards Ning Xi, but in the next moment, he tripped and fell onto the floor. Zhuang Rongwang helped himself up. He felt that he was going insane soon. Why did the way he tripped just now feel so familiar? Who exactly was this bastard? Come at me. Don't mess with my sister. Zhuang Rongwang got back up on his 2 feet and steadied himself. Ning Xi crossed her arms. Finally, you say something decent. Let's talk business. What do you want? Zhuang Rongwang said fiercely. Damn it. Although his sister was annoying at times, she was the one who protected him the most. Now, this bastard, who had appeared out of nowhere, had gotten her on his side. You want me to not mess with your sister? Sure, as long as you defeat me. Ning Xi demanded. You. Zhuang Rongwang's face turned red. His gang could not even lay a scratch on her last night. What could he do alone? This bastard was trying to embarrass him. Ning Xi touched her chin when she saw Zhuang Rongwang's hostile face. Fighting might be a little unfair to you. Let's change it up. How? Zhuang Rongwang asked suspiciously. Anything you choose. As long as you can defeat me, you win. Ning Xi replied. This bastard. How arrogant. Are you for real? Of course. Anything, even games. Zhuang Rongwang asked for confirmation. He carefully thought about it and realized that there was nothing that he was really good at aside from playing mobile games. Although his Glory of Light account from the Holy Realm game had been discarded, it might not be that big a deal to log back in just this once. Ning Xi grinned cockily. Of course. Chapter 1006. One game to decide. Are you sure? Do you even play games? Do you know about Holy Realm? Zhuang Rongwang stared at the man in front of him suspiciously, feeling like the man's smile was a little creepy for some reason. I have an account, Ning Xi replied. This bastard plays Holy Realm as well. Zhuang Rongwang was a little surprised. Zhuang Rongwang then listed a few other games, and he knew all of them. After some consideration, he still picked Holy Realm in the end since he was best at this among all the other games. He had initially planned to borrow an account from someone else especially, because after what had happened the last time, he had promised everyone to quit the game, so it would be embarrassing for him to log back into his main account right now. However, if this bastard had some premium weapons, it would be humiliating if he lost. His Glory of Light account had one of the best in-game equipment, making him rank number 10 on the list. He did not believe that this bastard would have a better account than his. What was important now was to make this guy leave his sister. Things would get really bad if he became his brother-in-law. Zhuang Rongwang quickly said. Then, we'll duel in Holy Realm. How about that? Sure, I'm fine with it, Ning Xi replied. They both went into Zhuang Rongwang's room, and Zhuang Qier followed them. Zhuang Rongwang's room was a typical boy's messy room. There are 2 computers here, both of the same specs. Pick one. All right. Ning Xi picked one, and they both sat down. Zhuang Rongwang logged into the game while Ning Xi slowly opened the game homepage and took her time to enjoy the updated login interface. Many of Zhuang Rongwang's friends were surprised when they saw he had logged in. Zhuang Rongwang simply replied to their private messages. I'm not him. He had never logged in since his defeat, so his in-game character had stayed at where he was killed by Piercing Wind. Throughout his absence from the game, this place became a well-known area and attracted many players to drop by and to talk about how cool Piercing Wind was when he had tortured Glory of Light. This explained why many players noticed when Glory of Light logged in. Soon, the entire public chat was flooded with talk about him. Zhuang Rongwang muted the chat. Then he looked at Ning Xi with a smug face. This is my account. You can give up now if you want. 2. He also bragged to his sister. Sis, look, isn't my character cool? All my equipment are legendary. It's really worth a lot. Ning Xi watched Zhuang Rongwang's screen. As expected, Zhuang Rongwang had logged into his Glory of Light account. Zhuang Rongwang felt a little irritated. Stop staring. Where's your account? Log in now. It's too late to regret right now. Ning Xi put her finger on the mouse and clicked to log in. A notification popped up and there was a red notice flashing in the public chat. Top #1 ranking player Piercing Wind has logged in. The video of a character was played on everyone's screens. A man with a huge silver scythe on his back appeared. Chapter 1007. Just how much do you hate me? Piercing Wind. Why was he online now? Zhuang Rongwang looked at the character in front of him right now and was terrified. He had a really bad premonition. He slowly turned back and looked at Ning Xi. Ning Xi was also looking at him with a wicked smile. Little boy, I said it before, didn't I? I asked you to delete the game. If not, I'll kill you every time I see you. Zhuang Rongwang's in-game character was already dead by the time Ning Xi finished her sentence. What was happening? Zhuang Rongwang finally saw Ning Xi's game ID. It was Piercing Wind. This bastard was Piercing Wind. Zhuang Rongwang pointed his shaky finger at Ning Xi with a painful expression on his face. You're Piercing Wind. You're the one who killed me, ruined my wedding, and even took away my girl that night. Yep, that's me. Zhuang Rongwang was enraged and he yelled, You bastard! Just how much do you hate me? You're not only against me in the game, you're even against me in real life. I thought I've explained that before already. Ning X raised her eyebrows. What? Zhuang Rongwang asked. I don't like you. Ning Xi shrugged and replied. You? Zhuang Rongwang was absolutely annoyed and he turned to Zhuang Qier. Sis, look at him. This is how he treats your brother. He's so shameless. Are you really going to be with someone like him? Zhuang Qier did not listen to anything Zhuang Rongwang yelled. Instead, she stared admiringly at Ning Xi. So, this was how Ning Xi helped to get Rongwang back home the other night. She had even beaten him up last night to teach him a lesson. Zhuang Rongwang felt hopelessness when he saw his sister's worshipping eyes. Are you really my real sister? Bro Xi, is this your character? Zhuang Qier went next to Ning Xi and asked curiously. Yeah. Ning Xi nodded. Ooh, it looks so cool. This game seems fun. How do you play it? Zhuang Qier asked interestedly. She had never been in contact with anything of this sort. I'll demonstrate to you. Ning Xi clicked the mouse and started showing her. Okay. Ning Xi then controlled her character and killed Zhuang Rongwang's revived character in just one blow. Zhuang Rongwang was speechless. Zhuang Qier was really excited. And she clapped her hands. So cool. Come here, I'll teach you. Ning Xi then let Zhuang Qier have a seat and showed her how to kill Zhuang Rongwang's character over and over again. Zhuang Rongwang felt dreadful looking at them. He really felt like leaving his home. He bitterly went up to Zhuang Qier. Sis, you have to pick today. Either you leave this bastard, or I'll never call you my sister again. It's me or him. Zhuang Qier frowned. Ning Xi patted her shoulder. Then she looked at Zhuang Rongwang. I've said that as long as you beat me in anything, I'll do anything you want. I'll give you a chance to continue to choose. Chapter 1008. Road to Destruction. Continue to choose? Zhuang Rongwang walked around the room anxiously, scratching his head and trying really hard to think of something. His best shot was at games. What else could he do? Racing? Yes. He raced pretty well too. But this bastard seems like he's pretty versatile. It's too risky. Playing cards, horse riding, gambling. Zhuang Rongwang thought of all the things he did, but none of them seemed to be something he could best Ning Xi in. In the end, Zhuang Rongwang looked unwell because he realized that he was pretty useless. As he was running out of ideas, he suddenly thought of something. Right? Shooting. Compete with me at shooting. Ning Xi's expression was a little awkward when she heard Zhuang Rongwang's challenge. Shooting? Why shooting? Young man, why do you try so hard? To destroy yourself? Zhuang Qier stared at Zhuang Rongwang in surprise. My brother's shooting skills are pretty good, but did he not hate guns very much? Today pretty good. I'm freaking talented, alright. Zhuang Rongwang had finally found something that he could totally dominate others in, so he was really pumped up. You said it yourself, I can pick anything. You lose if you don't agree to this. Ning Xi smiled. I'll do anything for Qier. I hope you can still be smiling like this later on. Zhuang Rongwang clenched his teeth and glared at Ning Xi. Just to clarify, we're competing on a professional shooting range with real guns. It's not some child's play. We're going to the northern shooting range. Ning Xi replied. Okay. Known as the best shooting range in the whole of China, Zhuang Liaoyuan had invited her over before, but she had been busy, so it was a good opportunity for her to visit this time. I'll go too. Zhuang Qier was afraid that something bad might happen. Specifically, she was afraid that her brother would do something mean to Ning Xi, so she had to watch closely. You're still sick and you need to rest more, Ning Xi reminded. It's all right. I feel much better after a night of good sleep, but it'll do me good to walk around too. Okay then, put on some more clothes. Zhuang Rongguang was irked by their lovey-dovey act right in front of him. He promised himself that he would humiliate that bastard so badly that he would never show up again. Half an hour later, the three of them reached the northern shooting range. Zhuang Rongguang made a call, and a young man in a camouflage uniform came out to bring them in. After they settled down, the young man left. Chief Zhuang's son had actually come to the shooting range on his own accord. He had been so against it before, even though the chief had pointed a gun to his head. And it was not just Zhuang Rongguang. Even the chief's daughter, Zhuang Qier, was here too with a young, handsome man. What a weird combo. As a loyal servant, he quickly made a call and reported this strange incident to the chief. Chapter 1009. Too late to turn back. What did you say? Rongguang is at the shooting range. Zhuang Liaoyuan was very surprised. Yes, Ms. Zhuang is here as well with a handsome young man, the young soldier replied. Noted, you go and look after them. Zhuang Liaoyuan was afraid that his son might make a mess. Yes, sir. The news about Chief Zhuang's kids being present with another man spread to the whole of the shooting range quickly. Most of the shooting enthusiasts, especially Zhuang Liaoyuan's subordinates, went to the number 1 shooting range to check them out. Zhuang Liaoyuan reached there quickly as well, and the crowd opened up a path for him when he arrived. They greeted respectfully. Hi, sir. He saw 2 familiar silhouettes. One of them was Rongguang, the other one was Qier, and there was also a young man with them. What the heck? Why did he have to come? Zhuang Rongguang mumbled to himself, but it was too late to turn back now. Whatever, he had to beat this bastard first. Zhuang Qier went up to greet her father when she saw Zhuang Liaoyuan. Father, you're here. What happened? Zhuang Liaoyuan asked as he looked at Zhuang Rongguang and the unfamiliar young man. Zhuang Qier pulled him aside and then explained, things are a little complicated, but basically, that man beside Rongguang is actually Xiao Shi. You know, that celebrity, and she usually disguises herself this way. What? That's Ning Xi. Zhuang Liaoyuan was shocked. He stole a few more glances and did not feel uneasy about this girl wearing a male outfit. Especially when she held a gun. She had the aura of a strong sharpshooter. She had worn a maid's outfit last time and a male outfit this time. As expected of an actress, she took on the character of whatever role she acted as. Then, what about Rongguang? Why is he with Xiao Shi? Zhuang Liaoyuan asked again. Zhuang Qier sighed and explained hesitantly. Actually, Rongguang has been sneaking out late at night to play games at the internet cafe and to drink at bars. I just casually mentioned it to Xiao Shi and she felt bad for me, so she punished him a little. Oh, how did Xiao Shi do that? Zhuang Liaoyuan sounded interested. Well, it seemed like she once killed Rongguang in a computer game and forced him to quit. She also beat him up last night, and she focused on his face. You know Rongguang cares a lot about his image, so he probably won't go out for quite some time, Zhuang Qier replied anxiously. Not bad. Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. Zhuang Qier let out a sigh of relief. She thought her father would be angry at Xiao Shi, but fortunately, her father thought the same way as her. So, when Xiao Shi came to visit me this morning, they both met and got into a fight. Rongguang misunderstood our relationship and thought Xiao Shi was getting close to me for revenge. In order to make Xiao Shi leave me, Rongguang was challenged by Xiao Shi to defeat her in anything. Then she won't bother me again. So Rongguang chose shooting? Zhuang Liaoyuan finally understood what had happened. At the same time, he felt an indescribable feeling bubbling inside of him. Chapter 1010. This bastard will lose for sure. Actually, Zhuang Guangrong was really talented, but he was also very lazy, and he was afraid that he would be forced to train every day if he were to develop his talent. Zhuang Liaoyuan actually did put him up for training every day, but in the end, the child did not even want to touch a gun anymore, no matter what he tried. However, today, Zhuang Rongguang suggested to competing in shooting. He had taken up a gun again because of Ning Xi. Zhuang Qier looked at the both of them unhappily as she mumbled, I don't want Xiao Shi to lose. Rongguang will be really cheeky if he won. Zhuang Liaoyuan smiled. That brat is unlucky today, but it's good for him to learn a lesson. Then, he'll know what real talent is. Zhuang Qi was surprised and confused. What did her father mean? Zhuang Ronguang and Ning Xi picked their guns, not bothering to put on the protective gear. While Zhuang Ronguang felt that those equipment were not cool, Ning Xi was used to real fights whereby the equipment might be an obstacle to her instead. So, how do you want to do this? Zhuang Ronguang felt confident this time after being humiliated by Ning Xi so many times. Ning Xi leaned against the wall. You decide the rules, I'll follow. Zhuang Ronguang thought about it. Okay, 10 shots for the both of us. We'll see who gets the highest score. Sure. That's set then, I'll go first. Zhuang Ronguang was looking forward to seeing Ning Xi's dumbfounded face. Maybe she would even give up after he was done. Ning Xi stepped back and signaled that he could start any time. Zhuang Ronguang took a deep breath, focused, and picked up the gun, then aimed at the target. At that moment, he felt like he was one with the gun. He had always favored guns since he was a little kid. He just hated being controlled by his father, and he was lazy, so he had denied his father's and grandfather's expectations. Bang, bang, bang. Shots were fired one after one. After 10 shots were done, the score counter displayed the total score, 100 points. 10 consecutive perfect shots, 100 points in total. His perfect score shocked the audience. Zhuang Ronguang put down the gun and turned to Ning Xi, saying coldly, "No matter how much you hate me, I hope you stick to our promise and stay away from my sister." Ning Xi almost laughed out loud seeing this young man trying to act tough. Amazing. I'm really impressed. But I'm not the kind to go down without a fight. I'll try for Kier. Whatever. Zhuang Ronguang replied. I've got a perfect score. This bastard will lose for sure. Actually, he himself was also surprised by his score today. It seemed like he was really a genius, the kind that could release an enormous amount of potential at important moments. What a talented genius. Zhuang Ronguang gave his father a glance, trying to silently brag about his achievement. On the other side, Ning Xi did not start right away. She went up to Zhuang Qi. Qi, may I borrow something from you? Chapter 10-11. This is our family's child. What is it? Zhuang Qi asked, unsure what Ning Xi wanted from her now. Zhuang Qi wore a white dress and had a white lace ribbon on her wrist. Ning Xi gently took it off. This? Sure, but, Xiaoxi, why do you need this? Zhuang Qi was confused. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression changed into one of suspicion. This child could it be? Zhuang Guangrong was irritated. This bastard was flirting with his sister even in a situation like this. Under everyone's attention, Ning Xi geared up and tied the white lace ribbon around her head, slipping it over her eyes. Then she pointed the gun ahead and released 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 rounds, the score counter displayed the score, 100 points. Blindfolded, Zhuang Ronguang was shocked. He could not say anything and just stood frozen there in disbelief. This bastard was blindfolded and still got a perfect score. How was this possible? No way. He had only seen his father achieve such a feat before. How could he do it? Who exactly was this guy? Zhuang Qi did not expect Ning Xi to borrow her lace ribbon as a blindfold, and she screamed excitedly. Ah, oh my gosh. Bro Xi, you're amazing. That was really cool. Zhuang Liaoyuan was impressed. His hawk-like eyes were full of passion and excitement. This child surprised him more and more every time. Hitting all 10 points on a stationary target was difficult, but it was not impossible. Veterans with sufficient training could achieve it. However, under a blindfold, training would not be sufficient. One would need enormous talent and an extremely sharp sense. Many talented snipers hit the bottleneck because they lacked that sort of acumen. Especially in real fights, in chaos, and with targets running all over the place, sharp senses became vital to stay alive. Suddenly, Zhuang Zongren's voice came from the back. This child. Zhuang Liaoyuan was surprised. Father, why are you here? I heard Ronguang picked up a gun. How could I not come? But at that point, his attention had shifted to the young man. Besides Zhuang Ronguang, Liaoyuan, whose child is this? Superb marksmanship. Is he your subordinate? Zhuang Liaoyuan laughed bitterly. If this was my subordinate, I'd have sweet dreams every night. Then this child is... Zhuang Zongren was confused. Actually, you know this person too. This child was the girl who saved you beside the river the other day. She's just dressed in a male outfit today, Zhuang Liaoyuan replied. What? This is that girl. The one who saved me. Yes. Zhuang Zongren was astonished and became even more curious. What an amazing girl. Whose families is she from? Ours, Zhuang Liaoyuan replied. Chapter 10:12. Put on a girl's outfit. Zhuang Zongren said exasperatedly. I'm being serious with you. Stop joking around. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at him solemnly. Father, I'm not joking. I didn't plan to tell you about this, but I suppose you'll be investigating about her on your own now, like what I did. I looked into her background because I intended to recruit her for her excellent marksmanship. And then, go straight to the point. Zhuang Zongren urged. There are too many people here. I'll tell you in more detail when we get back. Zhuang Zongren had to suppress his curiosity. He then looked at Zhuang Rongguang and the girl. Zhuang Rongguang was on all fours on the floor with a defeated expression. Bastard, don't you act all high and mighty now. Give me a few days, and I'll do the same as well. Ning Xi squatted down in front of him with a smirk. Then, I'll wait for you. If you can really do it, not only will I leave your sister alone, I'll even put on a girl's outfit and walk 3 rounds around the shooting range. How does that sound? Walk 3 rounds around the shooting range in a girl's outfit? Really? Zhuang Rongguang looked up, revived. Making this bastard walk around the shooting range for 3 rounds. In a girl's outfit. Just imagining it. He felt his heart race with adrenaline. He could then get his revenge. Of course, your sister is here as a witness. Ning Xi looked at Zhuang Qi mischievously. Zhuang Qi turned her face to the side as she covered her mouth and tried to not laugh out loud. Xiaoxi was really naughty, but really cute. Zhuang Liaoyuan shook his head with a smile. Finally, someone can control my child. Zhuang Zongren was still contemplating his son's words. He did not understand what did he mean by our child. Then, I want you to wear a pink dress, with high heels, and a flower on your head. Zhuang Rongguang pushed his limits. Ning Xi agreed instantly, sure. No problem, bastard, you just wait and see. We'll meet again a month later. I'll surely make you wear a dress. Zhuang Rongguang yelled, feeling power swell within him. He must defeat this bastard. He had to humiliate him and make him pay. Also, he would be taking a video of this bastard in a girl's outfit as blackmail. At night, in the Zhuang family study. That child is Ling Yu's daughter. Zhuang Liaoyuan went straight to the point and blurted the truth out to Zhuang Zongren. Zhuang Zongren felt hurt about Zhuang Lingyu, as he still blamed himself after so many years. Zhuang Liaoyuan did not want to tell him about Ning Xi's identity because he did not want to remind him of the sad events from the past. What? Ling Yu's daughter? Zhuang Zongren's expression changed into disbelief. Yes. Zhuang Liaoyuan nodded. Zhuang Zongren stayed silent for a long while upon hearing Zhuang Lingyu's name. After some time, he said slowly, but I saw Lingyu's child 2 years ago, and she didn't look like this. Zhuang Liaoyuan sighed. It was not Xiaoxi that you saw. It's pretty complicated. I'll explain to you slowly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to take this much. Chapter 10:13, Zhuang Family's Bloodline. I really can't take it if you don't keep holding back the truth from me. Zhuang Zongren snapped. Zhuang Liaoyuan told the elder the key points. The girl you saw the last time was not Ling Yu's biological daughter. It was her foster daughter. She took home the wrong child from the hospital and only realized it when her child turned 18. So, the child that saved me is Ling Yu's biological daughter? Yes. I remember it was an important event. Why would she bring her foster daughter instead of Xiaoxi? Zhuang Zongren asked. Well, after Xiaoxi was brought back to the city, many things happened. It's probably because she stayed in such a remote area for 18 years. She couldn't adapt to the city life quickly, and she did some inappropriate things. And because of that, Ling Yu never liked her, so she sent her overseas to study. Xiaoxi just returned last year, but this child never planned to go back to the Ning family. She had been working on her own. Over the years, Ling Yu has been saying that Ning Xi is her real daughter, so Ning Xi was assumed to be the foster daughter. Zhuang Zongren's temper rose. Ridiculous. That's her biological daughter. How could she? Just because she would lose some face, she's not acknowledging her own daughter? You know Ling Yu. She cares about her face a lot, especially after she married Ning Yaohua. Just to prove us wrong, she could never allow any flaw of hers to be exposed. Zhuang Zongren felt tired all of a sudden, physically and emotionally. Let it be. Many years have passed, and I've already accepted that I don't have a daughter like her. It's just that innocent child has suffered so much. That child is really diligent and hardworking. She's got a sharp mind as well. She started her own fashion studio. Oh, here's dress that she wore at the dinner the last time was given by her. Zhuang Liaoyuan comforted. Zhuang Zhongren's expression softened. Then he said in excitement, I wonder why this child has such talents in marksmanship. It's as expected of our bloodline. Have you talked to her about joining the army? Zhuang Liaoyuan expected this from his father. He replied helplessly, Father, I suggest you drop the thought. I've talked to her about it long ago, but she already has something else in mind. Moreover, someone would never agree to it. Recently, Ning Xi had spent most of her time in the studio, which had gotten into a little trouble. Spirit Studio's business grew bigger, and more employees joined them. They had now become a completely independent production. With Spirit Studio's growth, there were bound to be people who would be jealous, especially their top competitor, History. David tried really hard to find out who the designer behind Spirit Studio was, but because Gongshang's own creative space was a separate area from the rest of the company, aside from core members such as Han Momo and Xiao Weilon, no other employees had ever seen him before. Chapter 1014, Counterattack. Some of the more important customers had seen him in person before, and they commented that the secret designer, ZX, who was behind Spirit Studio, was a handsome young man, even better looking than some of the new artists. David was relieved because based on that sort of description, he was sure that it could not be that nerdy Gongshangza. While his biggest threat was settled in his mind, Spirit Studio's sudden growth took him by surprise. Without any sign, they had quietly grown to become such a formidable opponent. They were even more popular than History when they had just started out. The combination of the threat from Spirit Studio and the pressure from Ning Xi was worsened by the fact that the design drafts he had stolen were dwindling and none of the designers he hired were up to his standards. He tried to create some designs by himself, but he realized that after all these years of focusing on sales and business, his mind simply went blank whenever he tried to create a new design. Fortunately, History still retained most of their big customers, which were surely unreachable by Spirit Studio, but the latter was just like a blade at his throat, and he could not let it grow any further. In order to stand a chance to win an award, Ning Xi had gone away to a village to shoot a literary film, and she was furious when she found out about Spirit Studio the moment she came back. What's wrong with you? Didn't I ask you to watch them closely? How did they grow this much in the short time that I was away? The companies in the industry are mostly in good relationships with us. We can talk to them and tell them not to take any jobs from Spirit Studio, but who'd expect them to focus on the socialite circle? That isn't something we can tap into. Stop with the excuses, you're just useless. If they didn't get the Golden Award last time, it wouldn't have turned out like this today. Ning Xi fumed angrily. She still had not found out why Ning Xi was so close to Zhuang Qi. The elder had intentions to revise his will, and History was in such a bad state of affairs as. Well, she was very exhausted ruminating about the possibilities of the future. David had almost yelled at her. She was pushing all the responsibilities onto him again. While it was true that the Golden Award was his mistake, but what about what had happened afterward? Not only did the owner behind Spirit Studio collaborate with Qing Shengyue, rumor also had it that they had hired an expert from the industry, and even Zhuang Qi was fond of them. As for Ning Xi, she did nothing apart from blame the designer. Designers were supposed to design. They could not do everything under the sun. If it had not been for his getting those design drafts, there would not be any History today. While David thought about it, he kept quiet and suppressed his anger for a moment. Boss, the matter isn't as severe as you think. Spirit Studio is just plagiarizing my designs, but they won't stand tall for long. I've contacted a few mainstream media outlets to write about some things. Spirit Studio must be having some troubles now. At the same time, at Spirit Studio, Ning Xi looked at the news about Spirit Studio that Han Momo had collected. A cold smile spread across her face. I knew that guy would counter us. David is really too much. When can we reveal his true colors to the public? Han Momo growled angrily. Chapter 1015. All for this day. Ning Xi touched her chin. We have nothing to fear. On the other hand, that guy will have a lot to worry about. The moment we go into the international market will be the day David goes down. But for now, there are a lot of matters we need to settle. Since all the designs are done by the same person, there are too many similarities. To those who don't know what's happening, they might really believe the media. Gong Shangzi spoke up. Boss, I've thought about this as well. Although there's a huge shift in my design style compared to the past, I've always liked Ling Fengming, Zhang Daqian, and Qi Baishe, and I always refer to their calligraphic paintings as my inspiration. David is catching on to this and making news out of it. So, I think that our design for the new season will need to use something no one has ever used before, a Chinese element that's exclusively from Spirit Studio. If that's how we're doing it, then we need a master to create a new art for us. Ning Xi gave it some thought. But if we're inviting a calligraphy artist, it's a little risky. Yes, and it has to be a famous and professional artist. After a short while, Ning Xi spoke up. I've thought about someone Song Jin, Master Song. I've been to his art exhibition before. It's absolutely amazing. Sadly, he's retired already and probably won't take on another commission. Gong Shangzi was excited. Boss, we're thinking about the same person. I'm his hardcore fan. Back then when he was still active, I spent 3 years of my savings and bought one of his paintings. Unfortunately, it went missing after I was chased out by the landlord, and now there isn't any work of his on the market. So, you mean you want to invite Elder Song to make a comeback? Ning Xi asked. It might be difficult, but I'd like to try. Gong Shangzi nodded. I've always hoped to collaborate with Elder Song. It might just be my selfish desire, but I'd really like to make it work. Let's try it. I'll go with you tomorrow. Oh, really? Gong Shangzi was surprised because he knew that it was risky, but he had still proposed the idea anyway. Of course, for a designer, what's important is your passion, the excitement. If Elder Song's work can fire you up, I'll fully support you. Ning Xi then turned to Qiao Weilon. Director Qiao, what do you think? Qiao Weilon replied. While the chance is low, there's no harm trying. Masters like Elder Song rely on fateful encounters a lot, so you guys might be lucky and he might agree to help. Even if it doesn't work, we have other alternatives. All right, we're set then. Ning Xi decided. About those nonsense news, I hope that the public relations department can take care of it. I've made arrangements already, Qiao Weilon assured. Ning Xi was really relieved that she had a professional on the team. Qiao Weilon had already set up a strong public relations team some time ago, all for a day such as this one. Chapter 1016, an open challenge. David could taint them, but they could do the same. With the effort of Qiao Weilon's PR team, the industry discussion quickly took a turn, and suddenly, most of the fashion magazines shouted headlines like these. David can't forget about Golden Awards, accuses opponent of plagiarism. History's poor quality, flaws everywhere. Is David's talent coming to an end? Golden Awards judge, China's best designer support ZX. Spirit Studio openly challenges history. Let's look forward to the next season. Ning Xi had specifically mentioned something about David's exhausted talent, attacking him where it hurt the most. The public was easily guided. In addition to how few pieces David was releasing every season, their quality was not exactly up to standards. Soon, the headlines were getting more and more agreement from the public. Since Spirit Studio had issued an official challenge, everyone put their focus on the next season's line. While history had no actual proof that Spirit Studio plagiarized, David was already suspected to have run out of ideas, so they could only take the challenge head-on. This war would wage into the next season. At night, in a famous revolving restaurant in the midst of Imperial. Ever since she came back, Lu Xinyan always looked for Guan Ziao and hung out with her, but recently, she had not been contacting her. Realizing this, Guan Ziao asked Lu Xinyan out for dinner. Xinyan, did Ning Xi give you any trouble for what happened? I've apologized to her personally. It's all my fault, but if she still blames you for it, ask her to speak to me directly, Guan Ziao asked. Lu Xinyan tried to remember what happened the other day, then she quickly replied, not really. She probably wouldn't do anything to me for my cousin's sake. Don't worry, Sis Ziao. All right, Guan Ziao nodded, then asked, what happened to the endorsement you talked about the last time? Well, Ning Xi made it pretty clear that it's probably not going to happen. But recently, I've been making some new plans, although I'm not sure if they'd work, Lu Xinyan sighed. Actually, there are a lot of such brands available. Have you thought about changing to another one? Guan Ziao asked. Changing to another brand? Yeep. Have you heard about History before? It's a pretty good brand, and it's better known than Spirit Studio. I've contacted the person in charge already, so there shouldn't be any problem. If you're willing to, they'll welcome you. Guanxiao said. Lu Xinyan did not look very interested. I've heard about them before, but I still prefer the clothes from Spirit Studio. But I heard some bad rumors about Spirit Studio recently. I've heard about those too, but it's just all talk. I've looked through most of the clothes from both Spirit Studio and History. While the styles are similar, Spirit Studio have taken them a notch higher. And David's recent designs make me feel that his time really has come to an end. I don't think that highly of him now. On the other hand, Spirit Studio seems to have some new stuff lined up for the next season. They always give people an element of surprise, Lu Xinyan said cheerfully for a little while, then lay her head on the table and sighed. Why not me? I'm really going to be serious this time. It's rare that I want something this much. I've even spent effort researching on it. Guanxiao stopped trying to convince her as Lu Xinyan was showing such persistence, and they went their separate ways after dinner. Chapter 1017, My Love. At night, the production crew organized a simple celebration dinner at a restaurant. Because there were no investors or journalists around, the environment was relaxed. You guys aren't my first batch of newbies, but will probably be my last. Thank you for your faith in me. This is my first movie ever, and I'm really glad to have worked with such a professional team. Thank you for selecting me, director. I've been really happy throughout the shoot. Thank you, everyone. I'll make a toast here as well, especially to Bro Xi. I've got to be honest with you. I was actually the one who set up the snake because I was jealous that you got all the girls' attention, but you're the best. I'm impressed, Chi Fong announced and finished his drink. But, Bro Xi, you look much better in a female outfit. Stop dressing up like a guy already. Chi Fong stared at Ning Xi today as he spoke. Nonsense. Bro Xi should wear more male outfits. You're just afraid that she might be more manly than you, aren't you? Ji Yumeng talked back and a few others agreed as well. After a few rounds, people started speaking what they really thought deep down in their hearts. Even then, the atmosphere was harmonious. At the end of the night, most of them waited for their cars outside of the restaurant. People started leaving one after another. In the end, there were only Ning Xi, Chen Hanchen, and Ku Mingyu left. Chen Hanchen looked at Ning Xi again before he gathered his courage and said to Ning Xi, Senior, I hope we can still collaborate in the future. Your acting's really superb. Thank you. Ning Xi, of course, realized the special feelings Chen Hanchen harbored for her, so she kept her reply short, especially when the devil was right beside her. Young man, stop giving me trouble. Obviously, Chen Hanchen could not read her mind and was a little disappointed with her curt reply. He then took out a name card from his pocket. Su Yimo's dominating Glory World Entertainment, especially after Lung Manyun left. You have almost zero chance there to become more famous. If you need anything, give this contact a call. Chen Hanchen handed her the name card of his own manager. Ning Xi took a glance at the name card but did not take it. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think I'll be needing it. Awesome. Chen Hanchen is scouting me right in front of my boss. Chen Hanchen frowned. Why? Speedy Multimedia is one of the biggest firms in the industry. It won't treat you any poorer than Glory World Entertainment, and my manager is the best in Speedy Multimedia. I've told him about you before. If you'd like to, our company is willing to settle the penalty for violating the contract for you. Ning Xi coughed, not even daring to turn around and look at the devil's expression. She then said in a proper tone, I'm sorry, Glory World Entertainment holds a special meaning in my heart. It's my dream, my hope, my love, and there's nothing that can replace it, so I'll never leave. Chapter 1018, I'll make you impotent. Special meaning? Chen Hanchen was not satisfied, and he did not understand why she was so adamant about staying with Glory World Entertainment. Why did Ning Xi sound like she was confessing her feelings to someone? As Chen Hanchen was about to ask more, a taxi came by, and Ning Xi quickly fled into the car. I'm leaving now, goodbye. He had actually spoken to Ning Xi in front of Ku Mingyu on purpose, as he wanted to establish his power and to remind Ku Mingyu that he was not worthy of Ning Xi. Unfortunately, in the end, Ning Xi rejected him so swiftly. At Platinum Palace, Ning Xi reached first, and a short while later, Ku Mingyu returned as well. As soon as she saw her boss, Ning Xi hopped over to him. Hey boss, did I do well just now? I'd like a reward. Tingxiao stared into her eyes. He then kissed her passionately. The moon was bright, and the night sky was beautiful with refreshing cold air. Clang! There was a loud noise from behind. Tingxiao and Ning Xi turned around. They then saw Jingli standing there. It seemed like he had just dropped a big pot from his hands onto the ground, his handsome face looking furious. Tingxiao still had Yu's mask on, so Jingli must have misunderstood. Jingli, listen to me. Before Ning Xi could continue, Jingli covered his ears and yelled loudly. No, I'm not listening. My brother is such an amazing, smart, cool gentleman, is the best husband ever, and even has little treasure. It's not just the women in town. Even I'm falling in love with him. And yet, you're doing this. Xiao Shishi, I'm so disappointed in you. Ning Xi was annoyed. Bro, relax, all right? Relax? How can I relax right now? Jingli turned to Yu and looked at him with his furious eyes. Bastard, you're the one who seduced my sister-in-law, huh? Don't you know who I am? You dare to mess with her? I'm going to make you impotent today. Ugh, impotent, he said. Before Jingli could get hurt, Ning Xi slipped in between them and shielded Jingli's attack. Jingli, calm down, Jingli interrupted her with a loud roar before she could finish her sentence. Are you serious? You're even defending him right now. Ning Xi put her hand to her forehead, figuring that she could not reason with him anymore. All right then, I'll not stop you now, go on. Make him impotent. Go. Ning Xi stepped away, leaving him open to the path to hell. Jingli charged straight at Yu, aiming for his lower body. Then, it was a mournful scream. Even before the poor thing could even reach his opponent, his hands were locked behind his back. Chapter 1019. A sudden public display of affection. Then, the cheater read all of Jingli's moves. He always knew what Jingli would try to do next, then reflected all his attacks and dominated him. After countless attempts, Jingli screamed, Bro, let me go? Let me go. From the way this man defeated him so naturally, it had to be his brother. Ning Xi's mouth twitched, and she shook her head. I tried to stop you, yet you chose to learn it the hard way. Little Treasure had found out about Yu actually being Tingxiao through his own unique observation skills, while Ning Xi realized it from his aura and Little Treasure's reaction and Jingli. He had to find out after getting beaten up. Jingli rubbed his wrists, panting. When did you bother to stop me? Couldn't you just tell me that he's my brother? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. The moment I started talking, you yelled back at me. I didn't even have a chance. Jingli had a big heart and totally forgot about being beaten by his brother already as he circled him excitedly. It's so real, so natural. If I wasn't smart enough, I might have been fooled by it. Ning Xi was speechless. How was he smart? He only realized it after getting beaten up. Jingli's expression turned cold all of a sudden. In a solemn tone, he asked Tingxiao, Bro, why are you disguised like this? Are you working on some urgent and important matter that can't be found out by anyone? Tingxiao thought about it. Jingli was not far from the truth. Jingli became irate. What is it? Why do you always keep secrets from me? Why don't you share with me? I can't share with you, replied Tingxiao. How do you know I can't carry the burden with you? I went to shoot a movie with your sister-in-law. Jingli went quiet. His mind reacted about 10 seconds later. So, his brother had spent so much effort and time, and the so-called urgent and important matter was to act in a movie with Ning Xi? What a sudden public display of affection. Jingli covered his chest with a painful expression. If I die someday, it must be because of the both of you. Bastard, no wonder you've been missing lately. I thought you were working on something important, but here you are dating. I even stayed up late to take care of some work for you. I'm all exhausted. Well, uncle, are you guys having hot pot for dinner? May I join? The voice of someone, who had clearly just woken up, appeared from behind them. The smell of the hot pot was strong, and he could even smell it from his place opposite. Jiang Mai had crawled out of his bed and followed the aroma. There's nothing to eat now. It's all gone. Jingli then realized that something was not right. Wait, brat, why are you so calm? You know that he's your uncle. Jingli was looking at the man beside Ning Xi. Yeah, Jiang Mai nodded. Hey, why am I the only one who didn't know? This is unfair. Is this discrimination? But how did you know? Jingli asked. Chapter 1020. Torture to the heart and body. I found out when I visited the crew on the second day of the shoot. Jiang Mai yawned as he scratched his head and answered honestly. Then, Ning Xi's expression changed. Ahem. Ning Xi squinted and looked at Jiang Mai. Then she cracked her knuckles and walked over to him. Blondie, you come here. I'm not going to. When he saw Ning Xi's dangerous expression, the sleepy Jiang Mai was instantly clear-headed. In fact, he regretted everything now. Damn it, he had said the wrong thing. How dare you not tell me when you knew all along? Ning Xi had her hands on her hips as she roared. Then she jumped over and started beating him up. I was forced to. My uncle threatened me. Why don't you blame my uncle instead of only hitting me? Hey, not the face. When he saw that Jiang Mai was getting beaten up too, Lu Jingli looked pleased that someone was suffering together with him. Moments later, the four of them sat at the dining table together. Apart from the four of them, there was, of course, the little bun too. When he saw that little treasure was not shocked at all about Kamingyu and his mommy holding hands, Lu Jingli was even sadder. Even little treasure knew. Indeed, he was the last to find out. However, Lu Jingli had regained his energy soon because Ning Xi had made them a fresh batch of hot pot. Even though he had dropped one pot and had even got beaten up, he was in luck that he got Xiao Shishi's personally cooked hot pot instead. After Ning Xi brewed the base ingredients for the hot pot together, she went to her room and brought down some bottles. Then, Ning Xi sat beside Lu Tingxiao and started to wipe the cooperative Lu Tingxiao's face. Jiang Mai kept his head down to eat. After all, what the eyes do not see, the heart would not grieve over. Lu Jingli curled his lips and asked, Xiao Shishi, what are you doing? Why are you wiping these feminine products on my brother? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. What feminine products? Men's faces are very important too. Besides, this is a set of skincare products that I specially bought for your brother. His face will definitely be uncomfortable from being covered up for so long, so I'm just giving him a skincare massage. It feels quite good. When the little bun heard her, he instantly looked up and poked his little face with his stubby fingers while looking anticipatedly at his mother. Ning Xi smiled and reached out her hand to touch the little bun's soft face. Baby's little face feels even better. Lu Jingli replied, I think I'm full already. Jiang Mai indicated that ever since he had found out that Lu Tingxiao had gone to the extent of disguising himself to shoot a movie with Ning Xi, he was numb to everything. He could not even bring himself to lose his temper. His rival was too savage. After Ning Xi finished with Lu Tingxiao's face, she fed the little bun and looked suspiciously at Jiang Mai. Blondie, how did you notice that Kamingyu is Lu Tingxiao? You even noticed it before Little Treasure and me. That doesn't make sense. Jiang Mai was about to say something when a sharp, cool gaze suddenly locked him down. How dare he say that it was because Lu Tingxiao was jealous of her and Zhuang Qi, thereby revealing his flaw? I just simply found out. Why do you ask so much? You've already beaten me up. Jiang Mai answered half-heartedly, then started to stuff his mouth with food. Jesus, it was already hard enough to get a good meal. Such torture to the heart and body. Chapter 1021. They would have weak points. The next day, Ning Xi woke up bright and early and changed into casual clothes. She had made an appointment with Gong Shanzi to visit the Grandmaster of Chinese art, Elder Song Jin, in Taoyuan Village. Because Taoyuan Village was quite far, it would take about 3 to 4 hours of travel time. Plus, the roads in the village were not great, so cars could not enter. That was why Ning Xi decided not to drive and had bought tickets for a long-distance coach instead. Before this, in the studio, Ning Xi and Gong Shanzi had already researched in detail on their strategy with Song Jin. It included all of Elder Song's work and information throughout his life, especially his personality and preferences. Unfortunately, the results of their research were not too optimistic and revealed little. As the coach gradually left the city, Ning Xi leaned back against the seat and looked at the densely packed information on her notebook with a headache. Sigh. He's tough to work with. Those who can get to Elder Song's level are all extraordinary at the least. It's rather hard to curry favor from him. Beside her, Gong Shanzi was also using his iPad to browse through Song Jin's work. He mumbled, Elder Song is now living alone, so it wouldn't be useful to enter through those close to him. The worst thing is, Elder Song especially hates people disrupting his peace and quiet. Those who want to use money or other things to brown-nose him have minimal chance of succeeding. He must have a weak point if he's human. There's no way that there aren't any loopholes at all. There's no use just talking. Let's just discuss when we meet him in person. Okay. On the car, Ning Xi tilted her head and fell asleep. When she woke up, they were about to arrive. Because Ning Xi and Gong Shanze were getting off at the last stop, there were only the two of them left on the bus, and the place really looked like a ghost town. Well, that was no wonder too, or else the view would not be in such a natural form. Wow, the scenery here is so beautiful. As she looked at the green forest outside her window, Ning Xi instantly regained her spirits and could not help but marvel at the beauty of nature. Gong Shanze nodded. Even the air is so refreshing. This is pure air with no haze. I must inhale more of it. Ning Xi closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Wait till we enter the village. The scenery will be even more amazing, Gong Shanze said with some yearning. Elder Song really knows how to enjoy life. He should have lots of creative inspiration in such a place, shouldn't he? As the two chatted, they reached the last stop. Ning Xi quickly got her bag and descended from the bus with Gong Shanze. Where do we go from here? Ning Xi looked at the borderless paddy fields and forests before them, feeling carefree and relaxed. She thought in her heart that even if she could not get Elder Song to help them, treating this getaway as a vacation was pretty good too. If there was a chance, she would bring Little Treasure here to play. The last time she had gone camping with Lu Tingxiao and did not bring Little Treasure along, Ning Xi felt guilty. She was ready to make it up to him with another trip. Gong Shanze looked at the GPS on his phone. We'll first follow this little road and walk straight ahead. Okay, let's go. Ning Xi picked a peach blossom from the side of the road and walked ahead, full of vigor. Then, half an hour later, the two of them were stunned. Gong Shanze, are we lost? Gong Shanze clicked on his phone anxiously. But the GPS says that the path is here. So, the GPS is telling us to swim across. Ning Xi gaped in disbelief at the wide stream before them. Gong Shanze sighed. The terrain here is complex. I think the GPS isn't accurate. I was too careless reading it. They had no choice but to continue to take a longer route. It was evening by the time they finally found a small courtyard. Chapter 1022. Meet his idol once. Every house in Taiyuan village was a distance away from each other, and Song Jin stayed especially far from everyone else. To come here looking for someone for the first time would indeed be a challenge. Thankfully, they found his place, and their search was fruitful. They saw an old courtyard and a smoking chimney on the roof of a house not too far away. Behind the house was a dense forest with paddy fields as its backdrop, and they could hear the contented hums of an old cow from inside the courtyard. Vast forests with wild borders, paddy fields by the home. A home within 10 acres of a few houses around. Willows shading the home with peaches before it. In a distant village sits one's house, smoke billowing from its chimney. It looks like Elder Song is Tao Yuanming's fan. Ning Xi laughed. After running around for the entire day, Gong Shanze was about to fall over from fatigue, yet he turned to see that Ning Xi was unexpectedly still energetic and had even recited such eloquent poetry, rendering him really speechless. There was no door to the courtyard. It was a fence that had been set up with some wood, and the two of them tidied themselves up before walking to the wooden door. Hello, is Elder Song at home? Gong Shanze asked towards the direction of the courtyard. There were no signs of movement from inside. However, from the looks of the active chimney, there should definitely be someone at home. The two of them called out a few more times, and a short while later, a shadow walked out from the inside. The person wore a rough-looking long robe. He had a white beard and a hearty spirit, almost appearing to be one of those immortal folks. When she saw Song Jin himself, Ning Xi's heart skipped a beat. The elder obviously looked like someone with no worldly desire or intention to seek for anything. Such people were the hardest to settle. Elder Song. Gong Shanze was Song Jin's ultimate fan. His fatigue instantly vanished at the sight of his idol as he said emotionally, Elder Song, I'm really sorry to randomly disrupt your peace and quiet. My name is Gong Shanze, and I'm a designer. I really love your work. You're my favorite calligrapher, and I've even collected your perfect work of 10 frogs before this. Gong Shanze truly qualified as a fan. He was very familiar with Song Jin's work, and the passion and emotion in his eyes were genuine and naive. From Ning Xi's perspective, if such a cute and passionate fan had come all the way to meet her, she would at least invite them in for a cup of tea. There's no calligrapher here, only an old man. Please leave. However, Song Jin's expression had been very indifferent from the start to the end. Even his eyes did not seem like he was looking at two people, but merely two lifeless objects. At last, he only uttered this sentence before walking back to his house. As he watched the door ruthlessly close, Gong Shanze looked disappointed. Even though I already prepared ahead, Ning Xi patted him on the shoulders. It's okay, at least you got to see your idol once. Gong Shanze regained his spirits and announced, I want to wait for a while more. Ning Xi had the same plan too. Then, let's wait a while longer. Maybe Elder Song will be willing to meet us when he sees how sincere we are. They waited outside the door until the sun had gone down. When she saw that the sky was getting darker, Ning Xi sighed. Even the heavens are uncooperative now. There should be a downpour at this moment to offset the mood. However, the weather was not cooperative and not a drop of rain fell until the end of the night. Of course, they also did not wait for Song Jin to change his mind. Shanze, let's come again tomorrow. If we leave later, we won't be able to catch the last bus. Even though Gong Shanze was reluctant to leave, they had no other choice. Chapter 1023, Bring the Little Bun Out for Fun. The next day, Ning Xi and Gong Shanze arrived at Taoyuan village once again, because they had had experience this time around and knew the way. They reached the house by noon. The two of them had bumped into Song Jin in between the paddy fields. Song Jin wore a straw hat and was transplanting rice seedlings. Song Jin's transplanting skill was obviously well-trained, and his fingers worked deftly too. He looked just like a typical village farmer at one glance. Who would have thought that he was actually a famous and world-renowned Chinese calligrapher at first sight? Song Jin did not react much when he noticed the both of them from the corner of his eye. He continued to mind his own business without the least bit of concern. Yesterday, their strategy had failed, so Ning Xi decided to change their approach and was straightforward. Hello, Elder Song. I'm the person in charge of Spirit Studio, Ning Xi, and this is our designer, Gong Shanze. Spirit is a fashion design company that produces premium apparel inspired by Oriental styles. Our designer really loves your work, and at the same time, your work is very compatible with our style. Thus, we've come over this time to discuss a possible collaboration with you. I wonder if you'd consider. A short moment of silence later, Song Jin straightened up and looked at Ning Xi sternly. Young lady, I think you two should look for someone else. I already said that I'm just an old man. I can't help you. Ning Xi speechlessly pulled at her hair. Hey, what was with this sentence again? However, one could tell from this sentence that Song Jin had indeed discarded worldly matters and little could catch his interest. Elder Song, can't you just consider it a little? Even if you don't care about fame or fortune, don't you wish your work can be passed on through generations and display a larger value? Ning Xi tried to persuade him. When he heard this, Song Jin seemed to hesitate. Could something have moved him? Ning Xi quickly looked over, but he had bent down and continued to work on his seedlings again. Okay, we've failed again. But that was expected. Song Jin had already made it to the top and was renowned in and out of the country. So why would he care about collaborating with a fashion company? Ning Xi and Gong Shanze took turns in persuading the old man, but at last, they still left unfruitful. Before she left, Ning Xi put the studio's information on the door of the house. When she saw Gong Shanze in low spirits, Ning Xi patted his shoulders and encouraged him. Don't give up. When Liu Bei wanted to hire Zhu Guoliang, he had to visit his thatched cottage 3 times. Let's try again tomorrow. Maybe we'll succeed tomorrow, who knows? The third day saw failure once more. After returning from Taoyuan village, Ning Xi went straight to Platinum Palace. The moment Ning Xi walked into her house, she threw herself on the sofa and moaned. Arg, it's so hard to settle him. What's wrong? Tingxiao was sitting on the sofa, reading the papers. He ruffled the girl's hair, observing that she had been upset the moment she had walked in. It's that national calligrapher I told you about. He's so hard to invite. Ning Xi mumbled. Song Jin. Yeah, no hard or soft method can get to him. The key is that he has no desire for anything, and we have nowhere to enter. Ning Xi could not help but whine. The possibility of inviting Elder Song is pretty small. I suggest you look for someone else, said Tingxiao. Okay, if even Tingxiao says so, there's probably no hope. Ning Xi sighed. I think that there isn't much possibility too. We'll try one last time tomorrow. Gong Shanze, that unlucky child, is too weak from being indoors all the time. He's already sick from running around these few days. I have to go alone tomorrow. Oh no. No, wait. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I was just thinking about bringing the little bun on a nature trip. Perfect. Chapter 1024. My hands are itchy. I want to beat someone up. The moment Ning Xi said that, a soft little bun ran down from upstairs and jumped into her embrace, his face full of glowing expectations. When she saw that little treasure was so excited at the sound of a trip, Ning Xi could not help but feel guilty. Sorry, my little bun. Mommy hasn't brought you out for fun in a long time. We'll be going tomorrow, and it'll just be the two of us. With Mommy only, and not bringing father. The little bun's eyes instantly lit up even more when he heard this. The rays of light from him almost bedazzled Ning Xi's eyes till they turned glassy. Ning Xi replied, yes. We're not bringing the huge light bulb. Tingxiao was speechless. Had karma come too quickly? What's wrong? Do you have anything to say? Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao and raised her brows. Tingxiao was helpless. No. The girl actually knew that he was going to be outstationed for work tomorrow and definitely would not be able to go. Good, then it's gladly decided. Because he had a date with Mommy for a trip, Little Treasure was so excited that he almost could not sleep for the entire night. This was his first time on an outing with Mommy. The next morning, Little Treasure had woken up early to prepare for the outing. The family of three packed up before going separate ways. At that moment, a person suddenly ran over from the opposite bungalow. Wait, there's me too. Me too. Lu Jingli, why are you here? Ning Xi was surprised to see him. My brother said that you guys are going for a spring outing. Spring outings are definitely going to involve barbecue. I want to go too. Lu Jingli looked like he was about to salivate. Ning Xi was taken aback. Are you coming for the spring outing or for food? Of course, for food. Sister-in-law, the grilled meat you made the last time was really yummy. I won't eat for free. I'll help you guys carry the bags and I'll do the hard work, okay? Lu Jingli tried to grovel. It's the desolate countryside, after all. Let Jingli go with you too, said Tingxiao. Okay then. Ning Xi thought that having someone carry their bags was a good idea since she did bring quite a lot today. Then, do you mind bringing one more person? Behind them was Jiang Mai's voice. When he saw that Jiang Mai had appeared from nowhere, Lu Jingli looked upset because it meant that there was someone else to fight for food with him. Hey Jiang Mai, why are you everywhere? It's fine if you want to leech on supper, but you want to leech on the outing too? Didn't you mention going to a desolate countryside? There'll definitely be no one there. I've recently gotten crowd syndrome. I get a headache when I see too many people. Coincidentally, I need to go to such a place to relax. Jiang Mai said in a weak and troubled tone. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. What the hell is crowd syndrome? This is a problem for those of us who are too popular. I won't blame you for not understanding. Jiang Mai sighed. Ning Xi was speechless. Her hands were itchy, and she really wanted to beat someone up. At last, Ning Xi and Little Treasure's duo had become a trio and now a quadruplet. Fine, one can help carry the bags and the other can carry Little Treasure when he gets tired from walking. This is the rhythm of Pigsy and the White Dragon. Quite good. After they had decided, Ning Xi walked to Tingxiao to say goodbye. My dear, we're leaving now. When they heard Ning Xi use such a gentle and sweet tone to speak to Tingxiao, Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai knew it was time for public display of affection, so they quickly ran off in tandem. What remains unseen is deemed to be clean. Chapter 1025, Little Treasure and Little Bunny. Have more fun. Lu Tingxiao tousled the girl's hair. Ning Xi suddenly felt sad that Lu Tingxiao had to work despite it being the weekend. Sigh. I suddenly feel that it's too mean to leave you alone. What can be done about it? Even though she was going for work today as well, with the current mood, it seemed to have turned entirely into an outing. Lu Tingxiao pinched the girl's earlobe lightly and said softly, compensate me the next time. Ning Xi blinked. How about I compensate you now? Enough, you two. There's still an underage child here, hey. Lu Jingli started to howl from afar. Ning Xi tiptoed to kiss Lu Tingxiao's cheeks, then waved goodbye to her child's father. The little bun was riding this kind of rickety bus for the first time, and he was very excited all the way, especially after reaching Taiyuan village. When he saw the scenery before him, the sea of flowers reflected in the little guy's eyes, and his gaze was full of curiosity and radiance. Even though Ning Xi had seen the same view 3 times already and had become numb to it, because she was with the little bun this time, everything felt like a new experience all over again. verdant hills, and clear water. There are no traces of being affected by humans at all. Most importantly, there isn't a single person. This is heaven. Oh. Jiang Mai looked at the green hills and crystalline water ahead and started getting very excited. It looks he had really been restrained all along. Hey, did you tell Bro Ming that you're out today? Ning Xi casually asked. Jiang Mai replied stubbornly. Why do I have to tell him? Ning Xi was speechless. It was not sure what Sin Lei Ming had committed in his past life for him to be Jiang Mai's manager in this lifetime. Ning Xi thought about it, and at last, decided to still send Lei Ming a message to inform him of Jiang Mai's whereabouts. Wow, yummy. So sweet. Lu Jingli was already climbing a tree when Ning Xi was not noticing. He had picked a few peach blossoms, and he was eating the honey inside the stamen. Definitely the true colors of a foodie. Ning Xi walked over to pick some too, then gave some to the little bun. The little bun took a lick and his eyes shone. Let's go? The scenery ahead is even more beautiful. From her previous 3 visits, Ning Xi already remembered the routes nearby by heart and knew the spots with the best views and the most fun. She had no issues being an excellent tour guide. The 4 of them went on a scenic tour all the way. When noon arrived, Ning Xi found a spot in the forest with a gorgeous view and stopped to begin the barbecue. Lu Jingli had waited for the much-anticipated moment. Finally, he stacked the barbecue pit and then laid out all the food ingredients. Ning Xi ordered Jiang Mai to lay out the picnic cloth and arrange the cutleries. When she was done, she brought the little bun to chase butterflies and rabbits. Blondie, are you done? Quickly come over. There's a rabbit here. Catch it. Then, we'll have extra food today. Jiang Mai laid out the items and looked at the 2 of them jumping around when he suddenly realized, had he fallen into a trap? He had practically come to be hard labor. No wonder when he said he wanted to come, Lu Tingxiao did not oppose it at all. Catch your ass. I'm not a dog. How can I catch rabbits? Jiang Mai said sharply. You're so useless. Help me take care of little treasure. I'll go catch it. Ning Xi said before she ran off and disappeared. Moments later, Ning Xi returned and she had caught a furry, white rabbit. Jiang Mai was speechless. What the hell? Are you even a woman? When the little bun saw the rabbit in Mommy's hands, he immediately ran over in excitement. Ning Xi squatted down and said softly to the little bun, Want to touch it? Its fur is really soft. Chapter 1026. It should belong to my stomach. The little bun was seeing a real-life rabbit for the first time, so he hesitated before offering his small hand to touch its body. When he was done, the little bun's eyes widened. Soft. Furry. Ning Xi could not help but laugh at the little bun's rare animated expression. Haha. Fun, isn't it? The little bun nodded and kept stroking it lovingly. The rabbit was initially still wiggling around in Ning Xi's hand, but it quieted down after the little bun stroked it. Whoa, such a fat rabbit. Quick, let's grill it, Lu Jingli said excitedly. When the little bun heard what his uncle said, he instantly gave a death stare to Lu Jingli and then hugged the rabbit tightly. Grill your head. You only know how to eat, Ning Xi said annoyedly. Hey, wasn't it you who said to catch it as an addition to our meal? Lu Jingli felt wrong to be scolded. Ning Xi replied, Little Treasure likes it, so we're not allowed to eat it now. Little Treasure nodded vigorously too. Not allowed to eat my bunny. Lu Jingli was speechless. It should have belonged to my stomach. Did you bring the first aid kit? Ning Xi asked. Jiang Mai immediately frowned. Are you hurt? I told you not to catch the rabbit. It's the rabbit that's hurt, all right? Jiang Mai had no reply. Ning Xi took out the first aid kit and started to bandage the rabbit. Wild rabbits run as quick as lightning, and they are highly alert too. How could she have caught it easily? She had only managed to catch it because one of the hind legs was hurt. The little bun felt sorry for the rabbit and stroked its head lovingly, looking like he was the one in pain. After bandaging it up, Ning Xi carefully put the rabbit back into the little bun's arms for him to hold. This rabbit was quite naive, and it was very obedient in the little bun's arms. Why go through so much trouble? It would have been better if we just ate it. Lu Jingli looked bitter and hateful. Thankfully, he had forgotten about the rabbit very soon because Ning Xi started the grill. In the forest, the fragrance of peach blossoms and the tempting smell of food mixed together, whetting one's appetite. As the 4 of them ate, there were sounds of footsteps behind them. Ning Xi turned around to look and saw Song Jin leading a cow with a basket in his hand, walking towards the forest. She had too much fun and had almost forgotten about her official business. The reason she had chosen this place for barbecue was because she noticed that Song Jin would usually come here to eat lunch after finishing work on the farm. "Elder Song, are you done being busy? Want to come over and have some food?" Ning Xi asked eagerly. She had been rejected 3 times, so Ning Xi considered herself quite familiar with him now. Furthermore, this time she had not held too much hope, so her attitude was much more relaxed. Elder Song Jin looked at them, and when his gaze fell on Little Treasure, he paused for a moment, then said, "Thank you, but this old man has brought his lunch." He then sat at a spot 10 steps away from them as he ate his lunch under a tree. In the basket were a simple loaf of bread and some salted vegetable. "He's Song Jin?" Jiang Mai asked. Earlier on the way, Ning Xi had already chatted a little about Song Jin with Jiang Mai and Lu Jingli. "Yeah, doesn't he seem so detached from worldly things?" Ning Xi said. On the side, Lu Jingli tried to speak with his mouth full. "No matter how detached a person is, they'll have their weakness. I'm telling you. Such as how my brother's weak point is you, and my weak point is food. Haha, you can use your brother as an example, but you, forget it. Whatever, that's what I mean. There's definitely something that he wants. You just haven't found out what yet." Chapter 10:27. Teach Little Treasure to play cards. It's as if you didn't say anything. If he knew what Song Jin's desire was, would she be running around like a headless chicken? She watched the little bun eat with one hand and feed the rabbit grass with the other, his huge eyes filled with a liveliness that was not usually there. Ning Xi tilted her head and wiped the little bun's mouth, her mood suddenly better again. This place was a little far, and it was a desolate countryside, so she was initially worried that the little bun would not adapt well, but who knew that this guy would be having so much fun? In fact, he was not feeling tired. It looked like she could bring the little bun out for more fun outings in the future. Nature is always the best medicine. When he watched Ning Xi's motherly expression, it was hard for Jiang Mai to describe his feelings. Not too far away, Song Jin had finished his lunch very quickly and returned to work in the paddy fields. Ning Xi and the rest lay down in the forest to take a short nap. When they woke up in the afternoon, Ning Xi continued to lead them to a few fun spots. The 4 of them enjoyed themselves until the evening, and as they were prepared to go home, it suddenly poured. In fact, it started raining cats and dogs without any warning signs at all. The little bun anxiously protected the rabbit in his arms while Ning Xi quickly carried the little bun. Lu Jingli took off his jacket to wrap the little bun in it before the 4 of them rushed out of the village. However, it would take at least half an hour to get out of the village. With the torrential rain, the roads would only become increasingly difficult to walk through. It was quite a terrible situation. Ning Xi was sputtering in the rain. "Hey, what the hell? This rain wouldn't pour when it should, and it pours when it shouldn't. What's the nearest place we can take shelter in?" Jiang Mai asked. "There's only Elder Song's house around here, but that's impossible. Elder Song wouldn't allow any strangers into his home. The last time, I wanted to go in for a drink, but I was rejected," Ning Xi said. Just as the 2 spoke, they passed by Elder Song's home. The moment that they were hesitating about whether or not to ask for help, the courtyard's door suddenly flew open. Song Jin stood at the door and peered at them. "Come on in." He had actually invited them in himself? How did such an amazing thing happen? "Thank you, Mr. Song." Ning Xi did not have time to think. She quickly carried the little bun in. "Thank you, Elder." Jiang Mai and Lu Jingli chirped. Song Jin's attitude remained indifferent. "I'm just doing it for the child." Ning Xi put down the little bun. "Baby, quickly thank Grandfather Song." The little bun nodded as he put the rabbit in his mother's hands. Then he took out his writing board and wrote earnestly, "Thank you, Grandfather." When he saw that Little Treasure was interacting with him using a writing board, Song Jin was slightly astonished for a moment. Still, when he read Little Treasure's words clearly, surprise flashed across his eyes. This boy was so young, yet he had written so well. The rain poured endlessly outside. It looked like it would not stop very soon. Song Jin left them and entered his study room alone. Lu Jingli could not sit still. He became bored very quickly and took out some cards from his bag. "It's so boring. Let's play some cards." "Okay," Jiang Mai seconded. "But how do we play with just 3 people?" Lu Jingli laughed mischievously and looked at the little bun. "Let's teach the little bun and let him play with us." Inside the room, Song Jin had meant to focus on drawing, inspired by the rain. But when he heard Lu Jingli's intention, he opened his door and waved to little treasure. Child, come to grandfather. Chapter 1028. This mother is increasingly professional. The little bun subconsciously looked at his mother. Ning Xi smiled and kissed the little bun's cheek. Go play with grandfather for a while. She was really speechless at Lu Jingli and felt quite worried for his future children. When he heard mommy's words, the little bun nodded, then clumsily walked over to the elder. He had noticed earlier that the grandfather's study room had many drawings, and now he could not help but look up to admire them. You like them? When he observed the way the little guy stared at them in awe, Song Jin asked with an unexpectedly gentle expression. The little bun nodded, indicating his inclination for art. You know calligraphy? I mean, writing with the calligraphy brush. Do you know how to? Song Jin asked again. The little bun continued to nod. Then, do you know how to draw? Song Jin asked again. This time his tone had a discreet sense of nervousness. The little bun nodded again. When Song Jin saw this, he immediately pulled out a blank drawing paper and gave the little bun some space. Want to try? Outside, Ning Xi, Lu Jingli, and Jiang Mai were playing Fight the Landlord. Lu Jingli looked towards the study room and wondered, what's so fun for little treasure to be with that old man? He should just play cards with us. My little bun does like drawing. With Elder Song's artistic achievements, he would have lucked out by getting any pointers from him. And what's so good about playing cards with you? Ning Xi scoffed. Lu Jingli clicked his tongue. Xiao Shi. You're becoming more and more professional at being a mother. It was not sure how much time had passed before the study room door suddenly opened. Song Jin and the little bun walked out. Song Jin, who had always looked so out of this world and immortal, now looked obviously emotional and excited. His gaze skimmed past Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai and asked, which one of you is this child's father? Lu Jingli was taken aback by this sudden question, and he replied reflexively, I'm not. Song Jin immediately looked at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai cleared his throat and said, I'm not either. Lu Jingli continued to say, I'm the child's uncle. Jiang Mai added on, and I'm his cousin. Ning Xi saw that Song Jin's expression was weird, so she could not help but ask, Elder Song, is there something wrong? Song Jin instantly looked at Ning Xi. You're the child's mother? Can you make decisions for this child? What decision? Ning Xi thought about it. Well, if it's a huge matter, it's best to hear what his father has to say first. Ning Xi then walked to inspect the little bun with suspicious eyes. Baby, did something happen? The little bun blinked. He was dumbfounded and was obviously not sure what was going on either. Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai were confused too. When Song Jin heard Ning Xi's words, his expression seemed anxious. He asked again, then, where's the child's father right now? Can I meet him? Ning Xi thought it was even odder when she heard this. She was about to say something when someone knocked on the door, breaking the rhythmic patter of the heavy rain. Song Jin gathered himself again and walked absent-mindedly to open the door. Outside stood a tall and lean man in a black windbreaker, holding an umbrella in his hand quietly amidst the late-night breeze. Chapter 1029, As Husband and Wife. You are? Song Jin asked as his gaze evaluated the person before him. The man was drenched, and there was a significant amount of mud on the leg of his pants. But even though he was travel-worn and was in a sorry situation, his charisma was just as tantalizing as he exuded the vibe of someone pure and honest. Song Jin had met many people, and he could almost infer that the person before him was a somebody. There were many people who had appeared on his doorstep to invite him for many reasons, yet none of them had the charisma of this guy. But this person, why did he look slightly familiar? I'm sorry to show up uninvited so late at night, but I'm here to look for someone, said the man. He deduced that he was here to look for the four that had entered earlier, so Song Jin just let him in. Come in. When she saw who walked in, Ning Xi's eyes immediately widened as she flew to him. Lu Tingxiao, why are you here? I was worried about you and our child. When he saw that they were both fine, Lu Tingxiao felt assured. Look at you, you're soaked. Ning Xi quickly took out some tissues and gave it to him, so he could wipe himself dry. No worries. On the side, Lu Jingli, who was completely neglected, was instantly sulky. Hey, you're just worried about your wife and child? You still have your biological brother and distant nephew here. Jiang Mai brooded. Please do not include me. Just continue to ignore me. Wife and child. When Song Jin heard this, he was stunned. That was the child's father? No wonder he thought he looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, indeed they did look like father and son. Lu Jingli looked to Song Jin and said, Mr. Song, didn't you want to meet little treasure's father? This is him. Ning Xi suddenly thought of explaining to Lu Tingxiao. Elder Song seems to have some matters he needs to talk to you for. It seems to be related to little treasure. Since he had finally met the child's father, Song Jin did not beat around the bush any further. This young boy has an extraordinary talent in drawing. I want to take him in as a student. Elder Song, you want to take little treasure as a student? Ning Xi was shocked. Yes. Song Jin looked serious as he nodded. His gaze on little treasure was filled with fire. Well, Ning Xi did not think that Song Jin would make such a request today, so she could not react immediately. Song Jin had been single for his whole life and did not have children. Neither did he accept students, so when Ning Xi first read about him, she thought that he had no intentions of taking in any students. Therefore, her shock was understandable. Assessing the situation, it was not that he did not want any students. He had just never met anyone he wanted to take in. Elder Song had probably tested little treasure's skills in the study room earlier, thus sparking such a thought. Ning Xi was full of pride at the fact that Elder Song, who was detached from worldly matters and had never accepted a single student, had taken an interest in little treasure. Her son was the best. Actually, even Lu Tingxiao was a little surprised too. He did not expect that Ning Xi's spring outing and their taking shelter from the rain would result in Song Jin's request for an apprentice. Based on Song Jin's achievements, the fact that he would accept little treasure was no doubt a huge opportunity for him. Thus, Lu Tingxiao exchanged looks with Ning Xi before saying, Elder Song, your reputation has long been renowned. As husband and wife, we've admired your work for a long time. Naturally, this would be something we can't refuse. However, we still want to get our son's opinion. Jiang Mai was speechless. As husband and wife, the way he said it was a little too smooth on the tongue. They were not even married yet. Chapter 1030. Don't be sad. I'll let you stroke me. Naturally. Song Jin nodded. Ning Xi squatted down to look at Little Treasure and asked, Little Treasure, are you willing to learn how to draw from Grandfather Song? Little Treasure stroked the furry rabbit in his arms and blinked, looked at father, mommy, and then the grandfather. At last, under Song Jin's nervous gaze, Little Treasure finally nodded. The instant that he nodded, Song Jin was so emotional he almost cried out, Great, 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 you will become Song Jin's only apprentice. As your master, I'll definitely pass on all of my painting techniques from this lifetime of mine to you. Then, under Mommy's directions, Little Treasure followed the steps of formally becoming the apprentice of an art grandmaster and obediently served Song Jin tea, making everything official. After the ceremony was done, Lu Tingxiao thought about something before asking, But there is one problem. Elder, you live a little too far. That is not a problem. I can completely uproot my life for my obedient apprentice. I will just move close to wherever you live. Song Jin said spontaneously. The more he looked at Little Treasure, the more he liked him. His artistic techniques and skills required a lot of talent and intelligence. Although he had already stopped hoping to find a successor that could meet his requirements, God was so kind to him and led him on a path of fate to meet this boy. Ning Xi did not know what to say to Song Jin. She had traveled over land and water to meet this grandmaster. On the contrary, it was the little bun who Elder Song was willing to go to the extent of visiting to teach. My amazing baby. Because it was already late and it was pouring outside, Song Jin let them stay for a night since he was in an incredibly good mood as well. Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai stayed in one room, while Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, and the little bun stayed in another. Earlier, Lu Tingxiao had seen the rabbit in his son's embrace. Now, he turned to Ning Xi and asked, Where did the rabbit come from? Ning Xi replied delightedly, I caught it. I wanted to grill it to eat, but Little Treasure likes it, so I let him play with it. Isn't it cute? It's furry and soft. Cute indeed. Lu Tingxiao stretched out his wide palm and stroked the rabbit's ears. When Little Treasure saw that, he immediately carried the rabbit to Mommy's side. Mine, no touching. Lu Tingxiao was speechless. Seeing Lu Tingxiao's deflated expression, Ning Xi laughed and dipped her head towards him. Don't be sad. I'll let you stroke me. The little bun was agitated by this. He quickly shoved the rabbit back to Lu Tingxiao. Father, you should just stroke the rabbit. Ha ha ha. Ning Xi held her stomach and laughed hard. He looked at his own son and helplessly sighed. Even though both father and son were on the same page, they still fought to be doted upon. Ah, this is great. Apart from our baby having a martial arts teacher, he now has a drawing teacher. He is really the master of pen and sword. Ning Xi said happily. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao suddenly called her seriously, causing Ning Xi confusion. What? Thank you. Why are you suddenly thanking me for? Thank you for being so good to little treasure. Ning Xi patted the little bun's head with a loving gaze. Shouldn't it be a? Given that I'm good to my son? Right, little bun? Little treasure nodded. As the night fell, the rain continued to patter on the window, and the air was filled with the smell of fresh soil. Little treasure gradually fell into a slumber and slept soundly. Chapter 1031. Indeed, my lucky star. Ning Xi lay on the bed and lightly patted the little bun's back. Days like this make me feel so contented. Wait until the day I retire. I want to find a place with an enchanting scenery like this to live in hiding. You sure? There's no electricity or Wi-Fi here. Why would I need those for? I've got enough with you and little treasure. Ning Xi was chatting idly with Lu Tingxiao when she suddenly heard knocking sounds from the wall behind her. Then, they heard Lu Jingli's indistinct voice from the neighboring room. Excuse me, the both of you. It's not very soundproof here. Can you stop displaying your affection in the middle of the night? I'm going to call the police if you two continue like this. Ning Xi responded. Ah, I'm so sorry. I almost forgot that you guys were still here. In the neighboring room, Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai rolled their eyes. Lu Jingli angrily bit down on his pillow and then hugged the blanket to roll around on the bed. I really want to be in love. Why hasn't that open-minded, extraordinary, flawlessly beautiful, light as a bird, elegantly unpredictable, few in words yet fragrant in aura, graceful as a swan, and pretty much supernatural girl appeared yet? Jiang Mai moved further away from him in disdain. The next morning, Song Jin cooked some light porridge, complemented by some side dishes and a few salted duck eggs. It was probably because the ingredients were of good quality. The food tasted very fresh and tasty. Lu Jingli had even eaten up to 5 big bowls of porridge. Elder Song, I've already gotten someone to arrange the accommodation for you. Whenever it's convenient for you, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up, said Lu Tingxiao. Song Jin just answered. Tomorrow then, I'll pack up today. Okay. The two finished chatting. Then Song Jin suddenly turned to Ning Xi, who was feeding the rabbit with cabbages. Girl. Yes. Elder Song, are you looking for me? Ning Xi answered. That thing you mentioned, I'll agree. Song Jin contemplated for a while, then informed her. Ning Xi thought that Song Jin wanted to tell her about Little Treasure's arrangements. She was shocked by what she had heard, and it took a while for it to sink in. Her face was instantly in disbelief. Are you talking about collaborating with Spirit Studio? You agree to it? Song Jin nodded, then looked at the little bun and said, as a thank you for letting me take in such a good apprentice. Ning Xi almost cried tears of joy as she hugged the little bun. Oh, little bun, you're indeed my lucky star. The little bun pursed his lips shyly from being complimented by mommy. After a while, Ning Xi let herself calm down, then cleared her throat to ask, Elder Song, even though I really hope to invite you to collaborate with us, of course, more importantly, I hope that it is out of your own sincere intentions. When he heard the girl's words, Song Jin understood what she meant. I've read the information you left at my door. The designer who came with you before this, what's his name again? Gong Shangzi. That boy's designs are not too shabby. He did not let my reputation down. When she learned that Song Jin validated Spirit's capability, Ning Xi felt assured. Thank you for your appreciation, Elder Song. We'll definitely not let you down. Chapter 1032. Someone wants to move in? When they returned, Ning Xi immediately went to the studio to announce the good news. What? Elder Song agreed. Han Momo was so excited she immediately jumped up from her seat. Sis Xi, you're amazing. Xiao Weilon was still fretting about selecting a national artist and did not expect Ning Xi to bring such good news. She felt relieved, and the awe in her heart increased a tad bit more. Who would have thought that she could really do it? Sis Xi, how did you do it? Boss, you managed to get Elder Song? Gong Shanzi heard the commotion outside and walked over. Yes, didn't we leave our studio information outside Elder Song's door before this? Elder Song said he skimmed through it and even praised you, saying that your designs were not bad and did not dishonor his reputation. Gong Shanzi was so emotional that his eyes reddened. Boss, are you telling the truth? Of course I am. Why would I lie to you? Keep up the good work. But most importantly, take good care of your health. After all, one's body is the most revolutionary capital. It's not healthy for you to stay at home all day and not exercise. Ning, she said worriedly. I know, boss. Boss, I'll work hard to design and also work hard to get fit. Thank you, boss. Gong Shanzi took a deep bow. At the same time, at Platinum Palace. Master, madam. When they saw that Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan had suddenly come to visit, the old butler quickly went up to greet them. Yin Rui saw that not too far away, people were busy walking in and out, so she asked with suspicion, "What's happening?" The master has ordered to tidy up that building beside the greenhouse. Someone is moving in, said the butler honestly. Someone is moving in? Yin Rui's expression changed when she heard this. Could it be that woman who wants to move in? Yin Rui looked at Lu Chongshan. He had obviously shared the same thought. Were they finally moving on to the next level? When she saw her son from afar, Yin Rui quickly called out, Tingxiao. When Lu Tingxiao, who was instructing the servants, heard his mother's voice, he walked over. Mother, father, can I help you? Yin Rui shot a look at her son. Can I come to see you, and little treasure for no reason? What are you doing? Why are you suddenly tidying up the small building? Are you preparing to let Ning Xi move in? Lu Chongshan looked unhappy too. Even if the two of you are a couple now, it's a bit too much to live together before getting married. Lu Tingxiao looked at his parents without any expression. Song Jin. What? Song today, song tomorrow. Yin Rui did not understand her son. The person who's moving in is Song Jin, Elder Song. What? You mean that national artist, Master Song Jin? Lu Chongshan immediately asked in surprise. Isn't Master Song living alone in Taoyuan village? In fact, he won't even meet outsiders. Why would he come and stay here? Lu Chongshan thought his son's lie was a little too absurd. Song Jin has taken little treasure in as his apprentice. To ease the lessons, he agreed to move here. When he finished, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui were both dumbfounded. Lu Chongshan was shocked. What are you saying? Song Jin took little treasure in as an apprentice? When did this happen? Yin Rui naturally knew who Song Jin was too. She quickly said, You damn child. Can't you just say everything clearly at once? We have to ask you before you'll say a few more words. What actually happened? Explain properly. Chapter 1033. Indirectly because of Ning Xi. How did you get Song Jin? Lu Chongshan asked, not able to help but be a little emotional. If they could get Song Jin to uncover little treasure's potential, that was an amazing thing that money could not buy. Most importantly, Song Jin could not be hired with just money. So, he was quite curious how his son had done it. It was not I who did it. Lu Tingxiao remained a man of few words. Lu Chongshan was about to get annoyed at his son's temper. Then he caught Lu Jingli humming and walking past the door from the corner of his eye. He quickly called for him. Jingli, come here. I have something to ask you. When Lu Jingli heard his father call, he walked over hesitantly, but stood far away. Father, what do you want to do? I won't get married, even if it kills me. Yin Rui shot her son an annoyed look. Your father and I just wanted to ask you how Little Treasure became Song Jin's apprentice. What do you know about this? I was there when Little Treasure served tea to his master. What's up? Lu Jingli nodded. Really? Quickly come over and tell us what happened. I'll be angered to death talking to your brother. Yin Rui quickly tugged at Lu Jingli to ask. Lu Jingli scratched his head. Well, it was because sister-in-law wanted to invite Song Jin for her studio's line next season. She could not get him after repeated visits. But on the fourth day, which was yesterday, it was coincidentally a Saturday, and because the village is so beautiful, she decided to bring Little Treasure along for a spring outing. Brother had work that day, so he couldn't make it. Jiang Mai and I followed along to enjoy while being hard laborers. And sister-in-law caught a rabbit too. Initially, she said that we were going to grill it to eat, but Little Treasure hugged it saying he liked it or something. So it went to Little Treasure. Sigh, wouldn't it be better to grill it? That rabbit was so fat. It would have been so yummy. Lu Chongshan's veins were bulging at this point. Get to the point. Yin Rui held her forehead helplessly. One son cherished his words like gold while the other was a chatterbox. Could these two punks just meet in the middle? Oh. Lu Jingli recalled the rabbit, then continued. Then, halfway through it rained. We took shelter at Elder Song's place where Little Treasure and Elder Song had some interaction. He probably found out about Little Treasure's talent for the arts, so he took the initiative and suggested an apprenticeship. Enough? Yin Rui approved. Enough. By the time she had finished listening to Lu Jingli's explanation, Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan were amazed. The two of them did not think that Little Treasure's apprenticeship with Song Jin was an indirect result of Ning Xi. At night, after returning to the old residence, Yin Rui was still thinking about it. Seeing Yin Rui being so absent-minded, Lu Chongshan asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about Little Treasure's apprenticeship." "It was actually because of that woman," mumbled Yin Rui. Lu Chongshan frowned. "What do you mean because of that woman? Isn't it just a coincidence?" "It's because our Little Treasure is talented." Yin Rui shook her head. "That's too much of coincidence. Don't you think that ever since that woman appeared, our family has started to progress towards a better direction?" Tingxiao's changes aside, especially Little Treasure, his body and spirits are becoming increasingly better, and he is slowly becoming a normal person. No, why would he be the same as a normal person? Our Little Treasure is even smarter than Lu Tingxiao back in the days. Now, Little Treasure even managed to invite the impossible to be invited Song Jin to be his teacher. I heard that Little Treasure's martial arts teacher is a very amazing person too. Chapter 1034, Just Getting Soy Sauce. When Yin Rui said this, she paused and looked at her husband. Could all of this just be a coincidence? For the past 5 years, Tingxiao's and Little Treasure's situation did not have any signs of changes, yet it all began to shift when this woman appeared. Lu Chongshan pinched the space between his brows when he heard this. "What are you trying to say?" "I thought about the calculation that Master Xian Jing had done for Ning Xi's date of birth. Good fortune beyond comparison, a prospering husband, and a flourishing family, a future with many children and plenty of luck. Now it is really coming true as predicted." Yin Rui was slightly emotional as she said this. Lu Chongshan was stunned. "I told you not to believe in these things anymore." Even though he said that, Lu Chongshan remained deep in thought. At night, Ning Xi invited Gong Shangza, Han Momo, and Xiao Weilan for dinner to celebrate. When she returned to the apartment, Ning Xi first showered, then dug up a set of velvet bunny pajamas to wear in accordance to her good mood before crossing her legs to sit on the bed and do some accounting. The studio's profits had been looking positive recently, the numbers having passed tens of millions. Compared to regular people, she was now considered a mini-wealthy woman herself. Ning Xi planned it out in her mind. She could probably buy a small bungalow soon. Even though the place she stayed at right now had very good privacy and protection, it was still a place that the company had arranged for her. Quite a lot of people knew where she stayed, so it was not convenient for Lu Tingxiao to come by usually, so it was best for her to get her own house. It would also be considered a nest of her own. Before this, whether it was Starlight Entertainment's tattered house or Glory World Entertainment's high-class apartment arrangement, it was still not her own place. Of course, more importantly, it should be convenient for her to keep her mistress in her house. After planning in detail, Ning Xi had basically brought her timeline of buying a house in advance. She was ready to ask for Lu Tingxiao's opinion about which location he liked, and of course, Little Treasure's too. Seeing that it was still early, Ning Xi was prepared to make a loving bento for the little bun. When she reached the kitchen, she remembered that she had run out of soy sauce, so she put down the apron and went to buy some. Because the convenience store was not too far away, Ning Xi did not bother getting changed and just took some change and her keys downstairs. "Boss, please give me a bottle of soy sauce." Ning Xi leaned over the cashier countertop and gave the cashier some small change. "Hey, sure." In the convenience store, the lady boss, who looked like she was in her 50s, passed Ning Xi a bottle of soy sauce. At the same time, she evaluated her and frowned. "It's so late. Why did your mother let you go out to buy soy sauce alone?" Ning Xi broke out in a light sweat. "No worries, boss, my house is close by." Ning Xi's hair was tied up in 2 ponytails while she wore a cartoon onesie, making her look just like an underage 17 or 18-year-old girl. No wonder the shopkeeper misunderstood. It's not okay, even if it's close by. You're a young lady so full of life. What if you meet a bad guy? Next time, don't come out alone this late at night. The lady boss reminded. Ning Xi nodded. Okay, I know, thank you, sis. The lady boss grinned from ear to ear when Ning Xi called her sis, and she stuffed another colorful lollipop in her hands. Here you go. Ning Xi held the soy sauce bottle in one hand as she sucked on the lollipop the lady boss had given her in the other, happily hopping her way home. Just as she was thinking about what yummy food to cook for the little bun, someone appeared before her without any warning. Chapter 1035. I've always been a cute little bunny. It was a strange woman. The woman wore a dark, tight-fitting bodysuit, and she emitted a similar aura as third senior sister Feng Xiaoxiao did, the kind of aura a killer possessed. Bro Shi, Elder Feng wants to see you. The woman looked at her and spoke expressionlessly. Ning Xi was caught off guard. She actually met a baddie on the way home. She was just out that night to buy some soy sauce and did not expect to meet Feng Jin's underling. And the only weapon she had on her right now was a bottle of soy sauce. The woman opened the car door. Please. Ning Xi's brain worked fast as she sucked on her lollipop and tilted her head. Miss, who are you? I think you've got the wrong person. I'm not Bro Shi. The woman was a little taken aback. You're not Tingxiao? Ning Xi continued sucking her lollipop and shook her head innocently. Miss, my name is Little Bunny. The woman looked at her, then she glanced at Ning Xi's apartment and said coldly, I saw you coming out from 701. Ning Xi scratched her head. I know the girl from 701. I always visit her, but it's a girl, not a guy staying there. The woman was confused by Ning Xi's innocent expression. Although she knew that Tingxiao was actually a woman and she had seen her pictures in a female outfit before, this girl in front of her did not look like Ning Xi either. Could she have made a mistake? Oh my, it's really late already. I'm going home now. If not, my mother's going to give me a good scolding. Goodbye. Ning Xi then walked away quickly. The woman who was left behind was perplexed. A voice came through the woman's Bluetooth earphone. Did you get her? I'm sorry, Elder Feng. I think I followed the wrong target. Wrong target. Yes, I've sent a picture to your phone. Please check if the person is Tingxiao. Feng Jin then spoke to her through the Bluetooth earphone. The person in the picture is Tingxiao. The woman was speechless. Had she been fooled by Tingxiao? Tingxiao was her idol. Not only did she find out that her idol was actually a man, she even turned out to be a stupid little bunny. I'm sorry, Elder Feng. It's my mistake. Feng Jin coughed. It's all right. It's not your fault. Continue your mission. Yes. The woman moved swiftly after she ended the call. She climbed over the walls and went towards Ning Xi's direction. A short while later, just when Ning Xi thought she had finally gotten away from that woman, a dark shadow appeared right in front of her. Ning Xi almost cursed out loud when she saw her. She need not ask, her disguise was found out. The woman stood before Ning Xi with a cold expression. Bro Shi, your disguise was really amazing. I was almost fooled. Ning Xi kept quiet. That was not a disguise at all. That's who I really am. I've always been a cute little bunny, you stupid humans. Chapter 1036. Ears were heating up. Ning Xi's eyes turned chilly. We were once colleagues, after all. I don't want to hurt you. Don't make me do it. The woman grinned. Had it been the last time, I might not have been able to win. But now, I heard that you can't even face Feng Xiaoxiao for more than a few minutes. Ning Xi had nothing to say. How did she even know about this? Bro Shi, follow me. If it's possible, I don't want to hurt you either, said the woman. Ning Xi took a glance at the gun strapped to the woman's waist, and she understood the woman was trying to be polite. Not only did Ning Xi not have any weapons on her, even if she did, she would not be able to handle someone who was sent by Feng Jin. Ning Xi got into the car in the end. There was also a man in the car, designated to be the driver, and the woman sat at the back with Ning Xi. The woman searched through Ning Xi's outfit and even checked the small black hair clip on her. Ning Xi tilted her head and glanced at the woman busy examining her. You can stop now, baby. I just came out to get some soy sauce. I didn't even bring my phone. Do you really expect me to possess anything dangerous now? The woman stopped as she heard Ning Xi's voice. She felt her ears heating up. That was Tingxiao's voice, Tingxiao's tone. Although Ning Xi looked like an underage girl now, her tone matched the old Tingxiao. The woman shook her head and came back to her senses. Then she tied Ning Xi's wrists tightly to ensure that she could not escape. Pretty lady, Can you tell me why Strategist Feng has invited me over? Ning Xi asked. I'm just executing my orders. I don't know anything else. The woman answered expressionlessly. You're also working for Satan, but why have I never seen you before? The woman stopped answering her questions and ignored her. Too bad. Ning Xi just closed her eyes and got some rest. What surprised Ning Xi was that although the woman had tied her up, she did not blindfold her. It seemed like she did not mind her knowing where were they heading to. The streetlights and cars outside were getting lesser and lesser as the car headed towards the outskirts. Where were they bringing her? Any further would be going into the wilderness. As Ning Xi was running through the possibilities in her mind, the car stopped in front of an old European villa. When she clearly saw where they were, Ning Xi's face went pale. Gosh, was this not the infamous haunted villa? Rumor had it that a pregnant woman hung herself inside. Ever since then, the house was haunted and many mysterious things happened. A resident was even scared to death here, and no one else dared to take over this house after that. What was happening? Of all places, why here? The thing she was afraid of the most was ghosts. Broshi, please let go. Ning Xi's hands were tied together, but she clung onto the car door with her fingers. She even crawled back into the car. Upon realizing where they were, the woman looked at the driver, and they both dragged Ning Xi out. A gun was pointed at Ning Xi's back, and she could only walk towards the scary haunted house slowly. Chapter 1037. If I were in a male outfit. The woman was suspicious when she saw Ning Xi's pale face and her shaky legs. Ning Xi had been pretty calm along the way just now, and even took a nap, but when they reached there, she became so frightened. But, well, who could blame her? That man was pretty scary after all. The thick wooden door made a loud, creaking sound as the woman pushed it open. The large house was empty and dark. The light was not turned on, and only a few white candles lined up on the wall were lit up. The dim lights made the haunted house even spookier. Under the dim candle lights, the oil portraits on the wall looked like haunting ghosts. The old wooden floorboards creaked as they walked through the house. With an old pendulum clock, bronze mirrors, animal tusks, and deer heads, the house was like a horror film set populated with extremely ancient decorations. She expected a ghost to suddenly pop out of nowhere, or a white figure to suddenly hang down right in front of her. Ning Xi walked slowly, her steps treading heavier after each step. The woman with the gun on Ning Xi's back realized that she was walking slower and slower, and she got annoyed. As the woman was about to tell Ning Xi to go faster, the large clock in the house struck. 12. Dong, dong, dong. The large clock rung out loudly all of a sudden, and the sound echoed throughout the empty house. Our ghost! Ning Xi screamed at the top of her lungs, and she turned around to hug the woman. She was shivering, apparently really afraid. The woman was dumbfounded. Bro, she was actually scared of ghosts? She was wondering if she was dreaming. The worst thing was that the image of her idol was being destroyed bit by bit until nothing was left anymore. It was all just her imagination. It's just the sound of the clock. The woman looked at the little bunny with an expressionless face. The sound of the clock really shocked me. After a while, the woman finally brought Ning Xi into a room upstairs. While it was just a short distance from the car to the room, Ning Xi felt like she had just gone through hell. The woman in the black suit thought that Ning Xi was trying to delay her time, but then she realized that Ning Xi's forehead was full of sweat, and she did not seem to be acting. The woman still could not get over her past idol. Ning Xi stopped her from leaving after they reached the room. Where are you going? Please wait here for a moment. You want to leave me alone here? No way. Don't go. What am I waiting for? Can't you wait with me? Aren't you worried that I might run away? My mission ends here. No matter how Ning Xi begged, she still left. Damn. We'll see if you'll leave me this quick if I were in a male outfit. Chapter 1038. Scare her to death? The woman's footsteps were going further and further away until Ning Xi could not hear it anymore. The whole place was dead silent, and there was not even the slightest rustle. She could hear herself moving just an inch of her body, and the very tiny sound she made was magnified, terrorizing her. She was already frightened even when there was another person with her. Leaving her alone was torture. Ning Xi took a deep breath and chanted whatever religious mantras she remembered as she tried to look around the room to distract herself. There was a dimly lit white candle on the dressing table. She could see that the design of the room was pretty similar to the outside. The only difference was that it was way scarier. She also realized the room was very spacious. From the structure and decoration of it, it should be the master bedroom. Master bedroom. Ning Xi suddenly ran to a corner, away from the entrance. The rumor that went around was that the woman, who had hung herself, had done so at the entrance of the master bedroom. She was standing exactly under it just now. She finally understood their plan now. They wanted to scare her to death. There were some things in life that could never be overcome, like Ning Xi's fear of ghosts. When she had stayed with her foster parents, her grandmother did not like her and tried to abandon her many times. There was once that she had left Ning Xi alone near a graveyard. She stayed there for 2 days and was deeply traumatized by the experience back then. She ended up being terrified of ghosts. Even though she knew they were baseless assumptions, she could not help it. She also would not watch any horror films. Ning Xi took another deep breath to calm herself down. Then she tried to untie herself. Unfortunately, the woman had used a professional technique and the rope texture was special, so it was impossible to escape from it. She dragged her weak body around and checked the room, but all the doors and windows were locked. She looked into the mirror and saw her own pale face. Her thoughts ran wild, and she thought that she was buried in the ground with the dead bodies. She did not even have the capacity to think about why Feng Jin had trapped her there. The only thing that might make her feel better in the room was probably the bed. Ning Xi's legs were trembling as she slowly moved towards the bed. She grasped the pillow to her chest and curled up into a fetal position. Time passed by. No one came, and there was no sound. She felt like she was the only one alive in the whole world until the candle on the dressing table was burnt completely. The sole source of light went out, and the room became pitch black. Ning Xi's tensed-up mind could not take it anymore. Her deepest, darkest thought flooded her mind uncontrollably. A little girl was abandoned heartlessly. She waited at the same spot only to hear ferocious beast cries from the forest. She ran and then was tripped by something. She looked down to see a pile of bones. She was lost in a woods full of dried-up bones. She waited from night till dawn, and from day till dusk. She kept on waiting and waiting. Chapter 1039. Who are you keeping yourself for? The scenery in her mind shifted again. It was a sunny afternoon, and there was a loud screech of brakes. She felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Child, her child. Blood, in the eyes, everywhere. Child. My child. He's dead. Your child is dead. He was born dead. What could you do even if he's not dead? Are you going to take care of an illegitimate child? No, she did not believe it. His heart had still been beating in her womb just a moment ago. Not an illegitimate child. Her child was not an illegitimate child. She had been looking forward to the birth of her child. It was her child. Her precious child. Give me back my baby. Give me back. The woman's mournful voice echoed through her head. Deep in her heart, she knew it was her own voice. Finally, the next moment, she saw that child. She finally saw her baby. In a cold morgue, a small body which was all purple and blue. The baby had stopped breathing. Her child, her baby was dead. Suddenly, there was a loud screech amongst the silence. It was the opening of the door. Thud, thud, thud. Leather Shoes stepped into the room, and a tall man came in. The man's fair hand was holding a candle. Under the dim light, it highlighted his grayish eyes and his silver hair. The man walked slowly towards the bed and closed in on the dark silhouette. There was a girl on the bed, and she was gripping the pillow tightly, drenched in sweat. Her hair was wet, and her body was shivering. No, no, my child, no. The girl was definitely not fully conscious until she noticed the source of the light and the sound of footsteps. She looked up and stared in the direction of the light. You're still useless as ever. The man's sarcastic tone echoed through the spooky room. Ning Xi stared at the person while maintaining her fetal position. She did not move and did not say anything. It seemed like she was still in her dreamlike state. The girl was wearing a furry onesie, and her body was quivering as she stared hard at him with her reddened eyes. It was just too easy to trigger a person's darkest desire. The man's eyes went darker and darker as he slowly extended his hand towards the girl. He tried to touch her lips. The next moment, the man felt a sharp pain on his hand. Before he could close in, the girl had bitten his hand, blood smearing the girl's mouth and the man's hand. The man's expression changed. He held the girl's lower jaw and pushed her onto the bed. With a cold and angry expression, he spoke in a dangerous tone. Who are you keeping yourself for? Chapter 1040. Who wants your heart? Yin Shun, what do you want? Ning Xi was finally awake, and she demanded. The man looked at his bleeding hand, then licked it slowly. His demonic eyes locked onto her, and he said in a low voice beside her ears, I didn't really plan to do anything. But now. His voice creeped Ning Xi out. I've already told you clearly. Yes, you saved my life, so I gave you 4 years of my life and risked my life countless times for you, but now, I don't owe you anything. We're going on separate paths, so what's wrong with that? The man cackled as he held her chin. You don't owe me? My dear, don't even talk about when you're alive. Even if you're dead, you're still mine. If I go to hell, you'll follow right behind me. This maniac. The man's expression was crazy, and the situation was going out of hand. Ning Xi was not just tied up, she could not move at all. She kept her eyes shut and yelled, You won't harvest any sweet fruits from forcefully picking them. Is there any meaning to what you're doing? Who told you that I like sweet fruits? Ning Xi was taken aback. Even if you get my body, you'll never have my heart. The man raised his eyebrows as he ran his fingers through her hair. I only want your body. Who wants your heart? Why was he acting so irrationally? When she was almost scared to death just now, she had prayed for a living person to come, as long as it was a living person. But now, as she looked at the guy in front of her, she might as well have met a ghost. There must be something wrong with her method of praying. Wait, don't you want to know why I chose Lu? Tingxiao, Ning Xi yelled again. As expected, the man stopped. He squinted his eyes, then asked her with a half-hearted smile, Tell me about it. Ning Xi gulped, able to relax a little. Probably because she had mentioned Lu Tingxiao's name, the girl's expression softened. It was an expression he had never seen before, exciting his inner dominating desire. Ning Xi closed her eyes and said slowly, Yin Shun, you know a lot about me. Whether it was when I was still staying with my foster parents, or when I was taken back by the Ning family when I was 18, or even the 4 years when I was overseas, before I met Lu Tingxiao, there was not a day that I could be myself. Because I was afraid of being abandoned, I tried my best to appeal to my foster parents and grandmother. Because I was afraid of being ignored, I tried to look good in front of my parents and the socialites. Because of love, I gave up everything to try to please Su Yan. Because I wanted to survive, I buried my real self. Up to this point, Ning Xi was reminded of the years when she had wandered overseas, and she wore a cold smile. However, soon, the coldness melted away. After I came back, revenge blinded me and made me lose my way. Until I met that person, until I met Lu Tingxiao, no one has ever treated me so well. He loves me and protects me. He always quietly sacrifices himself for me, and he's never forced me to do anything. I can only be myself in front of him. Chapter 1041. Do you want to try? Me? Huh. So it's enough to make you fall in love just by doing that. The man's tone was full of sarcasm as he regarded Ning Xi as a woman who was blinded by love. Ning Xi took a deep breath and asked, Okay, let me ask you. If you entered a room and you saw the person you like fed with an aphrodisiac and wearing transparent pajamas while lying on a king-sized bed full of red flower petals, what would you make her do? She asked Jiang Mai the same question as well. Make love, Yin Shin simply replied. Make love? Good. This reply was as expected of Satan. How creepy. Ning Xi's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes. But Lu Tingxiao did not do anything. That's the difference between the both of you. And this is why I choose him. He'll never take advantage of me when I'm at my worst. Yin Shun, you don't know what love is. The man looked annoyed. Are you sure this is love and not sexual dysfunction? Ning Xi yelled at him in anger. Shut up. You're the one with sexual dysfunction. The man grinned. Do you really want to try me? I don't have time to play games with you. Let me tell you something. It's all right to have low EQ. You can learn. I can teach you something right now. For example, under this situation, you should learn from Lu Tingxiao and let me go like a gentleman. Ning Xi tried to convince him. The man raised his eyebrows. I don't do what others do. Ning Xi clenched her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Her brain cells were dying, while her mouth was running dry. This bastard was too annoying. Is there anything else you'd like to say? The man asked cheerfully as he looked at her whilst enjoying her expression. Bastard. Saying anything else to him would be useless anyway. Are you scolding me? Ning Xi kept quiet. Finally, he understood why she was scolding him. Could he improve in other aspects as well? My dear, I'm asking for you to come back to me for your own good. If you continue to be with him, You'll be really sad, the man said. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Why would I be sad? Because you'll become a widow. You. Ning Xi was so angry that she started to feel pain in her bones. Don't you talk so big. I don't care what business you have with Tingxiao, but my man isn't someone who can go down that easily. Your man? Yun Shun's carefree expression suddenly darkened. My dear, you really know how to make me angry. Ning Xi knew that things were bad when she realized his change in expression. She should not have triggered him, but she really could not help it just now. Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside. Tang Yi stood there with a worried expression on his face as he looked over to Ning Xi's direction. He shouted loudly, Satan, we're surrounded by Tingxiao's men. The moment Tang Yi said those words, dust started to form a cloud outside the house as the trees and grass swayed. There was a loud whirring sound from a chopper overhead. Chapter 1042. We meet again. That's pretty fast. Good timing. I missed him too. The silver-haired man looked at the dozens of private helicopters outside the house, his eyes brimming with manic excitement as he stepped out quickly and totally forgot about Ning Xi. Tang Yi followed him as well, but before he left, he looked at Ning Xi with an indescribable expression. He had heard the rumors of Tingxiao possessing a private army, but to deploy them in Imperial and just for a woman. Hey, no, don't go. First, senior brother, you can still keep me in here, but have someone stay with me. You know that I'm afraid of ghosts. However, before Ning Xi could finish, the door closed once again. These monsters, especially Yun Shun who ran away so quickly the moment he heard Tingxiao was here. Ning Xi was going to give them a hard time if she ever got out of this place alive. Although she was left alone in the room again, she did not feel scared anymore, probably because she heard that Tingxiao had arrived. She went up to the window and looked around. Unfortunately, it was too dark, so she could only see a few choppers around. Because she was not sure of the exact situation out there, she could not see where Tingxiao was. She had to get out of there. What if that old man Feng Jin tried something funny on her again? Ning Xi looked around the room again, but she could not find anything useful. She also could not move anything heavy since her hands were tied up. Her only option was to try to break the window by running towards it. Unfortunately, it did not even budge an inch. Which idiot made this window so sturdy? Her bones were almost crushed by the impact. At the grass patch in the front yard, among the dozens of choppers hovering above, one of them descended slowly on an empty spot. A group of armed men alighted before a man in black suit with an extremely cold expression. The armed force formed a parallel formation, and the man walked in between them as they moved slowly towards the creepy, old villa. Another group of armed men was waiting for them right in front of the villa, and it was at that moment that they realized Tingxiao's men surrounded them. Yun Shin's men formed a team of about a dozen people, but compared to Tingxiao's serious professional team, the other party looked more carefree and less disciplined. The door to the villa opened, and the silver-haired man came out. As soon as they saw the silver-haired man, the men with the carefree expressions suddenly turned serious. They behaved respectfully towards him and cleared a path for him as well. Both men, one as cold as ice, the other as cunning as a demon, walked towards each other. The air was tense, and both sides were ready for a fight. The two men stopped and stood about 10 steps away from each other. Their poisonous looks at each other could almost cause a spark in the air. The silver-haired man bit his lip, with a fire burning in his crimson-red eyes. He looked at the man in the black suit, his bloodlust practically splattering everywhere. We meet again. Chapter 1043, Naive Child. Give her to me, Tingxiao said. The silver-haired man put his hand on his forehead and chuckled as if he had just heard a funny joke. You infiltrated my turf, and now, you want me to hand over my people? You sure have an odd sense of humor, CEO Lu. Tingxiao looked at his watch expressionlessly. 3 minutes. He was being fairly straightforward. If they did not hand over the girl within 3 minutes, then... The silver-haired man put on a creepy smile and raised his eyebrows. Tingxiao, when she was at her worst, her most desperate and most painful period of time, I helped her. I taught her all the necessary skills she needed to survive and to protect herself. She belongs to the same world as me. Sure, the world is vast, but in the end, she'll understand where she truly belongs. Tingxiao's expression darkened the moment the silver-haired man finished his sentence. His broodiness was even stronger than the demonic man, so much so that even Tingxiao's men were slightly taken aback. The night became darker. The ominous clouds covered the moon, and only a dim light could be seen. Sometime later, Tingxiao's bloodlust vanished. He looked at the silver-haired man without any expression. 2 minutes. At the same time, both parties were in battle-ready mode. Even the snipers were ready from afar, and the tension was high as everyone was prepared to fight any moment. In a corner nearby, Feng Xiaoxiao wiped her sweat from her forehead. It seems like a fight's going to happen soon. Annie was freaking out. What should we do? We're not really going to fight each other, are we? Sis Xiaoxiao, I just found out that strategist Feng kidnapped Bro Xi. How could he do this? To be honest, I didn't expect Elder Feng to be this straightforward this time as well. What is he trying to achieve? Feng Xiaoxiao was suspicious. Tang Ye's cold voice joined in. Feng Jin hates anything that goes out of his control and affects Satan's decision. For a man, it's the worst thing ever to let a woman make you go berserk. So, Elder Feng wanted to snip the issue in the bud? So that's why Satan wanted to kidnap little junior sister. This haunted house is the perfect place to keep her since she's super scared of ghosts. She'll definitely lose all her fighting power here. Moreover, she can't even fight that well now, Feng Xiaoxiao mumbled. Annie suddenly tensed up. I think boss wouldn't really do that. Although he looks like a bad guy, and he always says bad things, he treats us really well. Like he always says that he's going to feed me to the fishes, but he's never actually done it. Ugh, your analogy. Such a naive child. Feng Xiaoxiao caressed Annie's head pitifully. Feng Xiaoxiao then looked at the intense situation at hand. As both parties were ready to fight, she mumbled to herself, Is this what Elder Feng is trying to achieve? Why does it feel like he's making trouble on purpose? Chapter 1044. Are you flaunting to me? Besides, the other purpose for what happened today was probably to lure Tingxiao's rumored underground forces out. Although they were just a small part of it, one could already estimate how powerful it could be. More importantly, it was no weaker than their organization. This cannot continue. I'm going to rescue Bro Xi. Only Bro Xi can stop this now. Annie cried out. Feng Xiaoxiao stopped Annie. What can you do? You're not a fighter. You can't even lift the door. Just stay here, I'll go. But if the boss blames us, Annie was worried. Both of you are directly under him. Of course, you two can't go. Even though I'm part of the organization, I'm just sort of a part-timer here. I'd still have the sins behind me if I were to get in trouble. Don't worry. Feng Xiaoxiao then swiftly went into the house. The Sins was the largest assassin group internationally. While Feng Xiaoxiao worked with the organization, she was also a core member of the Sins. Tang Yi did not stop Feng Xiaoxiao and just acted as if he did not see what just happened. In the creepiest master bedroom upstairs, as Feng Xiaoxiao went into the room using a metal key, Ning Xi was still battling with the glass window. Ning Xi held a small, sharp bone in her hand and was trying to break the window with it when suddenly someone grabbed her by her shirt and pulled her away from the window. A black boot flew across the room. Clang! There was a loud sound and the window was broken. Ning Xi was dumbfounded. The window she had been trying to break for so long was now shattered into pieces. She cried, "Oh, third senior sister, you finally came." Useless. Feng Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her as she took out a dagger and cut open the ropes that bound Ning Xi's hands. I've already reminded you the last time. How are you getting weaker and weaker? Ning Xi pouted and mumbled. It just shows how carefree and happy my life is now. Feng Xiaoxiao was annoyed by her comment. Are you flaunting your lovey-dovey experience in front of me? I'm going to kick you. You wouldn't. Ning Xi went up to her and gave her a big hug. Feng Xiaoxiao closed her eyes when she saw this underage-looking girl acting so innocently in this situation. No wonder 16 looked defeated just now. Her wonderful image of you must have been shattered. Ning Xi blinked her eyes. 16? Who's number 16? Her code name is 16. The woman who kidnapped you here. Feng Xiaoxiao replied. Oh, that's who she is. She will probably experience some mental breakdown today. Ning Xi started perspiring guiltily. She seemed to have a crush on you before. She probably volunteered for Feng Jin's mission because she wanted to get closer to her idol, but who knew? Feng Xiaoxiao felt bad for 16. Ning Xi mumbled. So it's my fault now? She's the one who tied me up and left me all alone here. It's karma. Chapter 1045. There's a woman in boss house. Okay, stop messing around. Get down there to your man. They're going to fight soon. We're in China and right in the middle of Imperial, so there's no advantage for either of them to fight here. Feng Xiaoxiao reminded her. Oh, then I'll leave now, third senior sister. Let's have a drink next time. Ning Xi climbed out of the window. Feng Xiaoxiao was worried. Are you going to be all right? Why don't you just take the stairs? That's troublesome. Stop looking down on me, all right? It's just the third floor. Ning Xi then climbed down along the water pipe. Feng Xiaoxiao remained silent. You've become a real little bunny now. How could I be not worried? But actually, as a woman, Feng Xiaoxiao was still a little jealous. After all, she was way more experienced than Ning Xi in the field, and she had gone through a lot of traumatic experiences. Nevertheless, she was also less trustful compared to Ning Xi. Men, she would never fall in love with those creatures. On the other hand, Ning Xi realized that she should have listened to third senior sister. When Ning Xi was halfway down the pipe, her legs were trembling and she fell to the ground. Suddenly, everyone's attention turned to her corner. They then saw a cute little girl getting to her feet clumsily as she seemed to be mumbling something. Where did this little bunny come from? Someone from Yunshun's side asked. Big news. There's a woman in the boss house. A fresh underage girl at that. Oh my gosh, boss has that kind of fetish? People were making a scene as they looked at Yunshun more and more suspiciously as well until a clear, cold voice cut through their doubts. That's Tingxiao. Everyone was speechless when they heard 16's declaration. Was that a joke? Tingxiao's expression changed when he saw Ning Xi. Despite the crowd around, he could only see his own wife right now. Yunshun's razor-sharp eyes glared at Feng Xiaoxiao, who stood by the broken window. Then he looked at Ning Xi and said in a cold tone, Come over. Ning Xi's mouth twitched in irritation. She tried to brush off the leaves and dirt on her. While she did not say anything, her expression made it obvious that she would only go over to his side if she was crazy. Ah, the devil. Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao's direction happily. The difference in her attitude towards the two men was obvious. The three of them formed a triangle. Tingxiao and Yunshun were about 10 steps away from each other, and Ning Xi was right between them near the corner of a wall. As Ning Xi stepped out towards Tingxiao's direction, there was a creepy, demonic voice that rang out. I'll give you one last chance. Think properly before you move. Decide which side to move towards to. That creepy voice halted Ning Xi mid-step. She remained stationary and looked up to see the stony-faced Tingxiao and the dark-faced Yunshun. What should she do? She was not troubled by the choice of which side she was going to pick. It was not even a question. Her only concern was what would Yunshun do if she walked towards Tingxiao's side. Chapter 1047. Anyone who dares to hurt her. The silver-haired man's face turned as frigid as ice when he saw Ning Xi run towards Tingxiao, and they embraced each other. Feng Jin covered his wounded arm and went up to the man. He quickly said, Satan, we could let this go if Tingxi stayed for you this time. But she has forgotten all about you and betrayed you. You don't have to involve yourself with a woman like her. The silver-haired man glared at him heartlessly. I like the way she treats me and how she's unappreciative towards me. Do you have any opinions about that? Feng Jin kept quiet. Seeing that Tingxiao was taking Ning Xi away, he was going to lose his final chance. Feng Jin clenched his teeth and warned, Satan, that woman will destroy you. Huh, if a woman can destroy me this easily, why don't you take my position? The man's face was suddenly full of violence. Feng Jin bowed his head respectfully. I'm afraid I'm not fit to be. The man sneered. I'm only respecting you because of Elder Qiao. If something similar happens the next time, you'll go back to where you came from. Feng Jin's face went pale when he heard what the silver-haired man threatened him with. He thought that Satan would surely eliminate the woman after witnessing her betrayal personally, but yet, no way. This woman could not be spared. Tangyi, I'm here. The man glanced at the pale Feng Jin as he casually adjusted his sleeves. Send a message to everyone. No matter who it is, if someone dares to hurt Tingxi, I'll destroy him. Noted, Tangyi replied. Feng Jin stood there without saying a word. The man squinted his eyes and looked at the chopper as it slowly left his sight. He then opened up his palm. It was a fluffy white ball from the girl's outfit just now, looking forlorn in his palm. They did not board the chopper Tingxiao came in. Instead, they left with another smaller helicopter. Aside from Tingxiao and Ning Xi, there was only the pilot in the chopper. The moment the door closed, Ning Xi was kissed passionately. The man's wide hand held her waist tightly, and his other hand wrapped the behind of her neck as he kissed her with all his might. The tingling sensation of hot passion lingered on Ning Xi's lips, and the first thing she thought of was, "Boss, will we die in this helicopter?" How could the pilot focus in this situation? The pilot in front was probably facing the greatest challenge of his whole career life. The boss at the back did not seem to have any intention to stop, and the kiss was growing more and more intense as time passed. This would not lead to them to do it on the helicopter, would it? Even a pilot who had been trained professionally for 8 years could not stand such an intense and rousing scene. At the same time, Tingxiao went even further as he noticed the girl was not focusing. He suppressed himself so that he would not hurt the girl. But there was still the scent of blood in their mouths. Although Tingxiao was emitting such a dark and negative aura around him at that moment, Ning Xi was not scared at all. Instead, she clung to the man's neck and kissed him back, caressing his back with her fingers. She put her hands on his chest and pushed him down until he was pinned under her. As she leaned towards him, the bunny had slid over her head and her lips met his, all her suppressed fears and emotions fading as they kissed. The man used a hand to stabilize the girl's body to prevent her from falling as he returned her kiss with a more passionate one. The pilot in front was blushing as he saw the girl riding on top of the man, one in a formal black suit, the other one wearing a cute bunny outfit. Chapter 1048. Kiss me again, then it won't. The kiss lasted for a long time. From violent to passionate to gentle cuddling. None of them wanted to ever break the kiss. In the end, Ning Xi was the one who stopped. She pushed the man away firmly. "That's enough. If we keep continuing to do this, we might really crash." The pilot in front almost cried out of relief. The lady boss was so considerate. Tingxiao rested his head in the crook of her neck, apparently still shocked by what had happened tonight. Ning Xi looked at Tingxiao with a worried expression. "We're still within Imperial's border, and tonight, we really caused a big ruckus. Will it affect you?" The man's lips stayed on her sensitive collarbone area. "Kiss me again, then it won't." Ning Xi and the pilot were both speechless. He had better change his career soon. "Please give me back my cool boss." They transferred from the helicopter to a car on their journey back. It was still dawn when they reached the city area, and the sky was still dark. Tingxiao sent her back to Platinum Palace as he was worried that her apartment was not safe. He held her in his arms when he saw that her ankle was injured. After putting Ning Xi down on her bed, she saw that he was about to leave, so she reached out quickly to hold his hand. "Where are you going?" "To look for a first aid box. Your wound needs to be treated." "Oh, hurry then." A while later, Tingxiao came back with a first aid box. Ning Xi was badly scratched on several parts of her body when she fell down earlier, so Tingxiao used alcohol swabs to clean the wounds. Then he applied some ointment. Fortunately, they were just normal scratches, so a few bandages would suffice. Tingxiao's expression darkened while he was applying ointment on her wrists as he saw the red marks caused by the ropes when she was trussed up tightly. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" Tingxiao asked. "Yes." Ning Xi nodded. Tingxiao frowned, and his expression darkened even more. "Where?" Ning Xi pointed at her lips sulkily. "Here. You caused them to be hurt." Tingxiao was taken aback a little. He coughed lightly. "I'll apply some ointment for you." After the cool mint-colored ointment was applied to her lips, she felt a lot better. When Ning Xi saw Tingxiao turn around and was about to leave the room, Ning Xi held onto his shirt. "Where are you going?" "I'm getting a towel for you." "Oh, then go and come back quickly." "Wait, never mind. You know what? I'll just go with you." Ning Xi went to the toilet with him. Tingxiao rinsed the towel under some hot water, then cleaned her dirty face and hands with it. "You can't shower with all the wounds on you, so this will do for now." Are you sure there are no other wounds?" Tingxiao asked again after they had gone back to the bedroom. "No more, really." Ning Xi rolled up her sleeves to show him. "They didn't do anything bad to me. They just used some cruel psychological tricks." Tingxiao was relieved now. "You should change into a clean outfit. It'll make you feel more comfortable." Tingxiao was about to leave the room to let her change, but Ning Xi quickly stopped him. "Where are you going again?" Tingxiao was confused by the girl's unusual attitude. "To let you change." "Why do you have to go out when I change?" "Just stay here." Ning Xi sounded anxious. "What's wrong?" Tingxiao frowned. Ning Xi sobbed as she hugged the man's waist. I'm scared, don't. Go. Chapter 1049. Her tail fell off. Tingxiao was so heartbroken seeing her act this way. What did they do to you? Ning Xi could not hold it in anymore. She sobbed with her shoulders trembling. Bastards. They're all inhumane. Of all places, they made me go to a haunted house. They also left me alone in a dark room. That H house, it's the one with the rumors about a woman who hung herself there? It's so scary. I tried to leave, but I was out of strength. They must have tried to scare me to death. Tingxiao did not say anything. He was almost scared to death by her as well. Can you please stay? I don't want to be alone. What if the female ghost followed me here? Begged Ning Xi. Tingxiao knitted his eyebrows, although he felt both slightly relieved and a little helpless against her request. I won't leave. Oh, are you sure? Asked Ning Xi as she went to the cupboard and looked for clothes to change into. She turned around and asked for confirmation. I'm sure. Ning Xi asked multiple times before she finally changed out of her clothes. When she was changing, she realized something tragic. The round tail at the back of the bunny outfit she loved had fallen off. Ning Xi grieved for the tail. She turned around and saw Tingxiao acting like a gentleman and facing his back towards her. I'm done changing. Tingxiao turned around and patted the girl's head. Rest well. Will you stay with me? How can I not stay with you? Tingxiao sighed. Ning Xi was relieved. On the soft bed, the girl curled herself into the man's embrace, mostly because she was really terrified. She fell asleep pretty quickly. She did not seem to have a good rest, though, as she kept on frowning in her sleep and had beads of sweat on her forehead. Tingxiao stayed right beside her and comforted her lightly. At 6 in the morning, there were sounds of footsteps approaching. Tingxiao looked up. As expected, it was his son. He made a hand gesture and signaled him to be quiet. Ning Xi had only slept around 4 a.m., and if she woke up now, she would not get enough sleep. The little bun noticed his father's serious expression, so he did not mess around and only stood beside the bed to look at his mother. Your mother slept very late last night. Don't wake her up, said Tingxiao in a low voice. The little bun nodded obediently. He left after a short while because he had school today and could not be late. Soon, the little bun returned to the bedroom with his writing board. He wrote a few words. I'll share your burden. Tingxiao was surprised. The child had probably noticed his odd expression and wanted him to share his worries. Tingxiao smiled. Wait until you get a little older. Little Treasure pouted. He was trying really hard to grow up already. Furthermore, he had gained 2 kilograms of weight recently. Before he went to school, Little Treasure gave his mother a light kiss. Tingxiao looked at the girl. Quietly, not giving into slumber, then he realized that something was wrong. Her temperature, it was rising. Chapter 1050. Is your wife pregnant? Because he was hugging her the whole time, he did not realize that the girl's cheeks were bright pink. It seemed unusual, and when he touched her forehead, it was feverish. Ning Xi was having a fever. Tingxiao got up and quickly made a call to Qin Mufeng. An hour later, Qin Mufeng came over with a suitcase. Dude, do you always spy on me or something? The moment I return, you call me. Qin Mufeng had gone overseas for an academic conference and had just touched down when Tingxiao called him. However, he was glad that Tingxiao called. Ever since Ning Xi was there, both father and son had become really healthy. In fact, he felt guilty for doing nothing while continuing to receive his salary. What's happened that you had to call me this urgently? Qin Mufeng asked. Fever, Tingxiao said. Qin Mufeng explained patiently. My dear CEO, a fever is just a normal thing. You call me here just for this? I thought your wife was pregnant. Qin Mufeng felt that even that was overthinking. Knowing Tingxiao's personality, the both of them had probably never even done it yet. Speaking of which, if he was this worried when his wife got a fever, what would happen if she actually gave birth in the future? Qin Mufeng kept these thoughts to himself as he took out some equipment from his suitcase. He did some simple checkup procedures on Ning Xi and measured her temperature. How is she? Tingxiao asked. Qin Mufeng took a look at the thermometer and frowned. How did her fever get so bad? I'm going to prescribe her some medication. You should try and lower her temperature physically. If her fever doesn't get better by tonight, she'll have to get an injection and be put on drips. Okay, don't leave. Stay here for the night, said Tingxiao without any expression. Qin Mufeng's mouth twitched. Roger, CEO Lu. The girl's face was red and her breathing hastened. Lu Tingxiao helped the girl up and fed her some medicine. Then he rubbed some alcohol all over her body to try cooling her down. After a whole day, her body temperature stabilized around the evening, but she was still unconscious. The next morning, the sun shone brightly and warm rays peeked through the curtains. Birds were singing, and as some petals from the garden were swept inside, the fragrance of the flowers filled up the room. On the bed, the girl frowned. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly woke up with her forehead full of sweat. It seemed like she had just woken up from a nightmare. Ning Xi was a little confused when she woke up. She looked around and saw that it was the bedroom she was familiar with. There was a bundle of flowers by her side, combined with the scent of flowers and nature from outside as the curtains swayed in the wind. Beside the window, a man was sitting on the chair with a book in his hand. He did not flip the book and was looking outside the window. Ning Xi's eyes finally opened wide. Then she realized that she was still alive and not in hell. Lu Tingxiao walked over when he realized she had moved. He caressed the girl's head. "You're awake. How long have I slept?" Ning Xi asked. 2 days. "That's long," muttered Ning Xi as she held her head. Then she saw the man's unshaven facial hair and felt her heart ache. "You haven't been sleeping?" This time around, it was probably Lu Tingxiao who was most frightened and not Ning Xi. She wondered how Lu Tingxiao had found her so quickly. Maybe he had a spy. Or had Feng Jin intentionally leaked the information? Chapter 1051. Extremely Jealous. "I'm all right. I've been sleeping. How do you feel?" Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi shook her head, then looked into his eyes. "Lu Tingxiao, do you have something you're not telling me?" Actually, she realized that Lu Tingxiao had been hiding something from her ever since they had returned. She could tell that something was not right from his reaction earlier, even though he hid it very well. Lu Tingxiao remained silent. Ever since their return, he could not ignore what the silver-haired man said no matter how hard he tried. At a time when she felt the most dejected, sorry, hopeless, and painful, I took her in and taught her the skills necessary for her to survive. She belongs to the same world as me. The world is vast, but in the end, she will realize where she belongs. Was it truly where she belonged? He tried his best to convince himself, but he could not. He was jealous. Jealous of that man. Extremely jealous. He was jealous of their past, of their extraordinary relationship. Lu Tingxiao looked thoroughly uncomfortable. Although he was under the sunlight right now, it was obvious that he was rapidly freezing up. The thought of losing Ning Xi wrapped him up in layers of icy chill. "Ning Xi, will you ever leave me?" Lu Tingxiao finally asked the girl in front of him, his eyes full of sorrow. He was afraid that she would leave him anytime. What he received as a reply was a huge, warm hug. The girl's warm, slender body wrapped him tightly, melting the ice. Ning Xi thought that it was something really severe and was speechless when she heard him. But she felt heartache for him as well, so she hugged him even tighter. "Why do you think I've been working so hard? It's all to be with you, so I can marry you with pride, all right? It was all done so I can stay in your world." Being with Lu Tingxiao was her life's biggest blessing, yet also her biggest gamble. She knew that she should not have, but she fell. She fell deeper and deeper into him. The next moment, Ning Xi pushed Lu Tingxiao down. With ferocious eyes, she said, "Lu Tingxiao, why are you asking me this? I'm warning you. You're the one who seduced me. You're the one who charmed me. If one day you dare to betray me..." While Ning Xi was threatening him, her heart was smiling. Even if one day he really did betray her, she probably could not bring herself to hurt him. Without realizing it, she had found herself being entirely consumed by him. The man stared at her. In his eyes was his world. "I would never betray my life." The girl's eyes were full of determination as well. "Me too. Lu Tingxiao, I have 2 lives. One was when I was born, the other one was when I met you." Lu Tingxiao's hand on her arm suddenly tightened. The thunderstorm above them faded away and the sky cleared up. Chapter 1052. He needs money. Under the warm sunlight, both of them lay on the bed quietly. "Although the security of the place you're staying at right now is good, it can only hold off thieves and paparazzi." Lu Tingxiao voiced out his thoughts. Ning Xi replied with excitement. "Oh, about that. I was actually thinking of getting a new place. I looked through my savings lately, and it's enough to get myself a little villa. I wanted to talk to you about this. Let's go and look at some houses soon." "Okay," Lu Tingxiao replied. "I'll help you take note of the ones suitable for you. I'll arrange the security system personally." Ning Xi nodded. Lu Tingxiao gave it more thought, but was still not very assured. I'll let Tang Lang stay by your side. You need a bodyguard for your career as well. Ning Xi was surprised. Have second senior brother as my bodyguard? From a company security guard to a private bodyguard, his job ranking was deteriorating. While the former role was as a little security guard, he was still working for an international company. He needs the money, said Lu Tingxiao. Okay. She had almost forgotten that second senior brother's credit card had been blocked by first senior brother, pushing him to even become a security guard and a child's tutor to earn some money. As long as it pays. Oh right. I almost forgot. I need 2 more people from you. Ning Xi suddenly remembered the bunch of knives, bats, and the local specialties back in her house. Who? Lu Tingxiao asked. Shi Xiao and Xiongji. Is it okay? Ning Xi checked. They went to look for you. Lu Tingxiao had actually expected them to. Ning Xi cleared her throat. Well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Tingxiao thought about it. He did not plan to use the both of them again, but they were capable. After what had happened the last time, they had become familiar with Ning Xi and the others might not be as responsible as them. Sure. Most importantly, how could he say no to his wife's request? Are you hungry? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi felt her stomach growling in response, so she nodded. Very. I'll go and check on the kitchen to see if our meal is ready. After being sick for 2 days, Ning Xi still felt weak. Just as she was about to fall asleep again, her phone rang. When she went out to get some soy sauce 2 days ago, she had not taken her phone with her. So Lu Tingxiao had probably brought it over for her. It was Ning Xi. The moment Ning Xi saw Ning Xi's name, her expression changed. She was done for. Too many things had happened in the past 2 days. In addition to her sickness, she had forgotten that she was supposed to join a variety show program today. The crew was supposed to travel to the old town beside the Shu River at 8 o'clock. It was already 7 o'clock now. Ning Xi was fully awake as she picked up the phone. Hello, Sis Gigi. I'm really sorry. I'm not feeling well and slept for 2 days straight, but I just woke up. I'll be there immediately. I was just about to tell you that the program has been delayed, Ling Xi said. Huh? Delayed? Ning Xi was surprised. What happened? Did you say that you're sick? Are you all right? Ling Xi asked worriedly. Ning Xi always had excellent work ethics. If her illness was not very serious, she would never have forgotten about the program today. It's all right, it was just a fever. I feel much better now. Are you alone at home now? Should I ask Xiao Tao to go over and take care of you? Ling Xi asked. Chapter 1053, Fed by Little Treasure. Oh, it's all right. I'm at my friend's place, so I'm being taken care of. Ning Xi replied quickly. Okay then, let me know if anything happens. If it's serious, please go to the hospital, reminded Ling Xi. Okay. Rest well. I'm not sure when the program will be delayed until. I'll arrange a cooking show for you after you recover. It's called Beauty Specialties, and the venue is right here in Imperial. It should just take an afternoon. It's a pretty easy job. All right. Thank you, Sis Gigi. Ning Xi's tensed-up muscles relaxed after the call ended, and she curled back onto the bed, cuddling the soft pillow. Although she should not think in such a way, it did feel great to hear that work was cancelled when all she felt like doing was sleeping. The door made a creaking sound as it was pushed open. Little Treasure came in. Ning Xi was refreshed when she saw her baby. Ah, little. Before she could finish her sentence, the little bun smashed the door close, then ran downstairs. Ning Xi scratched her head while looking confused. What was wrong? A while later, she heard footsteps coming up. The little guy came in again with a bowl of porridge in his hands. He carefully walked towards the bed, then tried to feed her. So, he had gone down to get her some breakfast. Ning Xi was touched. She almost wanted to give him a big hug, but she did not as she was afraid he might get infected. You're so sweet, baby, but I'm sick right now. I'm afraid that you might get infected. Can you let your father feed me instead? The little bun was still holding the spoon, looking very determined as if he was saying, I'm not afraid of any sickness. I want to take care of mommy. Lu Tingxiao came into the room with some snacks. He's not that weak, let him feed you. Ning Xi quickly gulped the porridge down. It's good. The little bun stood beside the bed and fed Ning Xi spoon by spoon as Lu Tingxiao sat on the bed and started peeling some oranges slowly. When Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai came in, they saw a happy family existing in perfect harmony. Sister-in-law, are you feeling better? I think giving flowers are kind of outdated now. so I brought some vegetables from my yard for you. Lu Jingli had a basket of fruits and vegetables with him. Jiang Mai kept quiet while holding a bouquet of outdated flowers. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at Lu Jingli. Then he put the flowers into a vase on the table. He looked at Ning Xi's pale face. I didn't expect you'd get sick. Ning Xi replied. As long as one is human, one can fall sick. So, the question is, am I not human now? Sometimes you aren't, Jiang Mai said. Sister-in-law, what happened? You're always as fit as a cow. How did you suddenly fall sick? Lu Jingli asked suspiciously. Fit like a cow? This stupid Lu Jingli. Couldn't he phrase it any better? Ning Xi glared at him angrily. I'm just a little shocked, all right. What? Stop lying. What could shock you to the point of falling ill? Lu Jingli did not believe it. Ning Xi ignored him. She would rather maintain her image of being fit like a cow than tell them that she was afraid of ghosts. Also, she decided that she would soon download a whole bunch of horror films with ghosts and watch all of it, until she was not scared of them anymore. Chapter 1054, Shamelessly. Laughter rang through the house as they spent time together mirthfully. A weak knock was heard at the door. The person outside was Lu Xinyan. Ning Xi was surprised by the unexpected guest. Lu Xinyan looked uncomfortable when she noticed Ning Xi's gaze. She cleared her throat. I'm here to visit Little Treasure. I heard that you were sick, so I came by to see you at once. These tonics were gifts from others. Take them if you like. Although she said that she was here to visit Little Treasure, both Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai were really surprised. Both of them did not know what had happened on the mountain. They only knew that Lu Xinyan really disliked Ning Xi, especially Lu Jingli, because Lu Xinyan always ranted to him about how Ning Xi had seduced Lu Tingxiao, and how only Guanxiao was worthy of Lu Tingxiao. She was obviously a hardcore fan of Guanxiao and a sworn enemy of Ning Xi. But now, she had come to visit Ning Xi on her own, and even brought some tonics too. The sun would probably rise from the west tomorrow. Did Xiao Shishi do anything shameless such as flirt with her? Thank you. Ning Xi looked at the items Lu Xinyan brought. They were obviously handpicked carefully for a sick person, but she did not mention anything and just thanked Lu Xinyan. Come over here, Little Treasure. Auntie's brought you some toys. To avoid being awkward, Lu Xinyan went up to Little Treasure. Ning. She noticed that Lu Xinyan did not look well, so she asked, Why are your eye bags so terrible? Lu Xinyan quickly rubbed her eyes and mumbled, It's all your fault. Lu Jingli felt like this conversation was going in the wrong direction. Huh? Ning Xi was confused. You didn't give me the franchising license, so I have to redo my proposal. Lu Xinyan took out a small mirror and examined her face. Ning Xi was surprised as she did not expect that Lu Xinyan had yet to give up. Although it was cruel, she did not want her to invest more effort for nothing, so Ning Xi said. But the 5 shops in Imperial are all taken. There were still 2 vacancies before, but we've signed a contract with someone else. What? Gone? Even the last 2? Lu Xinyan was startled. Yes, both are gone. Ning Xi confirmed the bad news. Lu Xinyan could not believe it. A short while later, she yelled. How could it be? I've spent a whole week redoing this proposal, and I sacrificed a whole week of sleep. I've never been this serious before in my whole life. And now you're telling me that I've done all these for nothing. Ning Xi pinched the space between her eyebrows and looked at the girl in front of her. Don't you even ask about the status of the situation before doing anything? How would I know that it'd be signed so quickly? Lu Xinyan sounded a little guilty. Ning Xi was speechless. Now, she understood why this girl always made more and more losses in her business. Lu Xinyan stared hard at Ning Xi. I don't care. You said it yourself. As long as I treat this seriously and sincerely, Spirit Studio will accept me anytime. You cannot go back on your words. Moreover, I am even calling you cousin sister-in-law now. Can't you give me some leeway? Chapter 1055, Acute Side. Cousin-in-law? Lu Jingli and Jiang Mai remained silent. Both of them were shocked to the core, especially Lu Jingli. This brat dared to call Ning Xi her cousin-in-law? When did this even happen? How much did he miss? Ning Xi blinked when she heard Lu Xinyan. Oh, then you better stop calling me that. You? How could you do this to me? Lu Xinyan sputtered in frustration. Ning Xi shrugged helplessly. The issue can't be solved even if you call me that. I've signed the contract with others. They've already taken the products and the renovation is going on as we speak. There's order to everything. Even if your proposal is amazing, We can't do anything about it. Lu Xinyan just stood there sadly. Is there really no way at all? Ning Xi looked at Lu Tingxiao. Boss, do you have any ideas? Lu Xinyan also looked at Lu Tingxiao's direction. Then she remembered that he was probably still angry with her about what happened the last time, so the chances of him helping her were pretty low. Since his wife asked, Lu Tingxiao replied, a large shopping complex is opening on the west side of the city. We can think of having another physical store there. Just one short sentence, and all problems were solved. As expected of the boss, Lu Xinyan's eyes brightened immediately. Really? Then, I'll contact them about it. No one's taking this away from me. I found out about this first. Ning Xi smiled amusedly. Yes, you found about it first. I'll reserve it for you. You said it now? Don't go back on your word. I'll go to settle the shop. Lu Xinyan left a whole bunch of toys with little treasure, then ran off like the wind. Lu Jingli was impressed. Xiao Shishi, how did you do it? That brat Xinyan never had much patience. She always leaves things done halfway. I've never seen her so serious about anything before. It's as if she's become a different person. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Every girl has a cute side of their own. It just depends on whether she wants to show it to you or not. Well said. Lu Jingli learned something new that day. Oh, Jiangmai, Sis Gigi has arranged for a cooking show for me called Beauty Specialties. I've never really heard about it before. Do you know anything about this show? Ning Xi asked. Ling Gigi had probably picked this show because she knew Ning Xi was good at cooking. Plus, it was aligned with her public image as well. Ning Xi's principle was to not give up any chances. She wanted to do her best in every task she received. Cooking show. Lu Jingli yelled before Jiang Mai could reply. He asked, how will you guys deal with the props? What props? Ning Xi was puzzled. The dishes, Lu Jingli explained. Ning Xi replied, how would I know? I've watched several cooking shows before. If it tastes bad, then they'll throw it away. If it's all right, then they'll probably give it to the shooting crew. As for this show, I'm not quite sure about the program. That's why I'm asking Jiang Mai. Chapter 1056. The boss won't allow it. Lu Jingli tried to justify himself. Why give it to the crew? They don't need that tiny portion of food, do they? Bring it back for me. Do they invite different guests every time, or is there just one permanent guest? Should I make you the permanent guest? You can just go every time as long as you bring me back the props. How does that sound? Ning Xi was speechless. Jiang Mai glanced at Lu Jingli. Don't even think about it. The show will request the male guest to finish everything the female guests make. Lu Jingli went to a corner to comfort himself as he mumbled. How can the show be this cruel? It really is heartless, muttered Jiang Mai as he was reminded of something that brought up a painful expression on his face. This show invites new guests every week, and all of them are pretty girls. They rely on the girls to raise the show's ratings, but the dishes, all of them are disgusting. Don't ask me how I know about it. How do you know? Ning Xi and Lu Jingli asked at the same time. Jiang Mai's mouth twitched as he pinched the area between his brows. Aside from inviting one female guest, this show will also invite a male guest as the assistant, and I went once. Then, Ning Xi asked with excitement. Jiang Mai looked like he was recalling a traumatic memory. Like I told you just now, this show requests the male guest to finish everything the female guest makes, which means, even if it tastes like shit, the male guest has to finish it. The female guest then was quite pretty, so I assumed that the dishes she made would have the same rating as her outlook, so I agreed to appear on the show. Who would have thought? I was forced to eat all of the charcoal-like overcooked roast pork. Plus, I had to lie and say that it tasted great. After that, I didn't eat roast pork for a whole year. Can you imagine the trauma it left me with? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. You deserved it. You just wanted to know the pretty girl at that time? Karma's AB*TCH. Afterwards, I spoke to a few other male guests who had gone on the show before. We realized that the prettier the female guest is, the worse the food tastes. Most of the male guests are unwilling to go on this show again. Jiang Mai glanced at Ning Xi. Well, if you're going to be in this show, I can find some time from my packed schedule and be the male guest just to support you. Lu Jingli was triggered by what he said. Hey, Jiang Mai, you're evil. You're not being fair. As your boss, I'll never allow it. I've decided to go by myself. Lu Tingxiao remained silent. The biggest boss of all felt invisible in front of them. Ning Xi recovered after a few days of rest at home. Since it was a weekend and the weather was great, Ning Xi brought both the big bun and the little bun out for house hunting. However, there was a third wheel. Tang Lang accompanied them. At the front yard, Tang Lang was ranting. What is this? People still use steel fences in this day and age? It can be taken down so easily. Ning Xi glanced at him curiously. Then, how would you do it? Infrared rays, of course. Bullets that fly out the moment people touch it. Instant kill. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. This is China, all right? China. No killing. Chapter 1057. Our Matrimonial Home. Tingxiao thought about it, then said, we can use the infrared rays, maybe improvise it a little. We can refer to the Louvre's security system. That's an awesome system. The two men started discussing things she did not understand. Even the little bun joined in their discussion. Use the robots you made as guards? I like this idea. You're so talented, my student. As expected of my student. Tang Lang felt proud. They finally decided on a villa in the evening. It was located in the outskirts, but not too far away from the city. The villa gave off a warm vibe, and the gentle colors paired well with the retro Chinese design. Even the environment around was great too. There was a small garden, a swimming pool, and a greenhouse included. There was also a private butler, who would be on call anytime, fulfilling whatever the owner wished. A notable mention was a large peach farm located on a mountain nearby, and Tingxiao had plans for enhancing the security system as well. Ning Xi instantly signed the contract on the spot. The house was put under both Tingxiao's and her names. Ning Xi cheerfully passed the contract to Tingxiao. Darling, this'll be our matrimonial home in the future. Tingxiao had a smile on his usually stony face. The little bun's eyes brightened up. Were they getting married? So, he could officially become her son? Tang Lang was speechless. He was probably blinded at this point. He had followed them all day long, so his eyes would have sustained heavy damage even if they were not blinded now. He thought about how he still had to face them like this every day, and he wished that he would drop dead now. Earning money was not an easy task. Damn you, Tang Yi. Give me back my credit card. At night, the happy family had dinner with Tang Lang. Tang Lang thought that Ning Xi felt bad for him because she sent him off to the entrance when he was leaving after dinner. Second senior brother, I need your help for something. Ning Xi stood in front of him with a serious expression. You need my help? Tang Lang raised his eyebrows. Ning Xi nodded. Second senior brother, do you mind taking one more student in? Tang Lang was puzzled. Another student? Who? Me. Ning Xi pointed at herself. What's wrong with you? Tang Lang was really confused at this point. This brat hated training the most, but now she was requesting him to train her? I'll pay you double, Ning Xi said in a sing-song voice. Boss, when are we starting? Ning Xi smiled. I'll notify you. What triggered you to do this? Tang Lang looked at her suspiciously. Ning Xi's smile faded. A few days ago, Feng Jin invited me over. Tang Lang's expression changed as well. It's much sooner than I thought. Then, what did he want? With Ning Xi looking as fit as a fiddle now, Tingxiao must have reached her quickly. Ning Xi's expression turned cold. He probably wanted my life. Anyway, no matter what they are trying to do, I can't always rely on Tingxiao's protection. I don't want him to always worry about me. Most importantly, I can't become his burden. Tang Lang remained silent. Why the sudden display of affection? What happened to their happy conversation? He should really look for Tang Yi for another fight and get his credit card back. Chapter 1058. Too inhumane. Several days later, after being done with house hunting, she made sure that her health was fully recovered. She gave Ning Xi a call to confirm that the program would start the next day in the afternoon. Jiang Mai wanted to join when he found out that Ning Xi was going to be on the show, but Lu Jingli stopped him with his authority as his boss. If I don't get to eat, neither do you. In the end, the male guest remained unchanged. It was a male celebrity who was not very famous. He was a little chubby and usually took on comedic roles. Beauty Specialties was pretty popular when it had been newly released. Although many female celebrities made really disgusting food, that was exactly why it was popular. The scene where they showed the male guest eating the unidentifiable food was the highlight of the show. Clearly, the viewers enjoyed it. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, it was still a cooking show. The production team went too far in order to get higher ratings that the viewers became bored with the gimmick of having pretty celebrities prepare bad food. Many viewers criticized the production team and questioned the show's intentions. It became more of a prank show. The way they forced the male guests to eat the disgusting dishes was inhumane. Fans of the male guests especially complained about the show a lot. The worst case was Jiang Mai's episode. His fans almost made the program shut down, flooding the show's official Weibo with criticism. Because of these complaints, they could hardly invite any more male guests to join them. The production team was forced to make adjustments and invite female guests who could actually cook. Unfortunately, most of the time their looks and cooking skills did not match. It was very rare to find guests who were both pretty and good at cooking. Even if one knew how to cook, the food was mediocre at best. For an entertainment show, if the food was mediocre, it might rate better if it was terrible. However, if they sacrificed looks for better cooking, the rating would fall even further as it defeated the purpose of the show's name, Beauty Specialties. In the end, the production team thought of an idea to use chef doubles. This meant that they would pay for a chef to come and cook. In the cooking scenes, they would just show the chef's hands, but other times, they would show the female guest, creating the false impression that the female guest was cooking. It was actually a perfect plan if it was not found out. Unfortunately, some viewers with sharp eyes realized it. There was an episode where the female guest's ring had disappeared when the screen changed to the cooking view. The viewers criticized the production team once again, and even the female guest was attacked harshly as well. In the end, the production team went back to their old ways of having pretty guests cooking bad food. While they might not be able to make the old viewers stay, they might be able to attract more new ones. Cooking shows always had lower ratings compared to other entertainment shows, but within its category, this show was the most popular one. The next afternoon, Ning Xi brought Xiao Tao along and arrived at the studio on time. Ning Xi wore Spirit Studio's latest dress with a floral design, so she could move and cook more easily. With her hair in a ponytail, she gave off positive sunshine vibes, looking very lively and youthful. Chapter 1059, Eat 3 Bowls of Rice. The director was a kind-looking middle-aged man. His eyes lit up when he saw Ning Xi. Hey, our beauty of the day is here. Come here quickly, everyone. Here's our female guest today. Hello, I'm Ning Xi. I'm all yours today. Ning Xi humbly greeted everyone. You're welcome. As expected, Ning Xi, you look much better in real life than on television. I thought you're already pretty in those ancient outfits, but you look even better in a modern outfit. Seems like our rating for this episode is going to be good. The crew members came over to greet her excitedly. Because the entertainment industry placed heavy focus on facial features, they treated pretty people more passionately. Moreover, it was Ning Xi with such a refined and beautiful face. The only one who was not happy today was probably the male guest. Feng Rue was impressed when he saw Ning Xi, but then, he was also afraid. With this show's precedence as proof, just how bad would her cooking be? Some staff saw Feng Rue's dreadful expression. It was easy to guess what he was thinking. Bro Rue, be grateful. You get to eat dishes made by such a hottie. I bet you can eat 3 bowls of rice just by looking at her face. Then, can I just eat the rice later? Feng Rue decided to make a last attempt to escape. No. After she finished greeting the crew, Ning Xi went up to Feng Rue. Hello. You must be Senior Feng. Please watch out. For me. Feng Rue's mood became better when he saw the girl's cute little face along with her respectful tone. He was surprised by how nice she was. You're overstating it, Ms. Ning. I'm not your senior. I just hope that I won't hold you back. For a male celebrity like Feng Rue, who always played comedic characters, female celebrities within the industry would usually try to avoid him as much as possible. However, for a beauty like Ning Xi, as an artiste who was recruited and currently supported by Glory World Entertainment, he was surprised that she would be this humble. Had someone else been the female guest instead, they would probably be unhappy to be paired with a male guest like him. Feng Rue had been prepared to look at a sour face for the whole show, but he did not expect Ning Xi to be this down-to-earth. Even though it might be an act, it was really rare in the current entertainment industry. Before Ning Xi came over, the director was pretty worried as well. He could not get any other male guest to come, and only Feng Rue had agreed. He was afraid that Ning Xi might be unhappy about who the male guest was, so he had even prepared a few scripts to convince her. However, in the end, none were used. Directors would, of course, love artistes who were cooperative. His impression of Ning Xi became better and better. He was thinking that if Ning Xi could not perform well later, he would make everyone stay back, and give her a few more chances to retry. The show, Beauty Specialties, had been aired for about 2 years, and everyone was used to the flow and prop of the program, so everyone was well prepared. Soon, with the live audience settled in, the shoot began. As the MC, Ning Xi, and Feng Rue were all ready, the director yelled, "Okay, let's start. Chapter 1060, One Darker Than the Other." Hello, our dear audience. It's time for our beauty specialties today. The female guest of the day is one real beauty. She played the role of Meng Chang'e in The World, and the pouring in from our 18-year-old. Please welcome Ning Xi. Thank you, Ms. MC, and hello to everyone. I'm Ning Xi, and I'm going to make one of my best dishes today, roast pork. Roast pork. Could it be that beautiful minds think alike? Many people have made this dish before. The big screen suddenly lit up, showing the process of a few previous female guests preparing the dish. The dishes came out on the screen, each one more burnt than the other. They put on an extended scene of Jiang Mai eating the dish. The live audience guffawed, and Ning Xi saw Jiang Mai's expression as if he was eating shit. She laughed as well. The seniors are so cute. The MC warmed up the mood a little more. I wonder what kind of tasty dish Ning Xi will bring us today? Okay, let's cut the talk short and have our beauty of the day begin. Another beauty. Another boring roast pork. The live audience was recruited by the director randomly. Some were even paid actors, and quite a number of them had been there several times. They looked unenergetic as the program never seemed to change. "Sis Mimi, is it all right if I use my own tools?" Ning Xi asked the MC. If she was going to do it, she would try her best, so Ning Xi had brought some of her own tools. The MC smiled. Of course. Actually, the host was a little worried for Ning Xi. Some of the previous female guests made similar requests as well, but in the end, the dish still turned out to be terrible. One tried to show off her knife skills, but cut herself. She was then criticized by the audience for doing the unnecessary. After Xiao Tao prepared the tools, Ning Xi started cooking. She put on an apron and checked through all the tools, then started selecting the ingredients. "Is there anything I can help with?" Feng Rue asked. Ning Xi smiled at him. "Senior, can you help me to wash the radish?" The girl's smile was so warm and kind that Feng Rue blushed a little. "Oh, okay. Ning Xi, what are the radish for? Do you put radish into roast pork?" The MC asked. "I'm afraid that it might be too oily to have just the roast pork. Eating radish that's been pickled with salt water can be refreshing." "I see." The MC was thinking to herself. The main point isn't if it was oily or not. As long as it won't kill the male guest, then it's all good. It's done. Feng Rue passed over the radish. "Thank you." Ning Xi took the radish and started slicing it. Finally, Chapter 1061, Charm of a Professional. Within 5 seconds of chopping, Ning Xi seemed to be done with the radish. The crowd still saw a whole radish on the chopping board. Then Ning Xi gave it a little nudge, and everyone could see that the radish was sliced up finely. The MC and Feng Rue were shocked. Even the director was taken aback as well. These cutting skills. Could we finally have a real deal on our show? Xiao Wang, did you get that angle just now? The director asked the cameraman. The cameraman looked innocently at him. The camera was focused on the female guest's face just now. She finished slicing the radish before I had the time to switch camera angles. How could you not take such an important shot? Where's your professionalism? The director yelled at him. Please. She only took about 5 seconds to slice up the radish. I didn't have enough time. The director glared at the cameraman, then went up to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, we didn't expect you to have such awesome cutting skills. We want to have a close-up because you were too fast just now, so our cameraman didn't have enough time to switch camera angles. Can you slice another one up again? Wait, make that 2. We need 1 close-up and 1 wide shot angle. We want to avoid the audience saying that we used a double for you. All right, Ning Xi replied. Then, Ning Xi sliced up 2 other radishes. The live audience could see it clearly this time, and they discussed her skills. The MC even picked up a slice and put it in front of the camera. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. This sort of cutting skill, you probably can't do it without 7 or 8 years of experience, right? Ning Xi then started cooking the roast pork. Thick soy sauce, thin soy sauce, cooking wine, rock sugar, star anise, ginger, onion, chili, basil leaves. In just a few minutes, Ning Xi prepared all the ingredients and lined them up nicely on the side. Then she put in a piece of pork belly into the frying pan. Along with cold water, star anise, ginger, basil leaves, and chili, she started frying it and left it to braise. After the sauce came to a boil, Ning Xi scooped up the meat and carefully removed any extra hair on the surface, then cut it up into cubes of 3 centimeters wide. The whole process was as smooth as silk with no obstacle at all. Ning Xi, I see that you brought this grass here. What's it for? Malian grass, also known as malin, is usually used for wrapping rice dumplings or cooked meat. Using it to tie up the roast pork can keep it together. What about this clay pot? Actually, you can replace it with an electrical pot. While the clay pot might take a longer time to cook, I think it makes it tastier. Ning Xi had a serious expression on her face when she cooked, as if she was focused on creating an important piece of art. So the MC stopped bothering her after a few more questions. Ning Xi did not try to show off. She was just cooking. Seriously, but people could not take their eyes off her. No one expected that without any pranks or any interaction between the male and female guests, it could be this enthralling to just watch a person cook. It was truly an enjoyment, the charm of such a professional. Finally, the pot of roast pork was completed, and it was time to dig in. Chapter 1062, Midnight Snack. The moment Ning Xi removed the clay pot lid while wearing a pair of kitchen gloves, the fragrance filled up the studio. The roast pork had a lovely, seductive caramelized color. The MC tried to suppress her drool. Now, please let our male guest try out our beauty's specialty today. Please finish them all. There were many cases of delicious-looking dishes that tasted terrible before, so everyone was cautious until the eating bit of the show. Feng Rue had fully prepared himself before he came. To avoid him puking, he did not even drink water before coming to the show. He was starving at the moment, and even though he was still cautious about this roast pork, the look of it made him salivate. Feng Rue sat at the table, and under everyone's anxious gazes, he carefully picked up a piece of roast pork and took a bite. Then, the second bite, third, followed by the second piece, third piece. Rice, Feng Rue blurted out. Oh. The MC quickly handed over a bowl of rice. Then, Feng Rue almost forgot he was on a show as he chomped down the meat, rice, and sometimes took a few slices of the refreshing radish, not even raising his head. Feng Rue finished a whole pot of rice with a pot of roast pork and a plate of radish. The MC, crew members, and the audience just gaped at him as he consumed all of it. The crowd only returned to their senses when Feng Rue licked up the last drop of the sauce. Everyone reacted, "Hey, leave some for us at least. You even finished the radish." Feng Rue felt that it was unbelievable that he had eaten everything so obliviously as well. He scratched his head. "I am sorry. It was too good. I've never eaten any roast pork this scrumptious. And that radish, it's really good as well. I have no idea how to describe it. It's just awesome. You know the saying that really great food can make you forget about everything? I think I just experienced that. I really forgot that I'm still in the middle of a show." The MC cried. "It's useless now that you've finished all of them. We can't re-lathrow how good it is at all." After the show ended, Ning Xi made another plate with the leftover ingredients and gave it to the crew members and live audience. The director shed tears of happiness. How he wished he could make Ning Xi his permanent guest on this show. Then, he could eat her dishes every time. As for the cameraman, he spent his last sense of rationality and recorded the director sniffing as bloopers. For this episode of Beauty Specialties, the director used an odd way of editing. The 40-minute show was separated into half an hour of Ning Xi cooking and 10 minutes of Feng Rue eating. Yes, a full 10 minutes of just Feng Rue eating. As the show aired on the weekend, the views topped even the episode with Jiang Mai, breaking the record of the highest views ever since the show aired. The video was viewed more than 10 million times in just a day. The views increased exponentially, especially during midnight. At the same time, this episode swiftly took over the top spot of Weibo's Hot Topics, and its popularity kept on rising. Chapter 1063, Giving the Devil Some Advantage. The Hot Topic searches revolved around hashtags like hashtag Bowtie Specialties Prettiest Female Guest, hashtag National Wife Ning Xi, hashtag Good Food Can Never Go Wrong. The production team's official Weibo was being spammed, as well with many fans who were mothers commenting. "You made me watch a man eat for 10 minutes. How mean. Midnight madness. Come out, director. I promise I just want to talk." The male guest this week is really cute. He's way different from the others. Brand of the dress worn by the female guest, please? It's beautiful. I can eat 3 bowls of rice just looking at the goddess face. What a pretty girl with such a great body and awesome cooking skills. Please marry me. Girl, you need a mother-in-law? I'll make sure my son gives you all his salary every month. Ning Xi was scrolling through the comments online happily, but Tingxiao was a little mad. What did they mean by national? Wife? She's my wife. Ning Xi noticed the devil's emotions and quickly comforted him. Hey, my dear, don't be unhappy. The director told me that I did well today and wants to invite me again. I've thought about it already. I'll go again after our movie airs, then I'll attend the show in a male outfit. I'll bring you as Mingyu along with me. How does that sound? Perfect, isn't it? Tingxiao looked at the girl. Thank you for your concern, senior. Ha ha ha, good boy. Ning Xi laughed, feeling accomplished by giving Tingxiao some under-the-table advantage. Suddenly, Ning Xi's phone received a notification. It was a new text message from a strange number. Bastard, I'll see you at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Prepare your girl outfit. This arrogant tone and that excessive usage of exclamation marks. It had to be Zhuang Rongguang. Ning Xi had almost forgotten about it already. She thought that Zhuang Rongguang would have given up. Seems like she was pretty popular after all. As she was thinking about it, her phone rang. It was Zhuang Qier. Ning Xi picked up. Hey Qier. Xiao Shi, did Rongguang send you a message about wanting to meet up with you tomorrow? Zhuang Qier asked. Yeah, I just received it. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Zhuang Qier laughed. Ever since my brother lost to you at the shooting range the other day, he's been practicing really hard. He even asked my father for advice on shooting technique. My brother has always had a bad relationship with my father. They fought really badly, especially when it came to the topic of shooting. This is the first time I saw them discussing it in peace. The environment at home is much more peaceful nowadays. Grandfather is happy as well. Thank you so much, Xiao Shi. Ning Xi was really happy when she heard Zhuang Qier's update. There's no need to thank me. I just don't like anyone to bully my friend, not even your brother. Zhuang Qier was really touched. All right, see you tomorrow. Also, please drop by my house for dinner tomorrow night. My grandfather really likes you and told me to invite you. If you don't mind, please come. Chapter 1064. You look good. Of course, I don't mind. I just feel that it might be too troublesome. It's not troublesome at all. We'd all welcome you if you were to come. That's all set then. Zhuang Qier ignored her brother. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ning Xi started humming a song and looked for what to wear after she ended the call. In a good mood? Tingxiao asked as he saw Ning. She was chirpier after the call with Zhuang Qier. Ha ha ha, Tingxiao. Let me tell you something funny. Ning Xi told him how she had pranked Zhuang Rongguang from the start to end. I was in a male outfit then, so he had always thought that I was a man. In the end, I told him that if he could do it, I'll wear a pink princessy dress and walk around the shooting range for 3 rounds. That brat has trained hard in order to beat me. Zhuang Qier also mentioned that he was so hard-working that he even forgot to eat sometimes. I'm actually rooting for him. I really want to see his reaction when he realized that I'm a girl. Huh? Tingxiao's dislike towards Zhuang Liaoyuan faded when he saw the girl's wide smile. Did Zhuang Liaoyuan mention that matter to you again? Don't worry, he never mentioned it again. Actually, Zhuang Rongguang is really talented. If he can actually change his attitude, Chief Zhuang will never pray after me again. What time are you coming back tomorrow? Probably after dinner. I promise, Qier. Okay. Ning Xi noticed Tingxiao staring at her face when she was talking, so she touched her own face. Is there something on my face? Tingxiao gazed at the girl's smiling face. Then he leaned in and kissed her. You look really good. Ning Xi blushed and covered her face bashfully. Really? Oh no. The devil was getting more and more flirtatious lately. He could always flirt with her anytime, anywhere. Ning Xi, I hope you can be this happy when you're with me every day. Rest assured, I'm always happy when I'm with you. The next afternoon, Ning Xi changed into a male outfit and reached the shooting range 10 minutes before the promised time. Zhuang Rongguang was already there, and he looked very well prepared as his face brimmed with determination. He grinned when he saw Ning Xi. Bro Xi, you're here. Zhuang Qier had come early as well, and she welcomed Ning Xi warmly. So you're here. Zhuang Rongguang turned around and looked at her coldly. After not seeing him for some time, Zhuang Rongguang had become thinner, but not haggard or tired. His eyes were burning with fire, and he reminded her of Zhuang Liaoyuan. Advanced level of training and shooting could discipline a person. It seemed like it had affected him positively, even though it might be temporary at this point. Zhuang Rongwang was acting out of rage this time. In regards to his personality, it might take much more time for him to change his attitude. Chapter 1065. You pervert. Did you bring the stuff? Zhuang Rongwang asked. Ning Xi waved the pink plastic bag she held in her hand. Do you want to check? Zhuang Rongwang looked at her suspiciously. Then he checked its contents. A pair of white heels, a pink lacy dress, a floral hair clip, a pair of white stockings, and then there was a pink bra. Zhuang Rongwang blushed and quickly gave the bag back to Ning Xi. You pervert. Ning Xi feigned innocence. Didn't you ask me to wear a girl's outfit? Is there any girl who doesn't wear a bra? Zhuang Rongwang's face turned even more scarlet. He glared at her and took a deep breath, trying not to let her affect his emotions. Since you're so well prepared, I won't disappoint you. Suddenly, many people gathered around them. Most of them had been at the scene last time. Even Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zongren spared some time to go. Zhuang Rongwang looked nervously at his father and grandfather, but he was back to his confident self soon enough. Seems like there are enough witnesses today. Ning Xi smiled and made an inviting gesture. Please. Zhuang Rongwang stared at her. Don't go back on your words. If you're a man, if I can get a perfect score while blindfolded, then you. Yes, I know. I'll walk 3 rounds around the shooting range in a girl's outfit. Stop talking so much. Everyone's waiting. Are you shooting or not? Ning Xi said impatiently. Everyone started coaxing him as well. Ooh, a girl's outfit. All the best, Xiao Guan. That's right. You must win this. Make him go down. Ha ha. I'm looking forward to seeing him in a girl's outfit. Good luck. You can do it. Zhuang Rongwang's time spent in the shooting range earned him some friends with the regulars here. With Zhuang Rongwang's description about how Ning Xi had shamelessly seduced his sister, they were all rooting for him. Zhuang Qi was everyone's eye candy, so the fact that she had suddenly been snatched by some nameless kid was unforgivable. Zhuang Rongwang felt empowered. He felt a sense of justice swell within him. He picked up a long, black fabric and covered his eyes. He picked up the gun and aimed at the target by just relying on his senses. The scoring began. Everyone at the scene, including Zhuang Liaoyuan and Zhuang Zongren, were watching closely. Zhuang Rongwang pulled the trigger. Bang. 10 points. Bang. Another. 10 points. Bang. His third 10-pointer. Zhuang Rongwang shot the bullseye one after another, and everyone was getting more and more excited. Finally, 8th shot, 10 points. 9th shot, 10 points. 10th shot. Zhuang Rongwang stopped for a short while before he slowed down his breathing. Then, bang. 10th shot, 10 points. The score counter started to calculate the total score. It was 10 points for 10 times. A perfect 100 score. Chapter 1066. Fulfilling Promise. Woo! After a short silence, there was a roaring cheer. Many of them witnessed how hard Zhuang Rongwang had trained, so they were really happy to see him win. All of his old and new friends went up to congratulate him. They patted his shoulder and rubbed his head. That's my boy. Good job. 10 shots with 10 points each while blindfolded. So amazing for such a short period of training. Ha ha ha, Xiao Guang. I knew you could do it. Now, you can make that bastard suffer. You brat, I've underestimated you. Superb shooting. Zhuang Rongwang looked around. As he heard all the praises from everyone, there was a strange, warm, and cozy feeling bubbling inside him. It was something he had never experienced before. That passion, excitement, and pride filled him with power. When he saw the comforting eyes from his father and grandfather, he felt like tearing up. How weird. How could he be this emotional? He hated hard work so much, and he also hated shooting. Was that really hate? Hey, kid, Xiao Guang did it, you lose. Time to fulfill your promise. That's right. Change. Let everyone see. Remember to go 3 rounds. Ha ha. If Ms. Zhuang saw how embarrassing he looks in a girl's outfit, she'd surely despise him. Right? Until the crowd reminded him, Zhuang Rongwang returned to his senses, looking excited and refreshed. He went up to Ning Xi. Bastard. I told you. I just wasn't serious enough before. I even surprised myself when I got serious. How's that? Impressive. I admit defeat. Is there a changing room here? Ning Xi asked. Someone replied. It's just over there. Just pick any one that's vacant. Don't go back on your word if you're a man. We're all watching. Don't you dare run away. Ha ha ha. He must look like a sissy in a girl's outfit with that face of his. Ning Xi took her clothes and walked slowly into the changing room. Zhuang Rongguang felt that all his effort was worth it. He looked at Zhuang Qier haughtily. Sis, now you can finally give up on him. That bastard can't even beat me. And he's the worst kind of person out there. But I really don't understand. When did I even start a feud with him? Zhuang Qier tried to suppress her emotions and did not say anything. Zhuang Rongguang thought that she was disappointed with Ning Xi, so he was really glad and took out his phone, ready to take a video. He was going to threaten this bastard the next time he came close to his sister. A while later, the door of the changing room Ning Xi had entered earlier was pushed open from the inside. Everyone looked at the direction of the changing room with excitement. Chapter 1067, Super Beauty. The next moment, Zhuang Rongguang's handphone dropped to the floor and the black screen cracked like its master's facial expression. It was as if time had stopped. No one moved a muscle. There was not a sound made inside the large shooting range at all. The girl wore a body-hugging pink dress, highlighting her lean waist as her slightly curly, long, black hair circled her hips beautifully. Her cute little face was like the stars in the sky, a flower blooming in the season of spring. A beauty. A super beauty. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Who pinched me? Pinch yourself. Stop pushing me. The silence came to an end as people started making noise and pushing each other to get a closer look, but no one's eyes left Ning Xi. Most of the people who came to the shooting range were elders. All of them had been rooting for Zhuang Rongguang's victory just now, but now they probably had second thoughts. What's happening? Is that the same person? I've been watching. It couldn't have been switched. Why do I feel like the boobs are real? You idiots. All of you virgins know nothing. With my experience, that's a real woman, all right? And a real beauty at that. This brat, this girl was disguising herself as a man all along. Seriously? Disguising? Ning Xi walked up to the crowd. She then stood right in front of the stunned Zhuang Rongguang and smiled. Are you satisfied with what you're seeing? Zhuang Rongguang nodded awkwardly, but then shook his head hard a second later. He looked at her in disbelief. You're a woman? Ning Xi grinned. Yeah. This bastard admitted it so casually. How frustrating. Zhuang Rongguang felt hurt and betrayed. You're a woman. You're a woman all along. Then, why did you say you'd wear a girl's outfit? Damn it. Zhuang Rongguang finally realized that he had been pranked. The worst part was, it would be easier if he was facing the bastard from before, but now he could not get angry at such a beauty. He finally won the contest, but what was this? Wait, was that really a win? His opponent was a woman with such fine marksmanship. How could he really say he won this as a man? Zhuang Rongguang felt like he was going crazy. Wow, Xiaoxi, I've never seen you in this before. How cute. It really suits you. Zhuang Qier held Ning Xi's hands and circled her. Zhuang Qier's reaction acted like a dagger stabbing Zhuang Rongguang. In confusion, he asked, Sis, you knew? Zhuang Qier nodded. I know. Then, why didn't you tell me? Zhuang Rongguang yelled deep from within his soul. You didn't ask me. Chapter 1068, Call Her Sister. At the back, Zhuang Zongren smiled and just watched the young ones fool around. But when he saw Ning Xi walk out of the changing room, his eyes welled up and he mumbled to himself, Zhuang Liaoyuan glanced at his father when he noticed his odd behavior. Ci? Was that not his mother's nickname? That child. She looks just like Ci when she was young, Zhuang Zongren said in a trembling voice, his eyes full of the memories and love towards his late wife. When Zhuang Zongren first met Ning Xi, she had just finished attending a business matter, so she dressed smartly and formally. He had not noticed her as much the other time. But today, Ning Xi wore a pink princessy dress, reminding Zhuang Zongren of the first time he saw his wife. He did not expect his other granddaughter to look exactly like Ci, because neither Lingyu and Qier did not. Zhuang Liaoyuan looked at Ning Xi's direction and tried to remember his mother's face. But because she had died when he was really young, he had almost no recollection of his mother. He somewhat remembered a picture of his mother with his father in which she wore a pink dress as well. Most memorably, the aura of his mother from the picture was similar with Ning Xi's now. At night, at the Zhuang family home, Zhuang Zongren had his servants prepare several delicious dishes. Zhuang Zhongren's attitude towards Ning Xi before was welcoming and grateful, but today, he was even warmer and passionate. The elder kept on piling food on Ning Xi's plate. Xiaoxi, eat more. Eat more. Thank you. Ning Xi was a little surprised at his warm attitude. Zhuang Rongwang felt that something was not right as he munched on a chicken drumstick. He then stared at Ning Xi and suddenly stood up. Damn it. I remember. You're that woman who tripped me the other day. Zhuang Zhongren sharply chastised him. Stop being noisy and sit down. And what do you mean by that woman? Xiaoxi's older than you, so call her sister. Zhuang Rongwang glared furiously at his father. I'll call her sister if I'm crazy. Girl, what did I ever do to trigger you? Why have you been in my way ever since I met you? Zhuang Liaoyuan glared at his son angrily and yelled at him. Stop being rude. Zhuang Rongwang looked at his grandfather, then at his father. He was exhausted. Why are all of you on her side? Did you take the wrong child? Maybe she's your real child. Zhuang Zhongren's face went frigid at his grandson. I really hope we mistook you as our real child. Sadly, no. Zhuang Rongwang was ignored mercilessly after that. Xiaoxi, how's your work lately? Are you tired? Zhuang Zhongren did not bat an eyelid at his grandson and asked Ning Xi with concern. Feeling the genuine concern from the elder, Ning Xi quickly replied, Things are going well. I'm not really tired. I like what I'm doing now. Oh, all right then. I heard from Kier that you even have a fashion apparel company of your own. Don't exhaust yourself. I won't. Ning Xi replied. Chapter 1069, An Uninvited Guest. Zhuang Zhongren was still worried, so he continued asking, Where do you stay now? A place provided by your company. I stay in an apartment arranged by the company, but I'm moving soon. I've earned quite a bit, so I just bought myself a house. Ning Xi replied. Zhuang Zhongren was glad to hear that. It's great that you can rely on your own at such a young age. He then looked at his own useless grandson with despise. Zhuang Rongwang remained silent. He was already eating quietly. Why was he still being targeted? Was this woman here just to go against him? How are things with Xiao Lu recently? That kid didn't bully you, did he? What's up with the cheating matter Kier mentioned the last time? Zhuang Zhongren finally reached the most important question he wanted to ask. Ning Xi quickly replied, We're great. It was a misunderstanding the last time, but we've resolved it already. That's good. That's good. Zhuang Zhongren mumbled as his expression turned grave. Xiaoxi's current identity was still the adopted daughter of the Ning family. With Lu Tingxiao's family background, Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui would never agree to their relationship so easily. He swore back then that he would never get involved in anything related to Lingyu. But Ning Xi was her daughter, and her relationship with the Ning family was so complicated. Nevertheless, he was still her grandfather. Seeing his granddaughter grow up to be such an obedient child, and especially when she looked so much like CI, how could he not be concerned? Zhuang Qier could faintly feel her grandfather and father's attitude being a little odd during dinner. However, she was not sure what was wrong, so she just assumed that they were being nice to Xiaoxi because she had saved grandfather before. The villa Ning Xi bought had a nice name, Peachwood. After the security system was set up, Ning Xi informed Ling Zhizhi about moving. Then soon after, she started packing up her things. As long as Ning Xi still worked for the company, the apartment in Regal Riveria would still be hers, so she left some of the larger items there. The moving company was efficient, and they shifted everything very swiftly. When she was moving, she accidentally found something troublesome. A big diamond. It was sent to her by Yunshan on her first day working on the world. She closed the lid and looked around. After making sure that there was nothing else left, she went down. Hey, pretty, is there anything else? The moving staff asked. Nope, let's go. Okay. As Ning Xi was about to get into the car, she heard her name being called. Ning Xi. Ning Xi turned around and saw Ning Yaohua. CEO Ning, you called me? CEO Ning, I'm your father. Ning Yaohua looked flabbergasted. Then he took a glance at the big truck. What are you doing? Moving. Is there a problem? Perfect timing, actually. Move back with us now. I'm here to tell you this today. Ning Yaohua said. Chapter 1070, Bad Intentions. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Move back? CEO Ning, did you have a little too much to drink today? Ning Yaohua was surprisingly not incensed by Ning Xi's sarcastic tone. He still spoke kindly. Ning Xi, you're my daughter. No matter what, I'll never neglect you. It's not good for you to stay outside alone anyway. Just come back and live with us. Our house is big and the room you've been using is still there. Ning Xi almost laughed out loud. Her room. It was about a third of Ning Xiueluo's room and had been modified from being a maid's room. Their initial reason was that they were afraid she might mess up the place. They would change her room once she learned her manners. But then, nothing happened. Ning Xi looked at Ning Yaohua suspiciously. Ning Yaohua's sudden change in attitude must only be because of one thing. Grandfather was going to write his will. After he was discharged from the hospital the last time, Grandfather had the intention to write it. So, was this her father trying to get her share of the will? Although she did not care about what she would get from the Ning family, if her grandfather gave it to her, she would never give it to Ning Yaohua. Ning Xi, did you hear me? What a coincidence today. Just in time when you're thinking of moving. Isn't it great that you can move back with us right away? Ning Yaohua said. Ning Xi crossed her arms as she looked at the truck and sneered. Are you sure that room can fit all my stuff? Here. Ning Yaohua was a little taken aback by her brazen reply. Although we have quite a few rooms at home, most of them are occupied. We can't let you stay in the guest room as well. If you're not using these things, then just put them in the storeroom. Ning Xi looked at the man with an odd expression. Sure, I can go back as long as you let me stay in the room that's supposed to be mine. Ning Yaohua's expression changed. Ning Xi, what do you mean by that? You want to take Xiueluo's room now? Xiueluo has been staying there since she was a child. How does that room belong to you now? Compared to Ning Xi, Ning Yaohua was more inclined to Ning Xiueluo's side. Ning Xi was bored with him now. She did not even bother replying him anymore, so she turned around and prepared to leave. Ning Xi, stop. Where are you moving to? Ning Yaohua did not give up and kept on asking. I bought my own house, Ning Xi replied. Ning Yaohua laughed. What kind of house can you buy with that salary of yours? A studio apartment or a two-bedroom house? How could those places possibly be better than our house? Why do you have to make yourself suffer? And your job, you should really quit it now. Before Ning Xi could say anything else, the driver could not stand it anymore and popped his head out. Mister, your daughter bought a house in Peachwood. After Ning Xi got into the car, the driver closed the door and started the engine. The truck moved away, leaving Ning Yaohua behind. Stunned. Peachwood. Did he hear him wrongly? Ning Xi had bought a house in Peachwood? How could it be Peachwood? Peachwood was a neighborhood of villas that cost in tens of millions each. It was located in an even better district than the Ning family's villa and was also one of the famous areas for the wealthy. How could she afford a house there? Chapter 1071, New Threat. She only took on a few supporting character roles and attended some variety shows that did not pay much. Ning Yaohua had a flashback. He remembered when Lu Jingli had come to pick Ning Xi up. Could Ning Xi be his mistress? Did he buy her the house? That did not sound right. He investigated after what had happened the last time and found out that Ning Xi and Lu Jingli only maintained a professional relationship. However, if they were really affiliated, how was it that Ning Xi had not gotten any huge roles yet? At Peachwood. Thank you. Please have a drink. As she finished her sentence, a metallic robot came out with few glasses on a tray and moving towards the workers. All right, thank you. This. The workers were surprised when they saw a robot approaching them. Ning Xi smiled. Don't worry, this is a robot. It's pretty smart. The robot scanned the three workers, then gave them a glass of water each. To their astonishment, it was able to deliver the water into their hands accurately. The three of them were impressed. The moment they stepped in, they actually realized that the house was equipped with high technology. So, this was how the rich lived. The workers left after they were done. Ning Xi started to unpack her things. Steamed bun, play a song for me. Master, my name is Andrew, not steamed bun. Master, what song would you like to listen to? Whatever. A short while later, inside the high-tech house, a song belted out. Today is a good day. Whatever you think could happen, tomorrow is a good day. The moment you open the door, the spring breeze will arrive. Ning Xi almost fell down when she heard the song. Well, this song hit the nail on the head. The song is pretty good. Thanks, steamed bun. Master, my name is Andrew, not steamed bun. Glad to be of your service. Little Treasure really loved his robots. He usually put them in a room exclusively for them in Platinum Palace. When he found out that Ning Xi was moving, he gave her his most prized butler robot to her. As Ning Xi was arranging her things, the doorbell rang. She just moved here. Who could it be? Ning Xi took a glance at the security camera. It was Tingxiao, so she quickly opened the door in surprise. "Boss, why are you here? Come in. I thought you said you were going to be busy today. I have to be here to set up our matrimonial home no matter how busy I am." "Okay, then why don't you key in the password to come in? I'd like to see you open the door for me." Ning Xi stayed silent. Could their conversation stay happy? Well, actually, she was being flirted with quite jovially. The moment Tingxiao stepped in, he heard the high-pitched "Today is a good day" song, and he clearly found it good. "This song is interesting." "Haha, you think it's nice too?" Steamed Bun chose it. "It's so cute. Especially when it said my name is Andrew, not Steamed Bun." Tingxiao stared at the robot, suddenly feeling like it had become another new threat to his love. With Tingxiao's help, Ning Xi finished setting up her room. She stood in front of the bed and looked at her new home with satisfaction. "That's about it. I just need to get something for you and little treasure." Chapter 1072, Break His Leg. From the back, the man's warm chest closed in on her as he wrapped his arms around her waist and rested his head on her shoulder. Looking at the large man clinging on to her like a lost puppy, Ning Xi was a little confused. "What's wrong?" The man kissed the tip of her ear, then held her up and put her on the bed. He looked into her crystal-clear eyes from above. "I feel very lucky to have met you." Ning Xi ran her fingers through his hair lovingly. "Me too." The man closed in and kissed her lips, deeper and deeper. Suddenly, there was a clattering of things falling and rolling on the floor, making a pretty loud sound. "What happened?" Ning Xi pushed Tingxiao away, then saw Lu Jingli standing there with vegetables and fruits all over the floor. He covered his eyes with one hand and little treasure's eyes with the other. He kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please continue. I'll take little treasure away now." Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. "Stop messing around. How did you come in?" Lu Jingli cried out. "Little treasure knows the password." "Oh, right, my dear little treasure. You're back. Come here." Ning Xi hugged little treasure. Little treasure was a little unhappy that his uncle had covered his eyes suddenly, but after a hug from his mother, he forgot all about it. Lu Jingli went up to the annoyed man, looking regretful. "Oh, my brother, I'm sorry. My future niece or nephew. I'm sorry. It was all his fault that they could not come into this world." Tingxiao and Ning Xi were speechless. As it was Ning Xi's first day moving in, she invited a few friends for a housewarming party. Soon after Lu Jingli and Little Treasure came, Zhuang Qi and Jiang Mai arrived as well. Lu Xinyan had somehow known about it as well and came bearing gifts. She probably wanted to take this opportunity to get on Ning Xi's good side. "Xiaoxi, your place is really pretty and the air around here is great as well. There's even a big peach garden on the way here. The interior design looks so refreshing. I like it." Zhuang Qi gushed. "Come here more often then." "Oh, how's your brother recently?" Ning Xi asked. Zhuang Qi looked like her head hurt when Ning Xi mentioned Zhuang Rongguang. Still the same, he started sneaking out every night again. His exams are coming soon, but at his current level, he'll probably fail. "What does your father have to say about it?" Ning Xi asked. "My father and grandfather discussed, and they are considering letting him join the army immediately. He's at the best age to join as well. Then he can attend military school after joining, but my brother doesn't want to." "If he doesn't want to, what does he intend to do then?" "I spoke to him in private, and he said," Zhuang Qi almost laughed. "He said that the world is so vast and that he wants to go out and explore. He wants to be an adventurer and leave his footprints everywhere. He sounded pretty determined. I'm really afraid that he might leave without a word." Ning Xi was annoyed. "That idiot. Break his leg. We'll see how he can go on his adventures." Zhuang Rongguang was just a teenager who liked to act tough with his family's prestigious name. He had never failed before. Compared to the regular person, his life was way too peaceful. Chapter 1073, Gently. Opposite, on the sofa, Lu Xinyan was a little speechless when she saw the two of them chatting so happily. So she quietly asked Lu Jingli beside her, "Didn't Zhuang Qi go on a blind date with cousin before? How does she know Ning Xi? And it seems like they are pretty close." Jiang Mai and Lu Jingli looked at each other, not knowing where to start. "Steamed bun. Go and get me some fruits." Ning Xi yelled at the robot. "Master, I'm Andrew. Not steamed bun. Please wait." As Andrew was going to get the fruits, it suddenly stopped. They then saw Little Treasure taking a chair and putting in front of it. He stood up on the chair and opened a lid on the back of the robot. He was modifying something within the complicated-looking circuits and screen inside. After a while, Little Treasure closed the lid, and the robot's eyes lit up. It turned towards Ning Xi and greeted her. "My dear master, your most loyal butler, steamed bun, is at your service." Ha ha. Ning Xi giggled, then patted Little Treasure. "Thanks to my little bun for making the stubborn Andrew become steamed bun." Lu Xinyan was confused by the sudden emotions that bubbled up in her throat. Why? Why did it feel so heartwarming? A lover, a kid, a few good friends, and a cute little pet robot. Her cousin had always given her the vibe of being emotionless like a robot. But when he was beside Ning Xi, he was so gentle. She could envision him as a person who came back from work and gently looked at his wife and son like a normal man. Once, she hated Ning Xi for making her beloved cousin fall from the rank of a god to that of a mortal. But now, she felt her eyes tear up seeing her cousin's warm expression. The second day, at Spirit Studio. "Director Qiao, are you looking for me?" "Boss, look at this." Qiao Weilon handed her a stack of materials. Ning Xi glanced through them. "This is Lu Xinyan's new proposal. She's mentioned it to me in private before, but what do you think?" "I can't say much about the proposal. It's good, but she was obviously taught or helped by others. No one knows how it will fare in execution, but..." Xiao Weilon stopped for a little. "She's taken up one of the best spots in the large shopping complex in the west of the city, so I think we can give her a try." Ning Xi nodded. "I can also see that she's very serious this time. With our brand's popularity now, it's quite impossible for us to lose money on her, right?" "Let's hope so," Xiao Weilon replied. Her decision was actually a little risky. However, like Ning Xi said, attitude was important. If Lu Xinyan was as playful as before, she would not let her through even with the shop lot she had acquired in the west of the city. "Should I inform her now?" Xiao Weilon asked. "Sure." A short while after Xiao Weilon called Lu Xinyan, Ning Xi's phone rang. As expected, it was Lu Xinyan. "Hello." "Ah!" A loud, deafening scream came from the other side of the phone. Chapter 1074, Interesting News. Ning Xi quickly moved the phone away from her ear and put it back on after the screaming ended. "My dear, did you just call me just to boast about the capacity of your lungs?" Just now, Director Qiao from your company called me. She said my proposal went through. I can open a shop with Spirit Studio now, haha." Lu Xinyan's voice was pretty loud. Even Xiao Weilon could hear her. "Congratulations, Ning." She smiled. There was a short silence. Then came Lu Xinyan's awkward voice. "Well, thank you for helping me. I'm a fair person. You helped me, so of course, I'm going to thank you," Lu Xinyan said. Ning Xi humbly replied. "Thank you for your fairness, Ms. Lu, but you don't have to thank me. I didn't do anything. When Director Qiao came to me earlier, they had already decided to accept your proposal. Does it mean I passed with my own abilities?" Lu Xinyan's tone was full of excitement. "You can say so." Ning Xi nodded. There was another short scream again. Lu Xinyan then cleared her throat. "Well, then thank you for being fair and not hindering my proposal submission." "You're welcome. Just wait and see. My shop will definitely score the top sales among the 6. Okay, I'm looking forward to it." After Ning Xi finished the call, Xiao Weilon asked, "Boss, you know Lu Xinyan?" From their conversation, they seemed pretty close. "Sort of. We had some complicated matters between us before, and she thought I'd purposely obstruct her proposal. But the misunderstanding is probably cleared by now," Ning Xi explained. Xiao Weilon nodded, then took another look at the woman in front of her again. The more she knew, the more she felt like this woman was like a mystery with many secrets dwelling within her. After she left the studio, she went to the garage with her car key. As she got into the car, her phone rang again. The screen showed it was Tang Lang. Ning Xi picked up the call. "Hello, second senior brother? What's up?" "Little junior sister, I just received interesting news. Come to the usual place." Tang Lang's oddly excited voice came over from the phone. "Interesting news? What interesting news? Come and you'll know. Quick, remember to bring some money with you." "I don't have any. It'll be on your tab." Ning Xi was about to go home, but after the call from the mysterious Tang Lang, she drove towards bar number 8. "Did you bring enough money?" Tang Lang asked her urgently when she reached. "Yes, I did. What's the matter?" Ning Xi asked impatiently. "Water. Get me another bottle of Remy Martin Club brandy." Tang Lang yelled generously after his human ATM arrived. Ning Xi slammed her hand on the table hard. Hey, did you lie just to get me here to pay for your alcohol? Tang Lang was stuffing popcorn into his mouth greedily and dropped the whole bowl when Ning Xi slammed the table. He then put on a mature expression and haughtily said, Rude. How can you talk to your master like this? Ning Xi clenched her teeth, then put on a sickly sweet, honeyed smile. If guns weren't banned in China, do you think I'd need you? Chapter 1075. How should I feel? Everyone in the organization had a specialized skill of their own. Tang Lang had his fighting prowess. As for Tang Yi, aside from fighting, he had extraordinary business management skills. Feng Xiaoxiao specialized in assassination while Annie was the medical expert. Feng Jin was all about strategy and Ning, she was the sharpshooter. When they were abroad, as long as she had a gun in her hand, to say that no one could get near her was not an exaggeration. However, things were different here. Guns were strictly prohibited in China. In addition to her career as an actress, if she was found out carrying a gun with her at all times, it would gravely affect her acting career, which was why she had to train her fighting prowess and expand her capabilities in some things that were not her forte. It was quite difficult for her. That's why I said that the best, the most perfect weapon in the world is your body. Tang Lang acted like a professional. Fine. Stop it. Are you done being so secretive? If you're not going to tell me, I'm leaving. Tang Lang quickly replied as his human ATM was going to leave. Why are you in such a rush? You can't get anything done without patience, okay? But this news isn't really a secret anyway. It's been known throughout the organization. You mean it's related to them? Ning Xi's expression darkened. Tang Lang waved when he saw Ning Xi's serious expression. Relax, it's good news. Do you know Satan actually ordered that no one is to lay their hands on you? What he said was, if anyone hurts her, I'll crush all their bones. Ning Xi was surprised. Are you sure? Didn't he say the opposite? Maybe he put up a bounty for people to crush my bones. Tang Lang rolled his eyes at her. Not just the organization, the entire black market, including the Sins and the other mercenary groups were warned. No one dares to take any orders that might involve you because of what happened the other day. And do you think it was just a normal gun shot to Feng Jin's hand? That shot was aimed at his veins on purpose. His hand is long gone. If it wasn't for Annie, he might even have problems coping with his daily life. He might not even able to hold a gun ever again. Ning Xi pinched the bridge of her nose. That's his personality, all right. Never allowing anyone to disobey his orders. Was that all? Tang Lang put on the face of a curious paparazzi and shoved his fist like an imaginary mic into her face. Hey, little junior sister, don't you feel anything after hearing what I've just said? How should I feel? Touched. Not only did you leave the organization and broke up with him, you even get together with the big boss of the enemy. Yet Satan didn't kill you. He's even protecting you. This is what I call true love. Tang Lang said in her exaggerated tone. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. You're thinking too much. Maybe he did not want others to lay their hands on her because he wanted to kill her personally. Moreover, what did he mean about breaking up with him? Back then, after the guy had saved her, she had made a 4-year promise that she would work for him for 4 years. As payback, she would do anything for him during the 4 years. After 4 years, she was promised that she could leave as she wished. In the end, on the last day, that man broke his promise and did not let her leave, driving her frustrated. Ning Xi could not do anything, so she asked him what he wanted. That man had the gall to ask her to be his girlfriend. Chapter 1076. You profiteer. To repay one life with another, as long as she agreed, she would not owe him anything anymore. Ning Xi agreed easily since he had not mentioned the period anyway. She had so many exes, so he was just another on the list. After she agreed, she decisively escaped the next day. Thiet was the truth behind her one-day relationship with Yun Shun. Tang Lang did not know about Ning Xi's true story. So, from what I see now, your safety is definitely secured. He then sighed. Now you know why I need you to pay for my alcohol, don't you? I might lose a part of my salary soon. Ning Xi stared at him in disbelief. Don't worry, you won't. Didn't you say that the best and most perfect weapon in the world is your body? So, please continue to train me. Who knows if he might go crazy and want to crush my bones. I have no one to rely on. Well, that's true. You still need me. I'm your master. Tang Lang nodded. However, Since you're not that useful and the fact that my safety is secured for now, your doubled salary has returned to the normal rate now. Ning Xi grinned. Hey, you profiteer. You think I won't go and get back my card? From Tang Yi, huh? Tang Lang howled. Yeah, you can always try. No one's stopping you. But don't say that I didn't remind you. The last time I was caught there, I saw a first senior brother with several new scars on his arms. He must have put himself through some devilish training. Compared to your half-assed training, I wonder if you'll be getting your card back or giving your life up. Little junior sister, I suddenly feel that your suggestion about my salary adjustment is appropriate. Tang Lang quickly changed his attitude. Lu Xinyan was impatient. The moment her proposal passed, she immediately opened her store. On top of that, she organized a grand opening ceremony on the first day, inviting several popular celebrities over, and because of Lu Corporation backing her up, many socialites came over to support her. At the same time, outside of Spirit's store, Ning Xi and History's marketing manager stood somewhere near the store. Boss, it's here. The manager pointed at Spirit's sign. History had a store in this complex as well, but the location was not as strategic as Spirit's. Their retailer was a general fashion retailer, and while they were not bad, their status and name could never beat Lu Corporation's. As he saw Ning Xuelua's expression darkened, the manager said, Boss, although Lu Xinyan has the name of Lu Corporation behind her, she's useless. All her previous businesses ended up losing money and her ex-partners were almost ruined by her. So her involvement with Spirit is Spirit's misfortune. Ning Xuelua did not seem happy about it. She did not care about their business at all. It was the fact that Spirit was able to attract people like Lu Xinyan. That meant that Spirit was just as popular as History. Ning Xuelua looked at the man beside her coldly. You cannot let Spirit continue to grow. Use whatever method you can. Chapter 1077, A Real Talent. You cannot let Spirit continue to grow. Use whatever method you can. Understood, boss. Just wait and see. They are still too young to go against me. The man looked confident. Ning Xuelua's expression softened when she saw the man's determination. This man was the previous marketing director of SF, a well-known market manipulator in the industry. He helped SF destroy countless competitors, so it was worth the fortune she had spent to get him on her side. As for her, she had something more important going on. It was confirmed that the elder was going to write his will. In just a few days' time, the news of the cousin to the CEO of Lu Corporation, Lu Xinyan's new store opening spread like wildfire. Many people came to support her. In addition to the strategic location of her store, her sales remained the highest among all the stores for the first few days. Ning Xi was relieved when she saw Lu Xinyan doing well. Unfortunately, the situation did not last long. Inside Spirit Studio, Ning Xi held the sales report of Lu Xinyan's store in her hands. She lay her head on the table of Qiao Weilan's office in exhaustion. I was wrong. I was really wrong this time. Aside from the spike in sales in the start, the sales of Lu Xinyan's franchise store had dropped steeply and the loss incurred was extremely severe. Seriously, with the support of so many people, a strategic location, and sufficient backup, she could still lose this much money. A real talent indeed. How does she even do that? Ning Xi sighed. Actually, Qiao Weilan had somewhat expected this to happen. She had gone through Lu Xinyan's proposal personally and found the plan was pretty solid, but a business was run by people. With Lu Xinyan as the boss, her decision would affect everything, and if her execution went astray of her plan, the proposal would be meaningless. With this much loss incurred, Lu Xinyan did not tell Ning Xi about it and planned to tough it out, but numbers could not lie. Qiao Weilan could identify the problem at one glance. She quickly called Ning Xi over for a discussion the moment she realized something was wrong. I've gone over and investigated how she was doing before. Historically, she would just lose more and more. She's just not a business-minded person, Qiao Weilan explained. Not only could she not differentiate between peak season and normal season, to boost her sales numbers, she also had promotions almost every week. Although it looked like they attracted a lot of customers, as time went on, a high-end brand turned into cheap. After the event ended, how could she expect to sell them at the prices of a high-end brand again? Ning Xi looked helpless. She finally believed that that girl was really an amateur. In regard to Lu Xinyan's loss, Ning Xi sort of expected it, but she just did not expect it to be this severe. If this goes on, It'll definitely negatively influence the spirit as well as the other stores, Xiao Weilon said. Ning Xi pinched the bridge of her nose. Director Xiao, you're still tied up with the business expansion project. I'll go and discuss with Lu Xinyan personally. Xiao Weilon nodded without any objection. She was not afraid for Lu Xinyan to make mistakes. She was afraid that Lu Xinyan would not realize her own mistake and continue to make them. Judging by the conversation Ning Xi had with her the last time, they should be pretty close, so it would be great if they could talk this out. Chapter 1078, Find a Madman. At the headquarters of history, David swirled the wine glass in his hand, then took a sip. He said happily, "Boss, like I said before, brand and popularity is one thing and business management is another. No matter how good their designer is, they aren't a threat to us. Now that you've seen it for yourself, you can relax now." The marketing department said that Lu Xinyan was a real amateur. All the business she has handled before failed in the end. That girl from Lu Corporation simply has no idea how a franchise works. She made money losing. Promotions one after another, turning Spirit into another cheap brand now. When people stopped coming by after promotion period ended, she'd start another promotion campaign again. Ha ha. David guffawed heartily. Ning Xi wore a long dress. She looked outside the window with a sneer. They thought they had gained a solid supporter and tried to get involved with Lu Corporation through Lu Xinyan. Great. Instead of gaining, they have lost a lot more now. Nevertheless, she already expected that this would happen with Lu Xinyan. It was nothing to be surprised about. "Oh yes, I'm here today to ask you something. Have you heard of this person?" Ning Xi passed David an Italian fashion magazine. David's eyes glowed when he saw the designs on the cover, but when he saw a vague face of the designer, his expression changed. Han Xiao. Although the picture was not clear, he could tell that it was him. "Do you know him?" Ning Xi asked when she saw the obvious change in his expression. "Boss, this Han Xiao is an Italian-born Chinese. He's a madman." David seemed to be reminded of something scary and his forehead was full of sweat. "I went to Italy to study for a period of time before. Although Han Xiao was impressive, he has a bad reputation. He betrayed his own teacher, always had extreme mood swings, and he only does whatever he likes." David had heard a lot about Han Xiao before. Although he was a newbie in the fashion design industry, everyone called him a demon. However, he disappeared a long time ago as his interest in design did not last long. He quit after his interest fizzled out. He could recognize the man because he had met him personally before at a gathering in Italy and his friends had told him about Han Xiao. "That's great then. I heard he came to China recently. He's right in our city. Help me look for him." Ning Xi grinned. "Find Han Xiao?" David shivered. Even if he met him, he would want to leave as far away as possible. Who would want to be with a madman? "Boss, what are you saying?" David felt uneasy. Why did Ning Xi want to find Han Xiao? "Maybe. I need him to help history get to the next level," Ning Xi said straightforwardly. However, there was a twist. "But you can relax. You'll still hold your position. Since he's a madman, I'll probably just use him once or twice." "Understood." David smiled as he stood up and finished the wine in his glass. Chapter 1079, Private Visit. At West City Mall, Lu Xinyan's store was having all kinds of promotions. Ning Xi shook her head when she reached there. When Ning Xi walked into the store, a few salespeople were chatting away happily, not even greeting Ning Xi when she entered. "Anyone here?" Ning Xi frowned a little and asked. The salespeople then turned around and looked at Ning Xi. "I'm sorry, we're getting off work soon. Please come again tomorrow," said one of the taller salespeople. "If you're getting off work soon, that means you haven't just yet," replied Ning Xi. They were a little surprised, then took a closer look at Ning Xi. She dressed a little plainly today, but they all had instantly looked down on her. "Miss, Spirit is a high-end luxury brand. Although we do have some promotions going on, all of them still cost at least tens of thousands." The tall salesperson sounded impatient. Their customers used to be mostly rich socialites and famous celebrities. However, ever since their promotion campaign started, more and more people visited them and asked them for the prices as if it was a market. The salespeople felt disgusted as they knew that these people would not be able to afford them even after asking. Ning Xi ignored them and went inside the store. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you that we're closing soon?" They went after her, and the tall girl looked especially annoyed. Ning Xi's eyes landed on a long coat, and she put her hands on it. The tall girl walked in front of her, grabbed the coat, and put it on a higher rack to avoid Ning Xi from touching it. I'm sorry, Spirit is a luxury brand. You can neither try nor touch it. How much is this? Ning Xi asked. This? The tall girl glanced at Ning Xi disdainfully. This is a new design from Spirit. It's $40,000 after discount. $40,000? Ning Xi was more than a little shocked. The cost was more than that. Each piece Lu Xinyan sold made losses. The more she sold, the more she lost. The salesperson thought that Ning Xi was shocked by how expensive it was. When they saw her frown, they tittered coldly at her. You can go to other stores. Spirit's clothes are the definition of luxury. All of them looked at Ning Xi like she was some poor, penniless lady. What time is it now? Is it really time to close? Ning Xi looked at them coldly. That's none of your business. Please go somewhere else and stop looking for trouble. The tall salesperson was really rude. Before Ning Xi could continue, a man and a woman entered. The girl had a branded sling purse on her right shoulder, while her left arm clung onto the man beside her. Is it closing? The girl asked the tall salesperson. Oh, Cicely's son, of course not. We're waiting for you. The tall salesperson ignored Ning Xi and quickly went up to Li Sun with a smile. Li Sun glanced at Ning Xi, then forced a smile. For a brand that's meant to be the definition of luxury, no wonder you'd want to close now to avoid random people coming in. Chapter 1080, Extremely Severe Issue. You're right, Cicely's son. Even though Spirit is having promotions now, not many people can still afford them. There are even some people who sneak inside luxury shops and get prepared to steal when they think no one notices. The tall salesperson then intentionally threw a glance at Ning Xi. Cicely's son, we have some new products. Our boss's discount is much better than the main branches. Do you want to have a look? The other salesperson went up to her and introduced some new designs. We'll just take a look then. Li Sun clung on to her man and followed the salesperson. Hey, why are you still here? Don't block the path. They shoved Ning Xi aside, making her very frustrated. All the salespeople in the franchise stores were paid directly by the main branch, even Lu Xinyan's store. Ning Xi had not come for nothing this time. She now realized an extremely severe issue. Spirit was too focused on making the brand popular and setting their brand positioning in the market, but they ignored personnel training. Whether it was the salesperson or store manager, they should have received proper training from the main branch before being sent out to other franchises. When they saw that Ning Xi was not leaving, the salespeople ignored her and served the couple. This looks pretty good. How much is it after discount? Li Sun asked. Cicely's son, this discount on this one isn't good enough. We have another one that's fresh from the main branch. The tall salesperson then took out an elegant coat. Let me tell you, this cost $60,000 when the boss took in from the main branch, but after discount, this is $58,000. The tall salesperson beamed. Let me try. The girl quickly put it on for Li Sun. Dear, does it look nice on me? Li Sun turned around and asked the man beside her. Not bad. Looks better than the one you bought for $120,000 from History. The man smiled adoringly at her. Spirit can never compare to History. History is the real luxury brand. You can't even try the clothes on there. Li Sun pouted. But, well, Spirit is kind of okay. The man shrugged. From his experience in both shops, Spirit was way behind History. The salespeople in History were very professional. This is pretty good. Give me this one. Li Sun took off the coat. Give me a moment, Cicely's son. I think I can get this coat even cheaper. The tall salesperson gave her a secretive smile, then made a call. Manager, it's the latest coat. A customer wants it to be cheaper, and you know we're still new anyway. Okay, I understand. The girl ended the call and winked at Li Sun. Sis, the final discounted price is $55,000. That's another extra $3,000 discount. You're really good at closing deals. The next time you come to my place, I'll definitely give you some special service. Li Sun was satisfied. Sis, with our relationship, of course I'd want to save money for you. After they packed the clothes, they all sent Li Sun out of the store with wide smiles. Chapter 1081. Personnel from Main Branch. Why aren't you leaving? We're closing. The tall salesperson said coldly when she saw that Ning Xi was still there. I remember that Spirit is a high-end store and trying on items isn't allowed. Ning Xi stared defiantly at this arrogant salesperson right in front of her. Anyone else can try except for you. Leave now, or I'm calling the security guard. The other two Salespeople went up and wondered where this woman was from and why was she not leaving. Ning Xi scoffed at them. Get me your boss. Boss? What's wrong with you? Who do you think you are? Are you here to look for trouble? Knowing my boss' identity? Who do you think you are to see her? One of the sales girls went out and called the security guard. Guard. She came in and looked for trouble. Please get her out. The tall salesperson glared at Ning Xi as she saw the security guard entered. What's the fuss? What happened? Before the security guard could say anything, a middle-aged woman came in. Manager Gu Yu, why are you here this late? The salespeople went up to the middle-aged woman as she walked in. Manager Gu, this random woman stayed in our store for a long time. She just asked for prices and didn't buy anything. I'm suspecting that she might want to steal our clothes. Didn't we lose a few before? Right. The whole mall has been having a volume of thefts recently, from branded shoes to bags. They were all stolen when no one noticed. The manager looked at Ning Xi impatiently, but when she saw her, she felt that she looked familiar. Are you from the main branch? The manager tried to remember. Some time ago, she had gone to the main branch with her boss to do some paperwork, and she was sure that she had seen this woman there before. The main branch. Spirit's main branch. The salespeople were surprised. Why would a person from the main branch be at their store? Maybe she wants to buy something from our store because she heard about the discounts, said one of the girls. Main branch. So what if she's from the main branch? We might even be more well off than her. Look at how poorly she's dressed. She still can't afford things from our store, even when it's discounted. The tall sales guide said. Ning Xi had no more tolerance for people like her anymore. She looked at the store manager and then called Lu Xinyan. My big boss, it's very late already. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Lu Xinyan sounded like she was sleeping. Come to your store right now. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you can close your store tomorrow. Ning Xi did not give Lu Xinyan any chance to talk and ended the call immediately. The manager and the few sales guides were dumbfounded. They did not know that Ning Xi was talking to Lu Xinyan just now. Lu Xinyan acted quickly this time and actually arrived her store within 10 minutes. The store manager and the salespeople went up to greet their boss who had suddenly appeared. What's so urgent that you need me here right now? What happened? Can't we talk about this on the phone? Lu Xinyan complained unhappily while looking at Ning Xi. Chapter 1082. Bear the consequences. The store personnel were totally stunned when they heard what Lu Xinyan said. Their boss actually knew this woman? Lu Xinyan, these people in your store, where did you find them? Didn't the main branch assign some professional salespeople to you? Ning Xi glanced at the sales guides and the manager. I hired them. It's my own shop, so of course, I'm going to recruit the people myself. Only then will it be counted as my own effort. Lu Xinyan looked proudly at Ning Xi. Ning Xi almost passed out hearing the girl's logic. She took a deep breath. Change them. All of them. I'll pick out personnel from the main branch for you. Just follow the protocol. Ning Xi's tone was ferocious, and she did not give any chance for Lu Xinyan to say anything. Fine, you're the boss. I'll do whatever you say, but what happened? Lu Xinyan frowned a little. She could sort of guess what had happened. Ning Xi must have noticed some issues when she arrived in the store. Otherwise, she would not be this angry. Anyway, Lu Xinyan felt immensely guilty. Although her financial report seemed to be earning a lot on the surface, she was losing money. A lot of money. Big boss. Boss from the main branch. The few sales guides could not believe it. This woman was the founder of Spirit. They freaked out, never imagining that the boss would suddenly appear in the store. The store manager had only felt like she had seen Ning Xi before, but she had not known that Ning Xi was the founder of Spirit. Ning Xi's voice softened as Lu Xinyan's attitude was gentle and she had toned down. Also, cancel all your promotions. Go and look for Director Qiao tomorrow. Learn how to run a franchise. From her. Huh? Cancel? I came up with these campaigns with all my wits. Lu Xinyan sounded dejected. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. My dear, you used up all your wits just to lose money like this? Lu Xinyan's expression froze. Why, you found out? Oh no. Her cover was blown. In 3 days, I want to see you strictly following the plan and our protocol. If not, you'll bear the consequences. Ning Xi left the store without even looking back at the workers. They were all shocked when they saw Ning Xi's attitude towards Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan was Lu Tingxiao's cousin. Yet, Ning Xi had yelled at her. Who exactly was this woman? What happened? Lu Xinyan asked angrily while glaring at her people after Ning Xi left. Boss, I don't know anything. Big Boss was already angry when I came back. It must be them. The store manager pushed the responsibility away completely. One of the salesgirls told the truth. After she heard everything, Lu Xinyan immediately fired everyone, including the manager. Chapter 1083, Interesting Person. Ning Xi had a headache after she left Lu Xinyan's store. She felt really helpless. 6 franchise stores, but only Lu Xinyan's shop was doing so badly. With a manager and salespeople of that standard, plus an amateur owner, the store would definitely close down sooner or later. It was a good thing that Ning Xi found out about it early. Thud. As Ning Xi was deep in thought, a person suddenly flashed by and collided with her, making her almost fall. I'm sorry, lady, are you alright? The person stopped and held Ning Xi to avoid her from falling down. Ning Xi shook her head. I'm okay. Lady, you seem pretty agile. Have you learnt martial arts before? The man looked at her with perked interest. Ning Xi could not help but roll her eyes. Just where was he from? Calling her lady like an ancient old man. Haha, I'm glad that you're alright. I have to flee. The man smiled and looked back, his smile growing wider. Flee. Ning Xi tilted her head and raised her eyebrows questioningly. Before Ning Xi could say anything, numerous running footsteps came from the back. About a dozen people were running towards their direction. Are they your enemies? Ning Xi was taken aback. Who exactly was he to be chased by a dozen of people in the middle of the night? Huh. The man laughed. I don't know them, but I saw that they fought pretty well against each other. They couldn't decide the winner after quite some time, so I beat them up instead. Who knew they'd have guns? Haha, no matter how good I am, I can't be faster than bullets. Oh, how are you not dead by now then? Ning Xi was impressed by the man's shameless attitude. He had offended some people and was chased by a dozen of them, yet he was still acting tough. And people were fighting on their own, so why did he involve himself? Was he asking for trouble? Farewell, milady, I have to go. As the man was about to flee, Ning Xi held him back. Follow me. Ning Xi dragged the man and forced him under a SUV. You, what are you doing? The man was taken aback by her action. Ning Xi looked at him smilingly. Luck is in your favor. I like your adventurous attitude. And everything she was interested in. This man had just so happened to possess them all. Ning Xi stopped talking to him. She stood in front of the car and blocked the man from the sight of his pursuers. A short while, the dozen of people reached her. First senior brother? Ning Xi's eyes flew wide open when she saw a familiar face framed by a pair of glasses. The man at the front was Tang Yi. The more outrageous fact was not only that Tang Yi was there, Tang Lang was also beside him. How had they ended up together? Little junior sister, why are you here? Tang Lang asked while panting. Second senior brother? I'm about to ask you guys. What are you guys doing? Why are you with first brother senior? Ning Xi was stunned. Could the man under the car be hunted by Tang Yi and Tang Lang? Really? Who exactly was that man who was able to make Tang Yi and Tang Lang cooperate? Ugh, wait. Just now, that man mentioned that he saw 2 people were fighting and that he beat them up because they could not decide the winner after a long time. Could the people he was talking about be first senior brother and second senior brother? Chapter 1084, Playing Around Lovingly. Little junior sister, did you see a madman pass by? Tang, yes. Cold eyes looked questioningly at Ning Xi from behind his glasses. Ning Xi was not stupid. The madman Tang Yi was referring to must be the same one under the car. After a difficult moment of internal struggle, Ning Xi nodded. Where? Tang Yi and Tang Lang suddenly became alert as they focused on Ning Xi. Right here. Ning Xi inclined her head towards Tang Lang and Tang Yi. Where? Tang Yi swung around. Here, 2 madmen, right in front of me. Ning Xi looked seriously at them. You cheeky little brat. We're asking you about something serious. Tang Lang exclaimed. Go back early tonight. It's not safe here. Tang Yi said expressionlessly. She became more and more curious. Just who was the man under the car, and how did he get on first senior brother be aware of him? Second senior brother, what happened? Ning Xi asked. Just now, I was playing around lovingly with your first senior brother when suddenly, a madman butted in and said he wanted to give us advice. He even fought with the both of us. Tang Lang was really annoyed. What the heck was playing around lovingly? Ning Xi's expression darkened. Then, the both of you lost. Was she really looking at Tang Lang and Tang Yi? Ning Xi was shocked. Tang Yi losing? Tang Lang also losing? Tang Yi and Tang Lang had both lost? Tang Lang seemed a little awkward. He slapped Ning Xi's head lightly. Nonsense. Your first senior brother lost. I didn't. I understand. But why do you need so many people for? Ning Xi looked at the dozen people behind him. If he could really win, why did he need the people behind him? They're here for us to find him easily. Anyway, I have no time to stay and chat anymore. Tang Lang realized that this girl was up to no good. Let's go. Tang Lang turned around and left as they had lost the guy. He did not even bother glancing at Tang Lang. Hey, where are you going? We're not done yet. Give me back my card. Tang Lang yelled at him. My dear second senior brother, if you don't put in more effort, first senior brother probably won't look for you again because it seems like something more interesting has just popped up. Tang Lang was reminded of that madman, and his expression turned broody. Go away. I can finish him instantly with just a little bit more training. After Tang Yi and Tang Lang left, Ning Xi's curiosity was killing her. Who exactly was the man under the car? Ning Xi was well aware of the abilities of Tang Yi and Tang Lang. WTH the both of them together. How could they have possibly lost to the madman? As Ning Xi was thinking about it, a powerful palm casually tapped her shoulder. Ning Xi was surprised by the sudden contact, and she swiftly swiveled a kick behind her. What was surprising was that her instinctive kick missed. A dark shadow moved through the air at an inhumane speed. If Ning Xi was in a forest, she would have surely assumed that it was a beast. Lady, you're really well trained. The man had easily dodged her attack and suddenly stood right in front of her. Ning Xi instinctively backed away. This man is extremely dangerous. Extremely. Chapter 1085. End him anytime. The both of them are your senior brothers? They aren't much, the man mocked, laughing in a rather hoarse and creepy way. Who are you? Ning Xi looked at the man as her senses were on alert. My name is Han Xiao, what about you? Han Xiao half smiled at her. I'm Ning Xi. He did not seem like a bad guy, so Ning Xi relaxed a little. The reason that she felt Han Xiao was really scary was that knowing Tang Yi and Tang Lang's high standards, he could still beat them. It was incredibly hard to believe for her. Lady, you saved me, so this meal is on me. She noticed that Han Xiao's eyes sometimes looked crystal clear, but at times were filled with a devilish charm. One look of his was able to send a chill down anyone's spine. It's okay, I'm kind of busy. Ning Xi rejected Han Xiao's invitation. She had saved him unintentionally just now. Now that she knew it was Tang Lang and Tang Yi who were chasing after him, she did not want to get too deeply involved with him anymore. However, since she had already helped him, she would finish the job. No way. I never owe others. If you don't want to eat, let me help you with some self-improvement. Would like some plastic surgery? Ladies nowadays like to do it on their face, don't they? Although you already look great, I can make you look perfect. Suddenly, Han Xiao took out a scalpel. Hey, what do you want? Ning Xi doubted whether it was a right decision to help him. Don't worry. I forgot to tell you that I was a surgeon before. Oh, I was also a fashion designer. I've even worked as a grave caretaker. Han Xiao looked like he was seriously recalling the jobs he had worked as before. A designer. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. This guy was once a designer? Hey, didn't you say you want to buy me a meal? Let's go. Ning Xi did not know what this madman was thinking, so she might as well go to a more crowded area, which would be safer for her. In case anything happened, it was easier for her to escape as well. Halfway to the restaurant, Han Xiao sped up ahead of her. Mountains aren't blessed with heights. It's blessed if a god resides within. A river isn't judged by its depth. It's spiritual when a dragon stays within. Spirit, the name feels pure. Han Xiao stood outside Spirit's store and looked at the garments inside through the glass window. I looked through the design concept and the garments of a few stores. This Spirit is pretty good. I'd like to see who the designer is. Han Xiao grinned creepily. I think you should go back to be a grave caretaker. You really think you're a designer? Ning Xi said. Han Xiao turned around sharply. Lady, believe it or not, Spirit's designer is nowhere near my level. I can end him anytime. I believe you. Ning Xi acquiesced. I believe that with your scalpel, you can end him anytime you want. Ning Xi was sure that Gong Shanzhe would never beat him in a fight. And please, don't keep calling me lady. Call me Ning Xi. Ning Xi interrupted before he could say anything else. Han Xiao looked at Ning Xi with a sly smile. You're pretty courageous. No one has ever talked to me like that before. Right? Aren't you a grave caretaker? The dead ones are usually pretty shy to talk to the living. Ning Xi felt like she was going crazy talking to a madman. Han Xiao stopped talking to Ning Xi until they reached a 24-hour KFC outlet. I'll buy you a meal here. Han Xiao then dragged Ning Xi in. Chapter 1086. Bro, you're really creative. 2 hamburgers and 2 milk teas, please. Treating your life savior to a meal in KFC. Bro, you're really creative. After he paid, Han Xiao really brought over 2 hamburgers and 2 cups of milk teas. Han Xiao smiled as he saw Ning Xi's odd expression. Don't eat so much at night, or you'll get fat. Ning Xi did not bother to reply. It was dim earlier, but now, Ning Xi could see Han Xiao's face clearly. He had long, dark hair that fell to his waist, the tendrils falling messily like intersecting streams of waterfalls. His brown eyes were filled with a mysterious spiritual aura and were as clear as crystal. They peeked out from under his long eyelashes, making him look very pretty. Ning Xi's heart got caught in her chest for a moment. She swore that she had never met any man so beautiful. This Han Xiao had nothing to do with being cool. There was only one word to describe him: beautiful. If Han Xiao had not opened his mouth to speak, she would never have known that he was a man. Ning Xi started to doubt herself. Maybe Han Xiao's voice was just a little too masculine and he was actually a real woman. Ning Xi kept staring at him while wondering if he was actually a man or woman. Han Xiao stood up a short while later and said, Lady Ning, thank you for your help tonight, although you were just a busybody. I should have just give you to them, Ning Xi replied. This is my contact. Lady Ning, if you have any problems, do give me a call. I just feel that a hamburger and some milk tea don't seem enough to repay you. Han Xiao snatched Ning Xi's phone away and punched in his contact number to save. Then he returned the phone back to Ning Xi. Before Ning Xi could say anything, Han Xiao turned around and disappeared. First senior brother and second senior brother aren't wrong. Han Xiao really is a madman. Ning Xi felt her brain go haywire after talking to him. She would never want to meet him again. At night, after she returned to her villa, Ning Xi soon forgot about it. As she was about to shower, she received a phone call from her grandfather. Mom, all right. Little Treasure's doing well too. I know. I'll go over tomorrow. The elder had called her to inform her that he was going to write his will tomorrow and told her that she had to come. Ning Xi was not surprised. As expected, Ning Yaohua had approached her the other day about this matter. After her shower, Ning Xi went to bed early. She heard that even the long-lost aunt Ning Xiaodong had come back as well. There would probably be a storm tomorrow. The next morning, Ning Xi wore the same floral dress she wore at the cooking show. She took her bag and drove towards the Ning residence. Miss Xi, welcome. Elder Master said to inform you to meet him in the study room when you've arrived. It could be the BMW she drove today, or because they knew that the elder, who always had a soft spot for her, was making his will that they thought they might get some sort of advantage from her. The servants had never once called her Miss Xi. Ning Xi nodded, then went upstairs. After she had left, she did not have to even bother guessing the kind of things these people said about her behind her back. Chapter 1087. Not recognize the real master. TSK, how shameless. She came to take their assets from them as a foster daughter. Right? Shameless indeed. This girl is different now. Did you see her outfit? That's a very popular brand recently, and it's pretty expensive too. Plus, she drives a BMW. With her seductive face, who knows which old man kept her as his mistress? What is the old master thinking? He already has Miss Xiaolaw, yet he wanted to adopt another girl from the countryside. Chatting very happily, aren't we? Who's the girl? As the big bunch of servants was gossiping happily, a cold voice came from behind. Everyone was shocked, and they turned around. A bunch of servants biting your master's tail? Eh? Is this the standard of the Ning family's servants? A woman in her 30s reprimanded them. She had short hair and wore a champagne-colored dress, looking very much like the epitome of a strong woman. Ning Xiaotong was the cousin of Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang. Her parents had passed away early, so she left home and ventured overseas. Rumor was that her business was going really well and that she had married into a good family. It had been many years since she last came back. Her name was sometimes brought up in conversations because of how well she was doing overseas, and some of the older servants in the Ning family knew about her. Even after so many years, the intimidating aura she gave off was still the same. We're talking about Ms. Xi, not Ms. Xiaolaw. That's right. We're talking about the countryside girl. Ning Xiaodong was not someone to pick fights with, so they quickly explained to her. Ning Xiaotong glared at all of them, her tone going even colder. Why would I have to scold you all if you guys were talking about Ning Xiaoluo? Ridiculous. The servants could not even recognize their real master now. If it was not for her uncle's call, she really did not want to come back. Miss? What does she mean? What does she mean she wouldn't have scolded us if we were talking about Miss Xiaoluo? Who knows? Actually, I realized that Ning Xiaotong did not like Miss Xiaoluo many years ago. I don't understand what went wrong between them. They started gossiping again, discussing the capable Ning Xiaotong's legendary life. When Ning Xi stepped into the study room, she saw that everyone else had arrived. Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, Ning Xiaoluo, Ning Yaobang, and Ning Tianxin were there. Even Su Yan attended the session. Xiaoxi, you're here? Come to grandfather. The elder's serious expression broke into a smile the moment he saw Ning Xi. Ning Xi had put on peach-themed makeup today, matching her youthful outfit. The elder was pleased that she looked healthy and happy. Ignoring the cold glares from multiple directions, Ning Xi went up to her grandfather smilingly. Grandfather, are you all right? How was the herbal medicine prescription I gave you the last time? Was it effective? The elder was excited to update her. I was just about to tell you. The prescription you gave me worked like a charm. My headache stopped, and I stopped having sweat when I sleep. I can even walk more now. Look at me walk. Chapter 1088. He must be crazy. Ning Xi's laughter tinkled lightly. That's great then. I'll get more for you after you've finished it. Xiaoxi, which old traditional Chinese medicine doctor did you go to? He really must be the real deal. I've gone to a few before. All the prescriptions they gave tasted horrible and were all very useless. Those that were useful have severe side effects. The elder complained. It's a friend of mine. He's not that old, but he has really good medical knowledge, Ning Xi replied. After Annie's visit the last time, they texted each other from time to time. So in one of these conversations, Ning Xi had just asked her casually about how to treat her grandfather's condition. Annie had replied with a very detailed prescription, so she went to a traditional Chinese herb store and bought whatever she needed according to the prescription. To her surprise, it worked very well. She had to find a time to thank Annie properly. You actually dared to trust a young doctor's prescription? What if any problems arose? Ning Yaobang mumbled. Ning Yaohua interrupted him. Didn't father say it was effective? Stop your nonsense. Ning Yaohua then switched to a gentler attitude and spoke to Ning Xi. Thank you so much, Xiaoxi. It was a sensitive period right now. No matter how unhappy he was towards Ning Xi, he had to get Ning Xi on his side right now. Zhuang Lingyu was about to say something, but was stopped by Ning Yaohua. Xiaoxi, take a seat. As she observed Ning Yaohua's attitude towards Ning Xi, Ning Xiaoluo could not do anything but to suppress her emotions inside. What was important now was to get the shares from Ning Xi. Sister, come over here. Ning Xiaoluo dragged her to her seat, where Zhuang Lingyu was on her left and Su Yan was on her right. When Su Yan saw Ning Xiaoluo trying to drag her over, he moved over a space, so Ning Xi now sat in between Ning Xiaoluo and Su Yan. After Ning Xi sat down, Su Yan did not feel at ease and moved away slightly further. However, his effort was futile as the girl's natural sweet scent invaded his nostrils every time he breathed, seeping right into his heart. He did not remember the last time he was this close to her. He also did not understand why he was feeling so uncomfortable when they were just sitting next to each other. The girl was talking to Ning Xiaoluo at the moment. He glanced at the girl's butterfly-like eyelashes, her soft lips, and her exquisite collarbone. He must be crazy. His fiancée was right here, yet he was attracted to another woman, and this woman was one whom he treated like his little sister. Ever since he realized his feelings for Ning Xi were unusual, he had stopped himself from seeing Ning Xi. For a period of time, he did forget about her. Unfortunately, now, the moment they were reunited again, the burst of his long-suppressed feelings was hardly controllable. Su Yan, wake up. The man took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Sis, this outfit looks really good on you. Ning Xiaoluo sounded impressed. She touched the fabric and said, Sis, isn't this the latest product from Spirit this season? I saw you wore this on the cooking show last time. Many people have asked me about the brand. I heard that this particular design is sold out. Chapter 1089. Let's begin then. Without waiting for Ning Xi to say anything, Zhuang Lingyu had already revealed a dismal expression. She knows that Spirit is a rival to her sister's company, yet she intentionally wore their clothes to advertise them. You're always helping outsiders. When Ning Yaohua heard this, he quickly tried to smooth things over and said, girls, when they see pretty clothes, they buy it if they like it without paying attention to such things. But, Xiaoxi, this spirit has really been going against your sister's company recently, so you should watch out a little. If you like this kind of style, just let your sister give you a few outfits later on. The last time sis came to our store to shop, I told her that I wanted to give her some, but sis, Ning Xi did not finish her sentence. Nevertheless, it was enough for Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu to fill in the blanks by themselves. Zhuang Lingyu's face was full of loathing. Why should you care about her? She's petty, always fussing over minor matters and throwing tempers. It turns out that having her entire life snatched away was just a minor matter to her. Ning Xi sat on the side and watched the three of them like a drama, and she almost laughed out loud. She kept on calling her sis, yet she did not know when she had won. It made them look like they were really a family now that they really seemed to have forgotten about breaking ties with her and chasing her out of the house. As he watched the girl's indistinct smile, like the lazy, short-lived bloom of a cactus in the dead of the night, once again, Su Yan's logic broke through his cage of control, and he felt reckless. When she felt a fervent sight on her, Ning Xi subconsciously turned to look. The instant his gaze met the girl's, Su Yan thought his heart was about to explode. He had used up all his might to regain self-control. In a calm tone, he said, I watched your show a few days ago. Your culinary skills have improved again. When he said this, Su Yan could not help but feel a forlornness in his heart. There was a time when she had learned to cook for him, yet now he could only find out that her cooking had improved through a television show. Ning Xi smiled and said, really? She naturally did not miss the sentiment and ambiguous affection in Su Yan's eyes when he looked at her. If this man could be loyal and love Ning Xiaoluo unchangingly, she could still respect him a little more. Sadly, there was the sound of 3 knocks on the door. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone in the room turned to look. Then they saw Ning Huiyuan strolling in, cool and proud. Uncle. Ning Xiaodong did not look at anyone else and only greeted the elder. Huiyuan is here. When the elder saw his niece whom he had not seen for years, he could not help but feel rueful. At least, he felt assured as he knew that she had a good life outside. After the two made some small talk, the elder's gaze swept across the crowd before he said, since everyone is here, let's begin then. The moment he said that, everyone's expression turned serious. After glancing at each other, they slowly got up and walked to the long, oval table to sit down. The lawyer was holding the prepared will and stood beside the elder who was sitting at the head of the table. On the table, Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, Ning Xiaoluo, and Su Yan sat on one side, while Ning Yaohua and Ning Tianxin sat on the other. Ning Qiutong sat beside Ning Tianxin. Then, there was Ning Xi left. Ning Xi's eyes swept past the empty seat opposite Su Yan, then ignored Ning Yaohua's warning gaze and sat casually opposite Su Yan, beside Ning Qiutong. Chapter 1090, Some Things to Say. When Ning Yaohua saw that she had actually sat opposite, his expression darkened. Now, he could only wait and see. He hoped that Xiaoluo would get a little more shares. That way, he would feel less pressure and would not need to involve the root of all his trouble, Ning Xi. Well, father, you're so healthy now. You don't actually need to rush your will. Ning Yaobang knew that the current version of the will was most unfavorable for him, so he said that as his final attempt. Ning Tianxin, who sat beside him, was indifferent instead. When the elder heard his second son's words, he was furious and immediately roared, "Shut up! You have no right to tell me what to do. If you have the capability, then turn the tables for the companies under you that lose money every year, or else, don't talk to me." Ning Yaobang was sullen after such a scolding, while Ning Yaohua looked delighted. The elder calmed down before saying, "To avoid any grudges among all of you, I have some things to say before the lawyer reads out the will." Okay, speak, father. We're all listening." Ning Yaobang started to be the obedient child after getting criticized. The elder gave him a harsh look, then continued to say, "You can see that I've called Su Yan over as well this time. I know some of you have opinions about this, but Su Yan is going to be engaged to Xiaoluo soon, so he's counted as half a Ning already." "Father's right. This needs to be done," Ning Yaohua quickly echoed as Zhuang Lingyu nodded. Ning Xiaoluo looked shyly at her grandfather. The elder looked towards Su Yan and continued, Regarding the distribution of the inheritance, the Nings have nothing much to hide. To avoid any trouble in the future, I might as well just invite you to hear for yourself. I'll leave everything in your hands. I married Shuala because of who she is as a person. No matter what the results are, it won't affect my decision, said Su Yan. Ning Xi looked intensely at the man beside her, feeling moved. Bro Yin. The elder looked at Su Yan and nodded with satisfaction. He had always had a pretty good impression of his granddaughter's husband. He remembered back when Su Yan and Xiao Shi seemed to be quite close too. He thought that there was a possibility of a romantic relationship between them, but who would have expected him to choose Shuala in the end? Nevertheless, it was not right for him to probe too much into the children and their relationship matters. When Ning Xi first met Su Yan in the countryside, she was just a simple girl. Su Yan's family would definitely not agree to their relationship, so they had secretly dated. Even after Ning Xi returned to the Ning family, because she had caused a series of ruckus and embarrassment, to avoid implicating Su Yan, she continued choosing to temporarily hide their relationship. It was only until she was pregnant that she had to tell Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu. Thus, apart from Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Tianxin who had accidentally found out about their relationship, many people in the Ning family, including the elder, did not know that Ning Xi and Su Yan had dated. When he was finished with Su Yan, the elder's gaze fell on Ning Xiaotong again. As for Xiaotong, I know her business is expanding and her life is steady. Why did you call her over if you knew? It's not like she's lacking any wealth. Ning Yaobang mumbled. The elder shot him an annoyed look. What I wanted to say is that her father also contributed to the company back in the day. Now that her parents have passed away, it doesn't matter how great her life is. I will give her what she deserves. It doesn't matter whether she wants or needs it or not. I will still give it as her uncle. Chapter 1091. Furious. The elder's tone was incredibly solemn. No one at the table dared to say a word. Even if Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang were miserable that another person had suddenly appeared for the inheritance, they could not say anything either. Ning Xiaodong was not one to mess with. If the shares fell into her hands, it would be extremely difficult to get it from her. Worse still, if she had intention to fight for the rights to inherit the company, that would make things harder. Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang both looked like they were about to face a huge adversary, while Ning Tianxin seemed absent-minded. Only Ning Xi was the most relaxed at the table. Ning Xiaodong was taking in everyone's reactions. Okay, Lawyer Kai, please announce the will. The moment he said that, everyone found themselves sitting up straight. The lawyer flipped the document in his hand and started to read. The will of Mr. Ning Xiyuan. Due to his old age and his concern that he might suddenly fail in health, to avoid any dispute over his inheritance, he has written this will, and his assets are as follows. Ning International Private Limited Company's 51% in shares, foreign trust funds. After the lawyer listed out the elder's assets, he started to go into the distribution of it. The 3 estates and 2 shop lots in Imperial, as well as the foreign trust funds, will go to the granddaughter, Ning Xulua. What? Are you crazy? To give an outsider this much inheritance? Ning Yaobang was the first to slap the table and stand up. He could not believe that the old man had given half of his stable property to Ning Xulua, a granddaughter who was not even blood-related. Also, that foreign trust fund was not a small sum of money. What outsider? Xulua is my daughter, brother-in-law. Do you need me to repeat it for you? Zhuang Lingyu asked with a sharp look. Daughter, my ass. She's just a country girl you had carried home wrongly. My 2 other blood-related daughters aren't allowed to be present today. So on what basis can your outsider get our Ning family's inheritance? On the basis that she was raised by me myself. We don't even know which cheap woman gave birth to your daughters. So on what grounds can they appear here to tarnish our Ning family? Opposite her, Ning Xi, who maintained the attitude of a third party, had a sudden change in expression. The unyielding attitude of a mother protecting her daughter from Zhuang Lingyu took her by surprise. She had long told herself that Zhuang Lingyu was just a stranger to her. Yet why had her heart still experienced inexplicable pain when she watched her protect Ning Xuelo so fiercely? Ning Xi closed her eyes lightly, and soon returned to normal moments later as if nothing had happened. No one had noticed Ning Xi's subtle change in emotions. No one but Ning Xiaotong beside Ning Xi, who was taking everything in. This child. It had only been a few years since they met, yet she had changed so much. not just in terms of looks, but more so her temperament. She was far calmer and more mature than those her age. There was not the faintest shadow of that weak girl from many years ago. At the table, Ning Yaohua, Zhuang Lingyu, and Ning Yaobang were turning the room upside down with their argument. At last, the elder had to knock the table harshly to quiet them down. Everyone shut up. Xue is indeed not blood-related to us, but humans are living things, and we cannot be merciless. She has been my granddaughter for more than 20 years, so I consider these my dowry for her. No one is allowed to say another word. Ning Yaobang slapped a fist on the table in fury. Chapter 1092, didn't even get half a share. Zhuang Lingyu scoffed as she consoled Ning Xi by patting the back of her hand. Don't worry, Mother is here. No one can bully you. Mother, thank you. Ning Xi teared up as she lay in Zhuang Lingyu's embrace. Her eyes caught Ning Xi's, and there was an undoubted sneer in her eyes. After the momentary dispute, the will announcement resumed. The remaining funds and property had been evenly divided among a few people. Ning Xi had received a property in City C2. City C was where her foster parents lived and where she had grown up for the past 18 years. The elder had really put thought into this arrangement. After that was done, the most important part remained, the company's shares. This was also the reason why Ning Yaobang had refrained from causing a ruckus. The shares were the most important portion. At that moment, Ning Xuelua looked slightly nervous. She had observed the elder's attitude towards her earlier. In terms of shares, he would not treat her unfairly, would he? The lawyer flipped the page, then continued to read aloud. Ning International Private Limited Company. With a total of 51% in shares, the distribution is as follows. Ning Yaohua 15%, Ning Yaobang 6%, Ning Xiaodong 10%, Ning Tianxin 10%, Ning Xi 10%. End of announcement. The instant the lawyer finished, the study room was pin-drop silent. The end. The sharing of the will had ended. After the distribution of shares had been announced, Ning Yaobang breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Ning Yaohua had 15% on his side, he and Tianxin would have a total of up to 16%, which was exceeded Ning Yaohua's portion by 1%. So how could he not be happy? Even though Ning Xi had received 10% as well, based on her bad relationship with the other side, she would definitely not give up her shares to Ning Yaohua. However, he did not expect that Ning Xiaodong would get as much as 10% too. As the elder's biological son, he himself had only gotten a mere 6%, so it made him a little sulky. On Ning Yaohua's face was a complicated expression as he looked towards Ning Xi. Even he could not help but affirm that experience counted. The way it was distributed was really. It had completely tied everyone to each other. No one could influence anyone. The first person to say something was Zhuang Lingyu. You're done reading? What about Xuelua? As much as Ning Xuelua had been holding it in, she could not help but turn pale at that moment. She never would have thought that the elder had not left any shares for her. Was this a way of him slapping her before the entire Ning family? Even with Su Yin present, how could she remain honorable when she married into the Su family? Earlier, he had even pretentiously said some things about values and family ties. This goddamn old man. How cunning of him. Ning Yaobang scoffed. Hasn't all that should be given been given? What more do you still want? Sister-in-law, let me advise you that as a person, you shouldn't be too greedy. Well, you can't just leave Xuelua out. Not even a % of the shares. What is this supposed to mean? Isn't Xuelua part of the Ning family? Even you said so yourself, father. Humans are living beings, and we cannot be merciless. Xuelua has, at least, been your granddaughter for so many years. You make us disillusioned by treating her this way. Zhuang Lingyu said this in outrage. Huh. Just as Zhuang Lingyu was expressing the injustice of the situation, a soft peal of laughter was suddenly heard from a corner. Zhuang Lingyu immediately looked crossly at Ning Xiaodong. Xiaodong, just be upfront if you have anything to say. There's no need to be peculiar. Since you said so yourself, then let me be straightforward. Chapter 1093, Stabbed in the Heart. Ning Xiaodong straightened up slightly, then looked at Zhuang Lingyu squarely. Sister-in-law, you say that uncle made you disillusioned when you're the one who's sorely disappointing. What are you saying? Zhuang Lingyu frowned. It's fine if the outsiders don't know, but everyone sitting in this room is very clear that Ning Xuelua is just an adopted daughter, while Ning, she is your biological daughter. She's the one who's blood related to the Ning family. Is it wrong for uncle to distribute his shares to Ning Xi? I never said that it's wrong for father to give Ning Xi his shares. That's his right. I'm asking about the reason Shuala gets nothing. Zhuang Lingyu replied. Ning Xiaodong jeered. Well, then, let's talk about why the shares aren't distributed to Shua. Ning Shula is just an adopted daughter that we carried home wrongly from the hospital. Yet she has enjoyed a life of luxury for 18 years that should have belonged to Ning Xi. After the truth was revealed, she didn't return to her original home and biological parents. Instead, she remained in the Ning family and held the name of a lady of the Nings. She even used this identity to get a good match to Su Yan. On the other hand, Ning Xi, who is blood-related to the Ning family, wandered afar for 18 years and lived 18 years of poverty. When she had finally been found by the Ning family, she could only continue with the title of an adopted daughter. The things that should have been hers were taken away. Even the servants can bully her and call her a wild chicken and bumpkin. And all this while, what have you two done as parents? You took the side of the outsiders and criticized her for being vulgar and tacky. What rights do you have to criticize and scold her? Have you raised her or taught her at all? Do you think you've completed your duty as parents just by bringing her home, giving her food to eat and clothes to wear? To have such cruel parents like the two of you, you might as well have just let the child continue to live in the countryside and know nothing. That's better than losing faith in humanity and being stabbed in the heart by her own parents. When they heard this, the table was dead silent. No one said anything. Ning Xueluo felt herself stiffen. Even Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu's faces clouded as they kept silent. The elder looked at Ning Xi while his expression was full of guilt. Su Yan had balled his hand into fists. Ning Xi sat there quietly, her eyes full of mixed emotions as she looked at Ning Xiaodong beside her. She had long been numb and was used to the indifference from this circle. She never would have thought that Ning Xiaodong could actually disregard everything, but she had said these words to defend her. All of these were words that no one had ever said on behalf of her. Ning Xiaodong paused. Then her sharp gaze cut to Ning Xueluo. Uncle has given Ning Xueluo those assets. It's enough for her to marry gloriously and live in luxury for the rest of her life. Since she's just a village girl who's eaten from the Ning family, lived with us, and held the title of a lady of the Ning family, what else are you unsatisfied about? Tang Xueluo, I have to ask you one thing. What else are you dissatisfied about, and what qualifies you to even hanker after our Ning family shares? When she heard Ning Xiaodong's every word, especially hearing her address her as Tang Xueluo, Ning Xueluo's shoulders shook violently, and her fingernails stabbed into her own palms. She had lowered her hateful face at this point, and in the next second, she got up and ran out the door. When Su Yan saw that, he quickly chased after her. Ning Xiaodong, you're too much. Even if you're a part of the Ning family, this is our family matter, and you have no right to intervene. Don't spew nonsense here when you don't know anything. Zhuang Lingyu was instantly riled up in anger when she saw her daughter run out after being deeply hurt. Chapter 1094, Switched Lives. Ning Xiaotong sneered. Huh, I don't know anything? I wonder who's being blind. Let me advise you to clearly see the kind of thing that's sitting beside you every day. Don't wait till you get bitten to death. You're attracting that wolf to your home, and you still aren't aware. Ning Xiaotong, I'll tear your mouth apart. I raised my daughter myself. You have no say about the kind of person she is. Zhuang Lingyu was so agitated that she wanted to walk over, but Ning Yaohua held her back. Ha, I think Xiaotong is quite right. I've told you, sister-in-law, you two treat this outsider like a gem. Your IQ and logic are a little hard for me to comprehend. Ning Yaobang was enjoying the good show. Shut up, Ning Yaobang. I think you're just envious. Ning Yaohua roared back. The two sides started to quarrel, and the situation was chaotic. The old man massaged his temples and did not have the energy to care about their arguments. He just allowed the lawyer to help him up to walk out of the room. At the same time, in the Ning family's courtyard, Ning Xua had run straight to the woods and was crying loudly in sorrow as she leaned on a tree. Su Yan stood behind her and carefully pulled her into his embrace. Don't be sad. Ani Xiaodong's words are a little harsh, but that's just her personality. Don't take it to heart. How can I not take it to heart? She made me sound utterly horrible, as if I robbed everything from Ning Xi. I'm also my mother's daughter. I've been in the Ning family since I was born and have been Ning Xueluo for 18 years. When you suddenly tell me that everything I have isn't mine and that my parents aren't really my parents, does she really think I felt good about it? Why did she say I robbed Ning Xi? Wasn't it she that suddenly appeared to rob me of everything? Grandfather repeatedly said that I'm his granddaughter too, yet he treats me like this. Maybe he did not treat me as a part of the Ning family at all. Ning Xuelua was incredibly emotional as she blurted all of this out. As Su Yin listened to Ning Xuelua's words, he was suddenly tongue-tied. Had Ning Xuelua had cried to him about this before, he would have definitely supported her unconditionally and be on her side. However, now, perhaps it was because he was not sure about his feelings towards Ning Xi, or it could be the things Ning Xiaodong had said earlier. He suddenly felt like Ning Xiaodong was not wrong. All of this should have belonged to Ning Xi. Ning Xi was born to be the lady of the Ning family, yet because of a confusion, their lives had been switched. Ning Xuelua did not know what Su Yin was thinking about at the moment. She was weeping in his embrace. Bro Yin, what to do? What should I do? How can they treat me like this? Su Yin patted Ning Xuelua's shoulder and said gently, Xuelua, didn't you say it before? You don't even want everything from the Ning family. We can rely on ourselves, and you're already doing excellently right now. So why should you care about these mere worldly possessions? That's not the same. Why should I let go of the things that should be mine? Ning Xuelua yelled out in the moment of agitation. When he heard this, Su Yan's expression instantly changed into disapproval. Xuelua, how can you say that? That should be Ning Xi's. Or did you really want to fight for the Ning family's inheritance? Ning Xuelua almost exploded at the first half of the sentence, but she was instantly clear-headed when Su Yin finished his sentence. Chapter 1095, A Beautiful Past. Damn it. She was too emotional and had accidentally blurted that out. No matter if it was Su Yin or Zhuang Lingyu or Ning Yaohua, if it was something she liked, she would get it. She could not show that she actually coveted the Ning family's inheritance. Thus, Ning Xuelua revealed a hurt expression and quickly covered up. Bro Yin, how can you say that about me? If I really wanted the Ning family's assets, would I need to work so hard? I'm just feeling very sad. I always thought of myself as a part of the Ning family, and I prioritized the Ning family for everything. Yet it turns out that they had always treated me as an outsider. And there's you too. Bro Yin, I want to marry you grandly. I want everyone to say that you married a good wife. Su Yan's expression softened when he heard this. Xuelua, I understand where you're coming from, but you don't have to worry. If you're Su Yan's woman, no one will dare say you aren't good enough. You don't have to worry about being scorned when you marry me. I will explain to my parents. Bro Yin, thank you. Thank you for always being by my side. Ning Xuelua could only temporarily suppress all her dissatisfaction and anger, obediently leaning into his embrace. When Ning Xuelua was facing the other way, Su Yin lifted his head to look up at the study room's direction. Through the window, he could still roughly see the silhouette of Ning Xi sitting on the chair. The image of that little girl from back then could not help but appear in his mind. That girl who had carried him all the way while she sweated and her legs started to shake, yet promised to never leave him. The girl who had picked fresh wildflowers for him every day. The girl who had cooked delicious dishes so that he would eat his medicine obediently every day. She was poor and wore clothes that had been mended many times and spoke shoddy Mandarin. Yet the way she said it was beautiful and cute. When had all of this begun to change? From the day he was healed and picked up by the Su family. From the time he returned to the pretentious city. From when he was charmed by Ning Xuelua's beauty. All the good times that once were in his memories had become unacceptable. But at this moment, why did he miss it so much? He missed the girl's innocence. Missed the way her eyes would sparkle and cling onto him when she stared at him. At the Ning family's gate. Ani. Ning Xi hesitated but still decided to call out to Ning Xiaodong. Ning Xiaodong, who was about to open her car door, paused her steps and looked at Ning Xi. Ning Xi's cleared her throat and walked up to her. About today? Thank you. No matter what, she still had to thank her. Ning Xiaodong was nonchalant. We're family. There's no need to thank me. Ning Xi felt a mix of emotions hearing her say that they were family. She took a deep bow graciously. I still want to thank you. As she watched the girl before her, Ning Xiaodong sighed. Sadly, I was abroad that year. I didn't know many things, and when I did, it was too late. I never would have thought that my cousin would be foolish to this extent. If I let him continue like this, the elder's hard-earned family business will fall into the hands of an outsider. As Ning Xiaotong said this, a hostile glint flashed in her eyes. Ning Xi fell into deep contemplation. At night, in Ning Xuelua's bedroom, Zhuang Lingyu covered Ning Xue with her blanket, then turned around to close the door. On the bed, Ning Xue, who was dozing off, immediately woke up again. Chapter 1096. Help me do something. There was no sleepiness in her eyes. In fact, it was full of darkness and hatred. How could she fall asleep in such a situation? Ning Yaohua currently had 15% of the shares, while Ning Yaobang had 16% of shares, and Ning Xiaodong had 10% of shares. So, the key was Ning Xi. Whoever she used that 10% of shares of hers to support, that person would be the largest shareholder of the company, and they would have the most potential to fight for the rights to inherit the entire company. This time, Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang would definitely go crazy trying to snatch away the shares in Ning Xi's hand. While she had not gotten any of the shares, she had no say in this at all. Even if she risked her life to get all the loose shares in the market, she could only get 2% back at most, which would not do much. There was no doubt that Ning Xiaotong was a hard woman to handle, so there was no way they could get the shares from her. The key was those shares in Ning Xi's hand. She obviously hoped that Ning Yaohua could get Ning Xi's shares and acquire the company. However, if Ning Yaohua bargained anything with Ning Xi for that 10%, such as let her come home or even publicly announce her identity, everything would be over for Ning Xue. This matter was a top priority. She needed to have a strong backbone to let Ning Yaohua forget about the idea of announcing Ning Xi's true identity. Ning Xue immediately thought of the Zhuang family. However, she had accidentally overheard Zhuang Lingyu arguing with Ning Yaohua at Zhuang Lingyu's original home. Zhuang Lingyu forbade Ning Yaohua to have any contact with the Zhuang family. In fact, she was very firm about this. That was why she had not dared to claim any connections with the Zhuang family, but now she could not care anymore. She had to take this opportunity. She also had a way to handle Zhuang Lingyu. Besides, Zhuang Qi had already been gone over to Ning Xi's side in advance, so she had to hasten her plan. However, a lady like Zhuang Qi would be hard to curry favor from. From what happened before this, Ning Xi and Zhuang Qi seemed quite close, and she was not sure if Ning Xi had said anything bad about her already. When she thought of this, Ning Xuelua narrowed her eyes with hatred. If it was not for Ning Xi ruining things the last time, she could have given the outfits to Zhuang Qi, who would have worn history's dresses at the international banquet. That way, she would have been connected to Zhuang Qi and hugely promote her company. In the end, everything had been ruined by Ning Xi. Now that she had lost the key opportunity, she might need to use some special methods to get acquainted with Zhuang Qi. As Ning Xuelua thought about this, she took out a key and used it to open a safe. She took out a handphone from the safe, charged it, then made a call. "Hello, it's me. Do me a favor." "Who is it again this time?" A raspy voice came from the other end. "Zhuang Rongguang." Ning Xuelua said a name. "Zhuang Liaoyuan's son." The voice on the other end said in a low voice. "Yes, it's Zhuang Liaoyuan's son." "Huh, little girl, you're getting braver, aren't you?" The voice from the other end sinisterly answered. Ning Xuelua replied indistinctly. "Don't worry, I just want you to frighten him a little. I'm not asking you to actually do anything to him. When it happens, just do as I say. But you must wait for a suitable opportunity and do it cleanly. I can wait, but don't make me wait too long." Chapter 1097. Your Man's Analysis. At Peachwood, when she returned home, Ning Xi was still thinking about the events from the day when her doorbell rang. "Steamed bun, help me see who's here," Ning Xi said. "Yes, my beloved master." The robot's face revealed a small screen, which showed the image from the security monitor at the door. It was Lu Tingxiao. When Ning Xi saw it was Lu Tingxiao, she immediately got up to open the door. "Big boss, it's so late. Why are you here? I'm worried about you. Come in. Steamed bun, serve some water, please." "Yes, my beautiful master." The robot immediately rolled off to get a cup of water. Ning Xi took the water from the serving tray and gave it to Lu Tingxiao before sitting down beside him on the sofa. Lu Tingxiao took the cup and asked, "How did it go today? Did those people trouble you?" "With grandfather, no one dares to trouble me. In fact, something that happened today surprised me. You know my aunt, don't you? Ning Xiaodong. She came back this time. I've heard of her. She's someone all right. What happened? This time, when the will was being announced, I almost got into an argument, but she helped to defend me. An argument? Ning Xi nodded. Yeah, grandfather gave Ning Xi a lot of estates and trust funds. He said it was her dowry, but he didn't give her any shares. At that moment, Zhuang Lingyu immediately raised her doubt and voiced that grandfather was not fair with the distribution. Then, Ning Xiaodong got up and defended me a lot. She was basically saying that Xiaolua did not have any right to inherit the Ning family's shares. Ning Xiaotong is quite amazing. Xiaolua lost control of her emotions on the spot and ran out. Lu Tingxiao long fingers tapped the glass lightly and analyzed. Your grandfather's distribution of shares for you guys should be 15% for Ning Yaohua, 10% for Ning Xiaodong, 6% for Ning Yaobang, 10% for Ning Tianxin, and you get 10% too? Ning Xi widened her eyes at his guess. Whoa, Lu Tingxiao, how do you know this so clearly? You couldn't have bribed the lawyer too, could you? Lu Tingxiao looked at her casually. Your man would obviously have such basic analytical skills. Ning Xi instantly broke out in a sweat. Cough, cough, okay. You're amazing. Whatever it is, your analysis is right. Grandfather distributed it like that. It's currently the best way to divide the shares. It's good check and balance for everyone. But it's quite frustrating too. Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang will definitely start to disturb me. Ning Xi sighed. Do you want Ning International? Lu Tingxiao looked at her and suddenly asked. Why was the devil's tone so suspenseful? It was as if he was asking with the same nonchalance as asking her. Do you want to drink water? If you do, I'll go pour a cup for you. Ning Xi thought about it, then said, To be honest, I don't. Based on her current situation and energy, she did not care for it that much. But, of course, I definitely won't let the company fall into Xiaolua's hands. Thus, she was still struggling with this issue. It was a good thing that with the current situation, it was still a stalemate, so she still had a sufficient amount of time. Then, I suggest that you temporarily pass your 10% of shares to Ning Xiaotong, suggested Lu Tingxiao. Transfer them to Ning Xiaotong? Ning Xi thought about it. Then her eyes lit up. Chapter 1098. Born to be the bane of me. This is a good idea. I don't want to give it to Ning Yaohua or Ning Yaobang either, and if I hold on to it, I'm worried that they'll trouble me. Giving it to Ning Xiaodong is a smart thing too. Based on her personality, she definitely wouldn't let the other two sides go easy. Besides, with Ning Xiaodong's business capabilities, she won't let grandfather's company wane. Boss, you're too smart. Ning Xi discussed it with Lu Tingxiao for a while more. Then when he saw that it was getting late, she asked, Do you want a sleepover? When Lu Tingxiao heard her, he looked at her and said, Nah. Why not? It's quite late. Isn't it troublesome to rush back? Do you still have things to attend to later? Ning Xi was confused. Lu Tingxiao massaged his temples helplessly as he said, Because I will easily lose control, especially in our future matrimonial home. Understand? Lu Tingxiao rubbed the girl's head adoringly. I don't necessarily have to wait till after marriage, but I still want to do so because you're the most important person to me. So I'm willing to wait, and I want to give you the utmost respect too. Ning Xi sighed, enjoying her head being rubbed against his broad palm as she mumbled, I am forever within your hands. I really have no complaints at all. You were born just to be the bane of me, weren't you? A while later, Ning Xi sent him off. Before he left, Lu Tingxiao suddenly thought of something and gave her a red, gold-plated invitation. Ning Xi opened it to read and asked in confusion, A birthday invitation? Who is Mo Jianzhong? Why am I invited? It's Mo Lingtian's father. The invitation was sent by Lingtian. If you're free tomorrow night, then you can go with me. Otherwise, then it's fine. Mo Lingtian must have been prepared to invite Lu Tingxiao and his female partner, but because they could not appear as a couple, he had especially prepared an individual invitation for Ning Xi. This gesture showed that he valued her. Ning Xi thought about it. There isn't much going on tomorrow night, but I'll be at the studio in the day, so I'll go over myself at night. Not many people in Lu Tingxiao's circle acknowledged her or treated her as a friend. Plus, he had been so thoughtful, so it was not nice for her to reject the invitation. Lu Tingxiao replied, Okay. Ning Xi tiptoed and leaned in to kiss the man's lips. Then, she said in the tone of a tyrannic CEO, Baby, one day I will let you stand beside me rightfully and honorably. I'll let the entire city's women know that you're mine. Lu Tingxiao was speechless. Well, those were nice words, but did they reverse their roles? The next day, at Spirit Studio, because Spirit had been preparing to expand their business to H District, Ning Xi arranged the details and proposal for that site whenever she found the time. Without realizing it, she had been in discussion with everyone till late at night. Ning Xi looked at the time on her phone and saw that she would be late soon, so she quickly said, "I have a dinner to attend later. I have to go first." "Okay, boss, just go. Don't work overtime too. Rest earlier." "Ah, right. Shangza, are there any ready-made gowns in the studio? Simply get one for me. I don't have time to change at home," Ning Xi said. "Yes, what kind of style do you want, boss?" Gong Shangze asked. Ning Xi thought about it. It's a birthday banquet for an elder, so the color and style should be low-key and staid. "Okay, boss, please wait for a moment." Chapter 1099, Give the Most Perfect Life. Moments later, Ning Xi changed into the gown Gong Shangze had taken out for her before putting up some light makeup and flat ironing her hair. The evening dress that Gong Shangze had found for her was indeed a very understated design. It was a traditional classic Qipao, which was in a simple yet elegant color. The black orchids printed on it were outlined subtly, and she looked very much like the chaste daughter of a noble household from the Republic of China era. Ning Xi stood before the full-length mirror to look at herself and was satisfied. "Not bad, it's splendid. This one then." "Thank you, Shangze. I'll make a move first, bye." "But, okay." Gong Shangze watched his boss leaving and hesitated to say something. This dress was relatively low profile, but once she donned it, it was not inconspicuous at all. Ning Xi was the muse of his inspiration, the source for many of his designs, and was even the model in his head when he designed his pieces. You could say that she was the real owner of all of Spirit's apparel. When she had worn the dress herself, she brought his designs to life perfectly. At the Mo residence, Mo Jinzhang's birthday banquet was organized in the outdoor garden today, and the current atmosphere was extremely lively. Lu Tingxiao had reached earlier, knowing that Ning Xi was busy in the studio, so he did not rush her. Mo Lingtian held a goblet in his hand and worriedly asked Lu Tingxiao, "Hey, Lu Tingxiao, your bunny will turn up, won't she? Is she still angry at me? Is she okay from the last time that she almost fell off the cliff? Was she traumatized?" When Lu Tingxiao heard this, he cast a sidelong glance at his best friend without a word. Frightened? That little girl had said that she had a lot of fun and that it was quite exciting. He really hoped that she could be frightened a little. That way, she would be more careful. Mo Lingtian did not know what Lu Tingxiao's glance meant. Just as he spoke to him, a familiar outline appeared at the door. Ning Xi handed over her invitation to the guard at the gate before walking in leisurely. Under the gorgeous and dazzling chandelier at the doorway, the girl looked as if she had stepped into the world of mortals from thin air with her simple gown and her wooden hairpin in her loosely tied hair. She walked with her back to the light, and the view behind her gradually faded away like an ink-washed painting. The dress did not just fit her well. It was Ning Xi's unique talent of being able to change her own spirit that made the air around her shift with the gown she wore. It was for that reason that both person and dress complemented each other well. Ning Xi's appearance made the banquet room fall into a hush for a while. Then came the lowered voices of discussion. When they suddenly saw such a breathtaking new face, people would obviously be curious. While the girls were curious about Ning Xi's identity, they were most interested in timeless topics such as clothes and accessories. Thus, many people took notice of Ning Xi's qipao very quickly. "Who's the girl that just walked in? She looks like a certain female celebrity. That gown is amazingly beautiful. She looks very charismatic. I know that gown. That's a Spirit piece. I've seen it in the boutique before, but I didn't buy it because I thought it seemed too ordinary. Who knew that it would be so stunning when you put it on? I really regret not buying it then. Spirit's pieces are not bad. I really like it too, but most importantly is who wears it. The more understated these dresses look, the more it chooses who wears it." "You're right." After Ning Xi walked in and caught Lu Tingxiao's eye, she found a corner to sit down. Chapter 1100, Don't Even Have a Girlfriend. Mo Lingtian hung his arm over Lu Tingxiao's shoulders and could not help but started listing. Two-faced fox, cute little bunny, shooting expert, adorable maid, warrior, daughter of nobility. Hey, how many faces does your little bunny have? I finally know why you're so charmed by this woman. She becomes a different person every time she dresses up. Do you feel like you're changing girlfriends every day? Lu Tingxiao responded. I like her no matter how she looks. Mo Lingtian's joke suddenly became an emotional moment when Lu Tingxiao said that. Mo Lingtian felt like he had just been shot with an arrow to his chest. Bro, I noticed that after you started dating, you've practically become a love guru. I would never have known before this. I thought you had low EQ. Speaking of which, the strategy you gave me earlier was too general. Can't you teach me a few more tricks in detail compared to that cringy affectionate words you just uttered? How's Zia? Lu Tingxiao suddenly asked. Mo Lingtian sighed. You've already made it so clear the last time. Based on Xiao's personality, she definitely will give up, I guess. She's not the kind of woman who would cling on and pester. Mo Lingtian chatted with Lu Tingxiao for a while more, then greeted Ning Xi before entertaining other guests. In the end, many people at the banquet asked him about Ning Xi. Even his old man was looking at her. Lingtian, is that girl your friend? Mo Jianzhong asked. Yeah, why? I didn't think that you'd have this kind of friend. Mo Jianzhong looked at his son lamentably. Huh? Father, how can you talk about your own son like this? When are you going to progress and make her your girlfriend? Mo Jianzhong suddenly asked. Mo Lingtian spat his drink into his glass and started coughing furiously. He was almost startled to death by his father's words. Father, don't scare me. Mo Jianzhong frowned at him. Don't make a fuss about nothing. How did I scare you? The old saying goes that you can see one's values through their looks. I can see that this girl is not bad. She's composed and well-mannered. Since the two of you are friends and were chatting happily earlier, why can't you just take it further? You're about to reach your 30s. Even Lu Tingxiao has a girlfriend, so how much longer do you plan to fool around? Mo Lingtian looked like he would rather die. Father, I have something to say. Today is your birthday. Can't you just talk about something happier? Then, can you do something that can make me happier? Which family is that girl from? If you're not going to say anything, I can help you propose a marriage. If you get married this year, she should be able to give birth to a bouncy little baby by next year. Mo Jianzhong was obviously fixated on the thought of having grandchildren. Father, my dear father, don't joke around anymore. She is Lu Tingxiao's other half. Mo Lingtian finally could not hold it in any longer and blurted out. Mo Jianzhong was stunned. What? That's Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend. Mo Lingtian pinched the space between his brows. Yes. So can I please ask you to stop right there? Besides, I already have someone in my heart. Mo Jianzhong scoffed. Huh. The person in your heart has high standards. Would she ever like you? Father, am I actually your child? She has high standards, but I'm not that shabby, okay? He had already been working hard recently to court his love interest. Mo Jianzhong looked at Ning Xi's direction and sighed with regret. You useless thing. You don't even have a girlfriend till now. Mo Lingtian was speechless. Chapter 1101. She's my future wife. Awkward. He would not have been treated this badly if Lu Tingxiao had not gotten a girlfriend so soon. He still had a friend in him before and could still use Lu Tingxiao as his shield. But not anymore. He really had to speed up his game to get closer to Xiao. As he was about to go and look for Guan Xiao, a guy suddenly dragged him aside and asked excitedly, Master Mock, is that girl in the corner your friend? What's her name? Where's she from? What do you want? Mo Lingtian glanced at him suspiciously. This guy was an infamous Casanova in Imperial and changed girlfriends as often as he changed his clothes. Worst of all, he loved to mess with other people's girlfriends. Wang Xingzhe raised his eyebrows. Of course, I'm interested. You know I like that type of chick. Mo Lingtian sipped some wine to contain his annoyance. You don't have to know who she is. All I'll say is don't mess with trouble. Wang Xingzhe exclaimed. Hey, don't jinx me. It's normal for a guy to be attracted to such a beautiful lady. Mo Lingtian said without any expression. She's taken. So what? There's no girl in Imperial that I wouldn't dare to flirt with. Wang Xingzhe then courageously walked towards Ning Xi's direction. Somewhere nearby, Guan Xiao was talking to Lu Tingxiao. She wore a black Chanel gown in her usual simple and elegant style, but her expression looked tired. Guan Xiao looked at the man in front of her and spoke slowly. Tingxiao, I'm sorry for what happened last time. I lost control of my emotions. I should have said something before I left. I understand what you're trying to say. You're the most compatible man I've ever met, and I once thought that we could spend the rest of our lives together. But there is still a long way to go, and too many things are simply unpredictable. It's regrettable, but I respect your decision. Guanxiao then smiled with poise. So, we're still friends, right? Without a doubt, this was the best way for her to move forward right now. She had forced herself not to look for him during this period of time. She thought that if she stepped back, Lu Tingxiao would not reject her. This time, Lu Tingxiao glanced at her, then said with his usual cold expression, "I'm sorry, to avoid any further misunderstandings with my girlfriend, we really shouldn't contact each other anymore." Guanxiao's face froze. She did not expect Lu Tingxiao's reply. His words had completely disregarded her. Guanxiao looked hurt and her voice trembled. "Tingxiao, we've known each other for about 20 years. I understand that you have someone you love, but I already declared that I will leave you. Are you going to give up our friendship for a woman you haven't known for very long?" "She's not just a woman I haven't known for long. She's my future wife." Lu Tingxiao then coldly looked at her with a warning glare, and Guanxiao felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 1102. You're really good at joking. After Lu Tingxiao finished his conversation with Guanxiao, his eyes moved to Ning Xi and he noticed that Wang Shengzhe sat opposite her. The man's cold expression changed slightly. He excused himself from Guanxiao and headed towards Ning Xi. The Mo family's little garden was really pretty with had a pleasant view. The corner Ning Xi was sitting in had vines around it with flowers sprouting from it. Beside her was a pond reflecting the full moon. What was more beautiful than the view was the person under it. Yet, the person was only focused on Lu Tingxiao and Guanxiao. What were they talking about? It was taking really long. Damn it. Many young men, or parents like Mo Jianzhong, who intended to look for a girl for their sons, all noticed Ning Xi. However, before they could make a move, they all saw the infamous flirt walking towards her. As they saw Wang Xingzhe in hunting mode, they hoped that this innocent-looking little girl would not be fooled by him. He actually came from a pretty prestigious family in Imperial. Although he was capable, he always indulged himself with lustful deeds. As Ning Xi was wondering what Lu Tingxiao and Guanxiao were talking about, a man had suddenly walked up to her. "Hi there. Is there anyone sitting here?" The man wore a fitting English three-piece suit, looking rather retro and cool. His looks were above average, but his lustful eyes were a huge turn-off to Ning Xi. Nevertheless, no matter what the man did, it did not concern her, so Ning Xi kept on looking at Lu Tingxiao. Without looking at the man, she replied, "Yes." Wang Xingzhe was a little taken aback, but quickly smiled. "You're really good at joking. I've been watching you for a while. You seem to be here alone." Ning Xi was speechless at his nerve to ask something he already knew. Wang Xingzhe noticed that Ning Xi was not reacting to him, but that got even more excited. His eyes were like a radar, scanning every inch of Ning Xi. Wang Xingzhe was way more knowledgeable than women in girly stuff, and he soon found a topic to approach her about. "Is your dress from Spirit?" Ning Xi reacted a little when she heard the brand name. "Yes, why?" Wang Xingzhe got his chance, and he beamed proudly before continuing with the topic. "This is just a normal ready-made dress, isn't it?" "Correct." Ning Xi nodded and was waiting to see what he would say next. "I'm guessing you weren't able to get a custom-made piece? I heard that Spirit's list of custom-made dresses has a waiting line of 6 months now. It's really difficult to get one, but I know someone on the inside. If you'd like, I can help you." Wang Xingzhe tried to make himself appeal to Ning Xi. Ning Xi smiled benevolently. "No way. I didn't do anything to deserve that." Wang Xingzhe's pride swelled when he felt that he had a chance. "You're too humble, Mississippi. For a beauty like you, simply existing is hard work." He then scanned the girl's gentle eyes, her neat nose, cherry-like lips, and the gentle swell of her hips. Chapter 1103. Surname. The girl's outfit was quite reserved as the dress was longer than her knee and the collar was high around her neck as well, but she was emitting an aura that made him excited. What a real hottie. Wang Xingzhe decided that he had to get this girl for himself, entirely forgetting Mo Lingtian's warning to him. "Oh, I don't know your name yet. How should I address you?" "My surname's Wang. I'm Wang Xingzhe," Wang Xingzhe asked as he inched closer to Ning Xi. Wang Xingzhe thought his flirting skills were top-notch, but Ning Xi rolled her eyes so hard that she could practically see her brain. What was this? He was the best flirt in Imperial? With this sort of standard? She looked at the devil who was slowly ambling towards her. After a long, happy chat with his childhood friend, finally, He was coming over. Wang Xingzhe was really attracted to how Ning Xi gazed in a different direction when speaking to him. How seductive. At the same time, Ning Xi smiled and answered Wang Xingzhe, I go by the surname Ning now, but it's going to be Lu in the future. Lu Tingxiao had an aggressive expression on his face, but after he heard her, his eyes turned gentle. Lu. What a great reply. As expected of his wife. Oh, which Lu? Wang Xingzhe asked. Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi replied. Ning Xi was staring at Lu Tingxiao for quite some time. Wang Xingzhe understood her and grinned coldly. Miss Ning, you're really greedy, aren't you? Why not? I've decided that I'll not marry anyone apart from Lu Tingxiao. Wang Xingzhe almost laughed out loud. Every girl in Imperial wants to become Mrs. Lu. Do you think you can really do it? Why don't you have a more realistic goal? As he spoke, he tried to extend his hand towards Ning Xi. Suddenly, Lu Tingxiao came in between the two of them. Hey, CEO Lu, you. Wang Xingzhe was a little surprised as he thought that Lu Tingxiao was here to talk to him. However, the man did not even look at him. He focused on the girl opposite him with a gentle gaze and a doting tone. We'll go back together later. Ning. She nodded with a big smile. Okay. This short conversation was impactful enough to give Wang Xingzhe a good fright. The both of them, what was happening? Could it be? Well, Lu Ui. As Wang Xingzhe realized what their relationship was, his soul almost left him. He just stared at the man blindly. Lu Tingxiao glanced at him murderously, then left without saying a word. Although it was just a short glance, Wang Xingzhe felt like he had experienced a brief moment of death. After Lu Tingxiao left, Wang Xingzhe looked at Ning Xi. Yu and Lu Tingxiao. Chapter 1104. Lu Tingxiao's Woman. Ning Xi smiled coyly. It's exactly as you think it is. Wang Xingzhe was speechless. Wang Xingzhe quickly went to Mo Lingtian. Damn you, Mo Lingtian. Why didn't you tell me that that girl is Lu Tingxiao's woman? Didn't I tell you earlier? Mo Lingtian saw that the man was panting and sweating like he had been chased by a beast. When? Wang Xingzhe almost broke down. I told you to not mess with trouble. Think. Just how many people could give you trouble in Imperial? You'd know after some careful deduction, said Mo Lingtian as a matter of factly. Wang Xingzhe freaked out. Oh no. What should I do? I actually flirted with Lu Tingxiao's woman. Should I buy something for her as an apology? She seems to like Spirit's clothes. Should I buy her a few? Mo Lingtian stared at him like he was an idiot. That girl is the owner of Spirit. Wang Xingzhe was once again speechless. From an outsider's point of view, they had seen Wang Xingzhe flirting with the girl, and then Lu Tingxiao walked over. As it was a corner, everyone could only see Lu Tingxiao's back as he blocked Ning Xi, so everyone thought Lu Tingxiao had said something to Wang Xingzhe. The supposed Casanova ran away like that corner of the room was haunted. What exactly did Lu Tingxiao say to him? Still, there were also people who understood what had happened. Wang Xingzhe is really looking for trouble. He even flirted with Lu Tingxiao's woman. Ling Fei roared. Most people did not know what had happened because only a few people who were close to Lu Tingxiao knew the girl's identity. Zhao Haixing held his wife close. But you can't blame Wang Xingzhe. Who would have thought a girl here would turn out to be Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend? Speaking of which, do Lu Tingxiao and Miss Ning plan to keep their relationship hidden? Ling Fei asked. I heard that because of Miss Ning's career, they can't publicize their relationship. Zhao Haixing said. Ling Fei looked at the girl's direction. I actually think this girl is pretty nice. If any other female celebrity were to hook up with Lu Tingxiao, she would surely announce it to the whole world. Do you know Su Yimo from Glory World Entertainment? She's totally unrelated to Lu Tingxiao, but she always calls herself Mrs. Lu or Lu Tingxiao's true love. But in truth, Lu Tingxiao probably doesn't even know who she is. That's true. Although we've just met twice, she's pretty nice and quite special, always scaring us with her stunts. At a quiet corner in the garden, Guan Rui was holding a wine glass, looking absent-mindedly in the direction of the pond. Guan Ziao looked nervous. Father, are you sure that this method is really okay? Guan Rui sipped some wine. There are a lot of government officials among the guests today. There's even a personnel from the law department, and Judge Liang is also here. If she killed someone here, even Lu Tingxiao can't help her. While he might be able to spare her from death, do you think a murderer could ever enter the Lu family? Chapter 1105. Something's wrong, smells fishy. Guan Ziao frowned and looked at the woman in white talking to Ning Xi. There's no issue on Li Rong's side. If she doesn't die, she will surely die. Guan Rui's eyes flashed with the intention to kill. If she did not die, he had already arranged for his own people to take care of it at the hospital. Nothing would go wrong. It was her first time getting involved in matters related to a person's life. Guan Ziao's fingers were shaking with nervousness, but she quickly calmed down. She was just trying to stop the woman from continuing to fool Lu Tingxiao. What she was doing was not wrong. Her plans had failed so many times. There could not be any more accidents this time. Extreme situations require extreme measures. This time, she would make sure there was no turning back for Ning Xi. She forgot all about her worries the moment she was reminded of Lu Tingxiao's coldness towards her. Guan Rui patted his daughter's shoulder firmly. Go and prepare yourself. It's our turn to show up soon. Call your uncle and Auntie Lu too. Let them see Ning Xi kill someone for themselves. Now, that would be interesting. Yes, father. After Wang Xingzhou was terrified away by the devil, Ning Xi was finally alone. She picked up some fish food and was stood by the pond, tossing the pellets in. A big school of red koi fish rushed over, fighting for the food. Ning Xi suddenly thought of the glutton Lu Jingli, so she snapped a picture of the fishes and sent it to him. As she was feeding the fishes happily, there was the sound of footsteps behind her suddenly. Ning Xi thought that it was another guy trying to flirt with her. As she raised her head, she saw a strange and frail girl in a long, white dress. The girl had makeup on, but it could not hide her pale and weak state. Ning Xi analyzed her longer, wanting to ascertain that she did not know her. She was not sure why the girl was there, so she waited quietly to see what she wanted to do. The girl looked at Ning Xi like she was trash, and she smiled coldly. So you're Ning Xi? Your face is thicker than the Great Wall. A cheap girl like you trying to get into the Lu family. Ning Xi raised her eyebrows. Although this girl looked weak, her mouth was anything. But, however, I'm sure that I don't know this girl. What's happening? Something's wrong. It smells fishy. As Ning Xi was guessing the girl's intentions, the girl started uttering more and more ridiculous words. Do you think you can hide the fact that you're just a village girl by dressing like a model? You're just a lowlife. Who do you think you are? You motherless thing. With that last sentence, Ning Xi squinted her eyes and emitted a lethal aura. The girl became more motivated when she saw Ning Xi's reaction, so she kept on provoking her. Who doesn't know how complicated the entertainment industry is? You're just another filthy slut. Stop acting innocent. You witch. The girl in the white dress did not expect Ning Xi to be able to suppress herself this well and not get angry at her yet. She then splashed the glass of red wine she was holding onto Ning Xi. Ning Xi's face and hair were all dripping with wine. Her clothes were all drenched as well. She looked like a mess and her eyes were filled with darkness. Chapter 1106. Go along with the plan. The girl in white dress looked gleeful. Now, she would finally attack her. The girl became more aggressive, pushing Ning Xi by her shoulders. You witch. How dare you glare at me? And yet, the girl did not expect what happened next. She had just lightly pushed Ning Xi, but Ning Xi's body was like a stray kite that weighed nothing. She fell into the pond. How did this happen? It should be Ning Xi who pushed her into the pond. How did the roles get reversed? What made it worse was that the moment Ning Xi was pushed into the pond, Guan Ziao came over while clinging onto Yan Rui's arm. Lu Chongshan and Mo Lingtian's parents were together with them as well, chatting as they strolled over. At the exact same moment, Ning Xi fell into the pond with a loud splash. All of them saw it. Some of the servants nearby saw someone falling into the water, so they yelled, "Arg! Someone fell into the water! Someone fell into the water! A lady fell into the water! Quickly save her!" Yan Rui and Lu Chongshan were shocked. What happened? The person who had fallen into the water just now looked like Ning Xi. Anyone good at swimming? Please save her. Mo Jianzhong quickly pleaded for help. Suddenly, someone jumped into the pond. CEO Lu went in. A servant yelled, "Be careful, CEO Lu." Tingxiao. Yan Rui's face turned pale. Lu Chongshan's expression changed slightly. Don't worry, Tingxiao is a good swimmer. Mo Jianzhong did not expect something like this to happen. This pond is pretty deep, and there are some big rocks under the water. It's dangerous. I'll go too. Mo Lingtian was about to dive into the pond, but a few servants stopped him. Master, it's dangerous. The security guards are here. Guanxiao did not expect the person to fall into the pond not to be the arranged person, so she was dumbfounded. Guan Rui looked furious as well as he glared at the girl in white dress. The girl was in shock. She trembled when she felt Guan Rui's dagger stare on her. At the same time, under the pond, Tingxiao felt a hand brush against his, so he quickly dragged the girl towards him. As he was about to bring her up, the girl stopped him, tracing on his palm with her finger. "Cooperate with me." Others might not know it, but Tingxiao was sure that with Ning Xi's ability, a weak girl would never be able to push her into the pond, and no one would pick this day to hurt Ning Xi. There was only one possibility. Ning Xi had fallen into the pond herself. Although he guessed it before he dove in, he was still shocked and had jumped into the pond to get her, afraid of any accidents that might happen. Now, the girl had finally informed him about her stunt. Tingxiao angrily pinched the girl's waist, and her eyes flew wide open as if she was complaining. "Hey, I almost can't hold my breath in, no thanks to your pinch." Chapter 1107. This isn't over. After she shot him a look and reciprocated by biting on Tingxiao's lip, she continued to use her finger to write on his palm. Tingxi. Ning Xi did not understand the reason why that woman in the white dress had incessantly provoked her like a maniac at first. The moment she had splashed the glass of wine at her, she had almost retaliated physically. Thankfully, she reacted at the key moment and decided to make a move first by turning the tables. "Uft, you want to trick me with that bad acting of yours? I'll trick you right back." Tingxiao comprehended Ning Xi's thoughts. There were obviously many other ways to solve this problem, but this girl had to always make it so exciting. This time, it had even happened right before his eyes. He did not know what to say anymore. When he was opposite the pond, even though he had to continue entertaining all the guests that came up to him with small talk, he always left a sliver of his attention on Ning Xi. Ning Xi was feeding the fishes at first. Then a girl in a white dress started speaking to her with her back against him. Then, the next scene had happened before he could react. Actually, Ning Xi knew that she could have moved away when she realized the other person's intentions, but that would be to their advantage. She really wanted to, at least, bite them back, so she did. This was not over. Just as Tingxiao and Ning Xi were being lovey-dovey down there, the people on the lakeshore had gone crazy. My God, what to do? Why hasn't Tingxiao come up yet? Don't worry. Security is here. Guanxiao was getting impatient at this point. She immediately shot a look at the woman in the white dress. If this woman was caught and had the gall to reveal her, they would be done for. Even if she did not, they would not be able to get themselves off the hook. Because Chao Lirong was a distant relative of the Guans, she could only turn up for this banquet because she had especially asked Mo Lingtian for an extra invitation. At first, she thought that this could give them a position to catch Ning Xi. Who would have known that it became such a huge issue that could be used against them instead? After the woman in the white dress received Guanxiao's stern look, she turned as white as a sheet and was thinking about sneaking off while everyone was still in chaos. However, just as she was prepared to sneak off, she was noticed and caught by Zhao Haixing. "Hey you, where are you running away to? How dare you run off after pushing someone over?" I didn't push her," Chao Lirong shrieked. Ling Fei caught her by the wrist too. "Everyone saw you. How dare you act dumb?" As she was denounced loudly by Zhao Haixing and his wife, everyone else started to turn their attention to her too. Mo Jianzhong immediately called for the crowd to hold the woman down and not let her escape. Guanxiao had no choice but to force herself to say, "Uncle Mo, Chao Lirong is my sister. What happened earlier is a misunderstanding." Mo Jianzhong had seen for himself earlier that this girl had pushed the person in, so he looked solemn and said firmly, "No matter what happens, we must wait until the person is rescued before further discussion. This lady cannot leave yet." In a corner, an indistinct coldness flashed across Mo Lingtian's eyes when he saw Guanxiao's nervous expression. The security team entered the water one after another and used their super strong flashlights to search for those who had gone into the water. Right at that moment, Tingxiao finally came up to the shore, and in his arms, he carried Ning Xi, who was heaving her last gasps. Chapter 1108. Cooperate with the wife's performance. When Yin Rui saw the woman in Tingxiao's arms, it was as she had predicted. It was really Ning Xi. No wonder her son had jumped in so quickly. But why would Ning Xi and Guanxiao's relatives argue and have a fight to the point that the former was pushed into the water. Move. Tingxiao ordered the guests who blocked his way. With the girl in his embrace, he walked quickly towards the door. An hour later, in one of Imperial's high-class private hospitals, which was under the Lu Corporation, to cooperate with his wife's performance, Tingxiao had called up the hospital beforehand. So Ning Xi had been immediately wheeled into the emergency ward. In the corridor, all the elders, Lu Chongshan, Yin Rui, Guan Rui, and Imo Jianzhong were present. Apart from that, Guan Ziao and Imo Lingtian were there too. On the bench in the corner sat the girl who had pushed Ning Xi over earlier, shivering coldly. Not too far away, the sound of footsteps approached them. A few of the uniformed public security personnel walked over and greeted Imo Jianzhong. Minister Imo. Imo Jianzhong quickly exchanged some polite greetings with them. When Guan Rui saw that Imo Jianzhong had actually called the police over, he immediately looked serious. Minister Imo, it's just a squabble between the young ones. Do we have to trouble our friends from the police station for such a petty quarrel? Guan Ziao echoed. Today is Uncle Mo's birthday. It might not look good to cause such a commotion. We can just privately resolve this matter. Later, I'll have Rong Rong apologize to Ning Xi. Guan Ziao looked to Imo Lingtian for help. He seemed absent-minded since the incident, but when he noticed Guan Ziao's silent cry for help to say a few words to back her up, he frowned and looked at the red light of the emergency ward worriedly, not bothering to say anything in the end. Lu Chongshan contemplated for a moment before saying, Old Imo, let's not make this a huge matter. If the child is all right, we can just do this privately. Guan Rui immediately echoed after Lu Chongshan. She's just a drowned rat and should be fine. This small matter really doesn't need such large forces. He indirectly implied that Imo Jianzhong was blowing a small issue out of proportion. Little did they realize that if the person lying in the emergency ward had been Chao Lirong as a result of being pushed over by Ning Xi, he would have caused an enormous ruckus and Ning Xi would not be able to get away. He had even planned to drag Chao Lirong's unreasonable relatives to come over for a fight. When Imo Jianzhong heard his two friends' advice, he started to be swayed. However, at that moment, the door of the emergency ward was suddenly pushed open and a nurse rushed out from inside. Which one of you is the patient's family? The patient's heart has suddenly stopped. We need a signature for the notice of her critical condition. The moment the nurse called out for the signature, the entire corridor fell into a dead silence. Guan Ziao and Guan Rui looked at each other in horror. It had just been a case of near drowning, and Lu Tingxiao had immediately jumped in to save her. How could it be this severe? I am. Lu Tingxiao, who had kept silent all the while, stood up to take the document from the nurse and sign his name. Then, Lu Tingxiao's extremely chilly eyes swept across Guan Rui and Guan Ziao. In a cool voice, he said, Intentional murder. Does this look petty to you? When they saw that the acknowledgement document had been signed and the fact that this girl was Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend, Imo Jianzhong knew that he could not take this lightly. So he did not hesitate further and immediately told the policeman in front of him, Xiao Chun, take her away. Chapter 1109, Carrying a Little Bun. Then, one of them walked over and cuffed Chao Lirong's hands. Chao Lirong immediately looked in alarm towards Guan Rui and Guan Ziao. Ziao, Uncle Guan. Save me. I didn't push her. She fell over herself. I really didn't push her. Nevertheless, the few people who were in the corridor, including Guan Ziao and Guan Rui, had all seen her push Ning Xi and herself. How could they believe her? Words? Yin Rui frowned unhappily. How could the Guan family have such an evil relative? Even though she had not always been very fond of Ning Xi, she had not gone the point of wanting her to die. Now, the person who had pushed Ning Xi into the pond was someone from the Guan family, so she could not help but overthink with endless what-ifs. Guan Rui had wanted to say more, but Imo Jianzhong immediately apologized. I'm sorry, bro Rui. This matter has seriously gone overboard. The victim's life is still hanging precariously, and there were so many guests in my home earlier, including important people from the government. To have such a thing happening under other people's watchful eyes, I must give everyone a proper explanation. Guan Rui stood there stiffly. He could not even say anything else. These words should have been his, yet it had now become all the reasons for landing the blame on him. Uncle Guan, save me. Uncle Guan, I really didn't push her. The girl in white dress screamed as she was taken away by the police. Guan Rui stood in the same spot with a darkened expression. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was weird. What had happened? Their plan was clearly flawless. How did the person who fell into the water become Ning Xi in the end? Could it be that when Chao Lirong was executing the plan, she had missed and accidentally pushed her over? She could not achieve anything, but had ruined things instead. Rong Rong has no hatred for Ning Xi. How could she have planned to murder her? This doesn't even make sense. Guan Xiao quickly exclaimed. It really doesn't make sense, so she must have been instructed to do so by someone. I believe the police will find out the real culprit soon. With just that single sentence, Lu Tingxiao had immediately pointed the arrow at the Guans. Guan Xiao did not think that she would have fallen into the trap as all color was drained from her face. If Chao Lirong had really ratted them out, it would all be over. Even if their initial plan was not intentional murder but to frame Ning Xi, if they were found out, it would not make much of a difference. The emergency ward light stayed on. In the corridor, everyone had different thoughts racing through their minds. The phone in Lu Tingxiao's pocket vibrated. A message had been sent over. Baby, to make it look real, you must act sadder. I'll teach you. Imagine how you'd feel if your wife died. When he read Ning Xi's message, Lu Tingxiao's face was immediately as black as the bottom of a pot. This girl, why did she casually throw such words around? Lu Tingxiao's acting was already not bad, but with this message from Ning Xi, he looked even more terrible. The expression on his face was definitely not too far from having a dead wife. Guan Xiao had a glimmer of suspicion that something was amiss, but once she saw Lu Tingxiao's expression, she thought it was not quite possible. They never would have thought that while they tried to frame Ning Xi, they had been tricked by her instead. In fact, Lu Tingxiao had cooperated with his performance from the start till the end to help her trap someone else. Although this time, Ning Xi decided to screw them over all the way, she never would have thought that she did miss out on one crucial thing. The elevator doors opened. At the end of the corridor, someone was running towards the emergency ward. In their arms was a little bun. Chapter 11:10. Mommy. I want mommy. What's happening? How's sister-in-law? She was just attending a banquet. How did she fall into the water? Lu Jingli carried little treasure and panted as he asked loudly. When Yin Rui saw that Lu Jingli had brought little treasure over as well, her expression changed instantly. Why were you here? And you even brought little treasure to such a place? Lu Chongshan asserted. This is nonsense. Quickly take little treasure home. The hospital is filled with bad vibes and viruses. Lu Jingli wiped off the sweat from his brow. I was just taking care of the child obediently at home. But I suddenly received the news that sister-in-law had been pushed into the water, so I rushed over. Little Treasure heard my call and said that he had to come with me. I didn't have a choice. I could only bring him with me. As he said this, Little Treasure's eyes stayed fixated in the direction of the emergency ward. He started to struggle violently in Lu Jingli's arms, shouting unintelligibly in a raspy voice. Lu Jingli could only put down the little guy. The moment Little Treasure was put on the ground, he sprinted towards the emergency ward. As he stared at the huge, white doors that were shut tight and at the striking red light above his head, the little bun's face turned pale and his little body shook hard. Then, he suddenly started to shout piercingly. Ah! 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 As he shouted, he pounded hard on the operating theater doors. This child's emotional actions frightened everyone. Yin Rui quickly ran over and hugged her dear grandchild in her arms, trying to soothe him. Little Treasure, don't worry. It's okay. The doctor is inside. Your Auntie Xiao, she will come out soon. Don't be scared. Lu Chongshan quickly consoled him too. Little Treasure, don't be scared. Grandfather is here. I'll definitely have doctors heal your Auntie Xiao Shi. Let's go home first, okay? You'll disturb the doctors at work here. However, Little Treasure could not hear the voices around him anymore, sinking deeper into his own bubble. He continued to lose control yet. He did not stop even when his voice was hoarse. He shouted and used his little hands to hammer on the door with all his strength. His eyes were filled with fear and worry. Everyone could not help but be moved. Mo Jianzhong was already blaming himself profusely. Ning Xi had met with trouble at his place, after all, so he had to bear the blame. Mo Lingtian's body shook as he almost could not stand upright anymore. The second time, this was the second time. He had given that woman's invitation to Guan Xiao. He was the one who had extended it to her. How could this be? Sister-in-law was still sending me messages earlier about cute koi fishes. How could she suddenly be dying so soon? Lu Jingli's shoulders shook as he almost started sobbing with little treasure too. The situation was chaotic. As Lu Tingxiao watched this uncontrollable scene from the side, he felt a headache coming. He never would have thought that Lu Jingli would bring little treasure over. The soundproofing of the emergency ward was so good that Ning Xi did not know what was happening outside at all. However, Ning Xi would never let little treasure be sad for a single second, even if she had to stop her plan midway. Lu Tingxiao thought about it, and was prepared to carry his son elsewhere, then secretly tell him the truth. It was all they could do. Lu Tingxiao decided to do so, then walked over to his son. Little treasure, calm down. Listen to me, But before Lu Tingxiao could continue to speak, little treasure had bitten the back of his hand and pushed him away hard. He shot his father a dirty look with his pair of fearful and angry eyes, akin to a little beast that was hurt. He stared at him and then glared at everyone else as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mommy! I want mommy! I want mommy!" Chapter 11:11. About to really die from happiness. In the empty corridor, that mournful sound of the child shouting "Mommy" over and over again stunned Lu Tingxiao, Lu Jingli, Yan Rui, and Lu Chongshan. Little treasure had spoken. He had called out for mommy. Lu Tingxiao's first reaction was to press a few buttons on his phone without a change in expression. Then, the doors of the emergency ward were pushed open and a doctor in a white coat walked out. "One of the patient's family members, please come in. Maybe you could awaken the patient's drive to survive." "Little treasure. Doctor, let little treasure go in," Lu Jingli immediately pleaded. The doctor quickly pulled little treasure by the hand into the ward. The door closed again and the corridor returned to silence. At this moment, in the emergency ward, there was actually one more hidden room inside, and Ning Xi lay there to sleep. Suddenly, the door was flung open from the outside. Ning Xi thought that the doctor had something to say to her, but what met her eyes was the doctor leading little treasure in with the little bun's eyes all red and full of tears. "Little treasure?" Ning Xi was surprised to see the little bun, and she quickly climbed off the bed. Before she could even walk over, little treasure had let go of the doctor's hand and dashed off. He stuffed his face into his mother's embrace and started crying out loud in the next second. Before this, even if little treasure was upset, he would only use teary eyes to look at you. He had never cried this heartbrokenly before, and Ning Xi's clothes were drenched in no time. As she watched the little bun cry till he was out of breath and listened to his heart-wrenching crying, Ning Xi's heart was about to crumble. At the same, she realized that she had forgotten about little treasure. Damn it, it must be that Lu Jingli who had brought little treasure here. "Baby, don't cry. Baby, don't cry, okay? Look at mommy. Aren't I just fine over here? I'm not missing an arm or a leg. I'm still jumping around and alive. I'm neither actually sick at all, nor am I hurt. I'm bluffing them. I didn't think that even my baby would be lied to too." Ning Xi quickly explained to the little bun. The little bun lay in his mother's embrace while his little hand held on tightly to her clothes, unwilling to let go. His little shoulders still shook from crying a lot. "Mommy, mommy is bad. Yes, yes, yes. Mommy is bad. Mommy is the worst. It's all my fault. I should have told little treasure beforehand." At last, not only did I frighten the bad guys, I also actually frightened our little treasure too. Sorry. Mommy is the worst, Mid-sentence, Ning Xi suddenly realized something. Her eyes suddenly flew wide open, and she stared hard at the little bun in her arms. "A little bun, what did you just say? What did you say earlier? Quickly say it again. Quick." Was she experiencing an illusion? Did she really hear little treasure call her? Little treasure looked up with a resentful little face and frowned at Ning Xi. Unhappily, in a hoarse voice, he said, "Mommy is bad." When he finished, Ning Xi hugged the little bun tightly in her arms, and tears fell immediately. "Little treasure called me mommy. Little treasure actually called me mommy. The little bun said I'm bad. Oh, little treasure said mommy is bad. Oh my God, I'm really about to die from happiness." Chapter 11:12. I will definitely be your mommy. It has been quite a few months since little treasure had last spoken, and in this period of time, little treasure had not said a single word. Even though she was anxious, she knew that she could not rush such things, so she had never forced the child to say anything. As time went on, She had long gotten used to communicating with little treasure using the writing board. So much so that most of the time, she could understand him just by little treasure's single glance. She did not even feel that little treasure was any different from other child. However, when her ears had clearly heard little treasure call her mommy, it felt like her chest was hit hard by something, making her breath get caught in her throat. Warmth flooded from her heart to every inch of her body. There was an indescribable, magical feeling. She hugged the little bun tightly and actually felt that her intimacy with this child was as a matter of bones and blood, as if they had never separated, that they were originally one. "Miss Ning," CEO Lu asks, "if you can go out now." The nurse called out in a gentle voice at the door. Even though Ning Xi wanted to stay with the little bun a while longer, she had to finish this show, so she quickly calmed herself down and replied, "Sure." Then, Ning Xi wiped away the little bun's tears as her eyes lit up, and she said word by word, "Little treasure, don't worry. I will definitely become your mommy." The little bun nodded vigorously. The tears welled up in his eyes as he hugged his mother firmly. A few minutes later, the red light above the ward dimmed, and the door was pushed open. Ning Xi was wheeled out by a few doctors, as the little bun followed her beside the wheelchair with tear stains on his face. Even though the little bun still looked pitiful, he seemed much better than earlier, so everyone guessed that Ning Xi was probably all right now. Indeed, the doctor announced, "The patient is no longer in critical condition." The moment he said that, everyone present breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Indeed, my little treasure is most useful." Lu Jingli was very emotional. Yan Rui and Lu Chongshan shared a look of relief too. When they had seen little treasure earlier, they were not sure what would happen to him if something had really happened to this woman. As much as they did not like her, they could not deny that little treasure really could not lose her. Guan Xiao's body trembled, and there was darkness in her eyes. The situation had already reached this stage. It would actually be better if the woman had just died, yet she had not. Not only that, little treasure's call for mommy earlier had actually moved Yan Rui and Lu Chongshan. The situation was getting increasingly worse. In a secluded corridor of the hospital, Mo Lingtian looked like he was struggling. At last, he could not help but ask, "Xiao, was what happened today purely an accident?" Guan Xiao was already distraught with anxiety. When she heard Mo Lingtian, she looked even more troubled. "Mo Lingtian, what are you trying to say?" Under everyone's watchful eyes, "I wouldn't be able to get off the hook if I did anything. And Chao Lirong is my distant relative too. So how could I have directed her to murder Ning Xi in broad daylight? Do you think I'm that stupid?" Mo Lingtian knew that it was impossible for Guan Xiao to do that, but he still felt that this situation was odd and too much of a coincidence. But we have seen the CCTV earlier. The entire thing started with Chao Lirong provoking Ning Xi first. All was okay before that. Why would she suddenly be so aggressive? Mo Lingtian continued. Chapter 11:13. No use looking for anyone. Guan Xiao's expression faltered, but she calmed down very quickly. "I'm in a bad mood these past few days. Rong Rong has been accompanying me all this while. Maybe I had a bit too much to drink and told her some things about Lu Tingxiao and me. She found out about Ning Xi's existence, and so she was probably taking it out on her as she felt that it was unfair to me. All of this was just an accident. Now, are you suspecting me? Suspecting that all of this was my instruction?" Mo Lingtian watched Guan Xiao's hurt eyes blaze, and he balled his hands into fists. "I'm sorry. Today, Ning Xi had almost, I gave you that invitation. If Ning Xi had really, well, I'd have to bear the blame too." Guan Xiao's expression softened, and she walked to Mo Lingtian to pull on his hand. "Lingtian, I'm sorry, I've involved you in all this, but all of this is my fault. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself." Mo Lingtian watched the girl tug on his hand and looked down with struggle evident in his eyes. "Xiao, can I really still trust you?" "Lingtian, what happened was really an accident, but Lu Tingxiao had called it intentional murder in the heat of the moment. That's too severe of an accusation. Lingtian, can you think of a solution for me? After all, Rong Rong only came to accompany me, and because of me, this misunderstanding happened. She's still so young. If she has a criminal record because of this, then her entire life will be ruined." Guan Xiao said worriedly. Now, the most important thing was to quickly get her out before Chao Lirong ratted them out. However, The fate of her entire family was in their hands, and they believed that she would not do such a stupid thing either. But still, just in case. When he saw Guan Xiao's worried expression, Mo Lingtian did not obey as he used to. Before this, as long as it was her, he would help without hesitation. This time, he pinched the space between his brows and said instead, "I'm really sorry, I can't help you this time. You know how Tingxiao is too. Ning Xi almost died this time, so he won't let go of her easily. Now, even if it was me, on the police's end, I wouldn't be able to intervene. Then, what do we do? Rong Rong was just here for a holiday, and this happened. What do I tell her family?" Guan Xiao buried her face in her hands, and her body faltered. Everything that happened had been out of her control. Her emotional burden had long reached its limit. Mo Lingtian quickly held her and consoled. "Xiao, don't be too worried. Thankfully, Ning Xi is fine now. Plus, as you said, Rong Rong and Ning Xi were just quarreling. She didn't have intentions to murder her. With the truth, the police won't make things hard for her after their investigation. Even if Tingxiao has a strong influence, they can only sentence her to intentionally injuring someone." Guan Xiao held her forehead, her eyes aloof. Mo Lingtian was right. There was no way Lu Tingxiao would let this go this time. So there was no use looking for anyone. There was only one other option. Late at night, at the guardhouse, Guan Rui had used all of his tricks, yet he could not bail Chao Lirong out. He only managed to get a few minutes of time to speak to her. What actually happened? Tell me everything clearly, Guan Rui demanded with a gloomy expression. When he had replayed the CCTV footage many times, the footage clearly showed that she did push Ning Xi into the water. There was no way of getting off the hook. Chapter 11:14, Call Father. Chao Lirong's figure was trembling slightly, and her face was sickly pale as she held onto the metal bar and said emotionally, "I've said it so many times. I didn't push her. I didn't. I was only jostling her slightly to force her to hit me. Even though my actions looked strong, I was really only shoving her lightly, without using much force. It's her. She's framing me. She fell into the pond by herself. That which is framing me. Uncle Guan, believe me." "What are you saying? Are you saying that Ning Xi did this intentionally?" Guan Rui immediately stood up. "That's right. She's doing this on purpose." Chao Lirong's tone was confident. "You sure?" Guan Rui frowned. "I'm sure. Uncle Guan, you saw for yourself. She was still quite a distance from the side of the shore, and I did not even use much force. There was no way she could have fallen in." Qin Lirong solemnly vowed. When he heard this, Guan Rui's expression changed, and he slowly sat back down on his chair dispiritedly. "Damn it! How did this happen? That woman did this on purpose. Could she have long seen through their plan? So she decided to turn the tables on them to frame them? If that was the case, the emergency rescue after the critical condition, what was all that about? Right, Lu Tingxiao. That private hospital was under the Lu Corporation, and with Lu Tingxiao's single command, it would be beyond easy to perform an entire show. But would Lu Tingxiao really stoop to such a level for that woman? What made him even more shocked was that the woman had actually seen through his plan and even turned the tables on him. If that woman had really known it all, that would be bad. There was no way he could use arguing and accident to smooth this over. "Uncle Guan, I'm sorry. I really didn't know this accident would happen. Please give me another chance. Wu Wu can't wait any longer. Can you please just bank in some money to me?" Chao Lirong begged. Her son's surgery required a huge amount of money, and his life was in Guan Rui's hands. If she ruined this, she could not imagine. Guan Rui shot Chao Lirong a sideways look, and there was something murderous in his eyes as he said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of your son." The next morning, the sky had just turned to light when Little Treasure began to knock on his father's door. "Quickly wake up. Little Treasure wants to visit Mommy in the hospital." Lu Tingxiao opened the door and looked at his son solemnly. "Call father. Call me father, then I will bring you there." The little guy instantly revealed an expression of condescension. He turned his head away, then ran downstairs. "I do not want father. I can take a cab by myself." When he saw his son's act of disdain, the corner of Lu Tingxiao's mouth helplessly curved up. After he washed up and was prepared to take Little Treasure to the hospital, Yin Rui, Lu Chongshan, and Lu Jingli had come over too. All of them were immediately fixed onto Little Treasure. Little Treasure had spoken again yesterday, including the first 2 times from before, This was his third time. The three of them turned their gaze to Tingxiao. Yin Rui pulled anxiously on his son. Tingxiao, how did it go? Did little treasure say anything else after you guys came home last night? Last night, little treasure was asleep when we carried him back. Then, did he say anything else when he woke up this morning? Lu Chongshan questioned. No. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan looked at each other, instantly filled with disappointment. This time, will he not speak for another few months again? Yin Rui was clearly a little disappointed. It's already very good progress, said Lu Chongshan in an attempt to console himself. Lu Jingli squatted before the little bun. Little bun, call second uncle. Call me. Second uncle will give you candy. Chapter 11:15, call mother. Little treasure just ignored him. He turned away, prepared to bring his loving bento to mommy. Lu Jingli scratched his head. It doesn't work. But don't be too disappointed, you guys. Maybe sis-in-law has a way to make him speak again. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan's eyes immediately lit up again when they heard this. Yin Rui quickly rushed. Then, let's quickly visit Xiao Shi in the hospital. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Ahem, Xiao Shi? This was his first time hearing his mother call Ning Xi so intimately. Thus, the family of five rushed to the hospital to visit. The private hospital's facilities were very luxurious. Ning Xi's ward was comparable to a presidential suite at a hotel, with very warm and cozy interior decoration. It almost looked like she was here for a vacation and not for a hospital stay. The moment they walked in, they saw that Ning Xi's face was pale with huge eye bags underneath her eyes. Lu Tingxiao's expression changed when he saw Ning Xi like that, because he could immediately tell whether she was faking it or not. He had already repeatedly reminded them to use the best for her stay. How did she turn this haggard in just one night? Little treasure, you're here. On the bed, Ning Xi, who was initially staring blankly at the ceiling, immediately sprung up when she saw her baby little treasure. Her eyes shone so brightly, and her face was full of energy, all her haggardness vanishing. When Lu Tingxiao saw her reaction, his face darkened. This girl? Could it be that after little treasure called her mommy, she had not slept for the whole night as a result of being too excited? So she looked that haggard now? The moment little treasure saw his mother, he swiftly ran over and shouted, Mommy! On the way there, it did not matter whether it was Yin Rui, Lu Chongshan, or Lu Jingli. They could not make little treasure speak. The moment he saw Ning Xi had unexpectedly opened up by himself, the three of their jaws falling open in shock. Ning Xi, on the other hand, was ecstatically happy. She carried the little bun and said, Oh, I can finally confirm it. I wasn't experiencing any illusion last night. Baby really called me mommy. It made her excited yet worried and sleepless for the entire night. Now, she could finally feel assured. But she was still a little worried. Baby, can you call me one more time? Ning, she looked in anticipation. Lu Chongshan and Yin Rui could not help but hold their breaths to wait too. Mommy, little treasure did not hesitate to call out again. Again. Mommy, again. Mommy, can you say it one last time? Little treasure scooted over and hugged his mother's neck tightly. There were remnants of fear and worry in his eyes from yesterday's shock, and his voice was raspy. Mommy, don't leave little treasure alone. Ning Xi's heart ached as she blamed herself. She carried the precious little guy in her arms. I never will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my God. Little treasure just said 8 words altogether. 8 words. Mother, did you hear that? Lu Jingli gasped. When she saw this scene, Yin Rui could not help but tear up, and she nodded. I did. Even Lu Chongshan felt rueful. Little treasure had spoken. He was really willing to speak. Now, could they finally be sure that he was all right now? Chapter 11:16, My baby is so smart. Ning Xi looked at Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan. She knew that they cared about little treasure's condition too, so she pointed towards the vase beside her bed and asked gently, Little treasure, what's this? Little treasure looked at the direction Ning Xi pointed at, then said with perfect diction, Flower. What about this? Ning Xi suppressed her excitement and held up an apple. Apple. This. Ning Xi picked up the air conditioner remote control. Remote control. Ning Xi continued to point at quite a few things, and the little guy answered them all. Even though he had not spoken for a long time, his pronunciation was flawless. My baby is so smart. Ning Xi praised him emotionally. The little bun shyly pursed his lips as he was praised by his mother, indicating that he was very happy. He then brought his bento over and said, "Mommy, eat." "Okay, thank you, baby. Mommy will finish it all." Yin Rui cried out in joy on the spot. "This is wonderful. Too wonderful." This time, little treasure could really open up and speak. Initially, she had been worried that even if little treasure opened up, he might have speaking difficulties as he had not spoken for a long time. Before this, Xiao had mentioned introducing a teacher to help with little treasure's language recovery, but by the looks of it now, there was no issue with his communication skills. Lu Chongshan looked at his dear grandson, feeling gratified. He seemed not to care even if his grandson had called Ning Xi his mother. Well, something good had come out of this accident, Lu Chongshan lamented. Yin Rui shot him a look and lowered her voice to say, "What are you saying? I've told you long ago that this girl is a lucky star. Look what happened this time. Not only did she turn a misfortune into a blessing, she's even added blessings for our little treasure. If it was not for the provocation of this incident, would little treasure have properly opened up and spoken?" Lu Chongshan looked at his wife. Because he was in a good mood, it was rare that he did not argue back. Little treasure accompanied Ning Xi for a little while more, but because he still had school, he had to go off with his grandparents and second uncle first. Lu Tingxiao stayed back to watch after Ning Xi. When there was only Ning Xi and Lu Tingxiao left in the ward, Ning Xi finally could not control her excitement any longer. She instantly jumped up and down the bed and into Lu Tingxiao's lap. "Lu Tingxiao, did you hear that? Little treasure called me mommy. So, you were so excited that you didn't sleep for the whole night?" The man asked unhappily as he carried her back onto the bed. Ning Xi did not care that she was being reprimanded. She continued to be in her own world of excitement. "Little treasure called me mommy, called me mommy. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy." As he watched Ning Xi go on like that, Lu Tingxiao had no doubts that she could be ecstatic for the whole day and not sleep. No, he called you mommy. I've already helped you record his voice earlier. Can you sleep soundly now?" Really? My dear, you're so considerate. Quick, play it for me. Quickly." Ning Xi rushed. Lu Tingxiao could only obey and open his phone's recorder to play the earlier recording. The moment he clicked play, the phone played little treasure's baby voice. "Mommy." Ning Xi immediately cradled Lu Tingxiao's phone in her arms like a baby. She played it over and over again. Then she suddenly thought of something and mumbled, "Well, this time I'd really have to thank Guan Rui and Guan Xiao." Oh yes, what happened to Chao Liro? Chapter 11:17. Little treasure, what is this? The police are interrogating. There are no results as of yet. The Guans must definitely have something to blackmail her with. It will be hard for her to rat them out. But there is one thing I'm curious about. If they really wanted to frame me, it wouldn't be enough for me to just push her into the pond. Unless... "A life for a life," said Lu Tingxiao with squinted eyes. Ning Xi's gaze changed to one of discovery. "That's right. Unless I accidentally killed her under everyone's watchful eyes. They have really put in there all this time, actually buying someone's life to frame me. Even if I could save her and she didn't die, I'm sure he would do something on the hospital's end with the determination to frame me for murder." When she thought of this, Ning Xi continued, "I'm afraid that Guan Rui might kill Chao Lirong to stop her from exposing them. The police has already delegated people to watch her 24 hours a day." At the same, in the Lu family's car, after they were sure that the little bun could really speak normally, Yin Rui, Lu Chongshan, and Lu Jingli were all very excited. On the way to school, the three of them continued to think of ways to make little treasure speak, especially Lu Jingli. Sadly, after leaving the hospital, little treasure clammed up when he was not before Ning Xi, making Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan anxious. Lu Jingli was using all of his ideas to tease little treasure to speak. He imitated Ning Xi and held up a doll to ask, "Little treasure, what's this?" Little treasure held his chin and looked out the window, as if he had not heard him. Lu Jingli held up a car fragrance bottle. "Little treasure, what's this?" Little treasure still did not react at all. Lu Jingli tried again by picking up his phone. "Little treasure, do you know what this thing is?" Little treasure remained silent. Lu Jingli pulled Yin Rui over. "What about this? Do you know what this is?" At last, even Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan felt Lu Jingli was annoying. Yin Rui shouted, "Jingli, stop disturbing little treasure." He's just beginning to speak again. Don't wear him out. Lu Chongshan echoed. Your mother is right. Lu Jingli was speechless. Who can be tired from speaking? Don't you two want to hear little treasure speak? Don't. You. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan kept quiet. Of course they did. Thus, Lu Jingli did not give up and found an apple. Little treasure, what is this? What is this? Do you know? Do you? This time, little treasure finally moved his line of sight from outside the window to Lu Jingli's face. Then under his uncle's incredibly excited gaze, he said word for word with a poker expression. Second uncle, are you an idiot? The three of them were all speechless. A moment of silence later, Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan could not help but laugh out loud. Even the driver was having trouble holding back. The little master was too cute. Yin Rui was loving his baby grandson more and more. My little treasure is so smart. Lu Chongshan nodded. It's the grandson of the Lu family. Of course, he's quick-witted. Hey, how can you be like this? I'm still the son of the Lu family. This little punk just called me an idiot. Yet, you praise that he's quick-witted. Lu Jingli protested in dissatisfaction. Why was it that when the sister-in-law showed him an apple, he would obediently say apple? He, on the other hand, had received such a heartbreaking answer. Where was the justice in this? Yin Rui shot him a look. Little treasure called you second uncle earlier. Aren't you satisfied? I haven't even heard him call me grandmother till now. Lu Chongshan sighed. He didn't call his grandfather either. When Lu Jingli heard this, he immediately chuckled through his tears. Excitedly, right? He only called his mother. He didn't even call out for brother. Ha ha, little treasure addressed his second uncle. The second one he addressed is his second uncle. Ha ha. I must go and brag to brother. Chapter 11:18. Meat pie from the sky. A few days later, at a certain public figure's private gathering in Imperial. Inside the VIP room, there were hearty greetings of congratulations. A few men were fighting to clink glasses with Zhao Haixing. Congratulations, CEO Zhao. There are 4 happy things in life. Rain falling in times of great drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, your wedding night, and when one's name is bestowed with a title. You punk, you got 2 things in just a few days. You've married your wife and successfully inherited the company. Ha. Everyone is too courteous. I just have good luck. As he listened to the praises surrounding him, Zhao Haixing drank up and replied humbly while smiling ear to ear. Well, don't let it be so good either. How did you actually hook up with the Lu Corporation? As we watched your company about to be taken over by that bastard son, Lu Tingxiao suddenly fell from the sky and threw money in the billions and helped you sit firmly in your CEO seat of the Zhao Corporation overnight. Exactly. My eyes were about to roll out watching all that happen. Hey, let's be serious. How did you get Lu Tingxiao to help you? Are you two usually so close? Inside the room, everyone asked one question after another, and Zhao Haixing waved. All of you praise me too highly. I just followed Bro Tian to climb a mountain and all, but I didn't say anything to him. Don't even talk about you. Even I'm confused. Not only did I not befriend CEO Lu, the 2 of our companies have no business dealings at all. I still don't know why he would help me. That's enough. Don't pretend, and all that tosh after getting the advantages. Ha. Then it must be because CEO Lu admires my talents, so he decided to help me out. This is called personal charm. The room was a frenzied buffoonery, yet in a corner, Mo Lingtian's mouth twitched as he sipped on his drink when he heard Zhao Haixing's conversation with those guys. Personal charm? Talents? Talents, my ass. However, this little punk, Zhao Haixing, had really been lucky. Others may not know, but he did. Lu Tingxiao had only helped Zhao Haixing because Zhao Haixing and his wife had stopped Chao Lirong and not let her escape. Zhao Haixing would probably never have guessed that his casual act would have received such a return of favor from Lu Tingxiao. Oh yes, a few days ago, someone almost died at Bro Tian's father's banquet. Did you guys hear about that? Someone in the room suddenly asked in a lowered voice. Really? No wonder Bro Tian has been unhappy and hid in the corner to drink. Then, what happened after? After that, I heard that person who pushed the person into the pond died in the police station. What? How did he or she die? It seems like he or she had accidentally been in contact with some oversensitive thing and died. Zhao Haixing had been there. He even knew that the person involved was Lu Tingxiao's girlfriend and that the person who pushed her was Guan Ziyao's relative. There must be an even complicated situation behind all that. So he only listened to the others discuss it and did not say much himself. On the other hand, as Mo Lingtian listened to the discussions around him, his hurting head now ached even more and felt like it was about to explode. In the next second, he suddenly kicked the coffee table, then walked right out of the room. Behind him was dead silence. They waited till Mo Lingtian had walked away for a long time before another round of gossip began. Chapter 11:19, An Aura That Made One Relax. Mo Lingtian braced his exploding head and drove aimlessly on the empty road. That was right. Chao Lirong had died. Xiao's explanation to him was that Chao Lirong was allergic to peanuts. Apparently, she had accidentally eaten a peanut-based product and died. From a medical perspective, there was nothing odd about it. However, Chao Lirong had died at such a chaotic time. How could he believe that this incident was a coincidence from the start to the end? In denial, he did not even want to think that within all of this happening, Xiao had really done something. To his impression, he was so comfortable and at ease with her. How could she do something against her principles for a personal vendetta? Mo Lingtian had continued to make excuses for her. Before this, her father had investigated Ning Xi himself. This time, it must have been her father again, yet she knew nothing. Mo Lingtian felt like his mind was about to split into half. One half of him believed her, and the other half was suspicious of her. Unknowingly, he had driven to a row of small houses. Then he walked muddle-headed towards one of the old houses. He stumbled in front of the door and started to knock hard on it. At the door, there was a sound of rushed footsteps before a girl in her sleeping gown and a carelessly thrown-on coat opened the door swiftly with a shocked expression. Her eyes sparkled in a pleasant surprise. Lingtian. In this dense and stifling night, the girl stood at the door akin to the sincerity and elegance of a lily, emitting an aura that made one feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. Mo Lingtian felt like he was a traveler in the wilderness in the dead of the night, and that he had finally returned home. Because he had suddenly relaxed, he lost every ounce of strength he had and just slumped to the front. "Ah!" the girl shouted, then quickly hurled out her arms to help him up, but she really could not hold his weight. At last, the two of them fell together onto the floor. Before the man's head could hit the ground, the girl had used the back of her hand to cushion his head. The impact on her hand almost pushed her to tears. She looked panicked as she asked, "Are you okay? Did the fall hurt? Quickly get up." The girl spoke as she tried to help him up. Mo Lingtian was delirious as he looked at the girl's face. He was being propped up halfway when he suddenly used his strength to push the girl down and started a heated kiss. One kiss after another fell hotly on her lips, collarbone, shoulders. The girl tried her best to push him away, but he was too strong, and he was drunk. One of his legs pressed against her knee and his palms locked her arms above her head, easily making her immobile. She could only let him slowly devour her skin and brush aside the collar of her sleeping gown. He continued to kiss her all the way down. At the CEO's office of the Lu Corporation. "Chairman Guan, you cannot go in. The CEO is not receiving guests right now." Chairman Guan. Guan Rue ignored the secretary's feeble warnings and pushed open the door to the CEO's office. Lu Tingxiao. Before the wide desk, the man looked up from his pile of documents and at his secretary. The secretary immediately walked out nervously and shut the office door. "Lu Tingxiao, what is the meaning of this?" Guan Rue threw the newspaper harshly before him. Chapter 11:20. Do I need a reason? The headline of the finance section in the papers showed the Lu Corporation and Zhao Corporation's latest proposal for collaboration. However, the collaboration was meant to be between the Guans and the Lus instead. "I've discussed this collaboration with your father, yet you've disregarded that and signed it with the Zhao family. Don't you think I deserve an explanation?" Guan Rue's words were intense as he interrogated. Lu Tingxiao looked plainly at the man. "Chairman Guan, you don't seem to have understood who makes the decisions for the Lu family now." Guan Rue could not say a word. Imperial was Lu Tingxiao's turf. They needed to establish themselves, so they had to go through the Lu family to do so, but Lu Tingxiao now called the shots. Guan Rue could only suppress his anger and calm down to persuade patiently. "Tingxiao, I don't know if that woman has said anything to you, but the truth is before you. What happened the last time was clear. It was just a common quarrel that caused the accident. Not only that, Rong Rong has already paid the price with her life for it. Isn't that enough? The moment Guan Rui finished, a dim light flashed across Lu Tingxiao's cold eyes. Not too long ago, he had received a phone call from the police station that Chao Lirong was dead. The cause of death was a sudden heart attack. Guan Rui was lucky. He had asked people to watch her 24 hours a day, and there was no way they could do anything. But Chao Lirong was probably too pressured and had died as a result in the police station. Dead men tell no tales. The Guan family could explain it however they wanted. It was also because of this that Guan Rui came here to interrogate him without holding back. What intentional murder? All of that was complete nonsense. You've used this baseless accusation to ruin the friendship between our families without any evidence. Tingxiao, you'd better think over clearly. Guan Rui's tone came threateningly. Lu Tingxiao looked at the man before him without any expression, and he said slowly, "Whoever said that I needed evidence? Who said that I needed evidence to cut off that collaboration? Did he need a reason to let his wife vent her anger?" Guan Rui was really incensed now. You fail to understand what's wrong or right just for a woman. You've really been muddle-headed by that woman's charm. One day, you'll regret this. Guan Rui had rushed over in anger and left even more furious. After he left the Lu Corporation building, he made his way straight to the Lu family's old residence. Yet when he arrived, he was told that Lu Chongshan was at Platinum Palace. So, Guan Rui made his way to Platinum Palace. When Guan Rui arrived, Little Treasure was in the building behind learning from Song Jin, and Lu Chongshan was observing on the side. Once in a while, he would chat to Song Jin about some insights or interesting anecdotes about Little Treasure. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. When he heard the maid announce that Guan Rui had found his way over, Lu Chongshan was quite unhappy as it would disturb his quality time with his grandson. "Elder Song, I have a guest. Excuse me for I must leave." Helpless, Lu Chongshan could only inform Song Jin before making his way to receive Guan Rui in the living room. "Bro Guan, what wind has blown you over here? Why didn't you inform me beforehand that you were coming?" Lu Chongshan walked over courteously to greet him. "I couldn't contact your phone," Guan Rui replied. When Lu Chongshan heard this, he quickly said, "Sigh, look at my memory. I was accompanying my grandson practicing his painting earlier, so I switched off my phone. I'm really sorry." Chapter 11:21. Not up to an outsider. Guan Rui was full of rage now. He did not bother making any more small talk with Lu Chongshan and went straight to the point. "Old Lu, I won't say more, but I'm sure you know why I'm here. That collaborative proposal was discussed with you when I had just returned to the country, and I just confirmed with you half a month ago that there aren't any problems. Yet now you suddenly back out of the promise and even gave it to some random Zhao family. Isn't this hitting us Guans below the belt?" Obviously, Lu Chongshan knew that he was here for this. He first made him sit down, then said helplessly, "Bro Guan, our families have been friends for so many years. Of course, I'll help you, my bro, now that you're back in the country to expand, and I'm glad to collaborate with the Guan family. Not only I, Tingxiao has the same thoughts too. He also agreed to this arrangement earlier. But, you know as well as I do about that incident. A few days ago, Guan Rui was immediately furious when he heard Lu Chongshan bring that up. That incident has already been investigated to be an accident. Rong Rong was wrong to speak rudely, but it's common for girls to squabble a little. She's even paid with her life, yet that woman is still unwilling to forgive. Isn't she a little too evil? I don't know what that woman has been saying to Tingxiao until we have suddenly been cut off from such a huge proposal. Chongshan, Tingxiao is young, credulous, and he acts on impulse. He's about to be bewitched by that woman. Are you just going to watch him mess up?" When Lu Chongshan heard this, his expression turned solemn. He could scold and interrogate his own son, but he would not let an outsider say all of these, even if this person was Guan Rui. Furthermore, he had seen that incident from the moment it started. He had seen for himself that Ning Xi was pushed into the water by a relative of the Guan family. He also saw for himself in the CCTV footage that the woman had been rudely provoking her, while Ning Xi did not say anything all the way until she was pushed into the emergency ward. When they received an official letter informing them of her critical condition, he had heard the heartbreaking cries of Little Treasure himself. All of this still left him fear lingering in him. Even though Chao Lirong had died after that, it was classified as sudden death and not caused by the Lu family. Still, Guan Rui's tone sounded as if she had been killed by the Lus, and that it was the Lu family who was unwilling to forgive. Besides, the dead could not testify, so no one knew whether the Guan family had a hand in this incident. Even he could not help but be suspicious, much less Tingxiao. Thus, even though he felt that it was slightly negligent of Tingxiao to cut off their collaboration without a word, he could understand why his son did it. It was impossible for any man to be indifferent when such an incident happened. Even if he had opinions about Ning Xi, he could not deny that the incident had nothing to do with Ning Xi at all. On the contrary, it was still thanks to her that little treasure could finally speak. When he thought of this, Lu Chongshan just said, "Bro Guan." Tingxiao was indeed sloppy to suddenly change the collaboration, but it's understandable. After all, the Guan family was wrong in the first place. If it was not for Chao Lirong's sudden provocation to hurt someone, would the incident have developed to the stage it was now at? Knowing Tingxiao, the fact that he had only changed the collaboration, this is already mild considering our two families' many years of friendship. Chapter 1122. Little Treasures the Most Important. Guan Rui was really frustrated, but he also understood that there was no use arguing with Lu Chongshan now. He said in a low voice, "Bro Lu, I know that my family is responsible in this matter, but Tingxiao really hurt our relationship. Anyway, we'll be a family soon in the future. Xiao's already suffered a lot because of that woman. First, he had a woman outside before Xiao came back, and now he's attacking us for that woman's sake. Is this really the right thing to do?" Lu Chongshan's expression turned serious. After putting some thought into it, he sighed. "Bro Guan, in regards to Xiao, Rui and I have both really liked her since she was small. We view her like half our own daughter. If possible, of course, I hope we can become a family. But we Lus aren't so selfish as to ask Xiao to wait endlessly for Tingxiao. After all, you know what's happening to Tingxiao now. Rui and I can't do anything, so I really don't want to waste Xiao's time. I suppose we should leave relationship matters in their hands." Lu Chongshan genuinely hoped that they could become a family with the Guans. But with the current situation, not only Tingxiao, even Little Treasure was getting closer and closer to the woman. They could not make the Guan family wait forever. They might not be friends anymore, and might even become enemies. So Lu Chongshan decided to be straightforward with Guan Rui. Guan Rui's expression changed. He had no rebuttal to Lu Chongshan's words since they had just promised each other privately. There was not even a marriage contract, so the Guan family had no say in this. He was too impatient this time. Lu Chongshan took the risk into consideration and backed off. Guan Rui clenched his teeth. "Bro Lu, I believe the both of them still have feelings for each other. It's just a small misunderstanding. It's all right if the project won't be carried out with us. Just take it as an apology for what happened the last time. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought a distant relative to an event like that. Bro Guan, since it's a misunderstanding, it'll be fine after some clear explaining. Our relationship won't be affected by our children's drama." As Lu Chongshan spoke, he felt his sleeve being pulled at from behind. He looked around and saw his own grandson tugging on his sleeve. In his other hand was a painting. Lu Chongshan's expression turned gentle. "Are you done? Do you want to show grandfather?" Little Treasure nodded and looked at Guan Rui. He probably remembered that he had seen this man at the dinner the last time, and that he was the grandfather of Guan Jichen, so Little Treasure tensed up. Lu Chongshan realized his grandson's unease, so he quickly sent Guan Rui away. After Guan Rui left, Lu Chongshan returned to the living room. There was nothing more important than getting his dear grandson to call him grandfather. Lu Chongshan looked at Little Treasure's painting and praised him with a loving smile. As he saw Little Treasure's lively expression and beautiful eyes, Lu Chongshan sank into deep thought. He was not against Lu Tingxiao being with that woman because he hated her. It was because his past experience had traumatized him. Chapter 1123. Mother. At night, Yin Rui came over with a lot of bags. She had bought all of them for Little Treasure. The moment she went in, she saw Lu Chongshan, who had disappeared for the whole day, following Little Treasure around while handing pins to him and praising his drawing. Yin Rui yelled irritatedly, "Lu Chongshan, you lied to me that you went to play golf with your friends, yet you're here." Lu Chongshan coughed unnaturally when he saw his wife. "Can't I come over? Do I have to report to you that I'm visiting my grandson? If you're just visiting your own grandson, why do you have to hide from me?" Yin Rui realized what his intentions were. Lu Chongshan kept quiet. Yin Rui pointed her finger at him in anger and jealousy. You stayed a whole day with him. Did little treasure call you grandfather? Suddenly, Lu Jingli popped out of nowhere, munching on an apple. He laughed, ha 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 mother. Don't worry. Father's unfair strategy didn't work. I asked the maid already. Little treasure said nothing at all today. Lu Chongshan was frustrated. Bastard. So what? I spent some quality time with him. Yin Rui suddenly felt lighter when she heard that little treasure did not call him grandfather. Good thing he did not. If not, Lu Chongshan would surely have bragged to her. Lu Jingli was even more gleeful. Ha ha ha. I told you so, little treasure is my true love. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan were trying to get closer to little treasure these days, but their tactics did not work. He was still the record holder. The door suddenly opened. Lu Tingxiao returned with Ning Xi. They had a few bags full of vegetables and meat with them. Ning Xi was surprised when she saw Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan there. She whispered to Lu Tingxiao, "Why didn't you tell me your parents were going to be here?" Lu Tingxiao innocently shrugged. "I just found out myself." "Oh, my sister-in-law. Are you making some dishes tonight? Are you? No wonder birds were singing outside my window today. Come in." Lu Jingli quickly took the things from Ning Xi, then yelled loudly towards upstairs, "Little Bun, your mother is back." A quick patter of footsteps came from upstairs. The little Bun was summoned by the word mother. He hugged her, then opened his arms wide and asked for a hug again. "I want a hug, Mommy." His expression seemed to be saying, "I've waited for Mommy the whole day long." With little treasure's touching words, Ning Xi forgot even about Lu Tingxiao. Only the little Bun filled up the space in her heart. She quickly handed all her stuff to Lu Tingxiao and freed her hands to hold little treasure up. Her gentle tone made even Lu Tingxiao jealous. "My baby, what did you do today?" "Drawing and writing." "Did you do your training?" "Yes. My baby is the best." Chapter 1124. Little Treasure Calls Grandfather. Seeing how Little Treasure was having a conversation with Ning Xi, Yin Rui looked at Lu Chongshan, happiness and pride swelling in their hearts. They had asked Qin Mufeng about Little Treasure's condition. He mentioned that Little Treasure was mostly fine now, but he would probably just talk to the people he felt safe with. Unfortunately, they took some extreme measures while trying to help Little Treasure back then, so now, their only grandchild did not trust them. Yin Rui walked towards them and asked, "Tingxiao, are you guys cooking your own dinner?" "Little Treasure's homework is to cook a dinner with his parents," replied Lu Tingxiao. Yin Rui nodded. "I see. What a meaningful homework. Would your father and I be interrupting?" Lu Tingxiao was surprised, and even Ning Xi felt odd. She was just here today to make dinner with Little Treasure and did not expect Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan to be here as well. She was thinking that she might have to return tomorrow to complete Little Treasure's homework. But not only did Yin Rui not look unhappy, her attitude was also far gentler than ever. Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi looked at each other. "It's all right, just watch some TV for a while. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay, go on. If you need help, let me know," Yin Rui said. Lu Chongshan did not have any complaints as well. Lu Tingxiao replied. After Ning Xi greeted the elders, she went into the kitchen with Little Treasure. Lu Jingli went back to his own yard to get some vegetables after the three of them went into the kitchen as he felt that his own vegetables were the best. Yin Rui and Lu Chongshan sat on the sofa as they looked at the happy family in the kitchen with mixed expressions. From time to time, they heard Little Treasure's cute little voice from the kitchen. This was the ideal scenario they had dreamt of. Ever since Little Treasure's incident, the Lu family was surrounded by stormy drama. They never expected that they could still be alive to see the day Little Treasure recovered. "Chongshan, I suppose we should put down what happened the last time. We can't just deny everyone else because of one person. We've observed this girl for so long. She really cares for Little Treasure." Yin Rui sighed. Lu Chongshan remained silent. He did not react like before and erupt into anger. He mumbled, "Let's observe longer. You would really only know a person after a long enough time." In the kitchen, under Ning Xi's commands to the big Bun and the little Bun, they soon finished preparing a delicious meal. Ning Xi glanced at the pot of soup on the stove and told the little Bun, "Little Treasure, we're finishing soon. Go and tell grandfather and grandmother to come and eat." "Okay, Mommy." Little Treasure obediently ran towards the living room. When Little Treasure went over, Yin Rui was speaking to Lu Chongshan, and they did not notice him there. When they were still talking, they heard a cute little voice call out, "Grandfather." Chapter 11:25. To become mother's leg accessory. Lu Chongshan's opened his mouth wide as he turned around in disbelief. His body trembled slightly while looking at the little guy, not believing his own ears. Did little treasure just say something? "Grandfather, dinner's ready," little treasure repeated, then turned to Yen Rui. "Grandmother, time to eat." It was so sudden that Yen Rui lost control of her tears. She turned around and wiped her tears, then replied, "Okay. We heard you. We'll be there soon." Little treasure then left happily. Lu Chongshan and Yen Rui both looked at each other, their eyes tearing up. Yen Rui wiped her tears away and said to Lu Chongshan, "Little treasure called you first. Happy now, aren't you? Look at you. You just called both of us together. Stop being so petty. How childish." While Lu Chongshan said that, he could not hide the satisfaction and excitement on his face. Yen Rui mumbled to herself when she saw Lu Chongshan's face. Although he said it did not matter, he was actually ecstatic on the inside. Who was childish now? During dinner, the atmosphere was warm and everyone was happy at the table. Yen Rui and Lu Chongshan were smiling all the while. Their attitude towards Ning Xi had improved as well. After dinner, as Ning Xi was about to leave, Yen Rui said to her, "It's very late already. Why don't you stay here for tonight?" Ning Xi was really surprised by Lu Chongshan and Yen Rui's attitude tonight. She rejected carefully. "Thank you, Madam Lu, for your concern, but I have to go to Qingdao tomorrow for a business trip. I have to go back and prepare the materials I need for tomorrow." "I see," Yen Rui nodded. "Is it for your apparel company?" Ning Xi affirmed, "Yes. I heard Xinyan's retail store housing your brand is doing pretty well." Ning Xi put on a bitter smile. She had a great start. Account-wise, her store had the highest sales, but who knew that she was running multiple discount campaigns and tried to pump up her numbers with more sat. She even changed the professional salespeople I arranged for her. Although Yen Rui was not a professional, after being around Lu Chongshan for so many years, even she understood the problem. This child, how could she do that? Then what happened? I talked to her and made sure she followed the rules and regulations. Her discounts have made her a great loss, and it'll take some time for her to recover. But as long as she doesn't do anything reckless, it'll surely get better. Yen Rui patiently listened to Ning Xi's market analysis of several brands, and she nodded, continuing to chat with her. Lu Chongshan had actually investigated Ning Xi's company and found out that she not only started it up by herself, she also did most of the things on her own. Despite being a small company to develop to the state it was today, Tingxiao had never involved himself in any of the process. Yen Rui chatted with Ning Xi for quite a while. It was only after Lu Tingxiao urged her to leave so she would not be too tired that Ning Xi was sent to the door. "Mommy." The little bun clung on to Ning Xi's trousers and looked up as if he wished to become his mother's leg accessory and follow her back. Chapter 11:26. Get one yourself. "Ah." Ning Xi squatted down and patted the little bun's head. "When will you come back?" I'm not sure yet, but I'll video call you." "I want a hug." Ning Xi hugged him for a while. "I want a kiss." Ning Xi kissed his forehead. Only after a long while did Ning Xi finally leave. Lu Jingli witnessed the whole process of the little bun parting with Ning Xi. The moment Ning Xi left, Lu Jingli went up to the little bun and said, "Don't be sad. Little treasure, second uncle can give you hugs and kisses. Come to second uncle." The little bun's gentle gaze remained focused on his mother before he looked at Lu Jingli seriously. "Second uncle, I'm my mother's baby. If you'd like to one, get one yourself." Lu Jingli was speechless. He felt like multiple arrows had just been shot through his chest. "Brother, look at your son." Lu Tingxiao patted his son's head, as expected of his clever son. Little treasure is mother's baby." Yen Rui went along. "Little treasure's right. If you like kids, go and find someone and get your own kids. Stop troubling other people's kids." Lu Chongshan sneered at him. "If he's capable to find one, that is." He was attacked simultaneously by his nephew, his brother, and his parents. He did not dare to brag to them about little treasure calling him second uncle again. The next morning, after a good night's rest, Ning Xi brought Han Momo with her to Qingdao. Qingdao was under the Hubei province, which was much closer to Imperial. There were two competing shopping complexes, and Xiao Weilon had already contacted one of them. Ning Xi's aim this time was to discuss the details. She did not have to do everything by herself as the boss, but she wanted to experience this learning process. On the plane, Han Momo was arranging Gong Shang's designs as Ning. She was looking into the proposal carefully in case there were any mistakes that needed to be rectified. Ning Xi did not really feel pressured for this cross-state retail store, as this was just the first step. Spirit would be expanding its routes to every state in the country until it went international. Qingdao was not far away, so it only took them an hour of flying. After they left the airport, they checked into the hotel they had booked. After lunch, Han Momo followed Ning Xi and went to the largest shopping complex in Qingdao, the New Era Mall. In Qingdao, there were two renowned shopping complexes, one being New Era Mall, and the other was All-Star Mall. Chapter 1127, Initial Success. A few years ago, All-Star Mall dominated New Era Mall in terms of customer flow and product placement. Due to the development in recent years, many infrastructure have been built such as schools, government buildings, and residential areas, contributing to higher traffic flow to New Era Mall. New Era Mall grabbed the opportunity and promoted themselves heavily, then rose as the largest shopping complex of the city. The business deal this time was with one of the best clothing companies, whose owner was called Deng Quan. He had 8 brands under him, and he handled low to medium-class brands well, but what he lacked was a luxury brand like Spirit. During this period of time, Spirit's popularity was rising. Along with the attractive bonus for franchising, this made Deng Quan interested in joining them. About half an hour later, Ning Xi brought Han Momo to New Era. After they walked around for a while, they realized that New Era Mall was pretty big and a lot of people came here as well. If the deal with Deng Quan went well, it would be very advantageous for Spirit's growth in the Hubei province. Ning Xi called Deng Quan to inform him that she and her assistant had arrived. A short while later, a middle-aged chubby man with a female secretary came to Ning Xi. "Hello, Ms. Ning. I'm Deng Quan." Deng Quan smiled and shook hands and Ning Xi. Deng Quan then led Ning Xi to his office. After some small talk, Ning Xi passed her proposal to Deng Quan as she smiled. "Mr. Deng, the details of franchising are all in the proposal. Please have a look." Deng Quan nodded and started to go through the proposal seriously. "We've included some of our latest works inside. Check it out." Han Momo presented a well-packed outfit to Deng Quan. Great." Deng Quan smiled. "Ms. Ning, I've been to Spirit's store twice, and I really like Spirit's quality and designs. Overall, I think it's great, but about the price, do you think you could give me a little discount?" Ning Xi replied, "Mr. Deng, I'm sure you understand that quality comes with a price. We're really looking forward to Mr. Deng's collaboration as well, so we've made a special consideration on the pricing." Ms. Ning, we're business people. We're all aiming to earn more money, no?" Deng Quan said suggestively. "Mr. Deng, well," Ning Xi paused for a short while. "If I tell you that I can give you more discount today, then Spirit's loss will need to be compensated from the materials. It would be a bad thing for both the consumers and you, Mr. Deng. With Spirit's popularity and assurance in quality today, I believe you can see for yourself, as a smart businessman, you'd be able to understand the full potential of Spirit." Deng Quan's eyes brightened as he looked at this young founder in front of him. He was trying to get a lower price, yet she was so experienced that what she said made sense. Spirit's brand impact and potential was what he was aiming for. Chapter 1128, Breach of Contract. "Haha, Ms. Ning, it's all set then. Let's return to Imperial tomorrow together. Let me take a look at Spirit's headquarters, and we'll get the contract signed. How does that sound?" Deng Quan beamed. "Of course, we'll welcome you. It's set then. If there are any more questions, you can contact me anytime." Ning Xi's expression softened. After a short casual chat with Deng Quan and agreeing on the time to go back together to sign the contract, Ning Xi left with Han Momo. Ning Xi and Han Momo went straight back to their hotel after they left New Era Mall. Just a moment after Ning Xi left, a man walked into Deng Quan's office. "Mr. Deng, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the marketing director of History, Qin Zifen." The man looked at Deng Quan smilingly. "History?" Deng Quan was a little taken aback. Of course, he knew about History. History had been founded earlier than Spirit. Coincidentally, both their brand positionings and styles were similar. Everyone knew that these two luxury brands were currently competing. "Qin Zifen, if I remember correctly, you're the former marketing director of SF?" Deng Quan took a glance at Qin Zifen, seeming to remember him. Qin Zifen nodded, not denying it. Haha, Mr. Qin, I'm afraid you're too late. I've already made an agreement with Spirit. I'm going to franchise Spirit's brand. Sorry, but you've wasted your efforts to come here. An experienced businessman like Deng Quan could surely guess Qin Zifen's intentions for being there. Oh, an oral agreement. Qin Zifen pondered. I believe as a businessman, I'll be straightforward with you. We're really interested in working with you. This proposal was written by me personally. You may take a look. Before making a conclusion, Deng Quan took the proposal and read through it patiently. 2 points lower than Spirit. Deng Quan was shocked. This offer was much more attractive than Spirit's. If you accept our offer, from the brand management to the supply and training of the salespeople, we'll make the necessary arrangements directly from our headquarters, and most importantly, any fees needed for promotions will be provided by us as well. Qin Zifen offered an extremely attractive deal. Deng Quan took some time to contemplate. Well, we're all friends. Let's have dinner tonight and go through the details. Qin Zifen gave Ning Xi a call after he came out of the office. Boss, it's done. I told you so. The marketing director of Spirit is just a nobody. He ended the call with a wide grin, then left. The next day, in the hotel room, Ning Xi received an abrupt message from Deng Quan. He said that after a long consideration, they decided to give up Spirit and choose History instead. The main reason was that History made a better offer. How could he be like this? That Mr. Deng broke our promise. Han Momo expressed her injustice of the situation. We were too careless this time. Anyhow, we should go there and confirm with him directly. Ning Xi's expression turned serious. She did not say much and went straight to New Era Mall. She then realized that Deng Quan had made his decision earlier. He had invited Ning Xi for lunch, but had not said anything about Spirit's franchise. Chapter 1129, Ace's Move. Ning Xi found out that after she left, the marketing director of History, Qin Zifen, had quickly gone to talk to Deng Quan. After he dropped by, Deng Quan decisively gave up on franchising Spirit and chose History. One did not have to guess much about what happened. As she was leaving New Era Mall, Ning Xi gave Xiao Weilon a call and asked her to go over to Qingdao immediately. The marketing director of History seemed to be very experienced. In such a situation, she could only rely on Xiao Weilon. Let's hope she has a solution. In the afternoon, Xiao Weilon rushed to Qingdao and stayed in the same hotel as Ning Xi. In the video call before, Ning Xi had already told Xiao Weilon about the situation, but she repeated it again after they met each other. Give up on New Era. Xiao Weilon voiced her thoughts straightforwardly. Give up? My ace, are you sure? Ning Xi felt skeptical. Was this something Xiao Weilon would say? That's right, Xiao Weilon replied. The marketing director of History came here fully prepared. He wanted to wage a war of pricing. If we deal with him, we won't be able to win. In fact, we'd lose even if we get the deal. What do you mean, Director Qiao? Han Momo was a little confused. It's simple. History wanted a price war, so they gave New Era the lowest price possible, which means that History wouldn't be earning. If we're going to get the deal back, we can only offer a lower price, which is bad for Spirit. It might even affect our product's quality. It's not necessary to go that far just for New Era, Xiao Weilon explained. Director Qiao, do you mean that if we were to get the deal back, we'd be hurting ourselves, and History would stop giving their sweeter deal as they would have achieved their goal? If we don't try, New Era would go to History anyway. Although they will have very little profit, it's still good promotion for History's brand, Ning Xi said. That's right. Xiao Weilon nodded and Ning Xi understood the situation perfectly. Ning Xi was shocked. Who exactly was the marketing director of History? He had just created a sure-win scenario for himself. If Spirit wanted to get New Era back, then they would have to pay a price. On the other hand, if Spirit did not do anything, it would benefit History. Regardless of whether they snatched the deal back or not, Spirit would still lose either way. Spirit was now stuck in an awkward position. Neither moving forward nor backward was good. So we've lost. Ning Xi felt a little frustrated as their first cross-state deal was snatched by History. Lose? The game has just begun. Xiao Weilon's cold face lit up when she talked about a topic involving her area of expertise. But, Director Qiao, you just said that no matter what we do, we'll lose, so what should we do? Han Momo was confused. Not just Han Momo. Even Ning, she could not tell what Xiao Weilon was thinking about. Besides New Era, we have another suitable choice. It's New Era's opponent, All-Star, Xiao Weilon replied. All-Star Mall. Ning Xi thought about it when she heard Xiao Weilon mentioned All-Star. In these last few years, while New Era was performing better than All-Star in overall, it did not mean that All-Star was doing poorly. Instead, All-Star was really capable, especially its luxury franchise retail stores. All-Star performed well in this area, and the customer flows are consistent, Xiao Weilon elaborated. So, Director Xiao, you're saying that we should go to All-Star instead? Ning Xi somewhat understood Xiao Weilon's intentions. Chapter 1130, An Eye for an Eye. Actually, I've been talking to people from All-Star. They're interested in working with us as well, Xiao Weilon said. Then, why did you ask me to look for Deng Quan in New Era? Ning Xi realized that she did not understand this woman at all. Boss, if you and Han Momo went to All-Star first, wouldn't it mean we'd have to give up All-Star and go to New Era instead? Xiao Weilon replied. Han Momo and Ning Xi were shocked. What Xiao Weilon meant was that she already had a conclusion to put Spirit in All-Star and not New Era all along. She and Han Momo had been deceived and used by Xiao Weilon. Ning Xi was speechless. She had deceived her own boss. The gall of it. She would surely reduce her salary. Xiao Weilon realized Ning Xi's thoughts and laughed. Boss, it's not what you think. The best case scenario is to place our brand in both All-Star and New Era, but since history is interested, we'll just give them New Era. It's not a big deal. Ning Xi's eyes glowed. She was really touched that Xiao Weilon was fully focused on fighting for Spirit. Director Xiao, you're really awesome. If we had gone to All-Star first and history started the price war, we could only hand it over to them. But now that history has chosen New Era to defeat us, they offered a near-zero profit proposal. This means that the moment history stepped into Hubei province, they've already lost. Han Momo was really impressed by Xiao Weilon, totally forgetting about her earlier dissatisfaction towards her. History had snatched New Era away with a near-zero profit offer and was probably grinning ear to ear happily now, not knowing they had already lost. Had it not been for Xiao Weilon, even if history planned to place a store in New Era, they would not have such a healthier profit margin. They would have had to spend a lot and offer a hefty discount to Deng Quan too. Director Xiao, how did you know that history would surely come and compete with us? Han Momo was still a little confused. Maybe Xiao Weilon could predict the future. Xiao Weilon replied. History's current marketing director is Qin Zifan, and he worked in SF before. During his time there, he used similar tactics to defeat many strong opponents for SF. Since we're now history's most threatening opponent, he'll surely do something about us. What? If Qin Zifan didn't go over? Han Momo asked. Xiao Weilon looked at Han Momo like she was a silly girl. If he didn't, then both New Era and All-Star will be ours. Awesome. Really impressive. Now, I know what a real tactic is. I think I have to treat owner Qin to another meal, Ning Xi smiled. An eye for an eye. Xiao Weilon had thought a step further than Qin Zifan. Xiao Weilon was not really keen on New Era anyway. Most of the clothing brands there were proposed by Deng Quan, which meant that New Era never really had a luxury clothing store before, so the market potential there was low. As for All-Star, they started taking in luxury clothing brands many years ago and were probably the earliest in the Hubei province to do so, which made All-Star popular with high-spending potential customers. Chapter 1131. Bumped into someone familiar. The definition of Spirit was obvious. It was classified as a high-end luxury brand. While New Era's human traffic was more than All-Star's, they were clearly not the ones Spirit was targeting. All-Star was different. It had many high-end customers. In just 2 days, Ning Xi and Xiao Weilon had discussions with All-Star and finally signed the contract for opening a retail store. And this retailer was even more capable than New Era's Deng Quan. It was one of All-Star's shareholders. In the past few days, Xiao Weilon had accompanied Ning Xi to travel back and forth Hebei and was very busy helping Spirit's retailer launch there. Business in person. This made All-Star shareholders have a favorable impression of her. Further unexpectedly for Ning Xi, on the first day of business, she had bumped into a familiar face in All-Star. Ming Fongfong. She was not shocked to bump into Ming Fongfong in Qingdao. She was more surprised to see the man beside her. The man was tall and handsome. He looked very young and was holding a mix of big and small bags with an ice cream in one hand. He was attentively pampering her. Miss Ning, long time no see. Didn't think I would actually bump into you here. I haven't thanked you for the last time. Let's find a place for a meal together, Ming Fongfong suggested when she saw her. She was different from the hysterical and sallow woman from before. The Ming Fongfong today emitted the gentleness of a woman and looked really good too. It seemed like she was living a healthy and lucky life. This is... The man looked at Ning Xi and asked, Ning Xi, I've mentioned her to you before. Oh, you're Ning Xi. The man instantly revealed a good-natured expression. Then, we should indeed treat her to a meal. I wonder if you're free. When Ning Xi regained her senses from her shock, she answered frankly, Sure. Of course, I don't mind being treated to lunch. At a nearby restaurant later, the man knew that with him around, they would not be able to speak freely, so he did not bother them and left after dropping them off at the restaurant. Call me when you're done. I'll pick. You. Ming Fongfong responded. After he left, Ming Fongfong leaned back on her chair and looked at Ning Xi, then asked, Have you been shooting recently? I just finished shooting a movie. If all goes well, then it should be in the theaters soon, answered Ning Xi. Which director? Chen Mian. What a coincidence. The first movie I shot was with director Chen. Ming Fongfong could not help but say ruefully. Ming Fongfong had acted in Chen Mian's second movie, Love is in the Future, as the female protagonist. That movie was still an insurmountable classic, and it had also established Ming Fongfong's status in the entertainment industry. Sadly, Ming Fongfong was the daughter of an affluent family. She had only joined the entertainment industry for fun. At last, she had only acted in this one movie before getting married. However, even though she had left the industry for a while now, her name still held some prestige, which was why so many people had been interested when Hu Hongda was revealed to be having an extramarital affair. After exchanging a few more conventional small talk, Ming Fongfong looked to Ning Xi to say, Don't you have anything that you want to ask? Ning Xi had been curious since before, but she just felt that it was not polite to ask too much. However, since Ming Fongfong had raised it herself, she decided to just nose in. Senior, that man just now is? My husband, answered Ming Fongfong, pleased by the sound of Ning Xi, addressing her as senior. Ning Xi had meant to ask whether she had divorced Hu Hongda. Well, now it looked she did not have to. Not only did they get a divorce, she had even remarried very quickly. Chapter 1132. He isn't fertile either. No wonder she appeared in Qingdao. It turns out that she had gotten married and moved here. Ning Xi instantly showed her a thumbs up. Cool. Ming Fongfong was amused by her reaction. Am I? Of course. To be honest, I was quite worried before this. I was afraid that you'd be soft-hearted. I could see that you really loved Hu Hongda. After all, you even forgave him when he had an affair. But thankfully, you're a true goddess. You decisively cut him off. Ning Xi kowtowed with her fists together as a sign of respect. Ming Fongfong forced a smile. I'm not as blunt as you say I am. It's because I'm too indecisive that I dragged it on for so many years, to the point that if it were not for Fangyu appearing at our door and showing me their true colors, I might have really repeated my mistakes. Fangyu actually went to your house. Ning Xi could basically imagine how the situation had panned out. Even though I think that you should have gotten the divorce, wouldn't that be letting Fangyu off too lightly? Ming Fongfong sneered. It looks like you haven't been reading the news lately. Ning Xi blinked and spread her hands innocently. Are you talking about the news and finance? I only read the entertainment section. Hu Hongda is bankrupt, said Ming Fongfong. Bankrupt, then Fangyu. Even though Ning Xi was a little shocked, this was still within her predictions. In that situation then, New Era's estates would have already been ruined to the brink of death by Lu Tingxiao. And since they had even chased away Ming Fongfong, naturally, there was only one dead end. What do you think? Ming Fongfong looked at her. Ning Xi raised her brows. Did she get an abortion, then run off? Hu Hongda was bankrupt, so there was no way Fangyu would continue to be with him. In their plan, they thought that Ming Fongfong would compromise and help to save the company. Then they could continue to collude together and enjoy the luxury of wealth, but they did not expect Ming Fongfong not to do as they wished. In the end, the two were left with nothing. The company went bankrupt, and after Fangyu aborted their child, Hu Hongda immediately ran back to look for me. Ning Xi revealed a worried expression. With his personality, he must have clung on you to no end and refused to agree to the divorce. Am I right? You guessed it. Then, how did you get rid of him in the end? What else can I do with these kind of people? My family got someone to beat him up, then he immediately straightened up. Otherwise, do you think I could have gotten logic through him any other way? Ning Xi revealed an expression of satisfaction. It looked like Ming Fongfong had thoroughly let go of that. Good for nothing. The one you have right now. He looks like he treats you very well. When she brought up that man from earlier, Ming Fongfong's initial cool expression softened quite a little. He's indeed very good to me. He's liked me for many years, but I've never considered him because he's 5 whole years younger than me. At that time, I thought that he was young and didn't believe that he was serious. I also felt that children of wealthy families like him wouldn't be reliable. But who would have thought that he waited on me for so many years? He immediately came looking for me when he heard that I had gotten a divorce. At first, I still couldn't accept him because I felt inferior and that his family would definitely not agree to let him marry a woman who's a divorcee and was so many years older than him. Ning Xi frowned. This was indeed a little thorny. Then what happened? Ming Fongfong continued with a more tender expression now. Then, I frankly told him that it's hard for me to get pregnant and that I might never bear a child my entire life. I wanted him to back out. At last, he actually got a diagnosis from the hospital and told me that what a coincidence. He isn't fertile either. Chapter 1133. Come over to support a friend. Ning Xi dumbfoundedly exclaimed, Wow, is he really not fertile? Ming Fongfong touched her lower belly bashfully and said, I'm pregnant. What do you think? Ning Xi immediately looked overjoyed. Whoa, really? You're pregnant? Congratulations. There was no need to ask any further. That man had obviously lied to her. When Ming Fongfong saw the girl's genuine joy for her, she felt touched. Thank you. When she talked about this, Ming Fongfong still had some remnants of alarm. When I had first found out I was pregnant, I was frightened. I thought it was Hu Hongda's and I was ready to get an abortion. Halfway through, he found out and told me the truth. Then he brought me to the hospital for a detailed checkup. From the timeline, it showed that it was indeed his child, so then his parents agreed to us too. Ning Xi listened to this, her hair raised. Thankfully, fate would not treat the kind-hearted unfairly. She had finally waited for the arrival of a life, and it was coming to fruition. As for that Fangya, I'm too lazy to actually find out how she's doing. But someone did end up telling me that they heard she was being shut out because of her bad reputation. So now she's off to shoot those kind of films. When she mentioned Fangya again, Ming Fongfong's expression had calmed down much more, as if she had just spoken about a stranger. I'm very sorry that I misunderstood you then and said all those things to you. Now, I can't drink, so I'll use tea to replace booze and drink to you. Ming Fongfong apologized to her with a solemn expression. Apart from apologizing, she had even more gratitude. If it were not for Ning Xi who had exposed Hu Hongda's lies back then, she would not have the life she did today. Ning Xi quickly returned the toast and said, No worries, you weren't aware back then. Ming Fongfong looked at her a little worriedly as though she wanted to say something, but at last she simply said, I wish that you and that person can get through everything smoothly too. Thank you. Ning Xi was a little surprised, and she raised her brows. I thought you would advise me not to fall for that fatal attraction. Ming Fongfong laughed. If it was me, I probably wouldn't have resisted a man like Lu Tingxiao either. Furthermore, you're a young girl. Besides, I can see that Lu Tingxiao does quite like you. Ever since I've gotten pregnant, I just feel like anything is possible in this world, isn't it? Of course, I've always thought so. After hearing a story so full of positive energy, Ning Xi's mood lightened up quite a bit. After parting ways with Ming Fongfong, Ning Xi returned to the hotel and prepared for the second day of the business launch. Unexpectedly, she met her at the launching ceremony again. Miss Ming, no, Mrs. Zhao. I've just come over to take a look. Am I not welcomed? When she saw Ning Xi's shocked expression, Ming Fongfong teased. Of course, you're welcome. I'm just a little surprised. You're pregnant. Are you sure it's okay? When she chatted with Ming Fongfong yesterday, Ning Xi had just casually mentioned the reason she was in Qingdao and had briefly talked about the launch today, but she did not think that she would come to support her personally. It's just a little walking. What problems can there be? Don't treat me like I'm made of glass. Ming Fongfong was probably nagged by her husband often at home, so she quickly rebuked. But how would Ning Xi dare be careless? She quickly held the pregnant lady to support her. Mrs. Zhao, you're here. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Even the person in charge of All-Star was humbled and overwhelmed at the sight of Ming Fongfong, so they quickly rushed up to greet her. "I've come to support a friend." Ming Fongfong's tone was casual. Chapter 1134. Hooked. Not only was Ming Fongfong queen of Imperial's prestigious families, her husband was also from one of the most renowned tycoon, so they did not think that Spirit's owner would be friends with her. The attitude of All-Star's person in charge instantly increased in respect and important regard for this retail store. "Mrs. Zhao, this way in. If I knew you were coming, I would have covered up all the corners in this place just in case you knock into anything." Everyone knew how CEO Zhao pampered his wife. Ning Xi was speechless from the sidelines. "Not bad. This person has a talent for brown-nosing." Ming Fongfong held her forehead in mock distress. "You see that? Everywhere I go, it's like this. I have to suffer days like this for another 7 months." Ning Xi smiled teasingly. "I pity you." As Ning Xi said this, she definitely would not have thought that one day she would be the one who deserved the most pity. Not too far away, Xiao Weilan and Han Momo's eyes were full of astonishment as they watched the way Ning Xi conversed happily with Ming Fongfong. Before this, they had been worried about finding the right person to launch their retail store in Qingdao, but who would have known that Ning Xi had invited Qingdao's favorite lady from the Zhao family over. Not only was she famous in the entertainment industry, her and her husband's families were public figures too. This was perfect for Spirit's niche and demand. Very soon, they could see that the effect of Ming Fongfong's visit was even better than they had imagined. Since Ming Fongfong had gotten pregnant, she was rarely out and about and had not appeared before the media in a long time. This time, after Qingdao's media heard the news, they all flocked over. It had even attracted a lot of Ming Fongfong's high-end diehard fans. On just the first day of the launch alone, Spirit's retail store in All-Star had almost been cleared out of stock, making the revenue on the first day tally up to several millions. In comparison, History's store that had opened yesterday seemed a little quiet. Their 2 days of business turnover could not even reach Spirit's bar at All-Star. After All-Star's opening ceremony ended, Ning Xi had stayed for a few more days to see how Spirit would fare in All-Star. Throughout a few days of observation, All-Star's turnover rate looked promising. Every day, Ning Xi was now incredibly full of admiration for Xiao Weilan's strategic mindset. All-Star's high-end crowd was indeed a few times more than New Era's, making it an excellent starting point for Spirit to begin in the Hebei province. As for Xiao Weilan and Han Momo, they thought that Ning Xi was truly magical instead. She always had unexpected surprises for them every single time. Ming Fongfong's visit and support was truly the powerful key that led to Spirit being renowned in the Hebei province. Now, Deng Quan from New Era was utterly regretful. If he had known that it would turn out like this, he would not have turned on his words back then. But there was no pill for regrets. It was a done deal now. Very quickly, the news had spread to Imperial. When Ning Xulua heard about this, she flew into a terrible rage and scolded Qin Zifan ruthlessly. She never would have thought that not only did Spirit get a deal with All-Star Mall, even Ming Fongfong had gone over to show her support. All-Star did not have such power, so it must have been Spirit who invited Ming Fongfong. Damn it, what was happening recently? Not a single thing has been going right. Ning Xulua was annoyed as she picked up the phone and said impatiently to the other end, "How's that thing I asked you to help me do the last time? Why aren't there results yet? What are you rushing for? The target is hooked. Be prepared to pull your net in." The man replied nonchalantly on the other end of the phone. Chapter 1135. Born from Mother's Womb. Ning Xulua breathed a sigh of relief before a sinister look flashed in her eyes. "You can be a little cruel when you do it. That way, it'll seem more realistic. Don't worry, little girl. You don't have to teach me these things. Don't forget about what I want." The man lowered his voice. Ning Xulua's tone was slightly annoyed. "Didn't I say that I'd find a time to help you ship those things in? There'll be some stock coming from Los Angeles to Imperial next month. There won't be any problems. You just have to help me get this done right. Then everything goes." At Platinum Palace in Imperial, in the study room, the little bun was lying his head on his father's desk, and his huge eyes stared at the man, unblinking. He asked for the 16th time today, "When is mommy coming home?" These past few days, Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure's conversation was basically, "When is mommy coming home? Why isn't mommy home yet? Will mommy be coming home today?" Will mommy be coming home tomorrow? Obviously, a son who could speak was harder to deal with than when he could not say a word. Before this, he only used his eyes to attack, but now he could attack with his voice too. Tingxiao knitted his brows and closed the laptop before him. Then he tilted his head and looked at his son with a complicated expression. These past few days, little treasure had called out for mommy, grandfather, grandmother, and even second uncle. Even though little treasure was always driving Jingli crazy when he spoke to him, he could see that little treasure actually liked Jingli very much because he spoke the most to him, and he would basically respond every time. Yet, he had yet to hear little treasure call him father once. Every time little treasure looked for him, he would only ask about Ning Xi. Apart from that, he had nothing else to say. To say that he was not bothered at all was lying. Little treasure, come here, let's have a chat, Tingxiao said as he waved at his son. Little treasure was focused on waiting for his mother's return, so he was not in the mood for a chat. He clearly looked very unhappy. Are you unwilling to call me? Tingxiao asked him frankly. When he heard Tingxiao's words, little treasure's tiny face instantly turned stiff. Indeed, this child was unwilling, which was why he had intentionally not called out to him. Why? Can you let me know? Tingxiao tried his best to soften his tone when he asked. But the little guy's expression looked even worse now, to the point that he was unwilling to even speak to Tingxiao now. He immediately took out his writing board that he had not used for a while. Even though he now spoke to express himself, the habit of bringing his writing board with him everywhere had not yet changed. Then, Tingxiao saw his son write stubbornly on the board. All your fault. All my fault. When Tingxiao read the 3 words, he was confused. What do you mean? The little bun's eyes were full of grief and indignation as he continued to write. All your fault that little treasure wasn't born from mommy's womb. Little treasure wants to be born from mommy's womb. The little guy's eyes reddened as he held up the board, his expression looking like he was about to cry. He knew that even though Ani Xiao she had always been good to him, she was not his biological mother and not the person who had given birth to him. When he thought of this, he felt especially angry at father. Why did father not have him with Ani Xiao she? When Tingxiao saw his son's words, he was startled and stunned for a while. Then he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1136. Angry Little Treasure. This little guy's logic. He would obviously love to have given birth to him with Ning Xi, but if it was their child, then it would not be little treasure. Unfortunately, Tingxiao could not explain all of this to little treasure. Or maybe, there was no need for him to explain. Little treasure understood all of this deep down too. He was just angry, bitter, and felt wronged. Why could he not have been Ani Xiao she's biological child? Inside the study room, the atmosphere between the father and son had suddenly come to a standstill. At that moment, Tingxiao's phone rang. It was Ning Xi. Hello. Big boss, do you miss me? The girl's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Simply from her tone, it must have gone well on her end. I do. He had never missed her more than this very moment. My wife, if you do not come home soon, I cannot deal with the sun anymore. Hee, I'm about to get on my flight. I'll reach Imperial tonight, but it'll be quite late when I do, so I won't disturb your sleep. I'll go look for you and little treasure tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up. I'll be with Momo and Director Qiao. Do you really want to frighten them both? I'll just get a cab back. Good boy. Oh, is little treasure asleep? If he isn't, can I say a few words to him? Then, Tingxiao passed the phone over to his son who had been waiting impatiently beside him. Mommy. When the little bun heard Ning Xi's voice, his expression turned much more obedient, as if he was a different person from the angry little treasure earlier. At the same time, late at night, in a certain underground casino, Zhuang Rongwang's eyes stared at the cards in his hand, and his palms started to sweat, while everyone around him watched with fixed gazes. Finally, the last card was revealed bit by bit, and the instant it was revealed, Zhuang Rongwang's nasty friends had already emotionally jumped up from their seats, and Zhuang Rongwang swiftly tossed the cards in his hands as he declared, "Straight flush. Give me my money." A stack of chips were pushed over, and Zhuang Rongwang looked very happy. He had already planned to travel the world after graduating. But his family would definitely not agree and had even executed an economic sanction on him. His sister was also very firm on this. She was definitely on the family's side and refused to give him a single cent. Recently, He had been thinking about ways to crowdfund, so when his friends heard about his situation, they suggested for him to try his luck here. Even though he was playful, he knew that he should not be involved with certain things like gambling. But this time, he was really in dire need for cash, and when he saw that quite a few of his buddies had won quite a bit, he decided to give it a go. At first, he did not dare to risk too much, but Lady Luck was on his side today, and he had gathered quite a few million in chips in no time. Up next, Zhuang Rongwang played for another 3 rounds and had won all of them. Initially, he felt that he had collected enough money and was ready to leave, but since he felt so lucky, he could not bear to go and decided to continue playing, fueled by his friend's persuasion. Not too far away in a corner, a square-faced man with blonde hair and bare arms revealed a vulgar smile. He picked up his phone and made a call. The big fish is hooked. Reel in the net. Not too long after the blonde-haired man hung up, a tall man wearing a thick gold chain had squeezed through the crowd without batting an eyelid and walked right up to Zhuang Rongguang. "Hey, little brother, I've watched you for half a day and they all say you're in luck today, but I don't quite believe them. Dare to play a round of huge stakes with me? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Chapter 1137. Fall into the trap. 1 hour later, Zhuang Rongguang had lost all of his winning chips. The man wearing the gold chain laughed out loud delightedly before drawing all the chips to him. "You little punk, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. One more round." Zhuang Rongguang's expression darkened as he slammed his fist hard on the table. "What? You've lost everything. Go home and look for your mother, so she can feed you milk," the man hissed. The moment he said that, the entire casino instantly burst into laughter. At this moment, Zhuang Rongguang had really lost it all. The clothes on him were all branded and had been taken off as loan collateral. Even the genuine leather wallet his sister had given him for birthday was gone too. He was initially prepared to earn some money for the road, yet he had lost all of his life savings instead. Most importantly, he had initially won all those money, but it had now all been gambled away. With this roller coaster ride, his young chest was furiously heaving, and no matter what, he was unwilling to back down. "Stand right there. Go another round with me. If I lose, then I'll owe you." The man with laughed aloud. "Ha ha ha, little brother, I don't do that owing thing. I want to see cash. Damn it, can't I just owe that little bit of money? Come on. If I lose, I'll immediately have someone send money over." Zhuang Rongguang roared. "Uffed, it looks like you wouldn't let it go if we don't go for another round. Then, I'll just be kind and go one more round with you." The man returned to the gambling table. Moments later, Zhuang Rongguang fell, stupefied on his chair and moaning. "No way, no way. One more." The man revealed a vicious expression at the sound of this. "We can go for one more, but you'll have to return the 5 million you owe me first. I'll just give you all of it altogether later." When he heard that he had lost 5 million without realizing it, Zhuang Rongguang's expression changed. "Uffed, you little punk, you want to trick me? I've already let you owe me for 5 rounds now. You want to owe me more? Who do you think I am? Quickly get someone to send the money over. Or else." Zhuang Rongguang had wanted to say something, but he was instantly surrounded by a few of burly guys, and they all looked malicious. Zhuang Rongguang's back was slick with sweat now. He quickly pulled his 2 friends beside and asked, "Do you guys still have money on you?" "We don't have any more money. All that we have has been given to you." "Exactly. Even my watch has been taken out for collateral." "Hey, then what do we do now? This was all because of you guys who made me come here to gamble." Zhuang Rongguang was frantic now. "How dare you say that? We only brought you here 'cause we're nice, and you said you needed money. There's winning and losing in gambling. We can't control things like your luck either. Stop talking crap. I don't care what ways you think of. Quickly help me get the money. Where are we supposed to get 5 million? You lot, are you done discussing? If you don't show me the money, I need one of you to leave a hand." The man shouted at him sinisterly. These kind of things happened too often in the casino, so everyone just watched with the attention of an audience, or just ignored them and focused on their own games. Zhuang Rongguang's face turned pale. "What are you rushing for? Aren't I getting the money for you now?" He carefully evaluated those people. Apart from that man with the gold chain, there was another blonde who seemed to be the lead. That blonde's gaze was devilish, his entire body filled with exaggerative tattoos and even scars. His mouth was full of vulgarities and he was obviously a gangster, but he did not look local and even had an accent in between his speech. He looked like someone from out of town. Chapter 1138. Just chop it off. In short, it was obvious that they were not a good idea to mess with. At this moment, Zhuang Rongwang's two friends looked at each other before one of them said, "Guang, how about this? Chang and I'll go out and get the money for you first, or else. There's no way we can get money just by waiting here." "Exactly. We'll get the money as soon as we can and send it over." Zhuang Rongwang looked at the hulking, vicious men and agreed. "You two had better hurry." "Yes, yes, yes." The two of them flew out the door. Then, Zhuang Rongwang was brought to an abandoned store not too far away from the casino. Once the group of people brought him there, they did not care about him and started to play cards and drink noisily because they were guarding the sole exit. There was no way for him to escape at all. It was late at night, and the remote place was eerie with a moldy smell. He was afraid that even if he was killed there, no one would ever find out. When he thought of this, Zhuang Rongwang could not help but feel a chill travel up his spine. If this was his usual desperate times, he would definitely use his family. But this time, he had really gone overboard. If his family found out, he would be done for. So he could only put his only hope in those two friends. However, with time passing by every second, there was still no news from his two friends, not even a call. "Hey punk, why aren't they here yet? Your two friends wouldn't have run off, would they?" The gold chain man kicked him. "No way. I'll call them now. Maybe they're already on the way." Zhuang Rongwang quickly dialed their numbers. At last, their phones rang for over 10 times without anyone picking up before automatically hanging up. Zhuang Rongwang continued to attempt both their numbers, and this time, they had just switched off their phones. Shit. Zhuang Rongwang was so angry, he almost broke his phone. Usually, when they had fun together, he would always pay. He even paid for them to pick up girls and lent them his cars. Yet when he was in trouble, they disappeared. Did they really run away? Huh. They're playing a fool out of us. When the gang realized what had happened, they were instantly furious. Wait a while more. They will definitely return. They should be getting the money. 5 million is a lot. They'll need some time. Zhuang Rongwang pleaded anxiously. Though this time, those people had no more patience left. Mother asterisk cur. I think this punk won't cry unless he's staring death in the face. Chop this punk's hand off. You dare? Do you know who I am? My father is Zhuang Liaoyuan. Under extreme fear, Zhuang Rongwang blurted out. When those people heard him, not only were they fearless, they had guffawed out loud instead. Ha 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 ha. Zhuang Liaoyuan is your father? Then, Zhuang Zhongren is my grandfather. You think you're Zhuang Liaoyuan's son while you look like such a wimp? My ass. You people. Zhuang Rongwang was so angry, he turned scarlet. Chop it off. The gold chain man's gaze turned dark. Then the blonde-haired man held a sharp knife and walked over while another person held Zhuang Rongwang's hand down firmly. Zhuang Rongwang mixed with the community in Imperial, so those in the social circle would know him, and no matter how huge a matter was, they would still respect the Zhuang family a little. No one would really dare to do anything to him. This was the first time someone had actually treated him this way. Chapter 1139. How dare you touch these things? As much of a rascal as he was still only 18 years old. Zhuang Rongwang was so frightened that he started shaking as he struggled hard. Hold on. Give me one more chance. I'll immediately call for someone to send money over. This time, they'll definitely come. I guarantee. The man with the gold chain looked at the blonde first, then said, We've said it clearly. We want cash. I know. Zhuang Rongwang replied as he trembled and called Zhuang Qier. Hello, Rongwang. Where are you? It's already so late. Why aren't you home yet? On the other end of the phone was Zhuang Qier's anxious and reproachful voice. Sister, save me. Quickly bring 5 million to 3rd East Avenue. There's an abandoned store here. Hurry. Zhuang Rongwang did not care to elaborate much and immediately shouted. What's happening? Explain properly. Zhuang Qier's tone changed now. Sis, don't ask anymore. Just quickly get the money and send it over. My life is in your hands. You want me to get 5 million for you without explaining clearly. 5 million isn't a small sum. Did you get someone hospitalized again? No. As he watched the crowd of people eyeing him covetously, he could only force himself to mumble. I owe people 5 million in gambling debt. Gambling debt? Zhuang Rongwang, are you crazy? How dare you touch those things? Zhuang Qier shrieked angrily. Sis, can you be softer? Please, sis. Quickly save me. If you don't come, then they'll chop off my hand. Please, sis. Ah! Zhuang Rongwang suddenly cried out miserably as he was kicked in the guts. You people, don't touch him. I'll send the money immediately. Don't touch him, do you hear me? Zhuang Qier shouted. The man picked up Zhuang Rongwang's phone and said, I'll give you 30 minutes. For every minute that you're late, I'll chop off one of his fingers. Then, he slammed the phone down. At the Zhuang residence, Zhuang Qier looked at the dead phone and looked stricken. Sex, gamble, drugs. Those were all the things we Zhuangs are strictly not allowed to touch. Even if we did in the slightest, Zhuang Liaoyuan will really kill him with a bullet. Grandfather has a heart problem. There's no leeway at all. She could not even report it to the police. If she did, Rongwang would be done for. It was a good thing her father was not home today. Zhuang Qier had no choice. She could only quickly get the money, rush to the location to pay the ransom, and get him. Time passed in agonizing seconds, and Zhuang Rongwang's entire being was tormented. He did not know if his sister could gather the money soon enough. Would she just not care about him? After all, he had always caused trouble for her and let her clean up his mess. She had probably been long annoyed by him. When he thought about the two friends that had ditched him, Zhuang Rongwang became increasingly frightened. 3 more minutes. The gold chain man looked at the time on his phone and said. The blondie blew the sharp knife in his hand. Don't worry, my skills are really good. Just one clean cut. I guarantee that you won't be in any pain at all. It'll be neat and clean. There's still 3 minutes. What are you rushing for? Zhuang Rongwang's voice trembled as he spoke. The gold-chained man sneered before continuing to drink and chat idly with his buddies. Finally, 3 minutes were up. Chapter 1140. So what if we crippled you? It was just 3 minutes. Yet Zhuang Rongwang felt like an entire decade had passed. The blond man hinted at the tattooed man beside him, who then put down his bottle of drink and slowly walked over. He pinned Zhuang Rongwang's hand down. The blonde spat on his knife. Punk, time's up. Now it's just one finger. Say, which one should I chop off first? The blonde's gaze skimmed his 10 fingers like a venomous snake. Zhuang Rongwang started to struggle like crazy. Let go of me, let go. My father is Zhuang Liaoyuan. My grandfather is Zhuang Zongren. If you touch me, my family will never let you go. Ha ha ha, you sure? Even if you're really Zhuang Liaoyuan's son, you're just a useless piece of crap. So what's the issue if I cripple you? Maybe your family will thank me for helping them educate you. Little bro, if you really don't understand, I'll teach you. It's not that easy to roll on the streets. If you owe money and can't return it, then you should pay the price. No matter where you go, that's the rule. Even if it's the Zhuangs, I'm not afraid. If you really want to cause a huge ruckus, I'd really like to see who would be unluckier. The blonde's tone was fearless. As he spoke, the blonde had already spread Zhuang Rongwang's fingers out wide and aimed his knife at his pinky. Zhuang Rongwang howled at the top of his lungs. Stop right there. At the same time at the entrance of the store, a girl snarled. The blonde first looked at the girl, then annoyedly struck Zhuang Rongwang's face with the back of the knife. What are you screaming for? I haven't even chopped it off. Cowardly weakling. Zhuang Rongwang looked at his perfectly unharmed pinky and was already frightened to the point of tears and sniveling. He then glanced hopefully at the person at the entrance as if he was looking at his last life-saving straw. Sis, save me. He had always boasted about having friends everywhere and always called others his buddies. Yet at that moment, the only person he could beg for help, and to help him regardless of anything, was unexpectedly his sister whom he had always found annoying. Zhuang Rongwang felt an indescribable feeling appear as a lump in his throat. Zhuang Qier panted at the entrance with her hands on her knees. When she saw that they had not done anything to him yet, her face was full of uncertainty and fright. Her stare at Zhuang Rongwang was full of disappointment and anger. The blonde's demonic gaze swept over Zhuang Qier up and down like a sticky fly before he asked, You brought the money? I did. Count it. 5 million, not a cent less. Zhuang Qier threw the entire box to them. The man with the gold chain took the box and threw it to his men to count. A few men gathered around to start counting. Because she did not have much time, Zhuang Qier's box contained cash, gold bars, and some jewelry. It would definitely add up and probably be in excess instead of being less. Moments later, one of them shouted, "Boss, no problem. This chick is honest. Now, can you let him go?" Zhuang Qi asked coldly. Of course. The blonde signaled, and two of the men immediately released Zhuang Rongwang. Sis. Zhuang Rongwang wiped his tears away and rushed to Zhuang Qi. Zhuang Qi was furious, but she knew this was not the place to talk. It was more important that they left quickly. Although, as they were ready to leave, a few people had blocked the entrance. Chapter 1141, Don't Touch My Sister. The blonde-haired raised his brows. Babe, where are you going? Didn't we already give you the money? What more do you want? We only agreed to let your brother go. We didn't agree to let you go. The blonde evaluated Zhuang Qi up and down with a devilish gaze. What do you mean? You've already gotten the money. How can you go back on your word? Zhuang Rongwang instantly flew into a rage. The man with the gold chain chuckled. Haha, you've given us the money, but you delayed it for so long. So shouldn't we ask for some interest? Interest? Zhuang Qi had a bad feeling about this. What stupid interest? I think you're just intentionally picking fault. Zhuang Rongwang was so mad that his chest heaved, but he was pulled back by Zhuang Qi. There were too many of them. It was no use for them going the difficult way. You want more money? I can get more. I just need some time, Zhuang Qi said. The man with the gold chain and the blonde looked at each other and revealed strange smiles. The blonde held his chin and looked at the woman before him. I don't need money. We aren't really lacking any. We just need you to stay here for a night with us and our buddies. Then, that interest will be considered paid off. Zhuang Rongwang could not hold it in anymore. He struggled away from Zhuang Qi's grip and rushed up to the blonde. Bastard! I'll kill you. Unfortunately, how could his small figure fight against those people? Among the crowd, a man with a scar on his face went up to him and punched him to the ground. You punk! Damn it! How dare you cause trouble here? At the same time, a sneering man in a black tank top with a body full of tattoos walked towards Zhuang Qi. Zhuang Qi never thought that Zhuang Rongwang would ever mess with such people, but it was too late to say anything now. She could only stagger backward. However, she was just a girl, and all of these were huge men. She could not really escape anywhere. She had just run a few steps before getting caught by the arm by the tattooed man. He shoved her hard towards the gang. In the process, her coat was inevitably pulled away and her flimsy nightgown was revealed. This girl knew what we wanted. She's come dressed like this. The tattooed man's eyes were full of lust, and everyone else laughed along too. Zhuang Qi was beyond anxious when she had heard the news that Zhuang Rongwang was caught, and that they had only given her 30 minutes to gather the money, or else they were going to chop his fingers off. How could she have had the time to change? She had just put on a coat and ran out. Even the shoes on her feet had not been changed. She wore slippers, and in her haste, only one side was left on her. Let go of me. Zhuang Qi slapped him in her struggle. When the slap was heard, the man's devilish urge flourished and he tore Zhuang Qi's clothes apart. Bastard! All of you stop. If you're that capable, then come for me. Don't touch my sister. In the corner, when Zhuang Rongwang saw Zhuang Qi being pushed to the ground, his entire face collapsed. Earlier, he had been beaten up and was dying on the floor, but now, he sprung up and fought like crazy with two men. Don't touch her. Don't touch her. If you dare, then come for me. It was not sure where Zhuang Rongwang found the strength. He actually struggled away from the two buff men and rushed to Zhuang Qi, ready to push off the tattooed man. Chapter 1142, An Alluring Woman. However, the man was instantly angered. He balled his fists and yelled at Zhuang Rongwang, while everyone else watching had rushed to topple the teenager too. Rongwang. Zhuang Qi held on to her wrecked clothes and let out a shrill shriek. In the next second, Zhuang Qi was slapped and the tattooed man was even rougher as he pulled onto her hair, dragging her to a corner. Whore, what are you shouting for? Come here. I'll have you screaming later. Sis, let go of her. Zhuang Rongwang was surrounded by the few men and beaten up. Slowly, he could not speak anymore. He could only fix his gaze on where Zhuang Qi was being pulled to, his eyes filled with tears. As he helplessly watched Zhuang Qi get dragged away while the man pinned her down to pull on her clothes, he could only watch as his sister was violated by the rogue. Zhuang Rongwang felt his heart was about to explode. His voice was already hoarse, and he could only shout weakly like a trapped animal. Don't touch my sister. Don't touch her. Don't touch my sister. Don't touch her. He had never hated himself this much as he did this very moment. He hated himself. He wanted to kill himself. He wished he could kill himself with a knife. He was an animal. An animal. At the entrance of the store, the man with the gold chain lit the cigarette of the blonde and revealed a worried expression. I think that's about enough. Wouldn't this be going overboard? The boss only said to scare them a little. What are you rushing for? Since we're scaring them, we have to do it right. Didn't the boss say that he wanted to be the hero that saves the beauty to get the other person's goodwill? Obviously, we have to make it more realistic. That way, the effect will be better. The blonde-haired man said nonchalantly. The man with the gold chain looked at Zhuang Qiu and sinisterly grinned. I'm just afraid that if we continue like this, old K wouldn't be able to hold back. That chick is a real fresh one. Haha, if he can't hold back, then we'll just let our buddies have some fun. The blonde looked to the tattooed man who was clearly starting to lose control and sneered. The man with the gold chain instantly reprimanded. Hey, don't mess around. That's Zhuang Liaoyuan's daughter. Puffed. So what if that's Zhuang Liaoyuan's daughter? The blonde unhurriedly took out his phone and was ready to call the boss. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a person suddenly appeared at the entrance. She was decked in high heels and wore a wine-red dress, covered by a black windbreaker, and her naturally curly, long hair tumbled on her shoulders like kelp. It was an alluring woman. The cigarette of the man with the gold chain fell to the ground from his mouth, while the blonde guy had forgotten about his call too. Even the man who was ripping Zhuang Qiu's clothes had stopped to gape astonishedly at the woman. Xiaoxi, run. Quickly run. Quickly leave this place. Run. When those people had not noticed, Zhuang Qiu had randomly pressed a number on her mobile phone and secretly sent a message to cry for help. However, when she had seen that it was Ning Xi's number, she regretted it, worried that Ning Xi would be in danger because of her. Who would have thought that the thing she was worried most about had still happened? When she saw that Ning Xi had actually come alone, Zhuang Qiu was immediately alarmed and quickly shouted for her to leave. At the ruined entrance of the store, and with her back to the dim moonlight, the woman's black windbreaker was wantonly teased by the wind. When her eyes fell to the corner where the girl was pinned down by a man with her clothes nearly torn apart to nothing, her eyes instantly turned murderous. The blonde-haired man stared at Ning Xi's sudden appearance, and his expression was lewd. Have we got another chick? Just nice. I was just worried about not having enough to share. Just as he said that, the sound of the wind came rushing at him, and a strong force hit him on the temple. The blonde was kicked to the ground, and he lay there unmoving. He had actually fainted from the kick. Chapter 1143, Tyranny. The others noticed that something was not right, and were alarmed. All of them rushed up to the front to take her on. However, this woman's motions were practically diabolical. They could not get close to her no matter what they did. Instead, they had been beaten up one after another. They had met with numerous police who were difficult to deal with, and had escaped police chases numerous times, yet they had never met such a strong opponent. This woman, who was she? Ning Xi's cold poker face remained as she stepped on all those men rolling on the floor howling in grief. She made her way towards Zhuang Qiu. Xiaoxi. Zhuang Qiu covered herself with both arms and shivered. Ning Xi's expression remained calm as she took off her windbreaker and wrapped Zhuang Qiu up tightly. Xiaoxi, careful. Zhuang Qiu saw that behind her, the tattooed man had suddenly gotten up and held a stick in his head, ready to hit Ning Xi on her head. Ning Xi carefully put Zhuang Qiu down against the wall before abruptly turning around. Instead of backing up, she moved in, and before the stick could fall on her, she kicked his wrist. The stick fell to the ground with a loud thud. Following that, the man was struck to the ground. Even after he had fallen onto the ground, he did not know how this woman's moves could be so swift. In fact, every move of hers had accurately hit him on his fatal points. Ning Xi looked down on the tattooed man she had beaten to the ground. He was the man who had bullied Zhuang Qiu earlier. Then, she bent over and squatted before him, pulling him by the collar before she hit his face hard with a fist, then another fist, and another. The girl's face was devoid of expression, as if she was isolated from the outside world, entirely tranced in her own world. She robotically hit the man's face, one punch after another. The empty store echoed with the horrifying sounds of the punch. One could almost not recognize the man's face, and Ning Xi's hands were stained red with blood as well. It was not sure whether the color of that blood was his or her own from hitting him too hard. Yet, she did not stop at all. Her punches grew vicious and her eyes had an inhumane look in them, as if she was a devil that had just crawled out of hell. All those present were stunned with shock. All her victims from earlier felt their legs give way as they fell to the ground, their faces full of fear. Even Zhuang Rongguang and Zhuang Qi were frightened too. At that moment, suddenly a voice yelled from behind Ning Xi. "Whore! Stop! Raise your hands up!" The man with the gold chain from earlier suddenly held up a gun and was pointing it at Ning Xi's head. Zhuang Rongguang and Zhuang Qi's faces dropped. Xiao Shi. Ning Xi's attention was now caught. She pushed the tattooed man away and used the back of her hand to wipe off the splattered blood near the corner of her mouth. Her gaze fell on the gun. "Raise both your hands. Come here. Take off all of your clothes for me." The man snarled and hooted. Xiao Shi. Zhuang Qi was so worried that her eyes turned red. "Aren't I your target? Let her go." It was. Now it isn't anymore. This whore has hurt so many of our buddies. Does she think we'll let her go easily? No way. The men that had been beaten up all slowly struggled up and viciously surrounded Ning Xi. The atmosphere could not have been tenser. "Rongguang, cover Qir's eyes," said Ning Xi calmly. Before his brain could process anything, Zhuang Rongguang's body had already quickly followed Ning Xi's orders as he stumbled over and covered Zhuang Qir's eyes. In the instant Zhuang Rongguang covered Zhuang Qir's eyes, the sound of guns firing filled the empty night sky. The man with the gold chain had his eyes staring wide open as he fell to the ground with a bloody bullet hole in the middle of his forehead. In Ning Xi's hand was a gun, pointing straight at the direction where the man had stood. Chapter 1144, Practically a Monster. In the instant that man fell to the ground with a bloody bullet hole in his forehead, those surrounding Ning Xi had a change in expression. One of them subconsciously touched his waist, and indeed, it was bare. The gun in her hand was his. He did not even realize when she had taken it from him. God damn it. Now, among them were three leaders. One had fainted from this woman's kick the moment she walked in. Another had been punched to a pulp, and the last one had been killed. These three people had recently started making their mark in Imperial. Rumor had it that they were malicious characters in the circle and ran heroin cartels at many casinos. They even had connections for weapons. Yet today they had all fallen by the hand of a woman. If Ning Xi was a lunatic for beating someone up coldly earlier, the current version of her was practically a robot with a gun in hand. She was a heartless, murderous robot, facing human lives. Even if it were ruthless people like them, they would still tremble a little with a gun in their hands. Yet this woman had not hesitated for half a second from the moment she whipped out the gun and aimed to kill. This was no sweet beauty. She was practically a monster. Zhuang Rongguang had covered Zhuang Qir's eyes while he watched Ning Xi kill someone with the gun, his face completely pale at this point. Even though he was born in a military family, this was his first time watching someone kill just a few steps away from him. A life was gone just like that. Under his father and grandfather's influence, he roughly knew that even if someone were incredibly talented in shooting, practicing, and actual gunfire were two different things. Even if it were a professional police or a sniper with years of training, they did not dare to shoot a living person. They even needed a long time of counseling after killing someone for the first time. Nevertheless, no matter if it was before or after shooting, Ning Xi's expression seemed to not have changed at all, as he was suddenly caught in this bloody scene, and seeing a living person killed before him, the fear in Zhuang Rongguang's heart had reached its peak. He felt even more admiration for this woman before him and a strong disdain for himself. Even though he was stupid, he was not entirely clueless. The instant he saw the man holding a gun, he knew that these people were not usual rogues who would not have guns. If it were not for Ning Xi's sharp marksmanship subduing them earlier, they would have counterattacked like mad right now. As for him, not only did he involve his sister, but when she was being violated, he could only watch without any way of retaliating. Xiao Shi. When Zhuang Qi heard the gunshots, her entire being was engulfed in fear. She pushed away Zhuang Rongguang's hand that covered her eyes. When she saw that the person on the ground was the man with the gold chain, while Ning Xi stood in the same spot unharmed, Zhuang Qi felt relieved, and at the same time, her eyes were filled with worry. That shot was Ning Xi? Whore. Why, you're dead. You killed someone. You actually killed someone. One of the other men trembled in fear as he shouted. Chapter 1145. No one leaves tonight. Ning Xi reacted as if she had heard a joke. Her lips curled. So? Should I help you call the police? You. The few men looked at each other and were so pale. They found themselves tongue-tied. When the three men had been drunk, they had bragged that they were the #1 criminal gang on the police's red files, and had even boasted about how many policemen they had killed in pursuits. For this level of fugitives, even if they were caught, they would immediately be executed by a firing squad. How would they dare to call the police? Underground casinos, kidnap and extortion, rape attempts, and sheltering fugitives. All of them would be behind bars. The few of them looked at each other and came up with a conclusion. The woman before them was even more terrifying than the three rogues, so their best plan was to run away. Thus, they started to flee. Before they could run out, a woman's cold voice was heard from behind them. Stop right there. All of them froze. Did I allow you people to leave? The woman's tone was like a call from hell. They were so frightened that they shuddered. Ning Xi lowered her gaze. Her eyes were filled with an animalistic darkness and bloodthirsty excitement before a hunt. She had intentionally not called the police and came here alone. There was no way she would allow them to leave so easily. No one was allowed to leave tonight. Ning Xi's deadly gaze swept across those people. Earlier, who else touched her? No, I didn't either. I swear I didn't touch a single hair of hers. Earlier, it was all of them who caught her and her brother. In that instant, everyone started to panic and swear that they were not involved, almost swearing on all 18 generations of their ancestors. Ning Xi's gaze slowly fell on the rat-faced man, hiding behind several people and trying to sneak off. Earlier, when that tattooed man was tearing apart Kier's clothes, it was he who had helped hold Kier down. When the man noticed Ning Xi's attention on him, he knew things were about to take a bad turn, yet before he even had the time to escape, there was a loud thud on his face. In the next second, a loud wail followed, and the man's wrist turned into a bloody mess as he rolled on the floor from pain. Damn it, you witch. I will kill you. That man's evil bellow came from his guts. He suddenly cursed loudly and then took out his handgun, yet the instant he held it up, it was smacked down by the butt of Ning Xi's gun, and he covered his hand as he rolled on the floor and wailed again. The speed of her gun was inhumanely fast. Beautiful, spare our lives. Big sis, spare our lives. We didn't even touch your friend at all. Really trust us. Those with guns had been crippled. Forget about those unarmed. Now all of them did not even bother to resist. The remaining few just fell to the ground, kneeling one after another. Unfortunately for them, Ning Xi did not look like she was planning to let them off the hook. The murderous air around her had grown stronger as the gun in her hand pointed straight at the rat-faced man's head. Now that the two of his hands were crippled, he had no means of resisting. It was like slaughtering a sheep. Chapter 1146. Xiao Shi, calm down. Big sis. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I don't know anything. I'm just a nobody that runs errands for others. I will do whatever the boss says. When settling disputes, you shouldn't involve third parties. All of this is unrelated to me. That rat-faced man was engulfed by fear at this point, and he started to beg for his life as he saw the gun pointed at him. You touched her. The woman's expression did not falter. That gaze. She really wanted to kill him. I didn't. I just held down the girl's hands. No. I didn't mean to. Please spare me my life. Please. The man's legs were shaking so badly at this point. There was stinky, yellow liquid dripping from the crotch of his trousers. He was so scared that he had actually peed his pants. Ning Xi did not have the patience to listen to his nonsense. Instead, the viciousness in her eyes was losing control from his clamor. Her head kept replaying that image of Zhuang Qier being pushed down by that man to be violated. That image, it was slowly melding with that scene from 5 years ago. Her headache felt like it would split her skull. At the same time, it was getting harder for her to hold back. Ning Xi left her finger on the trigger. She slowly increased its pressure, about to pull the trigger in the next second. At that moment, a pair of soft and warm arms hugged her from the back, breaking through her foggy mind. Xiao Shi. Enough. Calm down. I'm all right. Look at me. Xiao Shi. Calm down, okay? Xiao Shi. The girl's anxious and worried voice rang in her ear. Ning Xi's rigid spine gradually softened, and the bloodlust in her eyes had slowly extinguished as well, returning to a dim calmness. Just as Ning Xi put down her gun, the gangsters quickly grabbed the opportunity and ran out. From the corner of her eye, Ning Xi caught a glance of them, and she raised a hand to fire near one of the guy's foot as he held a box in his arms. The man cried out and was so frightened that his soul almost left him. He respectfully delivered the box to the monster, then stumbled off. He thought to himself, "Damn it, that was 5 million. Never mind. It was more important to stay alive." That box was the 5 million that Zhuang Qier had spent the night gathering. "We've got the money back. Xiaoxi, let's leave this place quickly." Zhuang Qier was afraid that something else would happen, so she quickly urged, "You guys leave first. I need to clean up the place," said Ning Xi. "But you..." Zhuang Qier was obviously worried about leaving her alone. "Go." Ning Xi's gaze was gentle but resolute as she patted Zhuang Qier's shoulder. Then her eyes shot to Zhuang Rongguang. "Come here, hold your sister." "Oh." Zhuang Rongguang got up in a flurry, and because he walked too hastily, he was tripped by the body of the man with the gold chain and almost fell. He made his way to Zhuang Qier and carefully helped her out of the store. Ning Xi cleaned up all traces of her at the scene before calling the police. Usually, in such a situation, the police would just think that there had been a gang fight and a deadly brawl. Besides, when she fought with them, she noticed that the 3 leaders were not common rogues. They had an accent from the drug paradise, Golden Triangle, and were most likely deadly fugitives. How had Zhuang Rongguang provoked these sort of people? Ning Xi did not think further. She quickly left the scene and disappeared into the night. Chapter 1147. Wanted to be someone like that. By the roadside, Zhuang Qier waited restlessly outside the car. She was only relieved when she saw Ning Xi walk out. She quickly walked up to her and called out, "Xiaoxi, let's go." Ning Xi opened the car door for her and quickly helped Zhuang Qier in. Zhuang Rongguang just quietly shrunk into the back seat of the car. Zhuang Qier pulled Ning Xi's windbreaker closely around her and said worriedly, "If I go home like this and bump into the maids, it might be troublesome to explain. Let's go to my place first." Zhuang Qier nodded. Her eyes teared up as she looked at the driving girl. "Xiaoxi, I'm really sorry about tonight. In a moment of desperation, I just sent the message without thinking. Then I started to worry that I would implicate you and something would happen. I have to bear the blame. I'm really sorry." Ning Xi looked at Zhuang Qier through the rearview mirror, her gaze no longer as murderous as it was in the warehouse. Her voice was gentle. "No need to be sorry. I'm very happy that at such a moment, the person you thought of was me." As she looked at Ning Xi's gentle expression, Zhuang Qier felt an indescribable feeling. She took out a tissue and helped Ning Xi wipe off the blood splatter on her cheeks. "But, Ning Xi, how did you come so quickly? I've been outstationed for work these few days. I just got on a flight back to Imperial tonight, and I saw your message on the way home from the airport. Thankfully, the cab was not too far away from you at that time. Or else, if she had been a little later, she dared not to imagine what would have happened." Zhuang Qier understood, then she looked worried again. "Xiaoxi, would this affect you or anything? After all, you have just..." Ning Xi tilted her head and gave Zhuang Qier a look of assurance. "Trust my capabilities of erasing traces." Zhuang Qier nodded. She had an unconditional trust in the person before her. In the back seat, Zhuang Rongguang stared at Ning Xi with an absent-minded expression. His eyes, there was a certain yearning and longing that he had not noticed himself. He wanted to be someone like this. A person that others could rely on. For the people around him to trust and rely on without reservations. He wanted to be a real man. Half an hour later, Ning Xi arrived outside her bungalow. Inside the house, Ning Xi immediately found a clean set of clothes for Zhuang Qier. "Go and take a hot shower. Change out of your clothes." After Zhuang Qier left to shower, Zhuang Rongguang stood in the living room at a loss. He thought that with Ning Xi's temperament, she would have berated him endlessly, and maybe even beat him up, so he was prepared to face it all. At last, Ning Xi did not scold him. She did not even look at him as if he was invisible. He was being completely ignored. Ning Xi's indifferent attitude made him feel even worse than being scolded or beaten up. A while later, Zhuang Qier was done with her shower. Ning Xi let Steamed Bun bring the first aid kit over, then called Zhuang Qier to sit down beside her. "Come here, let me look at your wounds." Ning Xi just skimmed her body slightly and saw all the shocking signs of force on Zhuang Qier's wrists and neck. It was even starker on her pale white skin, and this had yet to include the bruises under her clothes. Chapter 1148. Are you still a man? When she saw Ning Xi's increasingly ghastly expression with some hints of those uncontrollable emotions at the warehouse, Zhuang Qi quickly held her hand and consoled. Xiao Shi, it's okay. They're just small bruises. Though, when she heard these words, Ning Xi's expression did not calm down. Were these really just small bruises? To any woman, such an incident would cause trauma and even cast fear across a person's life. It could not be measured by the number of external wounds. Furthermore, this was Zhuang Qi, a simple, innocent, and well-protected girl who had never been wronged like this, yet she had met with such a horrific incident. Thankfully, she had come in time, and those people did not get away with it, or else she would not have let go of any of them. She would even chop Zhuang Rongguang into pieces. Ning Xi took a deep breath and restrained the aura around her that wanted to wreak havoc. She lightly put medication on Zhuang Qi's wounds. It hurts a little, bear with it for a while. Zhuang Qi was afraid that Ning Xi would lose control again, so she did not dare to cry out even if it hurt. She repeatedly consoled her instead. It's okay, it doesn't hurt that much. In the corner, Zhuang Rongguang, who had not spoken a word since the warehouse, stared stunned at the horrific bruises on Zhuang Qi's body. In his head, he kept replaying that scene of Zhuang Qi being assaulted while he was helpless. The dark clouds that shrouded him grew increasingly dense. The air pressure was increasingly low and, at last, it was as if he had finally reached his breaking point. He suddenly exploded. Zhuang Rongguang balled his fists so hard that they creaked and his upper shoulders were shaking ferociously. In the quiet living room, his stammering sobs and whimpers were heard. They were akin to the sounds a trapped beast made, and it was getting louder and louder. When she heard the sound behind her, Ning Xi paused putting medication on Zhuang Qi and turned to look at the youth who was crying his eyes out uncontrollably. To be honest, the person she wanted to kill most in the storehouse was Zhuang Rongguang. The reason why she had not said a single word to Zhuang Rongguang or even glanced at him once was that she was afraid she would lose control. With her temperament, it was a waste of space to leave such dregs here. Ning Xi treated the last wound on Zhuang Qi before she put down the medication in her hand, closed the first aid kit, and looked up calmly at the young boy. Zhuang Rongguang, you want freedom, want to be at ease and unrestrained. You want a life that isn't being controlled by anyone, don't you? Well then, let me tell you that it doesn't matter if you smoke, drink, fight, race, or gamble. That's right, these are all free for you to do. You're already 18 years old, you're an adult, so you have a right to choose your own life. Even your parents have no right to plan your future. You can do whatever you want to do. When she said this, Ning Xi's eyes suddenly turned cold. But the prerequisite for all of this is that you must have the goddamned capability to take the burden of your choices and its consequences. If you can't, then stop telling people to stop intervening your life while doing things that make your closest kin worry for you. To let a helpless girl gather 5 million and rush to that chaotic and dangerous place late at night to pay your ransom. Ask yourself, are you still a man? Zhuang Rongguang choked on his sobs and walked to Zhuang Qi with a tear-stained face, then knelt down and started slapping his face. Sis, sorry. Chapter 1149. Sleep with me tonight. I'm sorry, sis, no more next time. Seeing her brother cry in front of her, her chest tightened, but she felt helpless at the same time. She witnessed how her brother had gradually become like this. She already had no hopes for him and did not expect him to be extremely successful in the future. She just wished that he could live happily and safely, but now, he had just almost lost his life. She had no idea what to do with this brother of hers. She saw her brother's regretful expression. Yuti still held no faith in him. He might even return to his old ways in the next few days. Who knew? Because of Ning Xi's provocation, he invested his time and effort in shooting practice, but it did not last for long. Zhuang Qi's unsaid words were condensed into one plain sentence. Get up. Don't go to places like that ever again. Zhuang Rongguang nodded. He wiped his tears away and stood up. What happened to your friends, Sun Bin and Liang Haoqiang? Are they all right? Zhuang Qi suddenly remembered them and asked Zhuang Rongguang. Based on her knowledge, Zhuang Rongguang was best friends with them. Both of them were infamous rich brats in Imperial and were always up to nothing good. The three of them always looked for trouble, so they must have been involved this time as well. When Zhuang Rongguang heard those two names, his expression changed. The two of them, they disappeared a long time ago and had not even called him up till now. They did not even care about whether he was alive or not. Their family stopped supporting them financially. He could still get a little money from his sister, and he always shared his cash with them, thinking that his good deeds earned him two true friends, yet they had just taken him for granted. He was being treated as a huge fool. Zhuang Qi could somewhat guess what had happened from his expression. She sighed and did not ask anymore. They had most probably ran away and left him there. She had already told him not to befriend them, but he would get angry every time she spoke to him about it. He would say that she was disrespecting his friends. In the end, they would end up being unhappy about it, and he would stay outside for several nights. So now, do you guys want to go back or stay here for the night? Ning Xi asked. Xiao Shi, can I stay here for one night? Zhuang Qi asked. Ning Xi nodded. Of course. Zhuang Qi felt happy. Then, I'll message my nanny. Zhuang Rongguang then raised his hand. I want to stay here too. Can I? Sis, Ning Xi. Ning Xi looked at him expressionlessly. Sofa. Zhuang Rongguang replied almost instantly. No problem. I don't even mind sleeping on the floor. I'll watch the door for you. Qi, sleep with me tonight. Ning Xi told Zhuang Qi. Okay. Zhuang Qi was glad about it. They then went into the bedroom. Ning Xi arranged the bed sheets, and the both of them lay on the bed. To avoid Zhuang Qi from having nightmares later, Ning Xi kept talking to her about some relaxing topics to distract her from what had happened earlier. Zhuang Qi lay on the soft and comfy bed with the gentle and sweet girl beside her. With her soft words drifting into her ears, all her leftover fear was gone. Chapter 1150. Such a brother. What a wonderful feeling to have a friend to share worries with, and to share a bed together. Xiao Shi, thank you so much. I'm really not scared anymore. I was pretty scared and in despair at first, but I'm really glad that you came. It's all right now. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Zhuang Qi eased Ning Xi's worries as she was comforting her. All right then, let's go to sleep. Good night. At night, the two girls slept beside each other. Although Ning Xi closed her eyes, she did not fall asleep until a stable breathing sound came from beside her. Zhuang Qi slept peacefully with a warm expression on her face and no signs of fear or any symptoms of a nightmare. Ning Xi's worried heart eased. That was fortunate. She did not want to see another one like herself. She tried her best to avoid something like this from happening, so she comforted Zhuang Qi as if she was saving her former self. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ning Xi shifted her body up slightly. Come in. The door opened, and Zhuang Rongguang came in quietly. Sis Shi, is my sister asleep? I. Zhuang Rongguang looked at Ning Xi cautiously. Sis Shi, can I talk to you for a bit? Ning Xi looked at him and left the bed. In the living room, Zhuang Rongguang was standing awkwardly in front of Ning Xi. He quickly took a chair and gestured to Ning Xi. Please sit, Sis Shi. He then got her a glass of water before standing in front of her awkwardly again. He did not know how to initiate a conversation with her. Ning Xi took a sip of water from the glass and glanced at the young man. Speak your mind. Zhuang Rongguang chewed on his lip. After some time, he spoke quietly. Sis Shi, can I still be saved? Ning Xi studied him. He seemed like a nervous young man awaiting his life sentence. The world will save the one who wants to save himself. Now that you're still here and asking me this question, there's still hope for you. Zhuang Rongguang's tensed-up back relaxed a little and his eyes watered. I know about the story of the boy who cried wolf. I understand that no matter what I say, no one will believe me again. But this time, I will prove myself through my actions. Zhuang Rongguang looked at Ning Xi shyly. Sis Shi, I want to become a man like you in the future. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Your ambition? Wait, she was a woman, all right. Sis Shi, what were you doing before? Are you really just a normal actress? Zhuang Rongguang asked her curiously. Ning Xi's eyes brightened. What if I said no? Zhuang Rongguang was a little taken aback. Then he said with determination, no matter who you were before, good or bad, you're treating my sister so well and have helped us so much. You're a good person in my heart. Moreover, giving the enemy kindness is being cruel to yourself. You became my brother when you opened fire. Thank you. Chapter 1151. Two people in bed. Late at night, in a high-class villa area in Imperial, Ning Xi was walking around her living room with an annoyed and angered expression. I've waited for a whole night, and now you tell me there's been an accident. You told me that nothing would go wrong. I don't have to teach you how to do things, do I? There are so many of you and you can't handle Zhuang Qi, a girl, and the useless Zhuang Rongguan. Is this how you handle things? Brat, you assured us that Zhuang Qi would never tell anyone from the Zhuang family for the sake of her brother, and now my team is all gone. Obviously, someone from the Zhuangs assisted them. I've lost 3 men in this matter, and now you're yelling at me? The voice from the other side of the phone sounded very angry. Anyway, it was your lack of capability that caused this. You have to settle this for me. It was already a risk when you insisted on going against someone from the Zhuang family. Now that we've made them alarmed, you still want me to be involved further? We're done. The phone call ended. You? Hey. Ning Xi threw her phone aside with a frustrated expression. The next morning, the sun was bright and birds were singing in the sky. Pink flower petals drifted over all the way from the mountain, leaving a light aroma of blossoms in the air. The usually late Zhuang Rongguan actually woke up early today. He quietly drove to a famous breakfast shop in Imperial and bought breakfast for the ladies back home. A while after Zhuang Rongguan had left, a black Maybach parked outside. Tingxiao came out of the car. He went to the back seat and helped his son down. The moment the little bun got down, he ran towards the door. He stopped as he reached the entrance. He was not tall enough to reach the password lock. The little guy went to his father embarrassingly and opened his arms wide, signaling to his father that he needed help. Tingxiao just looked at his son questioningly. He crossed his arms and did nothing. His intention was obvious. Call me father. The smart little bun, of course, understood. He pouted and his eyes screamed with anger. The little guy suddenly took out a small black controller. After clicking on it a few times, the door was opened from the inside. Welcome back, the cutest and mommy's favorite little master. The robot steamed bun greeted. The little bun patted its head, then glanced at his father cheekily. Tingxiao smiled, his eyes doting on his son. It surely was troublesome to have a smart child, but it was his genes in the little guy after all. As the door opened, the little bun quickly ran in. Tingxiao saw his son carefully opened his mother's bedroom door, but oddly, instead of going in, he stood there hesitantly. What happened? Tingxiao went over and took a look. He then saw 2 lumps of figures on Ning Xi's bed. There were 2 people in bed. Chapter 1152. Damn it, listen to me, my dear wife. Ning Xi slept soundly with Zhuang Qi beside her in Ning Xi's pajamas. She was cuddling with Ning Xi. Tingxiao's expression turned dark instantly. She had gone out for work till late at night. Not only did she not see him, she had slept with another woman. Probably due to the strong aura of hatred emanating from Tingxiao, Zhuang Qi woke up. She saw Tingxiao by the door and was shocked. Ning Xi woke up as well. The moment she saw Tingxiao, her expression changed. She sat up and said, Damn it. Listen to me, my dear wife. Tingxiao was speechless. Ning Xi felt that something was off about what she just said. She was dazed. It was all Zhuang Rongguan's fault. He kept calling her a man and a bro. She almost thought she was really a man. Ning Xi cleared her throat and returned to her usual self. Boss, why are you here? My little bun is here too. Wait for me outside. I'll be there soon. The little bun nodded obediently and went to the living room. Tingxiao pinched the space between his eyebrows. I'll leave you guys to change first. He then slowly closed the door. As Ning Xi was picking out clothes for herself and Zhuang Qi, she saw Zhuang Qi not looking very happy, so she asked nervously, Qi, what's wrong? Zhuang Qi looked at Ning Xi and mumbled, For some reason, I think Tingxiao hates me. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Just ignore him. As long as I like you. Zhuang Qi nodded with a smile. While Ning Xi acted tough on the outside, her heart was throbbing fast. Apparently, the devil was being jealous again. After Ning Xi finished changing, she went to the living room. The little bun went up to her quickly. Ning Xi held him up happily and kissed his soft little cheeks. My little bun, I really missed you. Give me a kiss. She glanced at the cold Tingxiao on the sofa. After she was done with the little bun, she slowly went up to Tingxiao. She kissed the man's lips and in a volume that little bun could not hear. She said, Of course, I miss my sweetheart even more. Tingxiao's expression was still pretty gloomy, but he felt much better listening to the girl's sweet words. Still, he did not forget about the important issue at hand. If I'm not mistaken, it was already midnight when you reached Imperial last night. It did not make sense that Zhuang Qi would appear here at that time. At the same time, Tingxiao's eyes landed on the sofa on the opposite. There were obvious traces that someone had slept on it. The doorbell rang just then. Could it be Zhuang Rongguang? Ning Xi went up and opened the door. Just as she thought, it was Zhuang Rongguang. Sis Xi, I bought you both breakfast. Ning Xi scratched her head, then reported what happened to Tingxiao like a primary school kid reporting her homework to the homeroom teacher. Actually, Zhuang Rongguang was in trouble and angered Chief Zhuang again. So Kier brought him over here just for the night. Chapter 1153, Rumored Fear of Wife? As Zhuang Rongguang heard her, he went along with her. He then looked at Tingxiao nervously. Pardon my intrusion, brother-in-law Xi. Tingxiao's expression obviously softened when he heard how Zhuang Rongguang addressed him. Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief when the emergency was settled. She subtly signaled a good job sign to Zhuang Rongguang. Zhuang Rongguang's expression was indescribable. After knowing her for so long, she had always acted arrogantly. This was the first time seeing her so afraid of someone. So, was this the rumored fear of wife? Zhuang Rongguang had a lot of plastic bags in his hands. He bought a wide variety of breakfast, more than enough for the 5 of them to eat. Sis, have some buns. I bought your favorite crab meat bun from Restaurant Yixing. You can't get them even if you went and queued up for it. Luckily, the owner recognized me and reserved a box for me. Zhuang Rongguang then passed Zhuang Qi a colorful little box. He then went up to Ning Xi. Sis Xi, I'm not sure about what you like to eat, so I bought some of everything. Just eat whatever you like. I bought these from the famous shops in the city. Zhuang Rongguang was really familiar with these sort of things. These were popular items from the renowned restaurants in Imperial, and you would not be able to get them if you did not go early enough to queue up for it. Thank you. Ning Xi gave the little bun his favorite shrimp bun, then fed the devil beside her a slice of fried pancake. Boss, you've probably never tried this before. Take a bite, it's really delicious. She was feeding him personally. Seeing how the girl was treating him, the devil was happy now, so he took a bite. How's it? Good, Ning Xi asked. Brother-in-law Xi, while it's really cheap, that's the best fried pancake in town. Not bad. He did not care where was it from. It tasted good because his wife was feeding him. While they were having breakfast, Zhuang Rongguang could not take his eyes off Tingxiao. He felt more respectful towards Tingxiao as compared to Ning Xi. He had heard about Tingxiao from before. When he realized that his family might arrange his sister to get married to him, he simply thought that Tingxiao was just a richer businessman. His perspective was totally changed now. To be able to tame Sis Xi and make her act like a real woman meant he could not be just an ordinary person. He was really curious. How did he do that? After breakfast, the siblings prepared to leave as they knew Ning Xi had just returned from workout station. So they did not want to bother their family time. Before they left, Zhuang Rongguang went up to Tingxiao when Ning Xi was talking to Zhuang Qi. He asked the question he was pondering about over breakfast. Well, brother-in-law Xi, can I ask you something? Sure. I'm just a little curious. How did you manage to handle Sis Xi? Zhuang Rongguang was like a student awaiting enlightenment. Tingxiao glanced at the young man as he gave the question some thought. Zhuang Rongguang waited for his reply patiently. Tingxiao replied after a while, with my beauty. Zhuang Rongguang was speechless. Chapter 1154, Overnight Growth. At the Zhuang residence, after Zhuang Qi and Zhuang Rongguang reached home, Zhuang Rongguang spent some time and effort to find his long-lost school bag. All the textbooks inside were almost brand new. There was even a new English dictionary and an electronic dictionary. The stationery was well prepared. It was all thanks to Zhuang Qi. Zhuang Rongguang swept the dust off the bag, then took out a new set of uniform which he had never worn before from his messy wardrobe. On the school badge was Hongwen High School. After he found his uniform and bag, Zhuang Rongguang took a shaver. He went into the toilet and trimmed his most treasured hair, letting it fall into the flat hairstyle that he hated the most. He wiped off the bits and pieces of hair on his neck. Zhuang Rongguang stared into the mirror and looked at himself for a long time, his eyes tearing up. He took a deep breath and forced his tears back in. Then, he went back to his bedroom, put on his uniform, and picked up his school bag. Zhuang Rongwang closed his bedroom door and left his bedroom. As he passed by Zhuang Qir's room, he stopped. He looked at the weak-looking yet always protective sister and called her, "Sis." Zhuang Qir was folding the laundry in her room. She turned around as she heard someone calling her. To her amazement, she whispered when she saw who was at the door, "You, Rongwang." The young man stood up straight. He had put on his blue school uniform and slung his bag over his shoulder. His clean, short hair made him look freshened up. The light in his eyes especially made him look like the rising sun. This was her brother? Although he was still the same person, he also felt like totally different. She had never seen him like this. Zhuang Qir almost could not recognize him. She did not know how to react. Zhuang Rongwang greeted his sister. "Sis, I'll be going to school now." Zhuang Qir returned to her senses. She just replied instinctively, "Oh, okay. It's still early now. Be careful on the road." Okay." Zhuang Rongwang nodded. He looked at Zhuang Qir and seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just left. "Sis," she said it. A man should walk the walk and not just talk. Zhuang Qir still felt surreal. She quickly went to the balcony to look out. She had really seen her brother walk out. In his uniform with his school bag, her eyes welled up. The 18-year-old young man seemed to have grown up overnight. At Hongwen High School in Imperial, Zhuang Rongwang was actually pretty handsome, but his old look was intimidating and he always looked for trouble everywhere. Thus no one liked to be near him. With his new short haircut, Zhuang Rongwang went to school. He walked past the green blinds with his hands in his pockets. He attracted a lot of attention on the road, especially from the high school girls, who were all discussing him. "Wow, who's that guy? He looks so cool." "I don't know. I've never seen him before. How can I not know about such a hot guy in our school? Ugh, why does he look a little like Zhuang Rongwang?" "Zhuang Rongwang? You mean that troublemaker? Are you kidding me?" More and more people talked about him. Finally, a girl was impatient. "This is stupid. We'll know the moment we call his name." She then raised her voice and yelled, "Hey, Zhuang Rongwang! Zhuang Rongwang!" Zhuang Rongwang turned around as he heard someone call out his name. "What?" Chapter 1155, Get Lost. The students' jaws fell when they heard his reply. "Wow, that's really Zhuang Rongwang. Did he go for plastic surgery? Can plastic surgery fix his brain as well? Ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe it can even cure his stupidity." Everyone roared with laughter. With Zhuang Rongwang's former attitude, he would have already punched the person in the face, but because of his near-death experience last night, he felt his former self had been so childish that he almost wanted to give himself a tight slap in the face. They were right. He had been pretty stupid before. Zhuang Rongwang just stayed quiet when people laughed at him. He turned around and walked to class to everyone's surprise. What's happening? Did he eat something wrong? Maybe he argued with his family. That's not something new. He's just a useless guy. I think he was probably triggered by something. No point guessing. Isn't it good that we have another handsome guy in our school? I'll leave handsome Zhang to you. I'm on my way to the new target. The whole day of classes took a toll on Zhuang Rongwang. Because he never really paid attention in class, he had no idea what was happening. It was like he was listening to some foreign language, and he felt like he was being tortured. Finally, school ended. The young man looked a little disappointed, but he was not about to give up yet. By the school entrance, there were two people with weird clothes and odd hairstyles. They had cigarettes between their fingers and were puffing while looking at the students walk out. One of them whipped out his phone and made a call. "Hey Xiaoguang, where are you? Why's your phone switched off all the time?" Opposite you. Zhuang Rongwang looked at his former best friends right outside the school entrance. Sunbin looked around to see a guy with a phone by his ear and his cigarette dropped out of his mouth. "You Xiaoguang." Zhuang Rongwang ended the call and walked up to them. "What's up?" Sunbin and Liang Haoqiang looked at each other in disbelief. "Xiaoguang, are you alright?" Zhuang Rongwang looked at the time on his phone impatiently. "If you have something to tell me, then just say it or else. I'm going home." "Hey, Xiaoguang. Are you angry about what happened last night? We really couldn't do anything. Where could we have gotten so much money? By the way, how did you get out of it? Did your sister bring the money over?" Sunbin asked. "Did you ask more from your sister? Let's go and win some back. You must be able to do it. You have good luck." Liang Haoqiang was excited. Last night, when he was abandoned by the both of them, he thought countless times that he would bash them up the moment he saw them. But now, he felt that he did not want to waste any time and effort on them. If he had really been betrayed by his brothers, he might really get angry. But the two of them, were they even his friends? Get lost. Zhuang Rongguang spun on his heel and left. Chapter 1156. Who did it? At the Zhuang residence. Recently, a few of Zhuang Liaoyuan's old friends came to Imperial for work. Since it was such a rare opportunity, Zhuang Liaoyuan invited them to his house. Zhuang Qi served the guests, then ordered the servants to prepare dinner. A middle-aged man with a 3-star rank greeted. Warmly, how's the old chief? My father's recovering in the military caretaking center recently. He's still going strong. Zhuang Liaoyuan replied as he served them tea. Is your wife not back yet? I've already requested to the higher-ups, but I guess I won't get an easy approval. Fortunately, you still have Kier with you. She's become even more beautiful after a few years. Who knows which kid will be lucky enough to be with her in a few years. I bet Liaoyuan won't let her daughter get married so easily. Ha. Zhuang Liaoyuan was very proud of his daughter. His wife worked as a military scientist, and her job required a high level of secrecy, so she stayed in the laboratory mostly and gave almost all of her time to her career and country. He, on the other hand, spent most of his time in the army, and Kier handled most of the things at home. Oh, how's Rongguang? One of them asked. The moment he said it, the others looked at him nervously and shook their heads. His son was a taboo topic. That person forgot about it and felt a little awkward, but he could not take his words back now. Zhuang Liaoyuan felt a little bitter looking at his comrade's awkward expression. He did not really care about keeping up his reputation anymore because it had all been ruined by Zhuang Rongguang. Even he had already given up, even with his strong personality. Rongguang, he's still like his old self. Zhuang Liaoyuan replied. What a helpless remark. Right, I have big news this year. Do you guys still remember the 3 drug lords who escaped 4 years back? Mr. K, Poison Eye, and Dragon Head. One of them changed the topic. Yeah, what about them? This topic caught everyone's attention. All of them were caught. Mr. K is injured severely. His face is nearly destroyed. Dragon Head was killed with a gunshot to his head. Poison Eye is slightly better. He just had a concussion. They're all in prison now. Really? Zhuang Liaoyuan was really interested. Who did it? The person wasn't found. The crime scene was at a relatively remote area. No witnesses, no security cameras. We asked a few of their henchmen, but they said they drank too much and fought among themselves. Even Mr. K and Poison Eye said so, although the evidence didn't show otherwise. But I feel that something isn't right. Who cares? No matter whether they fight within themselves or someone else did it. It's a good thing. It's because of the 3 of them that we lost 2 good comrades. As Zhuang Liaoyuan chatted happily in the living room, there was a familiar voice from behind him. I'm back. Is Rongguang back? Everyone looked towards the entrance. Chapter 1157. Did he lose his mind? Did he come back this early? Zhuang Liaoyuan was suspicious. That brat always came back late and was not home recently. Normally, he would have returned even later than usual. He turned around and was about to nag him. You still know this is your home, huh? But the words could not come out. The boy entered in his school uniform and his school bag. With a cleanly cropped haircut, he looked exactly like a healthy high school boy. Was this his son? Not only Zhuang Liaoyuan, his comrades were shocked as well. The last time they saw him, he had hair longer than a girl's and always wore striking colored outfits like a disco ball. This young man in front of them was way too different from what they remembered. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Ling, Uncle Zhang. Zhuang Rongguang greeted the guests. They returned to their senses. It's really Rongguang. I almost couldn't recognize him. Me too, Liaoyuan. What do you mean like his old self? He looks totally different. He's really grown up. Like father, like son. While Zhuang Liaoyuan had a lot of questions, it was not the time to ask, so he just casually commented. Stop praising him just because he looks like a human being now. At dinner, Zhuang Rongguang acted obediently the whole time. He used to hate dinner like these with many older people around. He would usually eat very little and quickly retreat to his room. However, this time he actually finished the entire meal and sent the guests to the door after dinner. After the guests left, and before Zhuang Liaoyuan could ask anything, the young man went up to his father. Father, I need your help for something. Zhuang Liaoyuan raised his eyebrows. So he was up to something. He acted obediently because he needed something, but he really invested a lot this time. He had even cut his most precious hair. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression darkened a little. He decided that if Zhuang Rongwang mentioned anything about going on an adventure, he would disown him and let him be. Say, what is it? Zhuang Liaoyuan said coldly in the study room. The young man stood in front of his father. He glanced at his father's silver-streaked hair nervously before taking a deep breath. Father, I'd like you to hire a tutor for me, or send me to a tuition class. My exams are in a few months' time. I know with my grades now, it's impossible to get into any university. Forcing me into a university will be a waste of time as well. So I'd like to join the army first, then I'll study while training. Next year, I'll go to military school. Zhuang Liaoyuan was stunned when he heard the first sentence and was dumbfounded when Zhuang Rongwang finished. Zhuang Liaoyuan tried to organize his thoughts. He asked, "What did you say just now? You want to join the army and go to military school? You want me to hire you a tutor? Tuition classes?" Did he lose his mind? Chapter 1158. I deserve it. Yes. The young man replied in a determined tone. His expression did not look like he was joking. Why do you suddenly have this thought? How can I believe that you're not just acting at the spur of the moment, or is this just a bad joke? Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression looked serious. The young man clenched his teeth. Father, I'm serious about it. As for why, you know that I've never really had any huge ambitions. I just don't want people around me to worry about me. I also hope that I can protect the people I love if anything happens. I want to be someone you can rely on, and not just someone to be protected. Zhuang Liaoyuan was truly surprised by his son's words. If Zhuang Rongwang said something like, "I want to protect my country and make my family proud," he would never believe it. But yet he had uttered these. As Zhuang Liaoyuan was thinking it through, Zhuang Rongwang took out a scary long whip and gave it to his father. Father, I actually wanted to follow sister's advice and hide it from you, but I can't just let it be. The young man's body trembled as he remembered what happened last night. Last night, I tried to get money on my own to leave the house, so I listened to Sun Bin and Liang Haoqiang. I went to the casino and was cheated. I lost $5 million. What did you say? Zhuang Liaoyuan smacked the table furiously as his expression changed. Zhuang Rongwang put the whip on the table and continued. They aren't local, and there were a lot of them. I was actually expecting Sun Bin and Liang Haoqiang to come back with the money to save me, but in the end, they abandoned me. Expecting the two of them to save you. Zhuang Liaoyuan's expression darkened. How can my son be so stupid? I did something even more stupid afterwards. Zhuang Rongwang's voice went hoarse. I dared not call home. Without any more ideas, I called Sis. You bastard. Zhuang Liaoyuan threw his teacup away as uneasy thoughts suddenly floated in his mind. He freaked out. What happened to your sister last night? Tell me. If something had not happened to Kier, there was no way he would change so drastically all of a sudden. With his experience, he could easily imagine what had happened last night. The moment he thought about what Kier might have gone through, his mind went haywire. Sis brought the money over, but they did not fulfill their promise. They wanted her to stay with them for the night. In the next moment, Zhuang Liaoyuan whipped the young man harshly. Zhuang Rongwang fell to the floor. The door was open from outside. Zhuang Kier rushed in and stopped her father from hitting Zhuang Rongwang. Rongwang, didn't I tell you not to tell father? What happened to you? Zhuang Rongwang's face went pale from the pain. Sis, I don't want to hide behind you anymore. I'll be responsible. I deserve it. Chapter 1159. Become someone like Sis Shi. Here, go away. I'll surely kill this bastard today. Zhuang Liaoyuan was totally blinded by his rage. I shouldn't have let you go the last time. And now you made your sister. Why did he not kill this bastard last time? Why? Zhuang Liaoyuan drowned in his feelings of guilt. He blamed himself for how useless he was. If his wife came back, how could he be responsible for this? And his father? He wanted to kill himself right away. Zhuang Kier yelled loudly as she realized her father had gone berserk. Father, I'm all right. I'm okay. Nothing happened last night. Zhuang Liaoyuan did not believe her. With his eyes wide, he roared. How could nothing have happened? Why would he kneel in front of me now? Go away, Kier. I'm telling the truth, father. It's true that I was almost violated by the bad guys last night, but then Xiaoxi came and saved both of us. We stayed for the night at Xiaoxi's place last night and only came back this morning. You can ask Xiaoxi if you don't believe me. Xiaoxi? Zhuang Liaoyuan was shocked. Yes, father, The 3 drug lords you discussed with your friends today was probably the 3 from last night. Xiao Shi killed one of them with a gun she took from them, and another one passed out from fighting. As for the last one, his face was almost destroyed because when Xiao Shi reached the scene, she saw he was bullying me, so she beat him up really badly. It should be the 3 of them in the news, Zhuang Qi explained to him as fast as possible. Zhuang Liaoyuan's uncontrollable anger cooled off a little. What you just said, is it true? Yes. Father, if something really happened to me last night, would I still be here today? Zhuang Qi explained logically. Zhuang Liaoyuan's tensed-up expression softened a little as he finally believed his daughter. Zhuang Qi then told his father about what happened last night in detail. She then asked worriedly, Father, will anything happen to Xiao Shi? She killed a person after all. I'm really worried that she might be charged. Zhuang Liaoyuan replied coldly. What can happen? Even if something were to happen to her, I will ensure her safety. Zhuang Qi felt assured now. Xiao Shi would definitely be safe since her father gave her his word. Now, Zhuang Liaoyuan understood why the gang had lied and said they drank too much and fought among themselves. They wanted to save their face and not admit that a little girl had defeated them. As for the henchmen, they had probably gone along with the lie after they saw how powerful Ning Xi was last night. Get up. You should be grateful that your sister is okay. If not, I'd have killed you no matter how regretful you feel. Zhuang Liaoyuan said coldly. Zhuang Rongguang covered his bleeding shoulder. With Zhuang Qi's help, he stood up slowly. So, this is why you suddenly changed? Zhuang Liaoyuan asked. Zhuang Rongguang nodded. I want to be someone like Sis Shi. If you become 100th of her, I would be extremely grateful. Zhuang Liaoyuan sneered at him. Chapter 1160. What had she been through? Now, I owe that girl another one again, Zhuang Liaoyuan sighed. Zhuang Qi was really grateful for Ning Xi. It was the first time she met someone like Ning Xi. If someone treated her just a little nicer, Zhuang Qi would do anything to repay them. Zhuang Liaoyuan studied his son. I'll make arrangements for what you mentioned just now as long as you're determined to change. Also, it's Saturday tomorrow, so spend some time with your grandfather at the care center. Let him worry less about you. As for what happened last night, you can tell him about it, but don't tell him like how you broke it to me. I almost killed you instantly. You know your grandfather has a heart condition. I understand. I know what to say. Okay, go and take care of your wound. At midnight, Zhuang Liaoyuan stood beside the window. He gazed outside with a complicated expression. Let's hope that the child will really grow up this time. Many people mature after experiencing some life-changing events. As for Ning Xi, for her to be where she is now, what has she gone through? The next day, at History's main office in Imperial, Ning Xi did not look very happy. David and several other core members were also present. Besides the Zhuang family drama being ruined, History was also not doing well. The quality of their latest product was especially far weaker than before. Even though the design department would release new designs from time to time, it was getting worse. Spirit and the fashion media would pressure them. David was the most uneasy one among everyone present. As the head of the design department, of course, he understood the main issue lay with him. If History had no more high-quality designs, Spirit would overtake them soon enough. Is there anything you'd like to say? Ning Xi suddenly turned around and looked at David. Boss, actually. As David was about to come up with an explanation, Ning Xi interrupted him. I don't need your explanation, I just want results. Ning Xi sounded indifferent. Spirit's recent designs are becoming more and more popular. They're taking a really huge hit at History. Spirit's business is growing bigger and bigger. What is the design department doing? That's right. In the end, the one that put us up at the top spot is the design department, and all these responsibilities should fall under you. David, since you're the design director, one of the members said. David glared at that person, then turned towards Ning Xi as he was freaking out. Did you find the person I asked you to? Ning Xi asked. David knew who Ning Xi was talking about. It was the genius from Italy, Han Xiao. However, putting Han Xiao and fashion design together was odd, and people had already forgotten about him long ago. Who knew if he was still as good as before? Moreover, David did not want to be near that crazy guy, so he had not really paid much attention to it when Ning Xi mentioned it previously. Of course, most importantly, he was worried that his position would be affected. To look for a designer that was surely better than him, and with such a troublesome character spelt trouble for him. Chapter 1161. Good luck. However, now, he had to compromise. If history was toppled, he would be done for too. Boss, I know how I can find Han Xiao. Give me 2 days, but even if I can contact him, I can't guarantee that he will help us. David understood Han Xiao a little. To hire someone as unpredictable as him to help history was not an easy task. As long as he's capable, we'll fulfill whatever requirement he needs, said Ning Xi. Okay, boss, I understand. David nodded and then left. After he went out, David took out his phone, checked his phone log, and made a call. Hey David, what's up? A cheerful voice came from the other side of the phone. Jill, I need help with something, David said. The great designer David needs something from me. What is it? Jill, do you remember that Italian Chinese called Han Xiao? David went straight to the point and told him that he wanted to find Han Xiao. There was an awkward silence after David blurted out Han Xiao's name. After a while, Jill cautioned, David, I was once in the same class as Han Xiao. He studied design just for fun. You don't understand that maniac at all. You have to stay away from him, David. I'm not kidding. Jill, that maniac, what did he do? David could hear her tone of fear when he mentioned Han Xiao. Han Xiao was on the blacklist of the underground powers in several countries. You could never imagine the things he did. That crazy dude once offended an Italian mafia gang, and they sent hundreds of men to kill him, but the hundreds of men vanished that night. They couldn't find them up until now. David was shocked and stopped in his tracks. That's not all. The next night, that maniac finished off the whole mafia. The gang leader and core members were all found dead in their villa. It was reported that their internal organs were all removed with a scalpel and a few of them were stitched together. There's even a mural of a grave on the wall. Who did it? Was it Han Xiao? David whispered. Who knows? People were saying it was Han Xiao who did it, but there was no proof. If it's really Han Xiao, nobody knows how he even brought down the whole gang in just one night. He even finished off the boss and the core members. David felt a chill travel down his spine as he swore to himself that he never wanted to have anything to do with that maniac. Unfortunately, for Ning Xi, he still had to look for him. Jill, do you have Han Xiao's contact? David sighed. Okay, David, I'll give you his contact number. Good luck. After he ended the call, and having finally got his hands on Han Xiao's contact number, he felt uneasy. Following some consideration, he was too afraid to call the maniac, so he sent Han Xiao a text. Haha, Han Xiao bro, I'm David. Do you remember Ma? A notification soon lit up David's phone. Who's your Ma? Chapter 1162. We'd like your help. Damn it. He felt nervous when he thought of the terrible rumors of Han Xiao. So he had typed in terror and made a typo, putting Ma instead of me. Bro Han Xiao. I mean, do you remember me? I'm David, a friend of Jill's. We've met before in Italy. David retyped his message multiple times, then picked the one he thought was most suitable to send. Oh, David, I don't know you. David felt a little awkward staring at his reply. They had really met before in Italy. In fact, he had sat right beside Jill. Haha, bro Han Xiao, you must be too busy. We did meet before. You're coursemates with Jill, aren't you? I'm a good friend of hers. Even though Han Xiao had forgotten about him, he could not have forgotten about Jill. What's the matter? Han Xiao replied. Bro Han Xiao, I found out that you're in Imperial now. So am I. How coincidental. I'd like to meet you to catch up. David struggled to send this message. He kind of hoped that Han Xiao would agree to meet him, yet a part of him hoped that Han Xiao would decline. If Han Xiao declined, then he did not have to deal with such a dangerous person anymore. But it would mean he failed to deliver what he promised to Ning Xi. I'm eating at the finger-licking goods store. It's on the west side of the Oriental East building. It's KFC, isn't it? David asked hesitantly. KFC, without the isn't it? David was speechless. He lost a few years of life just texting this guy. After he received Han Xiao's location, David was still contemplating. Should he really meet that maniac? However, as he reminded himself about Ning Xi and history's current situation, David knew what he had to do. David toughened himself up and drove to meet Han Xiao. After some time, David stood outside of KFC's entrance. He took a deep breath before he entered. Han Xiao was easy to spot. He had the looks of a classic Asian hunk. Han Xiao was wearing a sporty outfit with his long black hair tied into a ponytail. He also wore a black snapback on his head and looked cool as usual. Several sweet-looking girls were in front of Han Xiao, all staring at him. Hello. Why do you mind giving me your contact number? Before David went up to him, several girls around the age of 18 were gathered around Han Xiao. Han Xiao raised his head a little and glanced at the girls. He seemed to be experienced in situations like this, so he ignored them. The few girls just left without a word. Ha ha ha, my bro Han Xiao. I'm David. David grinned at him as he went up to him. Sit. Han Xiao looked at the empty seat in front of him. Order whatever you like, pay for yourself. It's all right, I ate before I came. David forced a smile. You're David, huh? I have some vague impression of you. What's the matter? Be straightforward, I don't like people wasting my time. Han Xiao then gobbled up the chicken he had, though he still looked unsatisfied. All right, bro Han Xiao, I currently work at History. My boss knows how capable you are, so we'd like to invite you to join History. David dared not to beat around the bush with him and went straight to the point. Chapter 1163, Direct Invasion. Give me a few more chickens first. I'm not full yet. Han Xiao looked at David with a bored expression. Sure. David stood up immediately and ordered 5 Orleans drumsticks. He took the tray with the chicken on it and carefully placed it in front of Han Xiao. About what you said just now, I'm not interested. Han Xiao munched on the chicken as he replied David nonchalantly. David was speechless. You ate 5 Orleans drumsticks that I bought, and now you say you're not interested? Bro Han Xiao, my boss said that as long as you can help us to overthrow Spirit, we'll fulfill whatever you need, David tried to convince him. Spirit, Han Xiao put on a thinking face. Boss, I found Han Xiao. He's right beside me. All right, I'll turn the speaker on, so you can speak to him personally. David called Ning Xi right away and put the call on speaker. A gentle female voice was heard on the phone. Hello, Mr. Han, Didn't I just tell you that I'm not interested? Han Xiao glared coldly at David. For just a moment, David felt a chill shudder throughout his body. He ended the phone call immediately without giving any chance for Ning Xi to speak. I'm sorry. Cold sweat ran down David's brow. Although Han Xiao looked calm, a glare from him made David feel like it was oddly difficult to breathe. That's all right, Han Xiao said. Yes, please carry on with your meal. Do call me if there's anything. Oh, texting is fine as well. David then left the shop awkwardly. After Han Xiao finished the chicken, he licked his hand and then left, heading towards the direction of History's headquarters. Wait, what are you looking at? I'm talking about you. On the first floor of History's headquarters, a few security guards stopped Han Xiao, who was dressed in a sports outfit. Do you know where this is? Who do you think you are to come in? One of the guards pointed his electric baton at Han Xiao threateningly. Not just anyone could enter History's headquarters. Their boss was the renowned celebrity, Ning Xi, and numerous media and paparazzi wanted to go in every day. Put away your toys. Han Xiao put on an odd smile when the electric baton was pointed at him as his clear eyes started to change. You look just like a sissy. Go away, the security guard impatiently demanded. Han Xiao ignored him and walked right past the few guards with a couple of deft steps, then went right into the headquarters. Are you deaf? Who is this guy looking for trouble? The few guards were enraged. A few days ago, they were informed not to let any media reporters go in, especially strangers. Seeing this person in a sports outfit ignoring them, one of the guards attacked Han Xiao with his electric baton. These security guards were playing by the rules. They could not aim at the troublemaker's head because they would be held responsible if something bad happened, so they aimed at his body instead. Whoosh! The baton swung down with a considerable amount of force. Bang! The next moment, the security guard was shocked. Han Xiao did not even turn around. He had simply blocked the electric baton by pointing a finger at his back. Chapter 1164, Such Beauty. It must be a boy. The few remaining guards were all surprised. Did he just stop the electric baton with a finger? That baton was swung by a guard weighing 180 pounds. Didn't I just say to keep your toys away? Han Xiao slowly turned around, and there was a flash of morbid insanity in his eyes. Under the aghast expressions of the guards, the electric baton had been broken into half by Han Xiao's right hand. Big bro, this way here. Please let us know if you need anything. The security guard suddenly did 180-degree change and succumbed to him. The other guards were frightened and had broken out into a cold sweat as well. Was this beautiful man before them even human? Could he be some sort of demon or ghoul? Han Xiao did not continue to care about the guards. Instead, he turned around and walked right into History's headquarters. With the presence of Mr. Han Xiao, History's headquarters instantly exploded into a frenzy. Ooh, so pretty. Even prettier than our big boss, Ning Xi. Such a pretty girl. Those female celebrities whose popularities rely on their faces aren't even this pretty. Are you blind? Such beauty. It must be a boy. Bro Han Xiao, why are you here? David, who was ready to go out, thought his eyes had deceived him when he saw Han Xiao as soon as he stepped out of Ning Xi's office. Quickly, come in. David immediately went up to lead Han Xiao into Ning Xi's office. At that moment, Ning Xi was flipping through some documents in the office when she heard David's voice. She frowned and was about to say something when she noticed a beautiful man walk in with David into her office. David, this is... Ning Xi's eyes could not help but closely assess Han Xiao. Then she asked. Ning Xi had seen Han Xiao's pictures from fashion magazines, but they were all quite blurry and he also looked different now, which was why she could not immediately recognize Han Xiao. When he heard her, David quickly walked up and introduced with a huge smile. Boss, this is Han Xiao. Han Xiao. When she heard it was Han Xiao, Ning Xi was stunned for a moment. This graceful man before her was once the mad genius of Italy's fashion design industry. Mr. Han, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Ning Xi immediately got up from her chair and walked up to extend her right hand towards Han Xiao. However, Han Xiao merely walked past Ning Xi and sat on her chair instead. He then propped his feet up on the table and asked plainly, So, History's boss, what do you need me for? When he saw Han Xiao's attitude towards Ning Xi, David was afraid that Ning Xi would be offended and that things could get out of hand, so he wanted to explain, Boss, Han Xiao, he's like this, don't. Nevertheless, Ning Xi just watched the man's antics and did not seem to care. She put down her arms and turned to face Han Xiao. As she smiled, she said, Mr. Han Xiao, I've been meaning to meet you, but it looks like you've heard a bit from David. No worries, I can repeat it again. I'm listening, said Han Xiao as he lowered his hat, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Mr. Han Xiao, let me first introduce myself. I'm Ning Xi, History's owner, and History is a high-end luxury fashion brand. As for myself, I admire all of your past work. Thus, I'd like to hire you handsomely as History's design consultant. Ning Xi got right to the point. Chapter 1165, I'm quite interested. Oh, History's design department? Isn't there anyone else? Han Xiao leaned back into Ning Xi's chair and stacked both feet up on her expensive desk as he smirked at her. When Han Xiao said this, it was a little hard for David to keep a straight face. He was the head of the design department. However, David did not dare to lose his temper at Han Xiao, so he could only smile carefully and go with whatever Han Xiao said. I won't hide, Mr. Han. History's design team is lacking inspiration recently, and our market share has been taken over by our company's biggest rival. Otherwise, we wouldn't have thought of troubling you, said Ning Xi, not bothering to tread carefully. Her priority now was to overpower Spirit. Everything else could be discussed. She understood that those with talents were always slightly more eccentric. As long as he had the capability, it did not matter. Spirit, mumbled Han Xiao. He had looked into Spirit's apparels and felt that the designer was indeed a genius. From the outfit's designs to its charm, they were all perfect. In just this aspect, it had outdone History too much. The current History could only continue to fight with Spirit because it had become a market leader earlier, and the consumers had a strong first impression of it. Plus, History's past famous works had initially gone viral thanks to the media. Otherwise, History would have been long gone and overpowered by Spirit. Frankly, it was a company that was on the verge of danger. Even though it looked all right on the surface, over time, if History still could not produce attractive work, they would be completely destroyed by Spirit. It was just a matter of time. Spirit's designer was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Such a person and his work actually got Han Xiao excited. Even though he had only studied fashion design out of boredom back then, as long as there was something that sparked his interest, he was glad to continue dabbling in it regardless of the field. When she saw that Han Xiao was having a long contemplation, Ning Xi smiled and asked, I wonder if you know of Spirit's brand? Han Xiao did not answer Ning Xi's question. In his mind, he recalled the few designs in Spirit's store from that night. They were elegantly classic with a unique flavor and charm to them. In addition to that, Those few designs had ignited quite a bit of his creative inspiration. Had it been him, he would have torn that charm from the East into fragments and break the traditional yolks to create a deathly and black-colored feast. I'm quite interested in spirit. Han Xiao fixed his hat straight, and there was a burning radiance in his eyes. That night, he told Ning Xi that Spirit's designer was not as good as him. Yet that woman still did not believe him and even made cutting remarks. He saw no harm in warming up and comparing himself with Spirit's talented designer to see whose work could be full of unstoppable charm. Ning Xi examined the handsome man before him, and her eyes shone. Did this mean they had a deal? Mr. Han, if possible, I would like to hire you to become history's head designer for a handsome fee, announced Ning Xi as she smiled gently at Han Xiao. Boss. David's expression instantly changed into an incredulous one. He wanted to say something, but had been received a warning glare from Ning Xi. David had mixed emotions. He had gone through all the trouble to invite Han Xiao over today, yet his boss Ning Xi had let Han Xiao take over his position. They had already discussed beforehand that he was only invited to cope with the emergency at hand. Chapter 1166. How long do I need to kneel on the washboard for? I'm not interested. I'm only interested in spirit, said Han Xiao as a cold sparkle twinkled in his eyes. When she heard that Han Xiao was not interested, Ning Xi was obviously disappointed, and David was secretly relieved. Mr. Han, may I just ask one more thing? Do you actually have a history with spirit? When she thought about this, Ning Xi could not help but look gleeful. Nah, I'm just bored, said Han Xiao with a shady smile. Okay. Ning Xi felt a little awkward. Han Xiao was just as the rumors said. He would only do what he fancied and did not need any reason at all. How much in rewards do you need to be willing to take on the task? Ning Xi tried to ask again. 0. I'm just getting an itch, that's all, Han Xiao simply said, startling them even more. At Peachwood, Ning Xi had finally ended her outstation work trips and was free, so she had prepared to spend the day with the big and little Bon. However, just as she was ready to get some groceries from the supermarket, her phone rang. It was Zhuang Qier. Tingxiao had obviously seen the name on the screen from the corner of his eye. When she received the superior wife's, no, the superior's boss's look, Ning Xi immediately turned on the loudspeaker before picking up the call. Hello, Qier. Xiao Shi, I've got something to tell you. Are you free now? From Qier's tone, what was she trying to say? Well, Ning Xi swallowed her saliva. Could she say no? Definitely not. Thus, Ning Xi could only force herself to say with a straightforward and upright expression, Yeah, I'm free. Go ahead. My father and my grandfather already know about you saving me and Rongguang from the night before, said Zhuang Qier from the other end of the phone. When she heard this, Ning Xi felt her legs go weak as she looked miserably at the poker-faced devil beside her. Damn it, she was dead. She had painstakingly kept it a secret for so long, but at last, she was still caught off guard. What worried her even more was that the devil seemed so calm. Could this be the calm before the storm? Xiao Shi, are you still listening to me? When Ning Xi suddenly went silent, Zhuang Qier asked from the other end of the phone curiously. Yes, I'm here. How did your father and grandfather find out? Didn't we already say that we won't tell your family? How's Zhuang Rongguang? Did he get a terrible beating? Ning Xi asked gloomily. Rongguang was whipped by my father. He got a pretty deep wound, but it's been treated, and it's all right now. Thankfully, I'm okay. Or else, my father would have really killed him. Xiao Shi, we really have you to thank, Zhuang Qier sighed. Here, is there anything else? Ning Xi asked. Because if there was nothing else, she was going to hang up and accept the devil's punishment. Zhuang Qier quickly continued. Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. My father and my grandfather want to treat you too. Dinner today. They told me that I must invite you over. Well, Ning Xi was hesitant. Then she secretly stole a look at the devil. The thing was she did not know how long she would need to kneel on the washboard and whether she could leave. The calmer the devil looked, the more afraid she was. Arg. Chapter 1167. My mommy's right. Even if she's wrong, she's right. Xiao Shi, you must come this time. If we don't thank you for this, our family won't feel good. Of course, it's not just for the night before. A lot has happened recently. I've told my parents about it, and my mother especially applied for leave from the military to rush home to meet you. Zhuang Qier said quickly. Well, Even Kier's mother had returned. She heard that Madame Zhuang's work was highly confidential and that she would only come home a few times a year. Actually, you really didn't have to go through all the trouble. I was just helping out. We're friends. Do you still have to thank me for helping you? Besides, you've helped me out before too. Xiaoxi, those things I helped you with were nothing. It wasn't even anything. Whatever it is, this is a must, and if you don't come, my family won't feel good. Zhuang Qier insisted with a serious tone. Since Zhuang Qier had put it as such and Madame Zhuang had applied for leave, Ning Xi thought about it and decided it was not good to reject, so she could only say, "Okay, got it. I'll go over." That's it then. I'll wait for you. Zhuang Qier hung up happily. After they hung up, Ning Xi quickly ran to the kitchen and found a washboard. Then, she decided it was not enough and suddenly dug up a durian before appearing before the devil. Ning Xi held the washboard in one hand and the durian in the other as she stood before Tingxiao and looked up to him. Her expression was as flattering as she could be. "My dear, choose one. As long as you won't be angry." Tingxiao remained expressionless. His eyes skimmed the washboard and the durian in her hand. Then the space between his brows tripped as if he was about to collapse. "You think this is enough?" Was this not enough? Ning Xi instantly felt like a bolt from the blue had just struck her. She looked hopeless and threw the things in her hands away, then whipped out her fatal weapon. "Oh!" she wailed as she hugged the little bun's leg. "Little bun, save me. Mommy." Little Treasure tilted his head in confusion. Even though he did not know why Mommy wanted him to save her, he hugged his mother with determination as he shot a mean look at his father with a protective pose. "You know that she did something wrong, don't you?" Tingxiao looked at his son and said coldly. The little bun looked at Mommy first, then continued to look vengefully at father without hesitation. Basically, his attitude shouted, "My mommy is right. Even if she's wrong, she's right." Ning Xi continued to pretend to cry and hug the little bun. Tingxiao was speechless as he watched the mother and son duo. The ice on Tingxiao broke and he pinched the space between his brows. "Enough. I already know about it." When Ning Xi heard him, she was stunned. "Huh? What did the devil mean? You already knew?" Ning Xi's eyes widened. "Did you really think you hit it very well?" Tingxiao looked at her disdainfully from the corner of his eye. Ning Xi swiftly went with the flow and brown-nosed him. "My dear, you really do love me. My acting is so good, yet you saw through me immediately." Tingxiao shot her a look from the side again. "Practice makes perfect." Ning Xi was speechless. How many times had she done this for him to be so polished? Chapter 1168, Calling You Handsome. Ning Xi thought about it, and suddenly remembered something. "I just heard the news that a hidden illegal casino has been destroyed and that all the punks present were arrested. The police station almost couldn't fit them all, so was it you?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt it must have been Tingxiao. Tingxiao did not say anything. He remained in his cool and elegant posture. Ning Xi instantly let go of the little bun and snuggled into the big bun's embrace. She hopped up to kiss the man's chin. "Big boss, thank you." She had used a lot of energy to console both the big bun and the small bun. After she promised to make up for it in the future, Ning Xi made her way to the Zhuang family's residence. The moment she reached the military district yard, there were men ready to bring her to the Zhuang residence. At the residence gate, a graceful and subdued woman waited. When she saw the girl beside the security guard, the woman looked suspicious and did not walk over to greet her. "Xiaoxi, you're here." Behind her, Zhuang Qier ran out from inside the house and greeted the girl beside the guard. Ning Xi smiled. "Here." When she confirmed that this girl in a light pink dress with waist-length hair was Ning Xi, Meng Linlang gaped in disbelief. "Here, this is the Xiaoxi you guys talked about?" Ning Xi was prepared to accompany Tingxiao and the little bun today, so she looked very domesticated like a true, well-behaved maiden. She was probably poles apart from what Meng Linlang had imagined her to look like. "Yes, mother." Zhuang Qier led Ning Xi to Meng Linlang and introduced her to Ning Xi. "Xiaoxi, this is my mother. Madame Zhuang, nice to meet you." Ning Xi greeted her. The woman before her was probably in her 30s, at most. She had an oval-shaped face with red phoenix eyes, and her aura was a classic beauty. She practically looked like sisters with Zhuang Qier, and Ning Xi could not hide the marvel in her eyes. "Nice to meet you. Good girl, I finally meet you." I've heard them describe you, and I didn't think you would be such a beautiful, well-mannered girl. Quickly, come in, and we'll continue. Meng Linlang intimately pulled Ning Xi by the hand and led her into the house. Meng Linlang had never met Ning Xi before and had only heard the description of her from her husband and children. They said that her marksmanship was more amazing than Rongguang's, and that her combat was remarkable, and how she did not flinch when killing the drug lords. From all of that, she had always thought Ning Xi was an especially tough girl. She did not think she would be this obedient and sweet. In the living room, Zhuang Rongguang was holding onto an English dictionary with a long-standing resentment, but when he saw Ning Xi, his eyes lit up the way a fan would when meeting their idol. "Sis Xi, you're here? Have a seat." Then, he served her tea and brought her some dessert. Today, Zhuang Rongguang had worn a simple white tee and jeans. This 18-year-old was in the spring of his lifetime and oozing with youthfulness. Ning Xi sized him up and could not help but tease. "If you looked like this before, would your girlfriend have run off with someone else?" Zhuang Rongguang was embarrassed from the teasing. "Sis Xi, don't expose my dark past." "Did I? I'm calling you handsome." "Ha ha ha, really?" When she saw how her spoilt child had become the way he was now, Meng Linlang felt a mix of emotions, and her gaze at Ning Xi filled with gratitude. "You guys continue to chat here. I still have 2 dishes to finish." When Zhuang Rongguang heard her, he immediately extended his hand and insisted, Mother, don't go. Let the nanny do it." Chapter 1169, Have to Trouble You. Meng Linlang replied unhappily, "We have a guest, so of course, I must cook a few dishes to show my sincerity." "Yes, we have a guest. At least, she knows that you want to thank her, or else she'd think you want to repay with revenge." Zhuang Rongguang mumbled. Meng Linlang immediately shot him a look. Even though she was angry, there was still love in her eyes. "You brat." Kier leaned into Ning Xi's ears and laughed as she explained, "My mother's not great at cooking." There was indistinct envy in Ning Xi's eyes as she watched at the interaction between Madame Zhuang and her children. "Xiao Xi, have fun with Kier and Rongguang for a while. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay, don't worry about me." Moments later, dinner was ready. On the round table, the Zhuang family was gathered at an unusual occasion. Zhuang Liaoyuan picked up his wine glass and stood up first. "Xiao Xi, a toast to you." Ning Xi was overwhelmed by this and quickly stood up with her glass too. "Sis Xi, I want to drink to you too. Bottoms up for me, but you can do as you wish. You're a girl, don't drink too much." Then, Zhuang Rongguang downed his drink. Ning Xi laughed as she shook her head. He finally remembered that she was a girl. Then, Zhuang Qier and Meng Linlang all offered her a toast too. Finally, it was Elder Chief Zhuang's turn. Before he got up, Ning Xi quickly stood up and said, "Elder, if you do that, I really don't deserve this." The entire meal was very cheerful, probably because the woman of the house was back, so the entire atmosphere was much warmer. During dinner, Meng Linlang liked Ning Xi the more she talked to her. She even pushed her own children away and forced Ning Xi to take home all the gifts she had brought home. She almost gave her the jade bangle on her wrist too, but it was turned down gracefully by Ning Xi. She only took home gifts like local specialties which impressed her enough. It was already very late. At last, Zhuang Liaoyuan delegated his security guards to send her home. After Ning Xi left, in the master bedroom, Meng Linlang looked to her husband and muttered, "Is Xiao Xi really Ling Yu's daughter? I've investigated it thoroughly. I can't be wrong." Zhuang Liaoyuan lit a cigarette and said confidently. Meng Linlang's gaze was cold. Who would have thought that that isolated sister could give birth to such a wonderful daughter? Thankfully, because she grew up in the village, she's so obedient. If she had been left beside her to be raised, I'm not sure how she would have turned out. It's best to speak less about it. Zhuang Liaoyuan sighed. "I still think there's something fishy about Ning Xi being shunned out of the Ning family. In fact, it might be related to that adopted daughter," Meng Linlang muttered. Then she asked, "What's the elder planning to do? Are we going to accept her as kin?" Then, the Ning family made a poor judgment and can't differentiate good from the bad. It's fine if we don't know, but we can't just sit back and not care even we do. The elder said that he's still not over the incident from years before, but he loves Ning Xi and told me to take good care of her. Zhuang Liaoyuan said, "Of course we must." The Zhuang family isn't watching Ning Xi because she was born from her womb, but because we really like this child. There are no qualms about it. Once his wife put it like that, Zhuang Liaoyuan felt lighthearted, and everything became clear at once. You're right. Meng Linlang was still worried. You old man, what do you know about taking care of people? You even wanted to recruit such a delicate girl into the military. The report I submitted should be done soon. Wait for me to return, then I'll handle this. Zhuang Liaoyuan laughed. I'll have to trouble you then, my wife. Chapter 1170, Earn Marriage Capital. After she returned from the Zhuang family, Ning Xi quickly rushed to Platinum Palace to accompany the big and small buns. She even made time the next day to go to Ocean Park with them. A short break later, she delved back into the path of earning money for marriage. Spirit had been enjoying rapid progress recently, and their market share began to overtake History by leaps and bounds. History began to be questioned by the media and public over their performance. Ever since those striking designs that made their name and put History at the top dwindled, History started to go downhill and released new design at a slower pace. Unfortunately, none of them could achieve the quality of their famous pieces, and they even resorted to plagiarizing their own past work, upsetting all their customers. On the other hand, History's greatest rival, Spirit, did not stop with their energy. They had new products on the racks every other time, and their design quality was very balanced. This also earned Spirit a lot of diehard fans. On History's official Weibo forum, there were some onlookers who questioned History every day. They caused many of History's loyal fans to be upset and even spew vulgarities. What about Spirit? They're just a counterfeit copy of History's concept. If it were not for History's breathtaking opportunity that opened up the market to more potential, Spirit would not have gotten to where it is today. Every industry has its bottleneck phase. Designers aren't gods either. Inspiration takes time. Some of these useless people are so lowly. You're all just hired by Spirit, aren't you? This is so funny. You're saying that History plagiarized Spirit's design ideas. Do your parents know you're so good at writing? I'm not sure where Spirit was when History's brand became famous. I think there really is plagiarism for sure, but it's Spirit plagiarizing History's ideas. History is tolerating them to not fuss over minor matters, but now they dare to hit back. What a trashy brand. Only trashy people would like a trashy brand. Like Spirit, I think we should speak with truth. History's initial pieces were indeed very stunning, so History easily took over the entire market and won initial success. But look at Spirit's old designs. They're indeed very similar to History's famous designs, but they had more charm. This was what History did not do at the start. Perhaps this whole plagiarism thing might not be a baseless claim. As for whether anyone copied the other, it should not be based on which brand had succeeded first. That guy up there is obviously Spirit's 50 cents party. Spirit probably paid you more than 50 cents, huh? Plus 10,086 points to that. What a joke. History's retarded fangirls are like crazy dogs, biting anyone they catch with no rationale at all. Haha. I'm laughing. I just want to say to Spirit's 50 cents party, EFF off. Spirit's retarded 50 cents party is pure dumbass. Spirit and History's loyal supporters exploded on Weibo and even made it to the latest hot topics. At History's headquarters, Ning Xi looked at the hot topics on Weibo on her phone. News about History and Spirit spilled all over the pages. Now, the online news was all over the rivalry, and most of the fingers pointed at Spirit copying History. It looked like more netizens were joining the conversation. Ning Xi's mouth curved into a smile. David, how's Han Zhao's design coming along? Ning Xi put down her phone and looked to David to ask. Well, David stunned. Then he shook his head and shrugged to show that he did not know. Ever since Han Zhao came to History, he had completely taken over the design department, and even the department's employees had been chased out by him. The entire department consisted of only Han Zhao. Chapter 1171, Breathtaking. Usually, David would not be willing to interact with Han Zhao, so he rarely went to the design department. Ning Xi knew to strike while the iron was hot. Now that most of the netizens thought that Spirit was copying them, they could topple over Spirit once and for all if Han Zhao could design a high-quality apparel in this short period of time. Follow me to the design department, Ning Xi ordered as she made her way out of the office and walked towards the design department. Helplessly, David followed after her. Moments later, in History's design department, The originally snow-white wall had been scribbled to a complicated mess by Han Xiao using watercolor pen, and it was filled with images that were hard to comprehend. "Mr. Han Xiao, when can you show us some of your work?" When she stepped into the department, Ning Xi stared at Han Xiao, who was sitting on the chair, and smiled. Han Xiao lifted his cap to peek at her and did not respond to Ning Xi. He only leafed through the drafts on his table. Ning Xi received the hint and walked up to him, spreading out the design drafts and examining them closely. Moments later, there was astonishment in Ning Xiaoluo's eyes. There were a total of 10 design drafts of various apparels. If one were to look at them individually, they looked run-of-the-mill and did not seem particularly attractive. But once you put the 10 pieces together, the uniqueness of Han Zhao's designs were finally revealed to Ning Xi and David. The contents of the completed drafts had an irresistible charm that made one want to dive into it. Just one look would make one completely sink into it. Darkness, suffering, and death. The entire artistic direction is supernatural, creating a kind of dejected feel. The detailed motifs add a sense of witchcraft, and with the abyss, the night, a looming curse, loneliness, despair, it all makes one feel like they have reached hell on earth just by looking at it. David examined the assembled drafts and felt his forehead break out in a cold sweat. This was a completely avant-garde style with the dark elements. It reached the peak of unconventionality, yet this kind of Gothic style was not completely unacceptable. It could even be called perfection. Even a plain woman would have an increase in charisma once donning this outfit, and that unnamed arrogance would only virtually create a stronger presence. This is so beautiful. Most importantly, this was just simply unique and eye-catching. It would definitely fit with the crowd's hunt for novelty. Ning Xiaoluo's eyes lit up. She had seen similar styles from other designs that used darkness and death as a theme, but to be frank, the entire style would cause people to be uncomfortable and even a little fearful. Ultimately, people would not even wear them. On the other hand, Han Zhao's design had an entirely different feel to it. Even though it was full of murky colors of despair, there was no murderous vibe to it. Instead, it held an extremely elegant and vintage flavor of the mysterious Oriental culture. Even Ning Xiaoluo herself could not help but want to own this piece. "How long did you take to design this?" Ning Xiaoluo retrieved her gaze reluctantly and asked Han Xiao, "What's the meaning behind your question? I'm just a little curious." "Then, it's best that you rein in that curiosity back in." Han Xiao was expressionless, yet his eyes could chill one to the bone. Chapter 1172, Black Religion. Han Zhao's attitude made Ning Xiaoluo displeased, but neither was Han Xiao David, nor was he an employee of history. In fact, she had to borrow Han Zhao's hand to throw spirit into the bottomless abyss, so she could only hold it in for now. "Haha, don't take it to heart, Mr. Han. I'm just casually asking. As for your design, I'm in full admiration of your work, so I'm planning to mass-produce it." Ning Xiaoluo finished and started to examine the designs again. However, within a few breaths, Ning Xiaoluo frowned. Before this, she had not noticed it, but there was an obvious flaw. All of the designs had lacked bodies. "Mr. Han Xiao, there's a slight flaw with your designs." Ning Xiaoluo put the designs back onto the table before Han Xiao and pointed out. When he saw this, Han Xiao stood up and looked at Ning Xiaoluo with eyes that revealed no human emotion. Being sized up by Han Xiao like this, she was not sure why, but Ning Xiaoluo felt her entire body turn stiff. "Can an incoherent rookie like you know what a flaw is?" Han Zhao's lips curled up and revealed a devilish smile. "There are no perfect designs. Perfection is an imperfection in itself. If that is so, why should I rack my brains to pretend to achieve perfection?" "Oh, bro, Han Xiao is right. Boss is just worried about you, so please don't take it to heart, ha," David stammered. Even if he did offend Ning Xiaoluo, he dared not to step on Han Zhao's toes. In fact, his boss was really not well-versed in this aspect, yet she had questioned Han Zhao's work. Wait till she riled up this crazy Han Xiao, then she would know what a flaw was. He was afraid that trouble would implicate the innocent, and he would be turned into a flaw by Han Xiao. "Bro, Han Xiao, this design must be trying to express that perfection is a form of ugliness, and we should just admit our shortcomings. That's a kind of beauty in itself." David smiled widely as he brown-nosed. "What do you know?" Han Xiao pulled down his cap again and leaned back. I'm just lazy to continue designing flaws. When he heard this, David's face turned gloomy and he felt awkward. Han Xiao was being a little too straightforward. Then, Mr. Han, what are you trying to say? Ning Xi inquired. Ning Xi was not confident. Even if there were some flaws and despite not being able to resist the charm of this apparel, she did not know what Han Xiao meant. This person was so weird. History can produce this piece, but the numbers cannot exceed 50 units, said Han Xiao plainly. 50? You mean to make it a limited edition? My work is meant to be looked at, not for profit. Understand, Han Xiao replied. Okay, I understand. I'll produce 50 first. Ning Xi thought about it and agreed in the end. After all, as long as Han Xiao stayed in their company, they would have many more of such work, and even if the production was little, it could improve history's branding. Mr. Han Xiao, I wonder what this outfit should be called. Ning Xi asked before she left. Black Religion, Han Xiao answered. Very soon, Han Xiao's Black Religion was finally been produced by history. There were a total of 50 pieces, no more, no less. And the first outfit from Black Religion had been kept for Ning Xi's personal collection. Subsequently, Ning Xi invited all the huge fashion magazines and some influential fashion houses to view history's latest masterpiece. Chapter 1173, Beauty. Black Religion was magical. Each and every piece in the line had different colors and styles. After being published in the media, every socialite in Imperial visited history and wanted to buy its products. However, history released news that each piece of Black Religion outfit would only be limited to 50 units and that it would not be for sale at the moment. In just a few days' time, the price of every piece of Black Religion outfit was hiked up to the unbelievable prices of 7 figures. And because of Black Religion, history's sales boosted significantly. They became even more popular than before. On Weibo, Black Religion shot to the top of the hot topic list. The moment Black Religion was released, Spirit was gravely criticized by many. Spirit is the joke of the century. Do they dare to say that history's potential is lost? Their level is totally different. Do you know Black Religion? It's priced at 7 figures now, and it's limited to 50 pieces worldwide. History's the real deal. If Black Religion were to be mass-produced, do you think Spirit can survive? Don't be so cocky just because you are a supporter of history. It's true that Black Religion is good, but no one knows what will happen next. Spirit's dogs, where are you? Where were the ones who said history was coming to an end? Spirit is really shameless. They reek of a disgusting smell. Not only did they plagiarize history, they even looked down on history, and now they've gone all quiet when Black Religion is released. History's newly released line made their fans go crazy, and the voices of Spirit supporters quickly faded away. Most of Spirit's fans urged Spirit to come up with a new series better than Black Religion, or else they would turn their backs on them. In Spirit's office, Ning Xi stared at the Black Religion article on the fashion magazine and frowned. Impossible. Gong Shangzi stared at the magazine in his hand. David could have never designed something like this. You mean? Ning Xi actually understood what Gong Shangzi meant. If David was really this capable, would he really need to steal Gong Shangzi's designs earlier? I'm not sure. Gong Shangzi shook his head. But I can guarantee that David is not this talented. I think someone else is helping history. Whether or not someone is helping history, Black Religion has already been created. It's a fatal blow to Spirit. History's market share has been way higher than ours recently. It's going to be bad if this goes on any longer, Ning Xi said. But isn't it just Black Religion that's taking the world by storm? Director Gong, why don't you create a white religion and counter history? Han Momo made a cup of coffee for Ning Xi while she cheered Gong Shangzi on. It's not easy. Dread filled Gong Shangzi's eyes. Black Religion's popularity isn't a fluke. Ancient Oriental elements of darkness were incorporated, and it merges perfectly with the concept of Buddhism's core idea. It's a real beauty. Han Momo was surprised. Was Black Religion really this powerful? To the point that even the difficult Gong Shangzi found it hard to surpass. Chapter 1174. Nothing. On abstinence. Training. Moreover, this design was specifically made to counter us by using one extreme concept to counter another. Who could it be? Gong Shangzi clenched his fists in frustration. Ning Xi did not know much about fashion design, but as a woman, she knew when she saw a good one. Truthfully, she really loved Black Religion. If it was not from history themselves, she would have laid her hands on one. Boss, give me some time. Gong Shangzi looked serious. I believe in you. Ning Xi smiled. It seemed like Gong Shangzi had met his opponent. After all, it was not really a bad thing since competition drove the best to the maximum potential. Still, Ning Xi was curious as well. Which expert had history hired to go up against spirit? Like Gong Shangzi said, black religion was specifically made to counter spirit by attacking spirit's extreme design style. After she left the company, Ning Xi was feeling annoyed and wanted to release her stress. Black religion probably reminded her of someone else. A person she had met before had the aura that matched the black gothic elements perfectly. She then made a phone call. What's up? A lazy voice came through the phone. God, what are you doing? Ning Xi smiled amusedly. Nothing, on abstinence. Training. Ning Xi was speechless. Han Xiao, please talk properly. If not, I'm going to slap you hard. Ning Xi scolded him. How much do you hate your hand? Aren't you afraid that it might break after slapping? Me. Stop trash talking. God, please teach me a few skills, Ning Xi said. Does this count as returning you the favor the last time? Nope. It was really difficult for him to owe her a favor, so she was not going to let him off so easily. Oh, I'm not going then. God, don't be like this. I'll treat you to a meal at KFC. Where are you? I'll be there. Ning Xi was speechless again. If someone were to offer him a meal, Han Xiao would surely be there. He would not even be late for half a second. KFC was his favorite. Looking at the way Han Xiao ate and his enormous appetite, Ning Xi shook her head. He wasted the beautiful face he was born with. 5 more Orleans baked chicken wings. Han Xiao called out. Stop eating. I'll bring you to a nice place. Before he could finish, Ning Xi dragged Han Xiao away and into her car. A while later, at a Taekwondo center, Han Xiao looked around in confusion. This is the nice place you mentioned? Come on. God, teach me a few skills. Ning Xi looked at him admiringly. Although this guy was mad, he was a powerful fighter. Every time she trained with second senior brother, she was criticized again and again. She wanted to learn something new to counter him. I'm not interested in fighting in front of these trash. Han Xiao flopped down on the floor lazily. Kid, who did you just call trash? The next moment, a few big guys went up to him. The one who had spoken was a fat guy. Judging by his body size, he probably weighed about 120 kilograms. I'm sorry. My friend is just kidding, Ning Xi explained. It's none of your business. The fat man pushed Ning Xi away roughly. Kid, I'm talking to you. Who did you call trash? They surrounded Han Xiao menacingly. Han Xiao looked perplexed as he scanned around and looked at the fat man. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is trash. I'm not just talking about you. Don't be angry. Chapter 1175. You're really good at looking for trouble. Are you asking for death? The fat man raged, and he grabbed Han Xiao up from the floor. You bastard, acting tough in front of the lady, huh? You idiot. I'm going to slap you until you can't be recognized by your mother. The other students started yelling at him the moment he was grabbed. Ning Xi covered her face and groaned. This guy was too good at looking for trouble. Fatso, listen to me, let go. Han Xiao smiled at him. Who did you just call a fatso? I'm going to punch you to death. The fat student became even angrier. Fatso, do you believe that I can kill you with just a finger? Han Xiao's smile vanished. You're dead. The fat student yelled at Han Xiao and then launched a punch at him. Before his punch even reached Han Xiao, a shadow of a finger sliced through. In the blink of an eye, before Han Xiao's finger even reached him, the force of his finger blew a gust of wind at the fat student's hair. He then pointed his finger at the fatso's torso. The onlookers did not know what happened, but they saw the 120-kilogram student fly across the room all of a sudden. Bang! The fat student crashed on the floor hard. He groaned as he covered his torso with both hands. See, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. Han Xiao sat back on the floor and giggled. Everyone was shocked. Had the sissy-looking man really used just a finger to make the fat student fly across the room? Who's that monster? Did he just make Wei Qiang fly that far away with just a finger? Skills. Inner strength? Don't tell me he came here from the ancient Kung Fu times. You watch too much drama series. Such explosive power with that tiny body frame. Could he have used force? Force? What force? You guys don't know? I read about it in an ancient book. People train strength first, then only revise their form. As the form matures, it becomes a skill. At the end of a skill, it becomes force, hidden force, transformed force, the training of qi, etc. A middle-aged man explained. Bro Liang, are you serious about what you just said? All that is real. You youngsters are too young to understand. Of course, it's real. It's recorded in an ancient book. You think it's fake just because you don't know about it. The middle-aged man shook his head. Ancient book? I bet, Bro Liang, you've read too many martial arts novels. Fine, take it as I'm lying. You guys are the best, go and fight him. The middle-aged man shrugged. Everyone shook their heads. Even a fat guy was blown away with just his finger, so who would dare to fight him? Sorry. I'm really sorry. Ning Xi was embarrassed as she dragged Han Xiao to flee from the Taekwondo center. She just wanted to find a place for Han Xiao to teach her a few skills. But who knew this would happen? You're really good at causing trouble. Ning Xi glared at Han Xiao after she stopped the car. Lady, it was those people who wanted to attack me. Han Xiao put on an innocent expression. Would they attack you if you didn't call them trash? Ning Xi was helpless. They really are trash. Han Xiao thought about it. Ning Xi's mouth twitched. She had no comeback to this. Just some fancy moves, there's nothing interesting. Han Xiao said with a bored face. Chapter 1176. Kneel to this god. Haha. Noble warrior, why don't you fly to the sky? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at Han Xiao, then threw him out of the car and pointed at the wall to sneer. If you're all that capable, show me how vicious you can be. Prove it to me. Before Ning Xi could finish her sentence, Han Xiao's hand flashed by and a thunderous sound was heard. Ning Xi stared at the wall that had been turned to powder by Han Xiao and found herself frozen on the spot. With just one hand, he had hit the wall into rubble. Parts of the wall had become fine powder and they floated like snow in midair. Ning Xi was speechless. I'm going to kneel to this god. This peasant has failed to recognize your great talents. Ning Xi could swear to God that she had only seen such martial arts skills in novels. Only in novels. If she had not already had second senior brother as her mentor, Ning Xi would definitely have made this crazy guy her instructor. Actually, even if she had second senior brother, she could still get another mentor. But she kept her thoughts to herself. This guy's moves probably could not be learned by just anyone. She could probably only learn a move or two to protect her life. You have some kind of vengeance towards this wall? Han Xiao retrieved his hands and looked at Ning Xi with confusion. No. Ning Xi dumbfoundedly shook her head. No? Then, why did you make me hit the wall? You're crazy. Han Xiao turned around and got into the car. Ning Xi was speechless once again. What the hell? You're the one who is crazy. She had just simply said so. But who would have thought that he would really hit it? Was the crazy one not him? Haha. Noble warrior, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll definitely treat you to anything. Teach me 2 moves too. Ning Xi mocked him at heart, but was smiling to curry favor on the surface. Then, Ning Xi's phone suddenly rang. It was Gong Shangza. Ning Xi's expression immediately turned serious. Understood, I'll get back immediately. I hope we can topple history's black religion this time, Ning Xi said, then hung up. Han Xiao obviously heard Ning Xi's words. You know black religion too. Han Xiao was instantly energized. Of course I do. Ning Xi did not hide much from Han Xiao. I'm Spirit's boss. Recently, history released black religion and it impacted our company hugely. Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Han Xiao's eyes flew wide and he gaped at Ning Xi with astonishment. You're Spirit's boss? Do you have to be so shocked? Ning Xi grumbled. You should have told me earlier. I designed black religion. What do you think? Not bad, right? Han Xiao said cheerfully, crossing one leg over the other. It was you? The entire world's famous brands were made by you, the god. Ning Xi shot Han Xiao a skeptical look. Of course, she did not believe him. It's really my design, said Han Xiao firmly. I know you designed it. Ning Xi had a serious expression and nodded cooperatively. I'm telling the truth. Han Xiao was not dumb either. He obviously knew that Ning Xi did not believe him. Don't mess with me anymore. I'll really push you out. Ning Xi gritted her teeth and immediately opened the car door. She was already very annoyed by this incident, yet this guy kept bringing it up. Black religion is really mine. Before Han Xiao could finish, he had actually been pushed out of the car by Ning Xi. Han Xiao knocked on the car window and said blankly, It's really me. The moment he said that, Ning Xi floored the accelerator and disappeared, leaving Han Xiao behind on the roadside. Chapter 1177. Compete. At Spirit's headquarters, when Ning Xi rushed back, Gong Shangze and the national artist, Song Jin, were having an intense discussion. Since Song Jin had agreed to collaborate, he had been experimenting new things with Gong Shangze, but because of Black Religion's sudden appearance, the two had to make some changes to the initial design. Elder Song, you're here. When she saw Song Jin, Ning Xi quickly greeted him respectfully. Song Jin nodded. I already know about Black Religion. What do you think, Elder Song? Ning Xi asked for Song Jin's opinion. Not bad. It has a very strong artistic feel to it. But since we are competing on style, it's not like we're at a dead end. Song Jin smiled and looked confident. Gong Shangze looked emotional, as well as he led Ning Xi to the sample room. Boss, take a look at this. The sample room had numerous clothes in various designs that could dazzle a person, but the instant Ning Xi stepped into it, there was only one dress in her line of sight. As she gawked at the white gown that seemed like clouds of immortality lingered around it, Ning Xi was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. There was an exclamation of admiration and excitement that she could not hide in her voice. This is... Song Jin touched the beard on his chin and said meaningfully, This is Luotian. Luotian. Ning Xi's eyes lit up. Is that the name of this dress? It's very fitting. Ning Xi's head instantly recalled the phrase in Luotian Fu. Light as a frightened goose, graceful as a swimming dragon with the glory of the autumn chrysanthemum, dense with spring pines, like the soft clouds shielding the moon, floating like the snow returning to the wind, looking from afar, bright as the break of dawn, running swiftly to see it, luminous like lotus emerging from clear waters. It was perfectly suitable. This gown named Luotian used the phoenix as its main motif and complemented it with mystical clouds, exhibiting the beauty of China's classic mythologies and expressing the aura of immortality and mystery, creating a striking comparison to Black Religion. In fact, it gave people the yearning for bountiful goodness. A flower in a world, a leaf in pursuit, a song in a sigh, a life for the one. The point was from the style to the meaning behind it. Luotian was entirely created to go against Black Religion. Way awesome. If it's this piece we're talking about, it can definitely compete with Black Religion. Ning Xi said excitedly. Gong Shangze did not relax. He continued. I'm just worried that the other designer hasn't even expressed their full potential, so I can't be careless. The other side will probably have even more amazing work coming up. He had never met someone who could make him feel such distress. It was not sure whether that person was only temporarily putting out the fire at history or had they been taken in. If it was the latter, then that would make the situation stickier. On the other end, at history's headquarters, after Han Xiao returned, he did not sit around and had taken the initiative to create new designs, which was a pleasant surprise to Ning Xi. In the design department, Han Xiao called David over and said with fire in his eyes, David, I need a large amount of cloud pattern brocade. Cloud pattern brocade. David was stunned. As a designer himself, he obviously knew that cloud pattern brocade was a traditional Chinese woven handicraft and held the title of Every Inch is Gold. It was said to have close to 1,700 years of history. During the ancient times, the brocade represented the highest form of textile. Many generations of emperors' daily clothing were made of it, so it was highly rare and treasured. Chapter 1178. Even more astonishing work. Many huge brands in the market also used cloud pattern brocade, but they were clearly different when compared to the authentic brocade. Plus diamonds, gold silk, high-quality blended fabric, and jadites. Han Xiao listed out quite a few materials at a go. When he heard Han Xiao's request, David was dumbfounded. What was this Han Xiao trying to do? Everything he listed was incredibly rare and expensive. The gold, silk, and diamonds were aesthetically pleasing, while the jadites need no explanation. The high-quality blended fabric was high-tech materials used for astronaut uniforms. Hold on. I'll go talk to the boss, said David with a weak smile. Before he quickly turned around and left, David dared not to offend him. Besides, even though the things he wanted were expensive, Ning Xi called the shots and controlled the budget anyway. Moments later, David reached Ning Xi's office and informed her of Han Zhao's request. I'll prepare it for them as soon as possible, answered Ning Xi without much hesitation. After all, Han Xiao had already proven his capabilities and Ning Xi was very confident about him. If he wanted those materials, then he must want to create better outfits. So, of course, she was eager to give him what he wanted. Ning Xi was very efficient. Within 2 days, she had finished gathering all the materials Han Xiao needed. As for the price, it was considered sky-high, especially the jades. It had all been prepared according to Han Xiao's request, and the jadeite was of the highest quality. When he got the materials, Han Xiao chased the unnecessary people out of the department and locked himself in the room. 3 days later, Han Xiao submitted all of his drafts and materials that he had polished and processed to Ning Xi, telling her to produce the pieces according to the drafts. Ning Xi opened the draft and felt her heart beat faster. This was like Azura's purgatory. Apart from Azura's ghostly figure, most of them used the mysterious strange beasts from the classic of Mountain and Sea as the main pattern. Compared to Black Religion, the level of its avant-garde was considerably higher. Mr. Han Xiao, what's this piece called? Ning Xi was a little curious. Beings, answered Han Xiao. Good name, but you only produced one outfit. Ning Xi commented uncertainly. If you have enough funds and have a lot of such materials, then we can also consider mass production. Han Xiao laughed evilly. Ning Xi immediately shook her head. The price of these materials was too expensive and history would not even be able to afford to mass produce them. But if it was only one piece, it could be considered the most treasured piece of the collection, the key highlight. Spirit, you guys are about to close down real soon. Ning Xi's mouth curved into a grin, and there was a sinister sparkle in her eyes. It took a week to produce beings, and when the 6th day came, Ning Xi released news that history was about to announce the highlight piece of their collection and that it was on a level that far surpassed Black Religion. When this news was released, all the media swarmed to wait outside History's headquarters. They all wanted to be the first to see History's latest highlight. There were even more History's loyal fans that had started live streaming about the highlight piece, and it instantly made it to Weibo's hot topic list. Almost all of the fans were waiting with anticipation. Just one line, Black Religion, had pushed History to the peak. If this piece was on a higher level than Black Religion, they simply could not. Imagine it. History's diehard fans were running high on enthusiasm. They had taken the initiative to insult Spirit and its fans online. The hooting and rivalry online was getting more and more intense, and there was no sign of it stopping. At first, Spirit's supporters would fight back occasionally, but once it went on longer, they all fell into a silence, and there was no response from Spirit's end. Chapter 1179. I'm here to give you a gift. The next morning, journalists from every fashion magazine swiftly swarmed into History's headquarters. Ning Xi was as pleased as Punch. She looked proud as she led the media into the design department. However, in the end, they were dumbfounded when they reached. The entire department was empty. Han Xiao and beings had vanished altogether. All the reporters present started to cause a commotion as they looked at one another in dismay. CEO Ning, where is your brand's highlight piece? Is there some mysterious surprise? Probably. Quickly get ready. Among the discussion, Ning Xi kept a calm expression and lowered her voice to ask David, "Where's he? Didn't he know I was going to bring the media here today?" David was even more taken aback. "I've told him. In fact, I reminded him over and over. Don't worry, I'll call him now." At the same time, at Spirit headquarters, Han Xiao had just crashed the office, and the few security guards were all bruised up in the face as they followed behind Han Xiao carefully. They dared not to get close to him. "Who are you looking for?" Gong Shangzi looked at Han Xiao with alarm and asked. "Ning Xi," said Han Xiao. Gong Shangzi looked at the beaten-up security guards behind Han Xiao and did not say much. He walked to Ning Xi's office and called out, "Boss, someone's looking for you." "Boss, this person just barged in. We couldn't stop him." One of the security guards quickly explained. "No worries, you guys leave first." When Ning Xi saw Han Xiao, she was first stunned, then she shot him a mean look and turned around to smile sweetly at the guards. When the guards had left, Ning Xi instantly looked unhappy. "You came to my company and hit my guards? Is this how you treat the person who saved you?" Han Xiao looked sternly at her. "Where should I begin, Lady Ning? I'm here to give you a gift. I'm not free." Ning Xi was not free. She looked anxiously at Gong Shangzi and said, "Isn't History announcing their highlight piece today? Is there any news?" Gong Shangza was flipping through his computer and looked shocked when he saw something. Then he immediately said, "That's weird. The current news is actually, all the media are criticizing History's hype. They found nothing when they went to History's headquarters. There isn't any highlight piece." What? When she heard this, Ning Xi had just sipped on her coffee. She spat it all on Han Zhao's face instead and exclaimed in disbelief, "The highlight piece that's been said to surpass black religion in every aspect is just an empty hype." She had worried for a night and not slept as she was getting ready for all the impact from History's godlike designer. Yet they had made such a mistake. "Lady Ning, there isn't a highlight piece for History, but I do have one for Spirit here." Han Xiao silently wiped away the coffee drops on his face and opened the box in his hand. He laid an incredibly luxurious gown out before Ning Xi. Before Ning Xi could look at it, Gong Shangza had jumped up and taken big steps over to carefully hold up the gown in disbelief. So exquisite. Until Ning Xi had examined it clearly, she was dumbstruck as well. This style? It's completely an upgraded version of black religion. Gong Shangza could not help but gasp. Chapter 1180, Can't We Chat Happily? This time, the classic dark style was elaborated to its ultimate elegance. It was definitely not on par with History's previously produced black religion outfits. The only style it could be compared to was probably only Gong Shangza and the national artist, Master Song Jin's Luotian. So beautiful, in these materials. This is, whoa, diamonds and jades, traditional cloud-patterned brocade. My God, gold silk. Ning Xi was completely overwhelmed on the spot. The materials used to produce this gown alone were out of this world. High-quality blended fabric. Gong Shangza touched beings, and his expression changed to one of bewilderment. Blended fabric? What's that? Ning Xi quickly asked. Gong Shangza paused for a moment before explaining. Let me explain. This kind of material is usually used to produce astronauts' uniforms when they go to outer space. Ning Xi did not know what to say anymore. Even though she was not an expert in the industry, it was enough to know just a little. The one word expensive was enough. Thus, she instantly picked up the gown and carefully held it up. Then, she suddenly turned to look at Gong Shangza and looked extremely afflicted. Han Xiao, tell me honestly, did you steal this from History? History had even called the media over and said that they would show their highlight piece today. How could they have hyped things up over nothing? Ning Xi was seriously suspecting if this very gown was History's highlight piece, and if it had been stolen by Han Xiao. He definitely had the capability to steal the gown. This dress. Han Xiao stared at Beings lovingly. I made it. My ass. Ning Xi did not believe him. Black religion was mine too. This one is called Beings, said Han Xiao. Ning Xi pinched the space between her brows and did not have the energy to deal with him. My noble warrior, can't we chat happily? If such a dress had been stolen from Spirit, would you report it to the police? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled wryly to ask. Nonsense, of course, I'd report it to the police, Ning Xi said. Then, could History be even dumber than you? Even you know how to call the police. Yet History remains silent, and is even being criticized by the media for hyping up nothing. Still, they don't say a word. Han Xiao gave a sneaky smile. Ning Xi was stumped for words. Ugh, who are you calling dumb now? Boss, if History had really been robbed of such a dress, they definitely wouldn't remain silent and would be honest with the media. After all, the value of this dress is too high, Gong Shangza immediately declared. At the same time, his expression when he looked at Han Xiao gradually changed. As they spoke, Han Xiao's phone suddenly rang. It was David. Han Xiao picked up the phone and put it on the loudspeaker. Bro Han Xiao, where did you go? Today is the press conference for Beings, and all the fashion media are here at History's headquarters. If you disappear, then Beings will disappear too. In such a state of emergency, David's voice remained gentle, and he did not sound angry at all. He wanted to shout and scold Han Xiao, but sadly, he did not have such guts. What does that have to do with me? Han Xiao asked in reply. Bro Han Xiao, isn't Beings the highlight piece that you designed for History? David asked weakly, and even though his voice was gentle, it was clear enough for Ning Xi and Gong Shangza to hear. Which ear of yours heard me say this? Han Zhao's voice struck out coldly. No. Haha, that's our boss who misunderstood. She misunderstood. Beings is my work. I'll handle it however I want to. You might understand. What I mean, said Han Xiao. Chapter 1181. Would it hurt you? I understand, I really do. Your beings never had any ties to history. You didn't sign any contract with the boss either. So naturally, you can handle it however you want to now. David chuckled along and even found a reason for Han Xiao himself. After David finished, Han Xiao hung up. While Ning Xi looked stupefied, her heart was all over the place, yet she could not say a word. She remembered that back then, Han Xiao did say he was a designer, but she had not believed him. What the hell? This violent madman is unexpectedly an even more talented designer than Gong Shangzi. She would not believe this even if she was given another chance. This was just too illogical. As he looked at Ning Xi's astonished and sullen expression, Han Xiao was finally satisfied. Black religion made a huge impact on spirit, so beings is considered my small token of sincerity. It can be a gift or a compensation to you. Please accept it. What was with his tone that sounded like he was just casually giving her a little trinket? Ning Xi looked at the incredibly luxurious gown from the corner of her eye. That wouldn't be too suitable. Han Xiao looked at her firmly. Don't worry, it's not meant to make up for the previous favor. My life is not that cheap. History will definitely not dare to look into this. Don't think too much. Sigh, since you've put it that way, I'll just accept it reluctantly. Despite saying that she was reluctant, her hands accepted the gown swiftly. Momo, store the gown properly. Even though Han Zhao's tone was arrogant, she now entirely believed that this dress was really just a trifle to him. Furthermore, this had been extorted from Ning Xi, so of course, she would not waste it. As Gong Shangzi watched the way this roller coaster had progressed far beyond his expectations, he remained at a loss. History's trump card, which they had worried most about, actually knew Ning Xi and seems to even owe her a favor. Had their rival's highlight piece now become theirs? This. Han Momo had been working on the side and was shocked until her jaw dropped. She only returned to her senses when Ning Xi called for her to put the gown away, and she ran over immediately. Also, Momo, quickly contact the media to say that Spirit will announce our highlight piece today. Ning Xi decided to strike while the iron was hot and announce both Spirit and Han Zhao's two outfits following history's mishap. Okay, right away. Momo was instantly excited when she heard the order. If history saw that their dress had appeared in Spirit, they would be furious. This was truly the meaning of sewing somebody else's trousseau. As Ning Xi said this, Han Xiao suddenly pulled onto Gong Shangzi's collar and asked, "Want to fight?" Ning Xi quickly hid his hand away annoyedly. What are you doing? He's an innocent designer. Why would he want to fight with you? Do you think everyone's like you? Then, why is he looking at me like that? Han Xiao asked coldly. Ning Xi pinched the juncture between her brows. My designer has been wanting to know who the designer behind Black Religion is ever since he saw it. Now that you're standing right before him, he's just taking a few extra glances at you. So what's wrong? Would it hurt you? Chapter 1182. Definitely big news. Gong Shangzi felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. Han. I was only interested in your design style. Han Xiao looked at this young man in front of him with interest. So he's Spirit's designer? Yeah. Didn't you mention that he made you feel like challenging him? Fine, I need to apologize. I'm sorry that I didn't believe you were a designer. I'm really impressed. Ning Xi said. Han Xiao glanced at her. I told you so. But Spirit's designer is not at my level, and I can end him anytime I want to. Do you believe me now? Ning Xi suddenly thought of something. Wait. So, the reason you went to history and made all this fuss was because I didn't believe in you. Yeep. Ning Xi was speechless. What a straightforward bastard. She had guessed 1,000,000 times who Ning Xi had hired, but she did not expect that all of this had happened because of her. Ning Xi put a hand on her forehead. I'm wrong, my God. I'm really wrong. I'll believe every single thing you say in the future. Every single thing. Gong Shangzi was startled as well. He did not expect this person to design Black Religion because of him. He was not angry when Han Xiao said that he could end him any time because he really could. Gong Shangzi was actually glad that Han Xiao saw him as a worthy opponent. Okay, as my apology and gratitude for your gift, I'll treat you to dinner tonight after the conference later. Ning Xi told Han Xiao. Of course, he would not reject an invitation for food. Han Xiao gave her an okay sign, then left swiftly. After Han Xiao left, Gong Shangzi asked Ning Xi, Boss, do you think it's possible to recruit Mr. Han into our company? If someone like him were to join Spirit. Ning Xi denied Gong Shang's suggestion instantly. Don't even think about it. I can't control that guy at all. No matter how powerful a weapon is, if you can't control it, it'll go against you. Ning Xiaolua was the best example. Moreover, someone as unpredictable as him would not stay anywhere for too long. From his attitude, one could see that design was just one of his little hobbies. Gong Shangzi did not pursue any further, and his eyes brightened. Talented people were out there, and they were talented to the point that not even jealousy could help. He could only be impressed and continue to work on his own craft to close the gap. After a short preparation, Han Momo quickly released the news of the conference. The venue would be at the Royal Jazz Hotel in Imperial. Although the news was released late, the media sped to the venue as soon as possible, and the news went viral. It really made people curious what Spirit's announcement would be, especially right after they got nothing from history. It was definitely big news. Chapter 1183. What the heck are they doing? At the multipurpose hall in the Royal Jazz Hotel. In just an hour after the news was released, the hall was fully seated. Most of the journalists were disappointed at history. Just as they were about to write articles criticizing history, they quickly came over the moment they heard about Spirit's conference. It was very likely that they would get big news, so of course, they would reach there as soon as possible. Of course, while history was busy looking for Han Xiao after he disappeared, they received the news about Spirit's conference. Ning Xi sent some people over, but because she was anxious, she put on a pair of sunglasses and went there personally. She wanted to see for herself what the heck Spirit was doing. No matter what they did, as long as she could get Han Xiao back, history still stood a chance. Han Xiao was already so unpredictable. Even after the phone call, Ning Xiaolua did not give up, and she asked David to try everything he could to get in contact with him again. On the internet, history's fans said that history would never use such a method to raise their popularity and that some accident must have happened. After it was solved, they would surely present their highlight piece in the grandest way possible. Xiao. Weilon's public relations team was professional as they were able to arrange the conference in a short amount of time. As most of the journalists arrived, Spirit spokesman, the public relations director Xie Yichuan cleared his throat. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. Spirit will be announcing our new design. This design was made as a result of the collaborated effort of our lead designer, ZX, and Elder Song. It will be the highlight piece of our brand. Everyone was shocked when they heard Xie Yichuan. Song Jin. The national painter, Song Jin? Are you kidding me? Didn't Elder Song retire a long time ago? I went to his place for an interview before, and I was not able to meet him at all. Why would he work with a fashion company like Spirit? Unbelievable. They are probably just bluffing. How can they bluff about something like this? Even history could give us fake news, so what else is impossible? Everyone, please settle down. Our brand's highlight piece is going to be presented soon, and today, we're honored to have Elder Song with us. He's going to introduce the masterpiece. The people who were suspicious earlier were now dumbfounded. Song Jin was here today personally. Everyone held their breaths. They looked at the direction of the entrance. Spirit had invited so many people here today. If they were to pull a similar fluke to history, they were going to be in deep trouble. In the corner, Ning Xiaolua's eyes behind her. Sunglasses were furious. Song Jin? How is that possible? All this while, history had been attacking Spirit for plagiarizing their designs, and now Spirit was able to collaborate with Song Jin? Absurd. Song Jin was not available for hire with just money. History had tried to invite him before as well, but they did not even get to meet him in person. This is highly unlikely. Chapter 1184, Grand Entrance. History's marketing director, Qin Zifan, said, "Boss, don't listen to their lies. How could it be Song Jin? It's probably one of Song Jin's students." Song Jin has no students, Ning Xiaolua replied. They might just say that Elder Song isn't coming today because he's not feeling well. They're just trying to make their words more believable, but the truth is that Elder Song retired long ago. He wouldn't know about Spirit. Even if he did, he won't collaborate with them based on his personality. Collaboration? They probably just bought a work of Elder Song's, then incorporated the elements into their new design. These are all gimmicks. I've seen too much of these. Qin Zifan made his conclusion, as everyone was curious and excited. Most people had the same thoughts as Qin Zifan. Soon, two girls in Spirit's uniforms appeared at the entrance, carefully carrying a garment covered with thick cloth. They placed the garment at the center of the stage, then they stood beside it on both sides. Well, at least they are better than history. They actually have something to show, someone mumbled. Even if they have something new, it won't be able to surpass black religion. Spirit's not going to win. Borrowing Elder Song's name isn't going to help. Everyone around looked impressed the moment black religion was mentioned. You're right. Soon, a healthy, vibrant old man came in with the guidance of a young lady. The hall was dead silent as they saw Han Momo lead the old man in. Song Jin was the symbol of painting in the country, and his picture was even printed in national textbooks. Everyone knew him, so of course, all the journalists recognized him. As Song Jin. Oh my God, it's really Elder Song. For a well-known master like Song Jin, everyone stood up out of respect. Actually, Ning Xi had not expected for Song Jin to come personally. Gong Shanza had communication issues and could not speak the moment he faced a camera, so usually, Han Momo would speak in his stead. That was the arrangement this time as well, but the conference was too important, so Gong Shanza was worried that Han Momo was unable to present his idea accurately. As they were thinking of a solution, Elder Song suggested to come himself. Ning Xi was really grateful. She actually hoped for Elder Song to appear because it would be difficult to convince people they were really collaborating if he did not. Elder Song, are you really collaborating with Spirit? Master, why do you choose to work with Spirit and not other bigger brands? I heard the top China brand Lotus Step invited you before and you turned them down. History seemed to have invited you before as well. The journalists were really excited, shooting one question after another about Song Jin. Song Jin cleared his throat, and he reminded them curtly. Today is Spirit's new product conference. I hope everyone can get their focus right. After this, Song Jin removed the thick cloth on the garment. As it was removed, Spirit's treasure was finally revealed. Chapter 1185. Found him? The reporters, who were interviewing Song Jin one after another earlier, had all stopped and were astonished. My God. It's too beautiful. This is Spirit's highlight piece. I thought history's black religion was already the pinnacle of breathtaking, but now, we've seen the pinnacle of a completely different style. This is astonishing. ZX's personal style and Elder Song's painting elements combine so perfectly. This entire outfit practically makes one feel like they have fallen into Wonderland. Elder Song, does this dress have a name? Song Jin was very happy with the reporters' reactions. He grazed his white beard and said leisurely, light as a frightened goose, graceful as a swimming dragon, with glory of the autumn chrysanthemum, dense with spring pines, like the soft clouds shielding the moon, floating like the snow returning to the wind, looking from afar, bright as the break of dawn, running swiftly to sea, luminous like lotus emerging. Clear waters. When he recited this, one of the reporters asked emotionally, could this dress possibly be named Luotian? Song Jin nodded sagely. That's right. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Luotian. Luotian is indeed true to its name. How fitting. Spirit is astonishing. Exactly. They have such unexpected surprises every time. Sadly. Sadly what? Obviously, I'm feeling sad. We even met Master Song Jin today, yet we haven't met Spirit's legendary designer, ZX. Oh yeah, they're so secretive. What do you think this ZX codename means? Maybe it's the abbreviation of his name? In the corner, Ning Xi was so angry that her face looked distorted. Damn it, Qin Zifen, what is up with you? How could not know about this huge news that Spirit managed to get Song Jin? Qin Zifen broke out in cold sweat as well. Damn it, how could he have thought that Spirit could not invite Song Jin? Besides, he was only in charge of the marketing department, so all these design stuff was not under him. Where's David? Seems like he's still looking for him. Qin Zifen muttered weakly. Ning Xi gritted her teeth viciously. What Luotian? It's just that. As long as we find Han Xiao and Beings is released, it will definitely crush Spirit. Yes, 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 obviously, Qin Zifen echoed. However, his mouth was twitching. The problem was that they had to find the person first. That designer was sly in temperament, and his whereabouts so uncertain. They have even called, and he was not willing to let them use Beings. So where could they look for him now? It would be of no use even if they found him. Actually, when Ning Xi had hired that person at first, he had felt indistinctively unassured and thought that she would definitely not be able to control such a person. There were too many uncertainties, and now, indeed the thing he had worried most about had happened. Boss. A person rushed over, panting behind Ning Xi. It was David. You found him? Ning Xi immediately asked. David looked miserable as he shook his head. And no, he seems to have blacklisted my number. I've gone to the place he might eat at, but I didn't find him. Useless. It's been so long. Don't you know where he stays? Ning Xi cursed in rage. David looked even more miserable now. I've tried to track him before, but that guy was too alert. I couldn't even follow through. There was once I followed him, but he actually walked into the cemetery, and I didn't dare to continue following. Chapter 1186, second highlight piece. What do we do now then? Look at Spirit's new work. They've even invited Song Jin. Ning Xi exclaimed in annoyance. David did not look pleased as well when he saw the white gown oozing magic on stage and Song Jin doing the explanation. No way, they were going to lose this round and his reputation would be gone. His company would fall. David gritted his teeth and became determined again. Boss, don't worry. I'll just go look for him at the cemetery. Then go quickly. Ning Xi lowered her voice to scold him. On the stage, Xia Yichuan's voice was heard. To all friends from the media, please don't rush to leave. For this press conference, we have a second highlight piece. David immediately stopped in his footsteps. Ning Xi and Qin Zifen, who were about to leave, swiveled to the stage at the same time. What? There's still a second one. David turned pale, then he sneered. Based on the first one, you can basically guess the second outfit style. It's actually the same whether there's one or two. Besides, the rarer something is, the greater its value. Of course, there should only be one highlight piece, but Spirit created two. They are so dumb. Qin Zifen observed the stage. How could they have designed two highlights of the same quality in such a short amount of time? Even if the designer had the inspiration, the cost of creating every piece is considerably high and Spirit's capital flow wouldn't have been able to handle it, would they? On the stage, Song Jin had left. The presenter was changed to a member of the crew donning a black little dress. Two crew members carefully carried out another dress that was covered in cloth. Then the lady in the black dress walked to the center of the stage. Before she revealed the piece, she slowly explained. First of all, we will need to explain to all the friends in the media that this design was not a work of our designer, ZX, but another designer that Spirit has especially invited. The clothing he designed for Spirit is just this one piece, and the style is completely opposite of Luotian's. Our aim is to give our consumers different experiences and fulfill everyone's various needs. Don't talk so much. Quickly reveal it for us to see. Exactly. You make it sound so mysterious. Just show us and we'll evaluate it as it is. When she heard the introduction, there was a sly smile on Ning Xi's face. A completely opposite style? Could Spirit have prepared to come up with a piece to go against our black religion? David naturally thought of this too. That's just lunatic. Hanzhao style cannot be imitated by just anyone. Our piece is called Beings. When they heard the name being declared, David, Ning Xi, and Qin Zifen were all shocked to the core. What? Beings? Did Spirit steal our idea? Voila, they said as the crew members revealed the piece. An incredibly luxurious and mysterious gown with strong elements of Eastern and traditional Chinese characters appeared before the crowd. It was neither a theft of ideas, nor was it an imitation following the trend. It was Beings. This piece was unexpectedly Han Zhao's design, Beings. The three of them were stupefied as they all looked on in disbelief. Their expressions changed like a multicolored lantern with a carousel of paper horses. The beings that had disappeared, the one they had searched all over for had appeared at Spirit's press conference, and it was announced as their highlight piece. Their highlight piece had become Spirit's. Chapter 1187, Furious. Once Beings appeared, many of the reporters present immediately stood up as they were overwhelmed with emotions. My God, I thought that black religion was the pinnacle. Who would have thought? This is just mind-blowing. What kind of aura could overcome this dress? Of course, among the praises, there were some doubts as well. But this was not designed by Spirit themselves. Didn't the announcer say so earlier? They especially hired another designer. So what if it was a special feature? Did you think that history's black religion was designed by David himself? even though he has been vague and let people misunderstand that it was his design, but it definitely isn't. They also invited an outsider to help. Even though a designer's style can change, there are still boundaries and limitations. How could the same person have controlled such a huge span of variation? It's understandable for Spirit to hire an outsider. Besides, history did it first. Speaking of which, why do I think black religions and being styles are so similar? No matter what, Spirit has really seized overwhelming victory this time. Today has been a brilliant day. I have attention-grabbing headlines to write. As they watched Spirit's presenter introduce the piece on stage with lots of hype, and as she heard the media's endless admiring exclamations and praises, Ning Xi was furious. What did they mean by similar style? That was designed by the same person. That belonged to history. Ning Xi took a deep breath and suppressed the bitterness in her throat. Go report to the police. Say that Spirit has stolen our expensive highlight piece. David found it difficult and replied, Boss, I'm afraid that's not right. Even though I don't know how Spirit did it, this dress had indeed been willingly given to them by Han Xiao. So what? All those gems, diamonds and jades on that dress, every thread on it, are my money. Ning Xi almost lost control and roared in a lowered voice. Boss, be softer. David pulled Ning Xi to a corner. Even though that's how we say it. But, boss, Han Xiao did not take a single cent from black religion before. If we really are to account for the cost, our claims will be quite groundless. Besides, he didn't sign a contract with us. We also provided all those materials willingly to him. Don't talk about black religion to me. Is there any meaning to a defeated design? Ning Xi was raging at this point. David obviously knew this too. But it's already like this. So, are you telling me to grin and bear it, to watch myself sow Spirit's trousseau for them? David was also irritated at this point. Boss, obviously, I don't want that. But we really cannot mess with Han Xiao. If you don't believe me, then, boss, please don't blame me for not reminding you when the consequences come. David spoke seriously. Ning Xi had also heard about Han Xiao's past from him. Even if she was about to explode to anger, she obviously did not dare to really do anything. David, listen to me. All of what's happening right now originated from your incompetence, so you know what you should do. Ning Xi threw out her ultimatum. David balled his hands behind his back into tight fists. He did not finish using the designs he had stolen from Gongshangzi, but because it was limited in number, and he had previously used too much from not restraining himself, he would not simply use it if not for it being a critical time. Unfortunately for him, now it looked like he really had to use a few of them. At this point, every design he used would really be like cutting at his flesh. Chapter 1188. I'm here to eat, not to chat. Spirit's press conference had ended perfectly. Since they had first declared war not too long ago, they finally won splendidly this time around. Soon after the press conference ended, the internet was already filled with reports from the event. There were so many highlights and surprises from this event, and with the articles about history titled, Standing the Media Up, and Empty City Strategy, to complement, Spirit's popularity instantly exploded and the public opinion became inclined to Spirit. When she saw that everything had gone smoothly, Ning Xi could finally relax from all the past days of being tensed up. Then she took out her phone and called Han Xiao to treat him to dinner. To indicate her sincerity, she had invited him to her house, and even called Gong Shangzi, Han Momo, Qiao Weilon, and the others. Elder Song did not want to disturb the youngsters' gathering, so he gave it a pass. God, come over for dinner. All of us want to thank you properly. You've given us such a huge gift, so we must definitely treat you to a meal. I'm in Peachwood. Ning Xi invited passionately. It's too far, said Han Xiao from the other end of the phone. Where do you live then? I'll just go pick you up. Imperial Qianshan Cemetery. When she heard these words, Ning Xi's face instantly turned as black as charcoal. I'm sorry, I can't pick you up from this location. Change the location. How about Regal Riveria Hotel? This should be nearer, shouldn't it? Sure. Han Xiao then hung up. Ning Xi was speechless that he had hung up on her. Brother, who stays in the cemetery. Is he not afraid of being frightened to death? She did not know where to begin to mock him. However, she seemed to recall that she had heard someone say that he was a cemetery caretaker. The span of this guy's occupations is just too hard to understand. After Ning, she bought the ingredients from the supermarket. She went to prepare dinner at the Regal Riviera Hotel. It was a good thing that even though she had moved, all the kitchen tools were still complete. Gong Shangza and the rest made their way in one after another while Ning Xi cooked in the kitchen. When they saw all the dishes Ning Xi had prepared, Gong Shangza, Han Momo, and everyone else had a strange expression. Han Momo looked at the pots of food on the table and swallowed her saliva. Sis Xi, isn't this too much? Ning Xi laughed. Definitely not. I was afraid that it wouldn't be enough. Hold on, there are a few more dishes in the kitchen. The doorbell rang and Ning Xi rushed to open the door. It was Han Xiao. He still wore the same black and white striped sports attire, but he took off the cap on his head and revealed a head of jet black long, straight hair. Speaking of which, this was really the first time she had met a man who looked so good with long hair. God, you're really good at picking your time to come. The dishes are just done. Quickly come and sit, so we can start eating. Han Xiao sat down on the side of the table. Ning Xi put the final pot of pork leg on the table and took her seat too. Mr. Han, I'll drink to you. Your design is really amazing. I hope that I would have more chances of interacting with you in the future. Gong Shangza raised his glass. Han Momo echoed. It's really all thanks to you for this time, Mr. Han. The press conference was very successful, and history was furious. Thank you so much. Next up, Xiao Weilon and Xia Yichuan said a few words too. However, Han Xiao looked miserable instead. When Ning Xi noticed this, she was not sure what had made him unhappy, so she quickly asked, Hey, God, what's wrong? Han Xiao lifted up his head to look at her. Didn't you invite me over to eat? Ning Xi nodded. Yeah. Han Xiao then said, I only eat. I'm not here to chat. Everyone at the table was speechless. Chapter 1189, related to a woman? Ning Xi was dumbfounded. This person just kept making her speechless. Okay, let's not chat any longer. No one speaks from now on. Let's just focus on eating. God, please eat. Eat. It was only then that Han Xiao picked up his chopsticks unhurriedly. Even though he was cool, this did not seem to obstruct his speed of eating. Very soon, all the pots of food were finished. Han Momo, who had been smitten by Han Xiao earlier, watched him until her eyeballs almost fell out. He had such a huge appetite. God, eat as much as you want today. There's more in the kitchen. Ning Xi smiled and walked to the kitchen to bring over the remaining dishes. There were many people with large appetites doing live streams online recently, and they were all pretty popular. If Han Xiao started an eating live stream as well, he would definitely top all the rest. She had invited the studio people along to show their gratitude and sincerity to him, yet he only cared about the food. He might even find them insincere for having so many people around to fight for food with him. Thus, Gong Shangza and the rest tactfully took their leave after they were done eating. After Han Xiao finished up the food, Ning Xi quickly asked, God, are you satisfied with the food? Not bad. It's yummier than KFC. Ning Xi was speechless. Her culinary skills had fallen to the point of being compared to KFC. After he was done eating, Han Xiao got up and was prepared to leave, but a few steps later, his eyes seemed to have caught sight of something, and he stopped. What is it? Ning Xi followed Han Xiao's line of sight to see. Han Xiao seemed to be looking at the direction of her closet. To be exact, it was one of the gowns in the closet. Ning Xi watched as Han Xiao stared at the gown, then she asked, What's up? Are you interested in that gown? Indeed, great minds think alike. That's my personal favorite. It's a very cool, yet rarely known brand, called GE. Ning Xi thought he was interested in the label, so she walked over and flicked the power switch on the dressing table. The wall behind the closet suddenly opened and the two doors slid away to the sides, revealing a room full of GE-branded clothes inside. Han Xiao looked absent-mindedly at those clothes with almost a sense of sadness in his eyes that surprised Ning Xi. God. Is there something wrong with these clothes? I designed them, said Han Xiao plainly. When Ning Xi heard, she was instantly dumbfounded. What? You designed them? You're that genius designer that appeared and then vanished. Wait, was there really such a possibility? You like them? Han Xiao asked. What do you mean? These clothes? Of course, they're so beautiful. Who wouldn't like it? I don't believe any girl would dislike it. But I don't have the capability to collect all of them completely. I got these with my boyfriend's help. No girl would dislike it. That's good, Han Xiao muttered, obviously in a tone of delight, yet for some reason, he sounded regretful and lonely. Ning Xi stroked her chin. Something is up. This gaze of his obviously explicated that it was related to a woman. I'm leaving. Ning Xi was still confused when Han Xiao just waved and left. Shall I send you? Didn't you say you don't go to the cemetery? You really stay in the cemetery? Fine, fine, fine as you wish. Chapter 1190. Han Xiao. Even if I'm enemies with the world. After leaving the Regal Riviera Hotel, Han Xiao walked to where one of the largest mausoleum parks was the Imperial Qianshan. It was not sure whether it was because he had seen his past designs at Ning Xi's place that his train of thoughts could not help but reminisce to a time from long ago. He had already forgotten how long it had been since he recalled what had happened those years back. 7 years ago, deep in the mountains, dead trees were spread all around, and the sound of wild beasts howling was heard from time to time. But very quickly, they were overcome by gunshots. Ahead, there were a few people hugging withered trees, and when one looked closely, it had been shot to resemble sieves with numerous holes. The handsome guy dashed across, and the fallen leaves from the ground swooshed up into the air. Behind, 3 guys held guns, and one of them wore a branded tuxedo and expensive sunglasses. Indeed they've changed. That's a completely inhumane speed. Be careful. You should know that person's background. Li Suifeng. Aren't you the #1 hitman on the leaderboard, and even several of Asia's underground empires have to respect you? You're terrified already. The short one looked at the sturdy, well-dressed Asian man before him and laughed lightly. Li Suifeng. Even if that person's amazing, would they not be afraid of guns? The other person chuckled. At this moment, Li Suifeng, who was called the #1 hitman on the leaderboard, frowned. Venus, Jackie, even the Rothschild family who was the king of the underground in Europe, was quite afraid of his existence. When they heard Li Suifeng mention the European king, Venus's and the other person's expressions changed. No wonder you're so careful. This is the Rothschild's family's mission. I'm afraid that the only people who could invite you in this world is the old man from the Rothschild family, the short Venus said softly. I am quite wary, or else I wouldn't have asked the 2 of you to assist me. That man, Li Suifeng frowned. Then he suddenly realized something and did a hand gesture for the rest to keep quiet. The 3 bent down and crept slowly towards the forest before them. Moments later, Li Suifeng stopped and his cold gaze looked to a faraway place. Then he called out coldly, Lord Xiao, come out. You know as well as I do. This time, I've even gotten Venus and Jackie with me. Venus's and Jackie's eyes were filled with curiosity and fire as they stood before Li Suifeng. They really wanted to see what was so different about that Lord Xiao that even the #1 hitman Li Suifeng had to be this wary. Roar! Li Suifeng and the rest looked startled. Ahead, they only saw a beautiful man with hair that extended to his waist standing on a huge, white tiger. Mother asterisk Kerr, what attitude is this? He could tame a white tiger. Venus's eyes widened, and she looked astonished. The white tiger's gaze was violent, and the murderous vibe from it was extremely frightening. With its sharp eyes, fierce teeth, and shiny fur, one look and they could tell it was a purebred wild tiger, definitely not a domestically reared one. Who was that handsome man? How was he standing on a white tiger? Lord Xiao, you won't be able to escape. Li Suifeng took a deep breath. You're Han Xiao. I heard that your bragging skills are #1 in the world invincible Han Xiao. When Jackie saw Han Xiao's effeminate face, he laughed with disdain. Han Xiao hopped down from the tiger and looked like he was in contemplation. Then he shook his head. World invincible, that might not be the truth. Sometimes I'm first, sometimes I'm second. Oh. Venus took half a step forward and played around with the gun in her hand. As amazing as you may be, can you be better than the gun? Gun. Han Xiao was dazed for a moment. Then he quickly clasped his hands together and looked frightened. Have mercy. When they heard Han Xiao say this, the little Venus and Jackie were surprised. The person before them was a figure that made the Rothschilds wary. How could he be this terrified of a gun? Lord Xiao, you know that I'm an assassin. I owe the Rothschilds a favor. The mission this time is to kill you. Li Suifeng sighed. Youngster, who taught you all of your kung fu? Now that you don't have another opponent, you dare to come look for some fun from your Lord Xiao. Han Xiao stared at Li Suifeng with a grin. Lord Xiao, I don't have a choice either. Li Suifeng clasped his fists together. If I die in your hands this time, I can only hope that Lord Xiao will let my 2 friends go. Li Suifeng said firmly. To kill Han Xiao, he had created an alliance with these two top assassins as he did not have any confidence in just himself. Li Suifeng, you were his student? Venus looked at him in shock. She knew about Li Suifeng's capabilities as the #1 assassin, but this Han Xiao was actually Li Suifeng's master. Li Suifeng just stared at Han Xiao and did not answer Venus's question. Huh, that old Rothschild man. Just because I didn't want to marry his daughter, he got someone to kill. Me. Is there a woman who is befitting of me in this world? Huh. You guys, have you seen such a woman? Han Xiao's eyes had a certain insanity in it. Han Xiao, weren't you just begging for mercy earlier? Now, you aren't scared to die anymore. Jackie said. Nah, I was just lying to you guys. Han Xiao shrugged. There was a simple and unadorned sword hanging on his waist. He took huge steps towards Li Suifeng and the other two. Lord Xiao, forget about you. Even if it was your clan, they might not dare to go against the Rothschilds. If you married Rothschild's daughter, the entire underground empire would be yours in the future, Lord Xiao. Unless, Lord Xiao, you're really abstaining from romantic relations and lust? Li Suifeng took a deep breath. Han Xiao was all about martial arts, so it was not empty talk for him to denounce romantic relationships for the art. When he saw that Han Xiao had stopped replying, Li Suifeng's eyes revealed a spine-chilling coldness. As long as he killed Han Xiao, the Rothschild clan would grant him advantages he could only dream of. Okay, they say that Lord Xiao can take a bullet. I, Li Suifeng, have not witnessed it my entire life, although after becoming the #1 assassin, I've experienced a lot more. Nevertheless, I understand that you, Han Xiao, are not undefeatable. As the other two comprehended the end of Li Suifeng's sentence, his gun aimed at Han Xiao, and bam! A gunshot was heard. Chong! At the same time, Han Xiao disappeared from where he was. A flurry of fallen leaves floated in midair. What? Venus and Jackie were stunned in their spot. They were astounded that Han Xiao had escaped Li Suifeng's bullet. Even Li Suifeng himself was shocked by this. Careful! Suddenly, Venus shouted at Li Suifeng. Wow, youngster, your speed is getting slower and slower. There are some things that cannot be solved with guns, you tell me. Han Xiao's mouth curved into a smile, and it was devilish. His right hand turned to claws and lightly gripped onto Li Suifeng's throat. I already said that you can't take a bullet, but I didn't think that you could evade bullets. Li Suifeng looked hopeless as the coldness in his eyes vanished, replaced by fear. Lord Xiao, I was your student. Do you really want to kill me? Now, Li Suifeng regretted it. He knew how Han Xiao was like, yet he had lost his mind with all the things the Rothschilds had promised. Don't worry, you're my student. I won't kill you. Han Xiao paused for a moment, then replied. Lord Xiao, thank you, However, before Li Suifeng could finish, there was a crisp sound. Li Suifeng's throat had been broken by Han Xiao. Nah, I'm lying again, so forgetful. Han Xiao's right hand let loose, and Li Suifeng's body fell limply to the ground. When they saw that Li Suifeng had been killed in between playing it down, Venus and Jackie gasped in disbelief. Kill him. Their expressions returned to the usual calmness very quickly. They